Chapter 561 Ouija Fragments. What's the matter? Yifeng asked. The old housekeeper said, Do you still remember what I gave you before? Yifeng nodded and said, Of course I remember it. But that thing seems useless. So I kept it aside. The old housekeeper said, Originally I planned for you to use this thing to protect the city lord when she was in danger. But now your growth is much faster than I imagined. In less than a year, you have almost reached. It's really amazing to be on the same level as us. Yifeng scratched his head and said, This should be considered normal. But old housekeeper, what do you think this thing is used for? Yifeng took out the thing that the old housekeeper gave him after he completed the mission. It was a square black object. The old housekeeper looked at the square black object in Yifeng's hand and said, This is called the Ouija fragment. The Ouija fragment. But it doesn't have a name. Oh no! Why does it suddenly have a name? After Yifeng saw the black object in his hand, the name that originally had no name turned into the words Ouija fragment. The old housekeeper said, Originally, I planned for you to use this thing to help the city lord. As long as you use the Ouija fragment, your level can be temporarily raised to the level of the Pope. Holy crap. No way. It's so scary. The old housekeeper shook his head and said, Don't be too happy. It's just a temporary improvement. There will be serious side effects after taking it. What are the side effects? Tell me about them. In 1 month, your attributes will drop by 50%. Damn it. This is indeed a very serious punishment. But for a pervert like Yifeng, there is no need to care at all. Adding this debuff to him is a gain state. In other words, after taking it, Yifeng's overall strength will increase by 50% again. At that time, I am afraid that no one else will be Yifeng's opponent anymore. Yifeng might really be invincible. Yifeng said, How long will this thing last? The old housekeeper stretched out a finger and said, It can only last for an hour. The side effects will appear immediately after an hour. So you must be careful when taking it. Yifeng nodded. It seemed that the old housekeeper really cared about the Lord of Xuanwu City. But Yifeng also has questions. Why doesn't the old housekeeper take this thing himself? Isn't it just because of the side effects? Of course. Yifeng directly asked the questions in his heart. The old housekeeper sighed and said, A person can only take this kind of Ouija fragment once in his life. But I took it twice forcibly, and I ended up in this state. Yifeng looked at the old butler in surprise. To be honest, Yifeng was a little surprised when he saw the old butler for the first time, because the appearance of the old housekeeper is different from that of normal people. Not to mention her appearance. We can only say that her appearance is older than that of a normal old person. And the wrinkles on her face have almost folded together. Yifeng said, Is your appearance caused by this kind of Ouija fragment? That's right. It's because I forced it a second time. If I forcefully use it a third time, I'm afraid I won't be able to help the young city lord and will explode on the spot. It's so scary. How did you get this thing? This thing was left on our continent by the people from God's continent. In a cave. The city lord's father and I discovered this thing. After that, you also knew about it. It turned out that Yifeng knew that the father of the Lord of Xuanwu City was the same as himself at the beginning. A village chief. Later, after the village chief had some adventures, he became the current Lord of Xuanwu City. Although it is difficult to tell who is right and who is wrong due to the ups and downs. The people who have created this situation are the royal family. Yifeng said, Is there such a thing? The old housekeeper shook his head and said, Even the city lord doesn't know the existence of this thing. And this is also the last piece. Yifeng was a little disappointed. But it was already amazing to have a piece of such a terrifying thing. Yifeng looked at the Ouija fragment in his hand and said, Old housekeeper, please rest assured that I will definitely protect the Lord of Xuanwu City. Well, I have always believed in you. I hope you won't let me down. Yifeng bowed deeply. This was the first time that he heard an emotion from an NPC, which made Yifeng feel extremely real. Go ahead and secure your future and become the right-hand man of Xuanwu City Lord. If not, I will chase you to the ends of the earth. Yifeng said, I will go all out. After leaving Xuanwu City, Yifeng had an additional summoning guard in his attribute column. The introduction later states that Yifeng can summon 500 NPC guards to fight for him. Yifeng returned to his gang territory. After a day of maintenance, Yifeng's gang territory looked almost the same as before. After all, the city wall was not broken. Just the gate. There were also some burned-down houses that were slowly rebuilt. Yifeng came to Oyezi again. What was rare was that this time he did not see Oyezi. Instead, Situ was sitting alone in front of the chessboard, thinking hard. Yifeng sat where Oyezi originally sat and said, Senior Situ, what are you thinking about? The master and apprentice frowned and said, I bought a chess set for this old guy, and I can't break it no matter what. Yifeng looked at the chessboard in front of him and couldn't help but shake his head and said, It seems that I can't help you. I don't understand at all. How do you young people know these things? Tell me what's the matter? Situ asked. Yifeng scratched his head in embarrassment and said, Thank you, Senior Situ, for helping us yesterday. Situ waved his hand and said, If you eat what you have and live what you have, you should put some effort into it. Right? Senior Situ. It would be great if you had that kind of heart. But where is Senior Oyezi? Situ said, I don't know where this guy learned this move. He trapped me hard and went to discuss something with the Pope. Are you looking for the Pope? Are the NPCs going to fight again? Situ said. What did you say? Nothing. Nothing. Didn't someone come to attack our territory yesterday? I want to attack their territory today. That's Senior Situ. You? Situ immediately stretched out his hand to stop Yifeng from continuing and said, Okay. Stop talking. I know what you want to say. It's impossible for me to join the battle between you. But I can give you a formation. Of course Yifeng knew that he would not go because he wanted his formation. Yifeng said, Thank you so much, Senior Situ. With your formation to help me, I will definitely win a big victory. I had expected that you would come to me. So this formation has been prepared for you. Take it. As he spoke, Situ threw a set of formations to Yifeng. When Yifeng saw the name of the formation, his expression changed drastically. Chapter 562 Wu Tian is seriously injured. Senior Situ, are you sure you will hand over this formation to me? Situ focused on the chessboard in front of him, waved his hand and said, Take it quickly. Don't disturb me to crack the chessboard. Yifeng looked at the name of the formation and couldn't help but worry about the members of the Tu Feng Society. The Immortal Killing Sword Formation. Just relying on these 4 words, Yifeng already felt that this formation was amazing. Not to mention that its power was definitely not small. Otherwise, how could it be worthy of the 2 words Yu Xian? Seeing that Situ didn't care at all, Yifeng put away his formation and came to the wooden house of Bing Feng Xian. Knock knock knock. After Yifeng knocked on the door, Bing Feng Xian came out of the house and said, What's the matter? Those people have already retreated. Haven't they? Yifeng nodded and said, They did retreat. But they bullied me. I can't just show off like this. Can I? Bing Feng Xian frowned and said, Then what do you want? Go and fight back? Yifeng nodded and said, That's right. So I want to ask you if you can follow me. Bing Feng Xian thought for a while and said, Lord Dragon King, I want to follow you to protect your safety. So I helped you yesterday. But if you want to find trouble for others, you don't care if it is within my ability. You really won't help? Yifeng asked. Bing Feng Xian said, I can go with you, but I will not take action, unless someone threatens your life. Otherwise, I will not take action. That's enough. It's enough for you to be by my side. With your deterrence, it will be difficult for them to take action. Okay. Tell me when the time comes and I will go with you. Yifeng said, No problem. I will come to you when the time comes. In fact, what Yifeng didn't know was that Ice Phoenix Fairy was not allowed to go out and interfere in the affairs between the players. But yesterday they took action because it harmed their interests. So they took action, and the system did not target them. But if he takes the initiative this time, he may be punished by the system. But Bing Feng Xian still agrees. Finally, Yifeng came to the unknown sword master again. But the unknown sword master did not give Yifeng anything. Nor did he agree to help Yifeng. Of course, Yifeng wouldn't blame him. After all, he was worthy of being able to take action yesterday. After preparing all this, Yifeng found the guild leaders, who came online one after another. President Yifeng, you haven't slept all day, have you? Altian asked. Yifeng said, There are a lot of things to do. But I can still do it now. It's better to go down and rest for a while. We will arrange these things. Yifeng said, I have almost finished all the things I have arranged. The next thing I want to tell you is that I should go down and take a rest. Okay. Tell me, I'll pass it on to them later. Not long after, Yifeng was looking for something at noon and happened to smell the smell of breakfast in the living room. Yifeng, who was hungry, couldn't wait to come to the living room. Hey, why haven't Aunt Shui and the others come out yet? The breakfast doesn't seem to have been moved. You said they seem to be out doing something. I don't know the details. Yi Feng frowned and quickly came to the roof. After looking around, he finally found them. But Yi Feng discovered a person who he knew very well. And that was Wu Tian. But at this moment, Wu Tian was lying on the grass covered in blood. Yi Feng jumped down and ran quickly in that direction. What's going on? Why is Wu Tian injured? And it's such a serious injury. Yin Yu said, when we were about to have breakfast. We suddenly heard something outside and thought. I was afraid something might happen. So I went out to take a look. And I saw Wu Tian lying here. Have you given him a blood-restoring potion? After drinking it, my face looks much better now than before. Yi Feng leaned down to check Wu Tian's injuries. How could you be injured like this with your Wu Tian Light Realm ability? Is there a master who is targeting him? Not allowing Yi Feng to think too much. Wu Tian here finally woke up. As soon as Wu Tian gang woke up, he vomited blood. After opening his eyes, he was relieved to see Yi Feng and others. Yi Feng quickly asked, "What's going on with you? There aren't many masters who can hurt you." Wu Tian smiled bitterly and said, "There are really not many masters who can hurt me. And almost all of those masters have gone to the outer battlefield. Then who are you hurt by? Is it someone from the Long family who came to take revenge?" Wu Tian's eyes became sharp when he heard about the Long family. Yes, they are members of their family. If I hadn't run fast, I might have been destroyed by them. Fortunately, the Great Elder gave me the teleportation skill, which allows me to quickly return to your side. Otherwise, I will really kill you. Yi Feng said angrily, "Even if you dare to touch me, you are too bold to enter Long's house. The Great Elder and the others are not here. The Long family is the most powerful in the entire Huaxia region. As long as we do it cleanly, no one will find out." Yi Feng clenched his fists and said, "What are they looking for you for? Are they trying to find out my location?" Wu Tian said, "They have known your geographical location for a long time. They just want you to go over and apologize. But I don't agree with this matter. I didn't expect that this Long family would be so bold as to attack me directly. It's really a mountain. Without the tiger, the monkey is the king." It's the Long family again. Isn't it that Long Chong? Why did they go so far and hurt you like this? Zisu said angrily. Yi Feng said with a gloomy face, "It's them. Yesterday we ruined their good deeds in the game. It may be because of this that the Long family went into war." Wu Tian said, "There must be some reasons for this. But since they dare to touch me, they will consider the consequences. It seems that some people in the Immortal Cultivator Alliance are not trustworthy." Yi Feng and others nodded one after another. Since they were moved, Wu Tian made it clear that he did not put Wu Tian in his eyes. If he could not protect Tian, the only people who put him in his eyes were those from the Alliance of Immortal Cultivators. Could the elders in the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, except the Great Elder, be the ancestors of the Long family? Of course, this is just their guess. Yi Feng and others lifted Wu Tian up and returned to their studio, which was Celia's villa. "Hey, what are you guys doing here? Your breakfast is almost cold." Yi Feng signaled Celia and Yu Mingming to entangle Aunt Shui, and they carried Wu Tian to Yi Feng's room. After closing the doors and windows, Yi Feng said, "Just stay here with me for the time being." Wu Tian said, "Since I have escaped, they will probably be quiet for a while. Then what are you going to do? Tell your Great Elder about this?" Wu Tian nodded and said, "I will tell the Great Elder about the cause of the matter. As for what the result will be, I don't know." Yi Feng nodded. That was all he could do. But the Great Elder was still on the outer battlefield, and he didn't know when he would come back. Yi Feng was really starting to worry about them. Chapter 563 ran away. In a dark place in the Long family, several middle-aged people knelt on one knee behind a middle-aged man. One of them, who was kneeling on one knee, said, "Report to the clan leader and let old Wu Tian run away." He didn't know when he learned to teleport. Run away? Can't find any traces? Given our ability, we can't trace its traces. I already know the good thing. You don't have to worry about anything from now on. Just practice with peace of mind. Yes, Patriarch. After waiting for several middle-aged men to leave, the tall and sturdy figure finally turned around, and it was Long John. Long John said with a gloomy face, "Since you have run away, I will give you another chance. If this matter is exposed, then you Wu Tian will not have such good luck in leaving here again." Yi Feng. As usual, everyone sat together to have breakfast. But this breakfast was unusually silent, because everyone here knows that Yi Feng and the others' abilities were given by Wu Tian. Even Wu Tian can't defeat people. How powerful is this Long family? Looking at the dull atmosphere at the dining table, Yifeng said, "Okay. Everyone doesn't need to think so much. The matter will be solved soon. What we have to do now is to remove the two Fenghui's guild territory tonight." "Is it really okay?" "Of course there is no problem. The Long family's hands and eyes are all over the sky, so it is impossible to find out. Wu Tian will come to us in a short time. Others have dropped it one after another, and this statement does make some sense. Furthermore, everyone must already know Wu Tian's identity. The fact that the Long family dared to attack him shows that they are ready to break up with each other. To the Long family, we are just minions." "Dispensable," Yin Yu said with some worry. "But if we kill Tu Fenghui, wouldn't that mean we have completely offended the Long family?" Yifeng nodded and said, "That's natural. We are already in an opposing position with the Long family. It's only a matter of time before we completely break up with them. We might as well fight to the death. The boss is right. You can't just sit back and wait for death." "That's right. Even if they die, a few of their teeth will be broken." Yifeng nodded and said, "When the Great Elder comes back, I will ask the Great Elder to use the same abilities as me, so that everyone has the ability to protect themselves, and I don't have to worry so much." "Boss, you should have asked the Great Elder to do this a long time ago." "But the Great Elder didn't say. He went to the outer battlefield. Who knows when he will come back?" Yifeng said, "Wu Tian has a way to contact the Great Elder. After all, such a big thing has happened. If we start a fight among ourselves, wouldn't it be to the advantage of the devil? This is easy to handle. I thought he couldn't contact the Great Elder either." After eating, Yifeng returned to the room and saw Wu Tianzheng sitting cross-legged on his bed, practicing. After Yifeng came in, Wu Tian opened his eyes. "Fortunately, I have the blood-restoring potion. Otherwise my injury would be really bad." Yifeng took out a few more bottles of blood-restoring potion from his backpack and said, "If you feel it's not enough, drink another bottle. Anyway, there are so many of them. It's free." Wu Tian waved his hand and said, "No. I will recover by myself. If you want to play games, just play games. I can help you look at your home." Yifeng said, "It doesn't matter if you just leave your company. It's okay. In fact, I don't have anything to do in the company all day long. Apart from practicing, I just practice. I'm just pretending there." "That's good. Then you can heal here. Tell me if you need anything." "Okay." Yifeng returned to the game again, although Wu Tian was beside him. Yifeng knew that he would never do anything to him tomorrow. If he did, Yifeng would have died countless times. After playing the game, Yu saw a gang leader, who began to arrange for the Union members to form troops outside Tadingui City. Yifeng and the others also have catapults that can throw players into the city. But judging from the state of Yifeng and the others, throwing them in will undoubtedly lead to death. Therefore, they only have 20 slings in total. They only put 20 people in. I have only 20 people to play a very big role. Only talented people can do it. Among these 20 people, Ing and Xiaohei occupy 2 places. They need assassins to sneak into the enemy's city to cause chaos. However, in order to defend their territory, Tu Fenghui placed all the defense equipment on the city wall. Each of the 4 city gates is filled with defensive equipment, which is very expensive. It seems that the people of Tu Fenghui are also afraid that their guild will be invaded by Yifeng and others, especially the second young master Long Chong, who had sworn an oath in front of his father, was not only resolute and decisive this time, but also extremely cautious. Long Chong shuddered when he thought of the word Dragon Pavilion. He was determined not to let himself go to that place. It was too scary. "You guys, lay out the defense equipment for me and aim it. Do you hear me?" "Yes, Mr. Long." "And you guys, why are you gathering together to chat? Are all the combat supplies ready?" "No. Hurry up and go." "Yes." Everyone inside and outside Tu Fenghui's territory was in full swing. Yifeng and others took a look at it from a distance, but didn't look at it carefully again. If you want to break through Tu Fenghui's city gate, you must find ways to break through the opponent's defense equipment. The opponent has too many defensive equipment, and this time, they spent a lot of money. Yifeng nodded and said, "That's true. So we shouldn't disperse our attacks, but gather in one place and hit only one point. If they only hit one point, their defense equipment can be transferred from other places and quickly make up for their losses. But our losses may not be able to keep up." Others nodded, and what they said at the beginning was right. If they only attack one place, then the opponent's defense equipment can be continuously transferred from several other walls. One of Yi Feng's siege equipment was indeed damaged, and one was missing. There was no way to compare with the number of the opponent's city defense equipment. Yi Feng said, "Would it be possible to lure the tiger away from the mountain?" The madman said, "Of course you can. But our strength is somewhat different from that of the opponent. If we really want to divert the tiger away from the mountain, we may still suffer very heavy casualties." Yi Feng said, "There is no way to do this. Do you have a better way?" Others shook their heads. Could it be that the people who joined their own guild were divided into 4 groups? That is unlikely. After being separated, the combat effectiveness of the members of the Glory Guild will be even lower. And it is better to get together. Chapter 564, Riding the Tiger Away from the Mountain. At night, the battle between the Glory Guild and the Tu Fenghui was taking place again. Some people even called for the dealer to see who can be the final winner. But this time, I am still very optimistic about Tu Fenghui. After all, the NPC in Yi Feng's territory is unlikely to appear again. That's an NPC in Yi Feng's territory. It doesn't mean that he can take NPCs out to attack other people's cities. In that case, the game will be unplayable. But when Yi Feng appeared, many players were very surprised when they saw the NPC Ice Phoenix Fairy Queen behind Yi Feng. When she took action, she directly banned many players. Such a shocking NPC actually followed Yi Feng to the territory of Tu Fenghui. Fortunately, no other NPCs appeared next to Yi Feng. It seems that Yi Feng cannot command too many NPCs. Long Chong and Zhui Feng's expressions changed drastically when they saw the NPC beside Yi Feng. For them, this NPC was too scary for them. However, what comforted them was that there were no other NPCs following Yi Feng. It seemed that Yi Feng could not order other people. Long Chong stood on the city wall and said, with the help of NPC's ability, Yi Feng is really shameless." Yi Feng responded, "How can you be so shameless in poaching? Your family has a lot of money. So don't you feel shameless?" Our family just has a lot of money. What can you do to me?" Yi Feng said with a sneer. "I am familiar with these NPCs. What do you do to me? What does it have to do with being shameless if they are willing to help me?" Yi Feng's response left Long Chong speechless. First of all, Long Chong used high salary to poach members of Yi Feng's Glory Union and Junlin Tianxia. The strength of their 2 unions will be greatly reduced, and Tu Feng will eventually become the largest guild in the fantasy world. On the other hand, Zhui Feng was calmer and said coldly, "As long as the NPC next to you dares to take action once, I will refuse all power and kill that NPC directly. I don't believe that a level 80 NPC can how capable." Yi Feng said, "You will know after you try it." Of course, Ice Phoenix Fairy doesn't care what they say. His purpose is to protect Yi Feng. Ding! System prompt. Tu Feng will launch a siege against the Glory Guild. The countdown is 10, 9, 8. Looking at the countdown, 1 minute and 1 second passed. Yi Feng and others' hearts were already filled with excitement. 3, 2, 1. The siege begins! As soon as the system prompt started, the defense equipment and siege equipment of both sides began to compete. The battle between machines did not hinder the battle between players at all. The men and horses led by the presidents of the major guilds rushed to the gate of Tu Fenghui. The guild members of Tu Fenghui also went out to fight, and started fighting with the members of Yi Feng's Glory Guild. The 2 sides continued to waste away like this. Yi Feng and other main generals did not dispatch at all. They quietly waited for changes on the battlefield. As expected, the siege equipment on the Glory Guild side was constantly being damaged, while the defensive equipment on Tu Fenghui's side was constantly being moved from other places. Report the situation. Which of the other 3 directions has fewer tools to attack and defend the city? Yi Feng asked in the gang. And soon someone from the gang replied, "The people in the Tu Feng Guild are very cunning. Take out one from each side. Well, keep spending it. The frontal battlefield is just like when Tu Fenghui attacked the Glory Guild. They just fought in front of the city gate and couldn't enter at all. The strategy used by Tu Fenghui is to use airdrops. Yi Feng and the others don't know what method they will use." Zhui Feng said in the gang, "Be careful of the opponent's airdrops." Clear. But in the expectant eyes of the Tu Fenghui players, there was no airdrop. At this time, Zhui Feng and Long Chong frowned. Do they just want to fight head-on? Then if we prepare so much, wouldn't it be a waste? They won't be able to get in at all. Zhui Feng said. Long Chong said bitterly, "What a waste of my money. Damn Yi Feng." In fact, what they didn't know was that Yi Feng and the others had all entered the Tu Fenghui's territory, because all the people they chose this time are assassins and have stealth skills. So they didn't realize that Ing and Xiao Hei were already in their territory, looking for a hiding place. Boss, my current location is about 10 meters away from the energy crystal tower. They currently don't have anyone guarding this place. Yifeng said, don't act rashly first. Let's see what can be done inside. Okay. Ing Lai will arrange the rest of the matter on his own. After all, they are within the territory of Tu Fenghui and have a better strategy. After about an hour passed, the frontal battlefield was still unable to advance, and the equipment on both sides was almost exhausted. However, Tu Fenghui still has a lot of defensive equipment left, but Yifeng's siege equipment is almost gone. Long Chan shouted, "Ha ha! Yifeng, without siege equipment. Let me see how you can break through my gate." Yifeng smiled and said, "Who said that to break through your gate? You must use siege equipment? Can't you just use your brain? Humph. You've come to this point, and you're still being stubborn. I don't think you'll shed tears until you see the coffin." Just as Yifeng was about to say something, he saw a raging fire breaking out in Tu Fenghui's territory. The president is bad. The houses in our territory are on fire. What? Who did it? Long Chan said angrily. It was done by the Glory Guild. They have many assassins. Many brothers have been killed within the territory of our guild. What? Find them quickly. Shui Feng shouted. Outside the city wall, Yifeng saw the raging fire burning in the territory of the Tu Feng Guild and knew that Ing and the others had completed their mission. Yifeng said, "How many defense equipment are there on other city walls?" Reporting to the president, "There are only a few stations left, and they are far apart." Yifeng smiled and said, "Very good. Start attacking." All the Glory Guild players were waiting for Yifeng's order. Their people surrounded the Tu Feng Guild's territory from all directions, and there were 3 engineering equipment in each place. The most important thing is that after so long, the players at Tu Summit have gathered in front of the main entrance, and the other 3 places have given up. Coupled with the fact that there was a fire in the city and members of the Glory Guild causing trouble, the players of Tu Fenghui were suddenly thrown into confusion. Although the main entrance could not be breached, the side entrance was breached in less than 5 minutes. Players from the Glory Guild rushed in. At this moment, Yifeng also recruited his 500 guards. 500 guards in full gear rushed towards the broken door of Tu Fenghui. Even with the elite members of the Tu Fenghui, they were vulnerable to the NPC guards. Chapter 565. Your uncle is still your uncle. After seeing this situation, Shui Feng and Long Chan's expressions changed drastically. They did not expect that Yifeng and the others would actually think of this method. It seems that there are not many people in their territory, and they mainly want to cause chaos in their territory and disrupt their site. Finally, under their arrangement, a city gate was breached. The most annoying thing was that they actually saw large numbers of NPC soldiers. The difference between these NPC soldiers and other NPC soldiers was that they were level 70. Holy shit. Yifeng is so awesome. He can even have NPC soldiers. It's scary. I'm thinking that if Yifeng doesn't have NPC soldiers, he wouldn't dare to have any thoughts about Tu Fenghui's territory. Yes, a level 70 NPC soldier is equivalent to a mini-boss with hundreds of them in front of him. This is enough for the members of the Slaughter Maple Society to have a drink, let alone the players from the Glory Guild around them. Damn it. You know I won by buying the Glory Guild. I'm going bankrupt. Hack. This Tu Feng is so useless. How awesome do you think you are? The members of the Reflective Slaughter Maple Society launched a counterattack after seeing large numbers of Glory Guild members intruding into their territory. However, when they saw the NPC soldiers, there was only despair in their eyes. Because if a single player encountered a level 70 NPC, he would probably be killed in less than a minute. Now there is chaos in Tu Fenghui's territory, and no one is at ease in front of the main entrance to stop it. Within a few minutes, Yifeng and others broke down the main entrance. Yifeng and other experts had already rushed in from the main entrance and quickly joined the battle. Except for Yifeng and the others joining in, the whole battle seemed extremely easy, and they were quickly suppressed. Long Chan yelled, "Do you really think that we, Tu Feng, will be so easy to mess with? As long as you control our gang territory, each person will be rewarded with 10,000 yuan. Kill! 10,000 yuan. That's a lot. Equivalent to their previous month's salary. A lot of money must be brave." And the momentum of Tu Fenghui rose for a while, and the members of the 2 Glory Guilds fought back. Of course, this is to be expected. If Yifeng wants to take over Tu Fenghui's territory, it will be useless to have 500 more level 70 NPCs. NPC soldiers cannot be resurrected if they die. So if they die, they will lose one. What Yifeng wants is to push them in front of the opponent's energy crystal tower. Yifeng rushed out at the lead. His demonic skill was activated instantly. And the two Fenghui players around him were killed instantly. After Yifeng is demonized, his status increases by 200%, which can be said to be an instant kill for ordinary players. With Yifeng opening the way, players from the Glory Guild flocked in. Of course, Long Chong and Jue Feng would not let Yifeng push him in front of their energy crystal tower so easily. And there were even several players with the Darkness Advent spell besieging Yifeng. Although Yifeng's steps have slowed down, he can't stop Yifeng. Yifeng, even if you arrive in front of the energy crystal tower alone, what's the use? You don't have to look at the strength of your guild members. Of course Yifeng knows. But Yifeng has his own plan. After all, the Juxian sword formation in his hand does not have such a large attack range. Yifeng said in the guild, "Stop them, and let me go to their energy crystal tower." "Boss, what are you going to do? The energy crystal tower is not that easy to break. You can't do it alone," Xiao Hei said. "I have my own way." Roar. Two dragon chants sounded around Yifeng, and they thought Jue Feng and others stopped him. Chu Tianya's golden Arhat was even more terrifying. He directly knocked the two people on the opposite side away and made a way for Yifeng. Yifeng flapped his wings and passed through the crowd with a whoosh. Jue Feng said angrily, "Don't even think about leaving." Jue Feng wanted to stop Yifeng, but Yifeng's speed amazed Jue Feng. Long Chong said, "How much can he do alone? Find someone to watch him." But even if they said this, they were still fighting and retreating, still worried that something was wrong with Yifeng. Yifeng flew down in front of the energy crystal tower. The ordinary players around him couldn't block Yifeng's attack at all, and they all hid far away. Yifeng did not hesitate and directly took out the Juxian sword formation. He slapped his palm into the ground and shouted, "Juxian sword formation." The moment the Juxian sword formation fell to the ground, it emitted a strong light. With Yifeng as the center of the circle, it spreads like a spider web like crazy. The spread was very fast, and all the players were stunned by the sudden light circle under their feet. Yifeng looked at the progress of the formation installation and breathed a sigh of relief. It was over soon. When it was completed, this dialogue box popped up in front of Yifeng, whether to activate the Juxian sword formation. Yifeng was not in a hurry to open it, and looked at the entire battlefield. Although he didn't know what just happened, they were not harmed. Everyone was still fighting. Jue Feng and Long Chong looked at Yifeng with angry eyes. Yifeng said, "Long Chong, do you still remember what I told you before? There is another sentence I will tell you now." Long Chong said, "Go away. I don't need your teaching." Yifeng sneered and said, "The second sentence is, your uncle is still your uncle. I, Yifeng, am the number one in the fantasy world, and I will still be the number one." "Humph. You can say this after you take our city?" Yifeng laughed and said, "Haha. As you wish." Killing Immortal Sword Formation. Open! The moment Yifeng activated the Killing Immortal Sword Formation, a sword appeared above the heads of those two Fenghui players. The fairy sword seems to have eyes. Even if the player wants to escape and use his body skills to avoid being killed by the flying sword, there is still no way to escape. Ah! Long Chong resisted the Juxian sword formation with all his strength. Sparks appeared in his eyes, and he said angrily, "Yifeng, if you dare to knock down the energy crystal tower, you and I will be at odds with each other." Puff! When the fairy sword entered his body, Long Chong's blood volume immediately returned to 0. It can be said that Long Chong died with hatred. Long Chong died, and a large area of players died. Even chasing the wind can't withstand this formation. Good on you, Yifeng. Even if our two Feng guild has no territory today, we will still be the largest guild. Let's wait for our revenge. Jue Feng said. Yifeng said, "It doesn't matter." In less than 10 seconds, all two Fenghui players within the formation died. Even the other individual players watching were stunned. It turned out that this was Yifeng's trump card. Without the mastermind of the two Fenghui players, large numbers of Glory Guild members took action against the Energy Crystal Tower. The 30 seconds of resurrection time made it impossible for the members of two Fenghui to keep their Energy Crystal Towers. After waiting for the members of the two Fenghui to be resurrected, before they had gone 10 meters away, a system prompt sounded. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the Glory Guild for successfully destroying Tu Fenghui's territory energy tower. Tu Feng will lose his territory, and the level of all Tefengui members will be reduced by 1 level. The 3 prompts made all the players look at them. The originally impossible task was completed by Yifeng with incredible abilities. Those players who bet on Tu Feng's victory lost all their money. Only a few players supported Yifeng's Glory Guild, allowing them to win a lot of money. Many people started crazily insulting Tu Fengui on the internet. After all, because Tu Fengui lost, they've lost a lot of money. Chapter 566 Divestment. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the Glory Guild for successfully occupying the territory of Tu Fengui and obtaining the territory of Tefengui. The level of all members has been increased by 1 level. When Yifeng saw this system prompt, he felt happy. Although it costs a lot of money to maintain the territory, it is worth it. Moreover, Yifeng also improved 1 level to level 71 because of this battle. The members were all happy because their levels had all been raised by 1 level. You must know that it would take half a month to a month for some to go up a level now, and about 10 days for some to go faster. This saved them a lot of time. But after the Glory Guild took over the territory of Tu Fengui, they could be said to have made a profit. After all, Tu Fenghui's territory is also in a good geographical location, and the economic benefits it brings are definitely not bad, which makes Yifeng and the others even more confident. That's great, boss. I didn't expect that if you attack other cities, you can directly occupy them. Is this the legendary hidden benefit? Yifeng nodded. He didn't expect such benefits at first. He actually attacked other people's territory and could occupy it after success. Yifeng originally thought that attacking other people's territories would make them disappear. But now it seems completely different. It can be said to be a hidden benefit. In this case, our guild's ability seems to be getting stronger and stronger. Not to mention that Yifeng was happy. Even the presidents of the 10 major guilds also breathed a sigh of relief. This time, they finally pulled down the Tu Feng Guild. After the failure, Long Chong was extremely angry and shouted on the world channel, Yifeng, how could you have such a destructive skill by using a plugin? Yifeng said calmly, it's just a formation prop in the game. How dare you accuse me of using a plugin? It seems you don't know much about this game. Long Chong said angrily, Yifeng, don't be too happy. I will make you pay the price. Yifeng said, you should solve your own problems first. Having said this, Long Chong finally remembered the responsibility he should bear. He had promised in front of his father that he would succeed. But this time, they even lost their territory. Dragon Pavilion. I don't want to go to Dragon Pavilion. Ah. Second young master Long Chong. What's wrong with you? Zhui Feng saw Long Chong suddenly going crazy, and didn't know what to do. Long Chong ignored Zhui Feng, and went offline after going crazy. Zhui Feng looked at Tu Fengui, whom he had already failed. They now had no territory. If it weren't for Long Chong, his Tu Feng would not be as strong as it is. But now that he sees Long Chong's appearance, it seems that he may not be able to maintain the strength of his union. Long Chong didn't go offline on his own, but was pulled out of the game. At this moment, Long Chong had been carried to the front of Long Zhan by 2 servants of the Long family. Long Zhan stood with his hands behind his back and said with an angry look on his face, this is the result you want to give me. If you fail this time, I will send you to the Dragon Pavilion. Father, I won't go to Dragon Pavilion. Whether I can come back alive or not is one thing. I am your biological son. Humph. For such an incompetent person, you are worthy of being my son. Long Zhan. Long Chong said, my father is Yifeng's master of magic. If he hadn't taken advantage of the bugs in the game, I wouldn't have failed. Fart. This game of fantasy world doesn't even allow the ancestor to invade. It just relies on the bugs that Yifeng can use. If it fails, it fails. Don't give me reasons. What I want is the result. And you failed? But father, come here. Throw him into the Dragon Pavilion and bring him out in 3 months. Hearing that 3 months had passed, Long Chong was shocked and suddenly fainted. The 2 servants trembled. 3 months. Even if Long Outyan went in for 3 months, there was no guarantee that he could come out intact. Let alone Long Chong. Master. This. Seeing Long Chong fainting, Long Zhan sighed, after all, he is my son. Let him stay in for a month, and then take him out after a month. Yes. Master. 2 servants carried Long Chong, who had fainted, and retreated. At this time, Long Zhan shouted, come here. Bring me the person responsible for investment in the fantasy world. Yes. Not long after, a man in a suit and leather suit, who looked like a manager ran over and said cautiously, I've met the head of the family. Well, starting from today, we will withdraw the excess investment from the fantasy world and invest as before. At least, I want to ensure that my long family has a place in the fantasy world. Understood? That is to say, we will still support Tu Fenghui as before. Just like the second young master is no longer the same. Well, let's go down and do it. Clear. Soon. Xue Feng's cell phone rang. Xue Feng received a call from a farmer's house in the fantasy world. Because in the fantasy world, your mobile phone number can be connected with a mobile phone number in reality. So you can receive messages in the game. It turns out to be Manager Long. What do you want from me? Manager Nalong said in a superior manner. That's it. Starting from today, our second son will no longer enter the game. And we will also recover the excess investment we made before. Starting from today, we will return to the previous state. Isn't it a bit too sudden? After all, we have recruited so many guild members. And their wages. We will continue to pay their wages. But only for these few days. I understand. Is there anything else? It's nothing. By the way, my master said, if your guild is completely destroyed, then I'm sorry. Xue Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The Long family was his source of confidence. As long as the Long family continued to invest in him, he didn't have to worry about his guild falling behind. Now it seemed that they had just withdrawn the funds brought by Long Chong. The members of Tu Fenghui who were poached from the other two major guilds received the notification. If you want to continue to lead Tu Fenghui to stay, you currently have two options. The first is to take the salary for a few days, and then leave. The second option is to take these few days' salary, and sign a new normal contract. However, even the second type of Tu Fenghui will need to lay off a large number of members, leaving only a small number. As soon as such a notice came out, the entire Tu Feng guild members were surprised. Many people were not satisfied with the summit's approach. They came here after betraying the original guild just for the high wages. But now you just leave without thinking about their future lives. Many people have raised voices of resistance. But Xue Feng said, if you want to take advantage of this to cause trouble, we will restrict you according to any conditions in the contract and not pay you any wages. If you want these days' wages, you can come to me to apply. If you want to leave, think about it. Leave it to your own devices. Chapter 567 Iron-Blooded Alliance. President Xue Feng. You can't do this. Xue Feng said angrily. I hired you here at a high price. Not only did we not conquer the Glory Union, but it also caused us to lose the territory of the Tu Feng Guild. What's the use of you wastes? What Xue Feng said made everyone afraid to reply. Because they came here just to fight the Glory Guild. But now that they have lost twice in a row, what qualifications do they have to speak? Many people refuse to change and are unwilling to return to their old club. However, they have no guild and only have 500 places left. How can these 500 places be enough? Moreover, these 500 places already have owners, and their names are written on them. Those who are willing to stay can stay, and those who are not willing to keep can leave and let others take their place. But these people came from the other two guilds, so how could they have the nerve to go back? They all expressed their intention to stay. The remaining players had to be kicked out of the guild. A huge guild fell apart instantly because there was no funding. Similarly, the presidents of the 10 major guilds also had a plan. When they saw that all their original subordinates had left Tu Fenghui, they realized that they had succeeded. But this time they didn't feel comfortable opening their mouths, and told Yi Feng that they wanted to return to their former dominance of the world. But how could Yi Feng not know about this? Now, the Glory Guild has 2 major guild territories that can support it. And the Glory Guild has more funds. With more funds, the Glory Guild can grow even larger. In this way, the Glory Guild will definitely usher in a new side. Yi Feng summoned the presidents of the 9 major guilds together. And of course Yi Feng also brought Aotian with him. Looking at the 10 guild presidents in front of him, Yi Feng said, in this life, if I didn't have the abilities of all the guild presidents, I'm afraid it wouldn't be that easy to break up Tu Feng. Of course, I also know that all the presidents came to the Glory Guild because we all have a common enemy, which is the Tu Feng Society. Now that the Butcher Society has fallen apart, I think everyone here should have other ideas. Bar. On the contrary, Aotian said in an unusually relaxed tone, why did you bring me here? I am a member of the Glory Guild. Yi Feng looked at Aotian with great relief. It seemed that this guy was not planning to leave. Yi Feng said, then you should give some advice to the presidents. They are too embarrassed to speak. Aotian said, come on. Don't I know what you people are thinking in your hearts? But I am a person who doesn't want to move after staying in one place for a long time. Maybe it's because I'm older. But you don't still. We can still fight for a while. The madman said silently, President Aotian. Okay, stop talking. Yi Feng has already said it. Just say what you want. Don't blame me. Don't you look like a president anymore. Qi Tian was the first to stand up, bowed to Yi Feng and said, Yi Feng is sorry. It was all my fault in the past. In fact, there was no misunderstanding between us. It was because I was too jealous. So I am here to help you. Yi Feng said with a smile, since you joined my glory guild, you have become my brothers and sisters. So you don't have to apologize for me, because I have already forgiven you. Thank you. Melody said, President Yi Feng, my brother is staying with you. Do you know? I know. He told me this. I treat him as a brother. And he treats me as a brother. So it's nothing shameful. Melody let out a big breath and said, It's okay. I thought you would do something to my brother. I'm not that narrow-minded. After a while, the fanatic stood up silently and said, President Yi Feng, in fact, this battle is entirely your own ability. If you don't have those NPC warriors, you can invite those terrifying NPCs. Now the place where we are standing already belongs to Tu Feng Wei. Yi Feng said, It's all a coincidence. After my territory was built, those NPCs came to stay in my territory permanently, since they lived there for a long time. Of course they have to help. The fanatic said, to attract those NPC masters here, President Yi Feng must have put a lot of thought into it. No. I provide for them every day just like I provide for my uncle and my ancestors. Do you think it's easy for me? Yi Feng's words resolved the dull atmosphere in the room, and everyone burst into laughter. The madman said, We do intend to reassemble Junlin Tianxia. But, no buts. You can go back if you want. After all, our glory guild doesn't have that much money to give you. And I can't afford it either. The madman and others stood up one after another, lined up in a row, and stood in front of Yi Feng and said, President Yi Feng, from now on, I will be your glory guild's staunchest ally, and I will never betray you again. Aotian laughed at the side and said, You are serious. You have to think clearly. If one day you betray, you will have to bear the loss of reputation. Seriously? President Yi Feng has helped us several times. If we are still like this, where is my conscience? So we have drawn up a document and are waiting for President Yi Feng to sign. Yi Feng asked curiously, What document do you need me to sign? You are all leaving Junlin Tianxia. What's the use of my signature? From now on, Junlin Tianxia will be the iron-blooded ally of the Glory Guild. If you rebel, all the shares of our village committee chairman will be handed over to you. Of course, the prerequisite is that President Yi Feng, you cannot kick us out of the alliance. Yi Feng looked at their serious looks and felt that he couldn't refuse. Yi Feng said, Iron-blooded allies. This is what you said. Say it to us. That's good. During the national war in the near future, I hope that Junlin Tianxia and Glory Guild can integrate harmoniously and jointly resist foreign enemies. Follow President Yi Feng's instructions in everything. You are the leader of this alliance. Yes. Leader Yi. Leader Yi. Yi Feng looked at the group of people in front of him with a smile. These guys were Taishan-level figures in the online game world. They actually made themselves the leader of the alliance. He hoped that they would not let him down. The guild presidents, and Demo who came later, after handing over the tasks, all quit the guild. Of course, those who returned to Junlin Tianxia with them were also the members of Junlin Tianxia who had entered together before. Because there are many masters without guilds now. These masters are players who left the King's Land and Glory Guilds. The fanatics and others have issued an announcement and are willing to accept those high-level players who have left the world before. The contract I signed this time has some overlord clauses. There is no way that the fanatics and others have to do this. If it happens again, they can't afford it. Of course, on the day when Yi Feng's Glory Guild went back, the high-level players who left had equally overbearing contracts. It was because of their departure that the Glory Guild was in danger, and Yi Feng would not make the same mistake again. Chapter 568 Trouble is coming. Father, I heard that you sent your second brother to Dragon Pavilion? Long Zhan nodded and said, That's right. This failure can be regarded as a lesson for him. Otherwise, how will he manage my Long family well in the future? Long Aotian said, Father, what are you going to do about Yi Feng? Long Zhan said, I have verified his identity. But now, Wu Tian has escaped and his whereabouts are unknown. Our most important task now is to find Wu Tian. Long Outyan frowned. How difficult it was to find Wu Tian. You must know that when Wu Tian escaped, he could use teleportation. With their abilities, they could not detect the direction he was going. Long Outyan said, did he go to the Immortal Cultivator Alliance? Long Zhan said, currently, the most likely place is where he escaped. But we people don't know how to get inside. Didn't the ancestor know? Isn't he willing to tell us? Long Zhan shook his head and said, it's not that you don't want to tell me. It's that we want to go to the Immortal Cultivator Alliance for no reason. There seems to be something wrong. That's right. But now, all the elders of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance have gone to the outer battlefield. Where can we find a way to enter? Long Zhan said, maybe someone knows. Long Outyan's eyes suddenly lit up and he said, the person you are talking about can't be Yi Feng. Long Zhan nodded. It seemed that he was the only one who knew how to get to the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. But Yi Feng didn't know it at all, because Wu Tian took him there every time. The Great Elder has not yet taught him how to find the specific location of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, saying that he will be taught it later. Father, I think a person who has just joined the Immortal Cultivator Alliance may not know how to enter. Didn't the ancestor say that it is impossible for someone with elder-level strength to know how to enter? Long Zhan nodded and said, everything has exceptions. For example, Wu Tian does not have the strength of an elder, but he knows how to get to the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. Father, what do you want to do? Are you going to catch Yi Feng now? Long Zhan said, well, but I guess Wu Tian must have found Yi Feng. So we can't guard Yi Feng. Just tell us how he knows how to get to the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. He should know how to do it. Long Outyan said, I understand. But leave this matter to me. Well, I'll feel more at ease if I leave it to you. Just go ahead and don't make any mistakes. Clear. Yi Feng was still arranging things in the game, but he received news from Wu Tian. Yi Feng said, I have something to do when I go offline. You can continue to deal with it. After logging off, Yi Feng saw Wu Tian frowning and couldn't help but ask, why are you calling me offline in such a hurry? Did something happen? Wu Tian said, things are getting worse and worse for us. Yi Feng asked, what happened to make you so worried? Just now, I received undercover information from the Long family. They have started targeting you. They are coming to arrest you and find the address to the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. Yi Feng said, I don't know either. Haven't you always taken me there? Wu Tian said, they think I am in the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. So they want to eradicate me. If I find the answer from you, I'm afraid your life will not be saved. Yi Feng frowned, with the same grimace as Wu Tian. This matter is indeed getting more and more out of hand. And now people from the Long family are actually starting to silence themselves. Yi Feng said, can't you use a special method to contact the Great Elder? How about, have you contacted him? Wu Tian shook his head and sighed. The battlefield outside the world is changing rapidly. And the message I sent has not yet received a reply. So I am not sure that the Great Elder already knows it. Hearing what Wu Tian said, Yi Feng felt even more uncomfortable. If the Elder knew about this, he could suppress the Long family and even punish the Long family. But if the Great Elder didn't get any news, even if the two of them died, their deaths would be in vain. Yi Feng said, is there no other way? Wu Tian shook his head and said, the Great Elder is our last resort. I didn't expect the people of the Long family to be so arrogant. It seems that the Great Elder needs to reshuffle the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. We will decide later whether to shuffle the cards or not. Our situation now should be extremely dangerous. If we stay here, we are waiting to die. Wu Tian said with a wry smile, what can we do? I will bring you all into the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. Yi Feng said, it's better than waiting to die here. But we disappeared. But your family. At this point, veins popped up on Yi Feng's forehead. If he left, the Long family would definitely follow the clues and find his sister or parents. You will still have to come out by then. It is a matter of sooner or later. Yi Feng said, what can we do? Fight hard? Wu Tian said with a wry smile, there are two guys on the opposite side who are at the peak of the Light Realm. Are you sure we can deal with them? Yi Feng did not expect that this time, the Long family would send someone at the peak of the Kaiguang realm on a mission. Obviously, their attack must succeed this time. But Yi Feng and the others can't just sit here and wait for death. Since they can't escape, they have to fight. Not to mention that Yi Feng still has a trump card. Yi Feng said, Wu Tian, can you still fight? Of course I can fight. But to deal with a guy at the peak of Kaiguang realm, I can only say that it is completely impossible to stop him and win against him. Yifeng said, "What kind of strength does the other party have?" Of course, there is also a group of disciples in the foundation building stage. Their main task is to intercept your companions. Yifeng nodded heavily and said, "Then let my partner, my friend, have the ability to transform into virtual reality." Wu Tian smiled bitterly, and finally agreed to Yifeng and said, "Actually, you can give it to them." "Me? Don't you want to use your authority?" "Why me?" "Because the ring is in your hand. You are the owner of this ring. Remember this mantra of mine, and they will all have the ability to transform into virtual reality." He looked at the king ring in his hand in disbelief. Although he thought it was nonsense, there was no harm in giving it a try. Soon, Wu Tianxiang No. 1 told Yifeng the secret formula to activate the virtual reality conversion ability. Yifeng. The first person he found was Xiao He. Xiao He was also called out by Yifeng directly from the game. Xiao He, who had just watched the game, was a little unhappy. "Boss, what are you doing?" "I'm flirting with a girl." Yifeng said, "I'll give you a good gift." "What?" "The thing is," Yifeng slapped Xiao He on the shoulder, and a magical energy rushed from Yifeng's ring and entered Xiao He's body. Chapter 569 Giving Ability. Xiao He was shocked at first when Yifeng slapped him like this. But after that, he felt a magical energy swimming in his body. Xiao He said in surprise, "Boss, what are you doing? Why do I feel like there is energy flowing in my body?" Yifeng said, "Stop talking. Use your heart to sense. I am giving you the ability to switch to virtual reality." Xiao He was extremely excited to find the ability to convert to virtual reality. But he still followed Yifeng's words honestly. About a minute later, Yifeng's hand left Xiao He's shoulder, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao He, who was standing next to Yifeng, suddenly disappeared. Then Xiao He's cheerful voice came in the air. "I can also use this ability. It's great. It's amazing. I love you, boss." After Xiao He pounced on Yifeng, his whole body appeared again, and the invisibility effect disappeared. It seemed that this was exactly the same as the invisibility skill in the game. But Yifeng also understood how magical the ring in his hand was. Wu Tian said, "It's time to believe me now." Yifeng nodded and said, "The power of this ring is good. But why is this ring made casually? How could such a good thing be made casually?" "Who did you listen to?" Yifeng said, "Where is the owner who made this ring?" "He told me." "I misunderstood. Didn't this guy reincarnate as you? Why did he talk to you? Are you dreaming that you are chatting with yourself?" "Well, I'm really unhappy. I still remember that Tao compass." "Of course I remember. You kids scared me and the great elder back then." Yifeng said, "Someday in the compass, there is a residual soul. He is the owner of this ring and the owner of the compass of heaven." "Oh my god. This guy has been dead for I don't know how long. But his remnant soul is still here. This is too strong." "Did he say anything to you?" Yifeng said, "No. But it made me see a lot of demons." "Okay. You actually hid it from me and the Great Elder. The Great Elder treats you very well." Yifeng said with a wry smile. "He said he didn't like to be disturbed. So I didn't dare to say it." "Oh. Forget it. Now go call you and everyone in the studio, so that they can also have the ability to protect themselves. At least for now." Yifeng nodded and said, "Yes." Xiao He on the side listened with little understanding and had no idea what they were talking about. But he felt that it was very powerful. "Yes. That's awesome." After learning that Xiao He already had the ability to switch to virtual reality, these guys immediately went offline and found Yifeng without saying a word. Especially Ling Shui, who has had a martial arts dream since he was a child, and can't wait for Yifeng to unlock the virtual reality conversion ability for him. Yifeng did not live up to his expectations and was the first to come to Ling Shui. Yifeng said, "When you have this special ability, I hope you will protect the earth and the people you want to protect." Ling Shui nodded and said, "Understood. Let's start." Using the same method as before, Yifeng's ring had a magical ability that rushed into Ling Shui's body. Ling Shui is a rare ice magician. When he turned on the virtual reality transformation, Yifeng could clearly feel that the temperature around him became extremely low. Ling Shui looked at the staff in his hand and felt that the water mouth could release the skill, which made him excited. Yifeng said, "Put away your cold air quickly. You want to freeze to death." Ling Shui, who had just gained the ability, was shouted back by Yifeng before he could express himself, and had to take back his breath. Next, Yifeng taught them the virtual reality conversion ability one by one, until at 12 o'clock in the night, everyone was finally finished. After these guys gained the ability, their tempers seemed to have improved a lot, and they were no longer able to talk big words. But at this time, Wu Tian suddenly stood up and waved his hand to silence everyone. Yifeng asked, "What's wrong?" "I feel the energy of a cultivator approaching. And it's the kind with evil intentions." Yifeng said, "Don't care if he means well or not. Just knock him down when he comes." Wu Tian shook his head and said, "AI is not an ordinary cultivator. He is at the pinnacle of the consecration realm." Yifeng said, "Didn't you say that they only said 2 strong men at the peak of the lighting realm? Could it be these 2 people?" Wu Tian shook his head and said, "It's not them. I am someone else. It seems that the Long family is spending a lot of money this time. They must get the key to the door to the Immortal Cultivator Alliance." Yifeng said, "Everyone, please remember, don't think that you can fight each other now that you have the ability. The opponent's ability is completely different from mine. When we see him, we have to run away. Do you understand? Clear. Very good. Everyone, follow me to the rooftop." Yifeng walked to the rooftop with one heart, waiting for the arrival of Long Aotian and others. Sure enough, within Yifeng's visual range, Yifeng finally felt the person Wu Tian mentioned. But there is still some distance from here, and the opponent's movement speed is not very fast. On the other side, Long Aotian took the family children to Yifeng's residence. "How's it going? Have they left?" "No. As long as we catch one of them, Yifeng will immediately tell us the way to the Immortal Cultivator Alliance." "Yes, eldest son." Entering the community where Yifeng was located, this group of people almost ignored the security guards in the community. All the security guards they saw were lying on the ground, unconscious. "Master, they are right up there." Long Aotian stood at the bottom of the building and looked up to the rooftop, and finally saw the shadows of Yifeng and others. Long Aotian stamped his feet and flew up first, followed by others. When Long Aotian and others landed in front of Yifeng, what was unexpected was that they did not take action in advance at all. Long Aotian said, "Why don't you attack me sneakily?" Yifeng said, "With these 2 guys around you, can I sneak up on you? Ha ha. Even if you still have some self-awareness, I'm here to come to you for something today, not to fight with you." Yifeng said, "I would like to hear from the dignified eldest son of the Long family. If there is anything you can ask me for." Long Aotian frowned. Although he was not angry on the surface, he was extremely unhappy in his heart. Long Aotian said, "Tell me the way to the Immortal Cultivator Alliance." Yifeng said, "You must have found the wrong person. I didn't know that the person you should be looking for is Wu Tian." "Not me." Just when Long Aotian and others arrived, Yifeng had already hidden Wu Tian to prevent any unexpected situation from happening. Chapter 570 Let Them Go. Long Aotian frowned and said, "Aren't you from the Immortal Cultivator Alliance? How could you not know?" Yifeng said, "You are from inside. Do you have to know? I remember that your ancestor of the Long family is also inside. Why don't you ask your boss? Come and ask me. There's so much nonsense. Please hand over your method quickly. Otherwise I won't be polite." Yifeng said, "You Long family are so brave. You dare to hurt Wu Tian. Aren't you afraid of what kind of punishment the elder will punish your Long family when he comes back?" Long Aotian laughed and said, "Punishment? You have to know how many children of the Long family are on the battlefield outside the world. If there are no children of the Long family, the great elder alone really thinks he can resist foreign enemies." Yifeng said, "So, the great elder will turn a blind eye to what your Long family does because of the overall situation." "Exactly. Besides, have you ever seen someone from my Long family hurt Wu Tian? How can you believe what he said?" Yifeng knew that the Long family would either eradicate the problem or refuse to admit it. This would do no good or harm to the Long family. Yifeng said, "It's a pity that you have found the wrong person. I don't have what you need here. You can go find Wu Tian." "If we can find Wu Tian, do we still need to come to you? You are just a little chess piece. You really think you are an important person?" Yifeng said coldly, "In that case, you can leave. Let's go. If you don't tell me the way to the Immortal Cultivator Alliance today, none of you will be able to leave." Yifeng sneered, "There are no tigers in the mountains, and monkeys are kings. You monkeys can't run for a few days, and the great elder will be back soon." "Humph. Stop threatening me. The battlefield outside is in chaos right now. If the great elder wants to come back, it won't be possible for more than a year and a half." Yifeng said, "Are you planning to leave? Stop talking nonsense and hand it over. I can pretend that nothing happened today." Yifeng said, "I really don't know this." Long Aotian shouted coldly, since you are unwilling to say anything. Don't blame me for being rude. Just do it. The two strong men at the peak of the light opening realm standing next to Long Outyan moved. It's so fast. Everyone. Be careful. Yifeng shouted. Get out of the way. Let me come. A voice sounded from behind Yifeng. And a figure fell in front of Yifeng, supporting a golden light. Golden Arhat. Open. Chu Tianai directly activated his domineering golden body Arhat skill. But at the peak of the enlightenment realm, he was like tissue paper in front of the strong man. Chu Tianai was directly knocked away and landed at Yifeng's feet. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out from Chu Tianai's mouth. Yifeng and others quickly helped Chu Tianai. So strong. Stop talking and drink the blood-restoring potion. Two strong men at the peak of the Kaiguang realm were able to crush Chu Tianai's super defense skill, the golden body Arhat, with just one palm. It can be seen that the gap in strength cannot be replaced by one skill. Humph. The mantis is using its arms as a chariot. Get Yifeng for me. Yes. Of course. Yifeng was not someone to be trifled with. A golden sword appeared in his hand. But in an instant, Yifeng's demonization was completed. Feng Xingyun. After Yifeng passed the demonization process, coupled with Feng Xingyun's skills, his speed had already caught up with the two peak powerhouses in the open light realm. Although the two strong men at the peak of the Kaiguang realm had surprised expressions in their eyes, they did not stop too much and instead attacked Yifeng. The two strong men at the peak of the consecration realm did not use weapons. They just used their fists to hit the death sickle in Yifeng's hand. When he looked down again, Yifeng's hands had been infected with black blood, and the tiger's mouth had been shattered. But Yifeng was still struggling to hold on. But the abilities of the two peak enlightenment realm experts were too strong, and Yifeng couldn't hold on for long. Help Yifeng. Perform their duties just like in the game. Hurry up. The one with the fastest reaction time was Hart, who had already used his own dragon-tooth dagger. Next came Yinyu's dragon bone bow. With the blessing of the dragon, the two's combat effectiveness increased very quickly. Their fighting power is like fighting a boss in a game. Yifeng is watching from the front, while the others are dealing damage from the back. Yu Mingming and Xiaoya are adding blood to Yifeng. After they added blood, Yifeng felt full of strength. However, this was not a long-term solution, because Long Outyan had already targeted them. It's interesting, but it's a pity that in front of my Long family. What use are you guys doing? Give it to me. The disciples of the Long family, who were standing behind Long Outyan, rushed forward and restrained Yu and others. They and Yifeng's side began to lose ground again. Moreover, Long Outyan also took action personally, and his target was Ying. After all, Ying's attack methods were too weird, and he injured several Long family disciples in just an instant. Boy, you are really tired of living while you fight with us and still have the time to watch them. This kid can do it. His ability at the early stage of the light realm is actually the same as our peak ability. He has been fighting for so long. He is indeed a rare genius. It's a pity that you deserve to die even if you live in our Long family. Bump! Yifeng was shot directly to the ground, making a big crater. However, Yifeng quickly flew out of the air and once again fought with two strong men at the peak of the light realm. But after being shot down again and again, Yifeng's injuries became more and more serious. Wu Tian, who was hiding in the dark, wanted to take action, but was always blocked by Yifeng. Yifeng knew that if Wu Tianjin came out, it would be over, and none of them would be able to leave today. Puff! Yifeng spurted a large amount of blood from his mouth and collapsed to the ground. At this moment, Yifeng has completely lost any combat effectiveness, and even the wings on its back have been broken. Long Outyan walked up to Yifeng, grabbed Yifeng's hair, and said, "Hurry up and tell me how to get to the Immortal Cultivator Alliance." Seeing Yifeng's miserable state, Yin Yu and others' hearts bleed. But they are unable to go to help Yifeng because they can't help themselves. "Boss!" Xiao Hei roared. "Yifeng." "President." Yifeng smiled calmly and said, "I can tell you, but you have to let my friend go." Long Outyan punched Yifeng in the stomach, gritted his teeth and said, "You still come to negotiate terms with me at this time?" Yifeng held his stomach and endured the severe pain and said, "I won't tell you until you let me go." Long Outyan gritted his teeth. Now he knew that Yifeng was probably the only one who went to the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. Long Outyan clenched his fists, then took a deep breath and said, "Back off. Let them go." Under Long Outyan's order, the children of the Long family gave up their entanglement with Yu and others. Yu and others wanted to run towards Yifeng, but Yifeng, who was kneeling on the ground, stretched out his hand and shouted, "Go! Get out of here!" Chapter 571 Chapter 571 Terrifying Energy. "No. I want to be with you," Zissou shouted. Yifeng said, "Didn't you hear what I said? Let's go!" "No. I won't leave." Yifeng shouted, "Xiao Hei. Arrogant. Leng Shui. Chu Tianai. Please! Let's go!" Chu Tianai covered his injured chest and said, "Let's go. Let's go. Is it possible that the president will die in vain?" In the end, Chu Tianai and others carried Yinyu and Zissou away directly. After they all left, Long Outyan, who was standing in front of Yifeng, said at this time, "I've let them go. It's time for you to say it." But Yifeng suddenly burst out laughing at this time. "Ha ha!" Long Outyan kicked Yifeng down and said, "Don't act crazy for me here. Since I can let them go, I can also catch them." Yifeng laughed and said, "I'm laughing at you for being stupid. Silly you. I'm warning you. Tell me quickly." Yifeng said, "On the outer battlefield, the demons invaded. We humans are still killing each other. Do you think we are stupid or not? They will attack us on the earth. By then, the earth will be destroyed. Is it possible for your Long family to survive? How can you be so powerful? There's no need for you to worry. Just tell me quickly." Yifeng reached into his pocket, which contained his final trump card for today. "Yifeng, please be patient and don't move." Yifeng said, "Aren't you going to go to the Immortal Cultivator Alliance? I've written it down and give it to you now. Okay. Don't play tricks on me." In fact, Yifeng has no idea. His trump card is the Wuji fragment. Yifeng doesn't know how powerful this thing is. That's why Yifeng didn't dare to use it. It wasn't until these people left safely that Yifeng had the confidence to use it. Even if he died, he would be alone. The others would just leave it to fate. At least, I bought time for you. Except for your fingers pinching pieces of Wuji in the mouthpiece. You put it into your mouth very quickly. Long Outyan on the side thought that Yifeng was going to eat the way to enter the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. Long Outyan quickly went to grab it and shouted, "Spit it out! Spit it out!" After the intersection of Wuji fragments, Yifeng swallowed it directly. The moment he swallowed it again, Yifeng felt as if his body was about to explode and his whole body was burning. Long Outyan, who was beside him, also felt something strange about Yifeng. He turned over and jumped away. Beside Yifeng, "What you are eating is not a way to enter the Immortal Cultivator Alliance," Yifeng said with swollen eyes. "Of course not. What I swallowed is the way to die with you." Yifeng could clearly feel that the energy in his body was continuously improving, and his abilities were climbing up step by step. He was originally in the middle stage of Foundation Establishment, but now he has become Advanced Foundation Establishment. Peak. Consecration Beginner. Intermediate. Advanced. Peak. Bigu Beginner. And Intermediate. Finally stopping at the intermediate level of Bigu. Yifeng felt that he already had endless strength and energy, and his broken wings recovered again, even brighter than before. This time it was Long Outyan's turn to be surprised. The two strong men at the peak of the light realm quickly shouted, "Young master, run! This guy is crazy and has taken forbidden drugs." "Forbidden drugs? I don't want to die." "Let's go!" Yifeng said coldly. "Let's go. You can come if you want and leave if you want." Have you asked me if Yifeng has ever asked me? The epic scythe in Yifeng's hand was suggested to be the real god of death, and he attacked Long Outyan and others. People who are in the middle stage of Bigu. Those who are in the team. The foundation building stage. The chi training stage. And the immortal cultivators are simply as easy as squeezing an ant to death. Those who ran slowly and had farm addresses were harvested by Yifeng in just an instant and lay on the ground, with a bloody mouth appearing on their necks. The strong man in the Kaiguang realm yelled, "I'll hold him back while you take the eldest son away. This guy will definitely not be able to survive once his drug ban period expires. Okay. Come back alive. Our Long family will not treat you badly." Long Outyan said, "I'll try my best." This strong man in the consecrated light realm turned back and forced Yifeng to stop, and fought with Yifeng. Another strong man in the consecration realm pulled Long Outyan and said, "Master, let's go. They won't survive." Long Outyan glanced at the two people who were fighting. His own person was obviously at a disadvantage, and was struggling to hold on. "Walk." Long Outyan and the strong man in the Kaiguang realm left, and I shed tears to start work and enter the scene. As soon as Long Outyan left, I finally felt relieved and had a showdown with Yifeng. In front of Yifeng, who has the cultivation level of the middle stage of Bigu. The strong man at the peak of Kaiguang realm is also no match for Yi Feng. However, the other party was entangled with him, and he could not escape. Seeing Long Altian escape, the angry Yi Feng could only vent his anger on the strong man of Kaiguang realm. Boom! The strong man in the consecrated light realm was directly pushed to the ground by Yi Feng, and a deep hole was made in the ground. However, the strong man in the consecrated light realm did not lose it, but said mockingly, "Hey, what if you kill me? If you take banned drugs? Just wait until you blow yourself up." Yi Feng shouted, the Reaper of Death. Death's Harvest was a fatal move that directly cut this strong man in the light opening realm into two pieces. Even his dantian was shattered, and he completely lost his breath. Boom! Where the Long family stores life bottles. One of the bottles suddenly breaks, indicating that the owner of the bottle has died. What? A disciple of the Long family saw this, and ran to look for Long Zhan in panic. After Long Zhan got the information, he quickly returned to the place where the life bottle was stored. The person with the broken life bottle was one of the strong men he arranged to be beside Long Altian this time. "I want to quickly take a look at my son. Long Altian's life bottle. It is intact and shows no signs of being broken, which means he is still alive. Pass my order to find the eldest son." Long Altian? "Yes, master." Long Zhan didn't expect that a mere Yi Feng could put his son's life in danger. It seemed that he was too careless. Yi Feng stood in front of the corpse of the strong man in the Kaiguang realm over there, looking around to see if Long Altian was still there. But unfortunately, he didn't feel its aura. But soon, the energy in Yi Feng's body that did not belong to him began to dissipate. Yi Feng's face suddenly turned pale, and blood kept flowing from his mouth. And it was still black. Yi Feng leaned on the death scythe and gasped. This Wuji fragment was really overbearing. As soon as the effect of the medicine wore off, Yi Feng felt extremely uncomfortable, and his body quickly became weak. Yi Feng held back his body and tried to stand up, but the scene in front of him kept shaking. Boom! He fainted more completely, and his demonic skills slowly faded away, revealing Yi Feng's original appearance. Yi Feng! Yi Feng! Yi Feng! Chapter 572 Peach Blossom Land. Chirping. A few birds are on the tree, chirping happily. Under the big tree, a young man was lying under the tree. At this time, a dazzling ray of sunlight pierced the young man's eyes, and the young man had to block the dazzling sunlight with his hands. Through the gap in his hand, the young man saw the scene in front of him. This was a field life that made people feel comfortable. The young man sat up slowly. After checking his body first, he seemed to breathe a sigh of relief after finding nothing unusual. The young man looked around again, and there was a small thatched house here. The tree he was leaning on was an osmanthus tree, exuding a faint scent of osmanthus, which made people feel relaxed and happy. There was a creek beside it, and the young man saw a few fish playing in the creek. Occasionally, a few sweet-scented osmanthus fell on the stream, attracting fish to fight for it. "Wake up!" Following the sound, the young man looked back and saw a man sitting on the shore, fishing with a fishing rod. When I saw the man's face just now, I was so shocked that I even moved back a little. "Uh-huh. You are actually scared when you see me," the young man said. "Why do you look exactly like me? Where is this place? Am I dead?" The man said, "Don't worry. You can't die as long as I'm here." "Then where is this place? Why have I never seen such a beautiful place before?" "This is a corner in your royal ring. I call it Peach Blossom Spring. Peach Blossom Land." "But why are there no peach blossoms here?" The man said awkwardly. "Peach blossoms only bloom in March and April. Of course, it is impossible to see peach blossoms in this season." "King's ring? I'm in my own ring." "That's right. This young man is Yi Feng. And the man sitting there fishing is also Yi Feng." Yi Feng slowly walked to the man and said, "How did I get in?" "I brought you in." "Then why didn't you take me there before? Did you have to wait until I was seriously injured before you brought me in?" The man shook his head and said, "It's not that I don't want to. It's that I don't have the ability." "What do you mean you don't have that ability? Then why can you do it now? Do you remember that thing you ate?" Of course Yi Feng knew that it was the Wuji fragment given to him by the old housekeeper. If it hadn't been for him, Yi Feng and others would probably have died here. "Of course I know. Those are Wuji fragments. The old housekeeper gave them to me when I was in the fantasy world." "That's right. It was because it had very powerful energy that I was able to absorb it. I finally woke up." "Do you really think that your current body can absorb the Wuji fragments? You would have been blown into a pile of ashes." "Are the Wuji fragments so scary?" "Of course. If you use it in a fantasy game, it doesn't matter. But it will be completely different when you take it out. Why do you know Fantasy World is a game? The man said very proudly, that is the place where my disciples practice. There is no debt there. The results of practice can be unfolded in reality, which is of great help to every disciple. Although Yi Feng knew that Fantasy World was a game based on the King's Ring, what he didn't expect was that this game was originally in the King's realm and was just unearthed by them. Yi Feng asked, then why did you recruit me? And why do you look exactly like me? Since you are wearing this King's Ring, someone should have told you something. It is indeed true. But I am half convinced, and do not believe in such ethereal things at all. The man said, it's normal if you don't believe it. If you really believe it, then there's really something wrong with your head. Forehead. Does Yi Feng believe it? Still don't believe it. I was confused all of a sudden. However, Yi Feng thought of a very serious question. Did he faint when he came here? So are Yenyu and the others in a hurry? Yi Feng asked hurriedly, how can I get out? Why are you in a hurry? You just came here to meet me. And you want to leave in a hurry? I'm afraid my friends will worry about me. Don't worry. It'll be fine if you sleep for a few days. Besides, there's nothing bad I can do to myself. Yi Feng said, wait. You are you. I am me. I am not you. The man said, what do you call genre? Xing. You are you and I am me. That's it. Then tell me how to get out. When the time is up, you will be able to get out naturally. Yi Feng frowned. What do you mean when the time comes? You will naturally go out. 1 day or 2 days, or 1 year or 2 years. The people of the Long family outside are watching with eager eyes. If he were not here, they would probably not know what kind of blow they would suffer. Yi Feng said, I'm not kidding you. Let me out quickly. Since you brought me in, you can take me out. The man shrugged his shoulders, spread his hands and said, sorry. I forgot. You? Yi Feng was so angry that he was speechless. Someone who looked so similar to him was so helpless. Outside, Yenyu and others have already settled Yi Feng, and they don't dare to stay at Xiaoya's home. With Wu Tian's help, all of them came to the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. Wu Tian said, in the eyes of outsiders, Yi Feng is already dead, so no one knows the way to get here. This is the safest place at the moment. Looking at Yi Feng lying on the stone bed, his breath was weak, and he was seriously injured. No matter what kind of blood-restoring potion or Wu Tian's own special medicine, Yi Feng couldn't make Yi Feng look like that. Zisu saw that Yi Feng became more and more angry as he thought about it. Grabbed Wu Tian's collar, and immediately cursed. It's all you. It's all because of you that she became like this. If he hadn't saved you, would he have been so seriously injured? Could he be lying here now? Wu Tian said, it is indeed my fault. But I am also helping you. So it becomes what it is now. You should take it as what I am. Yenyu grabbed Zisu and said. He helped Yi Feng and was targeted by the Long family. Now we have to find a way to keep Yi Feng alive. Wu Tian. Do you know what medicinal materials are here to treat Yi Feng's injuries? In the Alliance of Immortal Cultivators, there are many elders who can refine elixirs. But I guess not many of them would leave the elixirs here. However, I will take you to look for them. And maybe you can still find them. Okay. I'll go look for it with you. Zisu. You stay and take care of Yi Feng. Xiao He and others also volunteered and said, I'll help too. Let's go. There may be a lot of people. If you're lucky, you might be able to find it. Wu Tian said encouragingly. Chapter 573 Elementary Level of Enlightenment. Wu Tian took Yenyu to the Great Elder's wooden house. But could there be elixirs in such a simple wooden house? Sure enough, after walking around inside, I couldn't find any elixirs at all. Except for the elixir furnace that still had the scent of medicine. No. Let's go take a look elsewhere. Is there any place to store supplies? Wu Tian thought for a while, shook his head and said, I haven't been here much. And I really don't know where it is. The elders are doing these things on weekdays. What I do most is working in the fields. Other things are not up to me. Oh! Let's go look for it. Not only Wu Tian and Yenyu, but Xiao He and Chu Ti and I also started searching frantically. Among the kings, Yi Feng was no longer too lazy to argue with his other self. Yi Feng asked, to be more serious, why did you bring me in? Another Yi Feng put down the fishing rod in his hand and said, although I have just woken up, I have already felt that the spiritual power in the outside world is thin. And you are just a guy in the early stage of the light enlightenment realm. Early stage of the consecration realm? I am obviously in the middle stage of foundation building. Hey, How come I'd become the early stage of the consecrated light realm? Yifeng felt incredibly that his state had changed, and he had turned into the early stage of the enlightenment state. Could it be caused by the Wuji fragments? Another Yifeng said, of course it is caused by the Wuji fragments. Do you think you can jump up by yourself with your cultivation level? Yifeng said, go on. Another Yifeng said, okay. Listen. The spiritual energy in the outside world is thin, so your cultivation level is likely to be stuck in a certain realm and cannot be improved. Moreover, many people are not suitable for cultivation, which means they are not suitable for cultivation. Is it right? Yifeng nodded and said, you are indeed right. The number of immortal cultivators is very, very small. Another Yifeng asked, how many are there? After thinking for a while, he said, I guess there are only a few hundred people on the entire planet. What? There are only a few hundred people on the entire planet. What has this planet experienced? Yifeng looked at his other self with disdain and said, how do I know? I only became able to practice after playing your game. Many people also became able to practice after playing this game. No wonder. I said the spiritual energy outside is so thin. But I didn't expect the number of people to be so small. Who is at the highest level? Yifeng said, asking so many questions. You haven't explained what you want to do. I've already told you that I am you. Can I still harm myself? Yifeng said, our great elder seems to be in the nascent soul stage. What? The highest nascent soul stage? This guy who has just started is actually the one with the highest level of rest cultivation on your planet. Yifeng rolled his eyes and said, you said that the spiritual energy is thin. But it is already amazing to be able to cultivate to the nascent soul stage. Another Yifeng touched his chin and said, only one with this level of aura can cultivate to the nascent soul stage. His qualifications are really high. In our time. That would be incredible. He is a genius. Stop talking nonsense. You asked so many questions. What do you want to do? What else can I do? Of course I'm going to teach you how to practice. How can you still fight others with your three-legged cat kung fu? Yifeng looked at himself. His hands, 3 legs, and cat skills were all good. Right. My kung fu is already very good. Seeing the unbelievable self-confidence on Yifeng's face, Yifeng said, I'm not good enough to teach you how to practice. Do you know what level I am in? I'm too lazy to know what state you are in. I want to know when you will let me out. The other Yifeng shook his head with a wry smile and said, think about how many people wanted to be my teacher back then. But I couldn't even look at them. You are so good. But you still think I'm verbose. Yifeng said, hurry up. Okay. Okay. With a brush, a bamboo slip appeared in front of Yifeng, with 3 big characters written on it. God-slaying technique. Yifeng sneered and said, you are so courageous. What else do you want to do with a name like this? I don't think even the devil can defeat it. You can kill low-level creatures like demons at will. But I have actually done it to kill gods. In Yifeng's eyes, this guy was completely unbelievable. This bragging was so realistic. The Yifeng and Tiandao compass was completely different from what he said. You have also used the Tiandao compass. I am just scaring you there so that you can practice seriously. But there is still a trace of my residual soul in there. It's a pity that I don't know what happened there. Yifeng looked at it in surprise. And another Yifeng said, how do you know what I am thinking? The other Yifeng pointed at Yifeng and then pointed at himself and said, I told you. I am you. You are me. How can I not know what you are thinking? Then why do you think I don't know? Another Yifeng said, that's because your level is too low. Only when your cultivation level reaches the nascent soul stage will you know what I am thinking. Yifeng said, it's so troublesome. Just go out on your own. Another Yifeng said, of course not. I am just a part of you. Because you are my life. Yifeng said, I still say what I said. You are you. I am me. I am Yifeng. Okay. Okay. If I ask you to accept it now, you will definitely not be able to accept it. So let's take it slow. First, let's practice this god-slaying technique. Yifeng opened the god-slaying art and looked at the language and techniques inside. But he felt a sense of déjà vu. But he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. Yifeng asked, how to practice this thing? If you don't tell me, how will I know how to practice it? The other Yifeng said helplessly, okay. Okay. You are the uncle. I can't teach you enough. Just teach you step by step. Hurry up, I'm in a hurry. Clear. In the other Yifeng's heart. He thought like this, in a hurry? In the king's ring. You actually told me that you were in a hurry. and I will let you know what it means to make seconds feel like years. Outside, Wu Tian and others had turned the entire Immortal Cultivator Alliance upside down and finally found a storage room. However, the door of this storage room was locked, and Wu Tian and others could not enter. Yin Yu said, "Get out of the way. I'll break it into pieces." As soon as Yin Yu made her move, the attack she just sent out actually fell apart on the inconspicuous door lock without any effect. Wu Tian frowned and said, "A strong attack will definitely not work. Our ability is lower than any elder. We can't open any taboos set by any elder." Xiao Hei said anxiously, "What should we do? The boss is still lying there, and he is about to die." "Bah! You kid! What are you talking about? Boss, be good," said the arrogant brother. "Bah! I made a mistake. Brother Wu Tian, tell me what to do." Wu Tian rubbed his forehead and said, "Let me think about it." Chapter 574, Be Honest. There is no sky outside. They are trying to open the storage room. I am in the ring, and Yi Feng is in the peach blossom garden. Yi Feng followed the method given by his other self and practiced the god-slaying technique. On the way to practice the god-slaying art, Yi Feng discovered that he had not used even 1/3 of his previous abilities, let alone all the energy. There are some differences in Yefeng. Zhen Chosun feels that the effect is surprisingly good. Why didn't the great elder teach him the method of practice before? Or let yourself play the game? What went wrong in the middle? Another Yi Feng said, "The abilities you obtained in the fantasy world are just the simplest energy in ordinary times. If you want to turn these abilities into more powerful energy, you need special skills. And the god-slaying technique is the best." Yi Feng asked, "No wonder the great elder didn't teach me how to practice the exercises. Does he know that I can do it myself? Or does someone else teach me? I don't know about that. If he handed the ring to you, then he must know who you are? You will have something." Yi Feng nodded and said, "It is indeed him who asked Wu Tian to give this ring to him. Needless to say, I must know you will. Or maybe he is waiting for your awakening." Yi Feng rolled his eyes. And another Yi Feng said, "What is determination and not determination? I said I am me. You are me. Don't get confused. You can cultivate. But if you can't, don't even think about leaving. I can't help you. Okay. Don't interrupt. Let me cultivate my mind by myself. But how long will this thing take to cultivate before I can get out? Well, maybe about a year or two." Hearing this sentence, Yi Feng almost went berserk. It would take a year or two. After 1 or 2 years, he would not know what the outside world would be like if he went out. Another Yi Feng said, "I'm talking about the 1 or 2 years in the ring. Not the 1 or 2 years in reality. 1 year here. Just think of 10 days outside. If you stay here for 2 days, you will just be in a coma. It's only been 20 days. Are you so nervous?" Yi Feng looked at his other self with wide eyes. Such an incredible thing would appear. Could this guy be lying to himself again? Don't lie to me. If I find out that I went out, a year or 2 have passed, and you don't want me to help you, why are you lying to me? Even I don't know how long I have been in this ring, but I can still tell the concept of time. Okay, you have to tell me the time. If the time exceeds a month, you have to tell me in advance. Yes, my master. You? Yi Feng said, extremely unhappy. In the outside world, Wu Tian and others finally found a way. Wu Tian was holding a book in his hand, which explained how to open this storage room. Wu Tian looked at the book and said, "It's really not easy to play cards. Come and see if any of you have a good brain." The men who said their brains were good took a step back. It was obvious that they had no confidence in their arithmetic abilities. Zissou came to Wu Tian's side and read the numbers in the book, which made her head feel dizzy. This was too confusing. "Wu Tian, you should explain it to us and let us find a solution," Zissou said. "Okay. The door of this storage room needs an elder level, a master to open it, and with all the abilities of us people enhanced. Whether we can reach that value depends on how much spiritual energy each of us outputs." "Reiki. What is Reiki?" Wu Tian patted his head. These people really didn't know what spiritual energy was. It seemed that he had to teach them. Wu Tian said, "Look at my hands." Belly. Wu Tian stretched out one of his hands, and a cyclone condensed on his palm, allowing people to see with his own eyes. What did Wu Tian feel like on his hand? Did you see it? This is spiritual energy, but I formed it into a cyclone so that you can see it easily. Yin Yu asked, "How can we condense spiritual energy?" "Okay. Next, I will teach you how to condense spiritual energy." You see? First, we need to feel the spiritual energy in our dantian. Everyone below is already in the middle stage of chi refining. So there is a spiritual energy in their dantian. According to Wu Jin, they were all feeling their own spiritual energy, and then used the method Wu Tian said to condense the spiritual energy in their hands. Slowly, everyone learned this. After everyone mastered Reiki proficiently, they once again returned to the original question. How much Reiki do they all need to input to open this door? Just when everyone was frowning, Hou-yi, who rarely spoke, stood up. Hou-yi said, "Bring it over and let me see." Yin-yu and the others were thinking with furrowed brows. Telling you, I don't think they said much, and handed it over to Hou-yi. The book Hou-yi took, looked at the numbers and formulas on it, and began to draw on the ground. Soon, the sound of writing attracted everyone's attention, but no one knew what he was doing, so they could only watch quietly, feeling that he was very powerful. About 2 hours passed, and I breathed a long sigh of relief and said, "This thing is really difficult. And I finally figured it out." Wu Tian said in disbelief, "You really figured it out? Tell me what's going on." Hou-yi said, "This is very simple. The key to the storage room can only be opened by transporting spiritual energy. After the transport reaches a certain level, the lock will automatically open. It originally needed one person to complete it. Because our level is too low, we cannot open it. Need continuous input. First, our speed must be fast, and there must be no gap. Second, after each of us inputs all the spiritual energy. Wu Tian, you can open it by inputting nearly 70%. You sure? How do you know if you don't try? At least I am very confident in my answer. When it comes to us, everyone must have no reservations." Chu Ti and I looked at everyone present and said, "We don't want anything unexpected to happen to the president." Right. So I hope everyone can be honest with each other. Use their own spiritual energy without reservation. Chu Ti and I. Aren't you talking nonsense? Mother-in-law. When should we start? Wu Tian said, "Since it's over. Let's start now." A group of people came to the storage room again. Everyone looked at each other. And Xiao Hei stood up first and began to send spiritual energy to the door of the storage room. After Xiao Hei transferred all the spiritual energy, he fainted directly. And the second Chu Tian also went up seamlessly. Wu Tian, quickly took out a bottle of medicine from my pocket, stuffed it into Xiao Hei's mouth and said, "You will faint for a while when your spiritual energy is exhausted. But it will not cause any harm to your body. You can rest assured." Good. Chapter 575, Chosen by Destiny. One by one, they collapsed in front of the storage room door. The last two people were Hou-yi and Na Wutian. The moment the perilla stall fell, Hou-yi picked it up, and while conveying spiritual energy, he said, "Wu Tian, I hope you will open the storage room again and wake us all up. If you can't wake us up, please look carefully inside for a way or a pill to revive Yifeng." Wu Tian said, "Don't worry. Yifeng, I treat him like a brother. Now that he has become like this, I will definitely do my best to save him. Okay. My spiritual energy is almost over. It's your turn." Just after Hou-yi spoke, Hou-yi collapsed to the ground in less than a minute. Of course, Wu Tian is a veteran practitioner, so there will certainly be no disconnection. The connection will be seamless, and the contributions made by those in front will not be lost in vain. According to Hou-yi, he needed to deliver 70% of the spiritual energy, so he kept calculating. Almost 70% of the time, Wu Tian was listening to the sound. As long as he heard the sound of the door opening, he would never send more spiritual energy. Sure enough, when it reached 70%, the door of the storage room clicked, and Wu Tian made a decisive decision and cut off the transmission of spiritual energy. Because as long as a little more spiritual energy is delivered, the doors to the storage room will merge and close again. The door to the storage room slowly opened, and Wu Tian was shocked by the scene in front of him. Food was actually stored inside. But what made Wu Tian a little excited was that he saw several shelves with elixirs and medicinal herbs on them. Wu Tianzheng planned to wake up the people on the ground, but no one showed any sign of waking up. So Wu Tian didn't hesitate and entered the storage room directly. In addition to food, in the storage room, the scene was different from what Wu Tian said outside. In addition to food, elixirs, and herbs, there were also some books, all of which he had never seen before. There are quite a lot of things in here, but I still hurry up and look for any good elixirs. Pei Yuan Dan. Solid Yuan Pei. This is useless. High-end special medicines are useless for treating trauma. Soul Pill. Half-finished product? What's the use of this? Let's see if there are any others. 7-star pill is used to increase one's cultivation level. This thing is useless to Yifeng. Lava pill, which improves fire attribute attacks, is useless. A series of worries. Its effect can be seen in his introduction. But for Yifeng, it has no effect at all. Only the soul pill has no introduction, and is a semi-finished product. This makes Wu Tian take undecided. Wu Tian began to look for some herbs again. But even Wu Tian could not recognize all of them, because he was not an alchemist. What's more, even if they have herbal medicine, they don't know how to make elixirs. If they just take the herbal medicine, the effect will not be as good as the elixir. There was no other way. So Wu Tian finally took 2 kinds of elixirs, and went out. It is a semi-finished soul pill. And the other is the Peiyuan pill, which can be used to consolidate the cultivation after the injury is healed. When Wu Tian walked out of the storage room, the door to the storage room gradually closed. Wu Tian looked at the pile of people lying on the ground, and shook his head helplessly. It seemed that he had to move them back one by one. After arranging everyone, Wu Tian did not feed the elixir to Yifeng alone. Instead, he waited for others to wake up and asked for their opinions. About 3 or 4 hours later, it was already nighttime from daytime. One after another, some people woke up. Although they had some headaches, it was not a big problem. This was the negative effect of exhaustion of spiritual energy. When everyone woke up, the first question was whether they had got the elixir. Wu Tian nodded, then shook his head, leaving everyone confused. What was going on? Wu Tian explained, I took out 2 ammunition from it. One is called Shihun Dan, and the other is called Peiyuan Dan. What effects do they have? Peiyuan Dan. Peiyuan Dan. As the name suggests, solid Peiyuan, which is used to consolidate cultivation. I'm a bastard. This is a semi-finished elixir. I don't know the specific usage. There is no introduction at all. And none of the pills are suitable for Yifeng's current situation. So I didn't take them. I only took these 2 things that seemed to be effective for Yifeng. What? We have spent so much effort. But you just come up with these 2 pills that have nothing to do with the boss. Is there any mistake? Xiao He said with an unhappy look on his face. Wu Tian said helplessly, I have no choice. The other pills are worse and have nothing to do with Yifeng's current condition. These 2 should be better. After all, Yifeng is in a coma now. My soul pill, he sometimes mixes in it. It should be a pill that has a good healing effect on the soul. But it is a semi-finished product. I don't know how good it is. Yenyu and others look confused, not knowing what to say. After all hope lies in your storage room. But the storage room does not have what they need. I saw everyone yesterday, with a stunned expression, and sighed, don't panic. Everyone. It's not that you can't eat the semi-finished elixir. It just means that the effect is very poor. But it will still have some effect. You might as well let him eat it, and give it a try. How about trying it? Will something bad happen? Yenyu asked worriedly. Wu Tian didn't want to lie to them, but said directly, of course. If it is a finished elixir, there is no problem with the body. And if you take this elixir, there will probably be no problem. But if it is an injured person, the fashion is asymmetrical medicine may cause big problems, and may even lead to Yifeng's direct death. Zisu said nervously, let's forget it. I don't know what the effect will be. If Yifeng really lets him. Wu Tian interrupted and said, even if you don't give him food, Yifeng will die soon. After all, the Great Elder doesn't know when he will come back. Zisu gritted her teeth and seemed to have made up her mind, saying, then give it to him. A dead horse is treated as a living horse, doctor. What if something happens? A miracle? If he really dies, I will accompany him. Sister-in-law, what are you talking about? The boss said that he is the one chosen by fate, and he will not die. Xiao He said. Because once, Yifeng and Xiao He were alone, talking on the rooftop. Yifeng told Xiao He that the reason why he has achieved such achievements is because he was chosen by fate, and his future is to save mankind, and they are Yifeng's helpers. It is impossible for Yifeng to die prematurely, because this is not allowed by fate. Yenyu looked at Xiao He, not knowing that Xiao He was trying to comfort herself and not make herself too sad. Yenyu said, since he is the one chosen by fate, let him try. Wu Tian said, okay. Chapter 576 Is the soul pill working? Wu Tian stuffed the half-finished soul pill into Yifeng's mouth. Used spiritual energy to transfer the pill to Yifeng's dantian, and then melted it away. as the elixir was opened. Under everyone's expectant eyes, Yifeng's face did not change at all. It was still pale. I had no change at all before. And his aura was the same. Extremely low. Wu Tian shook his head helplessly and sighed. It seems that the half-finished elixir is of little significance to him. We can only resign ourselves to fate and wait for the great elder to receive my message. Yanyu and Zisu seemed to have lost their souls and threw themselves in front of Yifeng. They couldn't believe that yesterday they had beaten Yifeng to pieces together with them. And today, they actually wanted to separate us forever. Yifeng, wake up quickly. Didn't you say that you would take Sister Yanyu and I to live in a paradise? Your promise has not been fulfilled yet. How can you sleep here? Get up. Yifeng, do you still remember that you said that you will support me for a lifetime? But you haven't even been here for a year. And you want to leave us like this? Get up and promise me. I just want to hear it from you. Tell me you don't want to support me anymore. The others' eyes were red after hearing the two women's cries. And they didn't know what to say. Even Wu Tian couldn't bear it anymore and walked out of the door unconsciously. Just when everyone was heartbroken, Yifeng and Jean Nan, who were originally pale and breathless, regained their rosy complexion and became normal. This change shocked everyone present. Could it be that the effect of the soul pill was only absorbed now? This change made Xiaohei yell at me and shout towards the door. Brother Wu Tian, my boss has recovered. Come and see. You've recovered. Yesterday, he ran in disbelief and saw Yifeng on the hospital bed. You are rosy and your breath is normal. How do you look like someone who has been seriously injured? Yesterday, I looked at Yifeng's injury and said in surprise, it's okay. The soul pill is so effective. Could it be that he didn't absorb the effect of the soul pill just now? Absolutely. How can one absorb the pill so quickly in a short period of time? It must be absorbed slowly. Look, the boss is fine now. Xiaohei said happily. Wu Tian couldn't convince himself. But this was the only explanation that made sense at the moment. Brother Wu Tian, when will Yifeng wake up? Don't you need to worry about this patient? It's normal to lie in bed and rest for a month or two. I saw that he had been seriously injured before, and he should still have the effect of the soul pill in his body. So it will be absorbed slowly, and he will probably have to sleep for a day or 2 months. Then I'll take care of you here. Everyone hasn't slept for 2 days, so go back and rest quickly. Yanyu said. Zisu said, no. I also want to stay with Yifeng. Go to bed quickly. When you wake up, come and take over from me. Then I'll go to bed. Do you still want them to take care of Yifeng? Zisu looked at the others and said, that's right. I'm going to rest first. When I wake up, I'll come and change shifts with you. Well, Yifeng's injury has recovered anyway, so we don't have to worry. Let's all go and rest. Well, let's all go and have a rest. Although we are all immortal cultivators, resting can better nourish our spirits, Wu Tian said. After seeing that Wu Tian was fine, everyone relaxed. At this moment, the tiredness and sleepiness came over immediately. Others looked for their own homes and slept for a whole day. After all, they had too little rest time before. The next morning when everyone was still resting, Zisu had already gotten up and came to the wooden house where Yanyu and Yifeng were. Looking at Yanyu, whose eyes were red and the dark circles were almost covering them, Zisu said apologetically, I'm sorry. Sister Yanyu, I slept a little too much. Go and have a rest. Let me take care of Yifeng. Well, it doesn't matter. We are good sisters. I'm going to rest first. By the way, where is the room you just slept in? Tell me. Well, and you go. Good. Yifeng in the ring had no idea what was happening in the outside world, nor how much time had passed. He only knew that his cultivation had increased a lot. Just now, Yifeng made a breakthrough and reached the middle stage of the consecration realm. Oh, that's good. I've reached the middle stage of the consecration realm so quickly. And I still have the same demeanor as I did back then. Let's go. How long do we need to practice? It's still early. If you feel bored, how about we chat and practice? Or, there are fish in the river. How about we catch a fish to eat? Are you hungry? Yifeng glared at his other self and said, I'd better continue practicing. If you want to eat it, you can catch it yourself. LV Dongbing was bitten by a dog. He doesn't know how to have a good heart. I'm not afraid that you're hungry. Really? Wait a minute. Don't say you're hungry. The other Yifeng sat by the river, picked up the fishing rod, and continued his fishing career. I don't know how long it took, But another Yifeng set up a scaffold in front of Yifeng, built a fire, and actually took the fish exam. The smell of grilled fish attracted Yifeng, who was practicing. Yifeng slowly opened his eyes, and looked at the golden and tender grilled fish. Yifeng licked his tongue, touched his belly, and smelled the aroma of grilled fish. He felt a sense of hunger, and wanted to eat it very much. Although the other Yifeng has his back to Yifeng, he knows what Yifeng looks like now. If you're hungry, come over and eat. I've baked a portion for you here. Do you really think that I will eat alone? I can't starve myself. Yifeng swallowed, came to the fire, picked up a piece of already grilled fish, and stuffed it into his mouth with big mouthfuls. Well, what kind of fish is this? Why have I never eaten it before? Another Yifeng said, with a thin spiritual energy in the outside world. How can you raise such a delicious fish? This is called snow spirit fish. Eating it is good for your cultivation. After eating the snow-scaled fish, not only did Yifeng feel his hunger disappeared, Yifeng also felt that the fatigue caused by previous training also disappeared. This fish was so amazing. After eating the grilled fish, Yifeng finally showed a sense of satisfaction. It would be great if he could have this fish in his next meal. But Yifeng will regret this sentence next, because in the following years, Yifeng and the others will have nothing to eat except snow spirit fish. Although the taste of snow spirit fish are indeed good, over time, it always makes people feel bored. I don't know when or how many times. Yifeng sat by the fire and ate the fish that another Yifeng grilled for him. Can we change to something else? Who knows? The other Yifeng said, yes. Chapter 577, The Peak of Consecration Realm. Yes. You didn't tell me earlier. Aren't you tired of eating fish all the time? Another Yifeng said, you are so disgusted with such delicious food that you can't even eat outside. No one else wants to eat it. Yifeng said, I didn't say I disliked it. I just asked if I could have a different taste. Of course. What flavor of fish do you want? Spicy, sweet, sour and bitter. Yifeng rolled his eyes and said, I'm not talking about this taste. I'm talking about eating something else. Not just fish. Of course. As long as you can eat it. Yifeng asked doubtfully, it's food. But it can't be eaten. Are you sure it can be eaten? Of course. And it tastes good? Where? I saw another Yifeng pointing to a forest behind him and saying, oh, there is something you want to eat in there. You didn't say it was some pheasants and hares. Did you? The other Yifeng shook his head and said, of course there can't be that kind of low-level thing here. What is that? Lark fruit. It grows on trees. You can go and see it. Damn. Eating fruit is better than eating fish. It just so happens that my mouth smells like fish. So it's good to eat fruit to get rid of the fishy smell. Yifeng put down the snow spirit fish in his hand and came to the woods behind him for the first time. As soon as Yifeng stepped into the woods, Yifeng felt that he had been fooled. Yifeng did see the baling fruit. But Yifeng also saw the appearance of the baling fruit. The so-called lark fruit grows on trees and emits light like crystal. It looks very beautiful. But you can imagine with your brain that this thing is hard as H.L. Sure enough, Yifeng was ripe. When Yifeng picked the lark fruits from under the tree, he was already panting from exhaustion. Not to mention the baling valley. With the thick fruit S.H.L. outside, Yifeng felt that what he was holding was not a fruit, but a fossil. When Yifeng came to another Yifeng with a bunch of lark fruits, another Yifeng said jokingly, oh, that's good. I found it. Why don't you eat it? Eat your sister. It's like a stone. You tell me to eat it. Eat one and show me. The guy didn't hesitate to pick up a lark fruit and moved it easily, revealing the round flesh inside. The aroma of fruit wafted into Yifeng's nose, whetting Yifeng's appetite. Yeah. It's not bad. It's old enough. Yifeng was presentable, and went to open the lark fruit like his other self. But Yifeng discovered it. No matter what he did, Yifeng was helpless with this hard, fossil-like fruit S.H.L. Yifeng said angrily, can I eat it? Why can't I eat such a hard S.H.L.? Another Yifeng looked down on Yifeng and said, I don't have the ability to eat this fruit. But she even said that she can't eat it. If you like it or not, give it to me. Yifeng grabbed the lark fruit and said, if you want to eat it, pick it yourself. Or you can tell me how to open this guy's S.H.L. Another Yifeng said, okay. Let me tell you. This thing cannot be opened by brute force. You have to rely on your ability. You know? Use spiritual power to open it. After Yifeng practiced the god-slaying technique, of course he also knew how to use spiritual power. However, When Yifeng used his spiritual power to open Bailing Valley, he encountered a problem. When his own ability came into contact with the SHL of the white spirit fruit, it slipped away skillfully. Hey, what's going on? Another Yifeng on the side said, with good control of the spiritual energy. Opening the Bailing fruit is not as simple as using the spiritual energy. This is your next lesson. How to open the Bailing fruit depends on your own understanding. No matter what Yifeng said, Yifeng would open this lark fruit. Otherwise, where should he put his face? Yifeng didn't show any pretense. He grabbed the leftover fish and continued eating. As the saying goes, only when you are full can you have the strength to work. Yifeng began his mission to study how to use spiritual energy to open the SHL of the white phosphorus fruit. And as time passed day by day, Yifeng also gradually mastered the technique. From the beginning when the spiritual energy was scratched on the surface of Bailing fruit, to now, Yifeng has been able to draw a trace on the surface of Bailing fruit. However, there is still some time before the Bailing fruit can be opened. Yifeng thought to himself, my spiritual energy is soft. Can it be condensed into something indestructible? Of course, things like spiritual energy are inherently ethereal. It would be difficult to condense them into something indestructible. But Yifeng did just that. And in Yifeng's hand, a knife was condensed. But this knife was as light as air, and could not break the SHL of Bilingua. Yifeng began to gather spiritual energy on the knife. As soon as he gathered spiritual energy, the shape of the knife began to grow larger and larger, until it finally lost its original appearance. That's wrong. How can we make it so that after the spiritual energy increases, the shape does not change? While Yifeng was thinking hard, a voice came to his ears. Compress your spiritual energy. Yes. Thinking of this, just do it, and continue to condense your spiritual energy. After the spiritual energy increased at the beginning, the shape became larger. After the spiritual energy increased slowly, the shape growth rate also slowed down. In the end, Yifeng condensed a small knife. After adding aura, the small knife not only did not become larger, but also shrank, and it felt more physical. However, Yifeng cannot fully control this form. He can only condense it in his hand for 1 to 2 seconds and then dissipate. Yes, you have succeeded in condensing and compressing spiritual energy in such a short period of time. Now it's time to master it. From condensation to compression to mastering its use. Yifeng didn't know how much time had passed. Yifeng's face has grown long since he hasn't shaved for a long time. The full beard makes Yifeng look like a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. Not like a young man in his 20s. Brush. I succeeded. I finally succeeded. I finally opened the SHL of this lark fruit. I don't know how long it took, but Yifeng finally opened the SHL of the first lark fruit, which made Yifeng very excited. I worked hard to open the Bailing fruit and took out the pulp inside. It tasted unusually sweet. Delicious. Really sweet. Haha. You are not a bad boy. You have reached the peak of the light enlightenment realm. What? I've reached the peak of the light realm. I really did. Why didn't I notice it? The other Yifeng held his tongue and said, you are just thinking about how to open Bailing Valley. What else do you know? Yifeng patted his head in embarrassment. During this period, he was really only thinking about how to open the Bailing fruit. He really didn't think about other things. He didn't expect that his cultivation had reached the peak of the open light realm. Chapter 578 The Power of the Long Family. Over the past few days, Yanyu and Zisu took turns taking care of Yifeng. But Yifeng showed no sign of waking up. 10 days have passed, and Yifeng has not even responded at all. On the third day after Yifeng got better, Chu Tianai and others had already played the game. But they told Aotian that Yifeng would not be able to go online for a while because of something. Aotian didn't pay attention. But Yifeng's 2 girlfriends, Yanyu and Zisu, weren't online either. Aotian thought they might go out to play. Aotian and Chu Tianai were managing the entire guild these days. However, the 3 major guilds are currently coexisting peacefully. And the Butcher Guild has also fallen into decline due to the loss of many elite members. To this day, many people have reached level 70, which is on an equal footing with Yifeng. If Yifeng still doesn't appear, his level will drop unless Yifeng appears immediately. Chu Tianai, Yifeng and the others have been gone for more than 10 days. Why haven't they come back yet? Chu Tianai said, don't worry about that day. President. He said it might take a month or 2. Right? What? In a month or 2. Wouldn't everyone have reached level 80? Chu Tianai said, I'm afraid it won't reach level 75 at most. Don't look at how difficult it is to level up now. Yes. Then even if he comes back at that time and lags behind for so long, will he be able to catch up? Yes. Don't you know the president's ability? It only takes a minute to catch up with us. Aotian said with some disbelief, although I know that Yifeng is a bit fast in leveling up. But after all, he is missing a month or two, so he may be a little behind. I don't know what will happen after level 80. Chu Tianai said, there is no way. I can't force him to come. Look, the three of them are not online now. Who knows where they have gone? Aotian said, well, since that's the case, I won't push him anymore and just let fate happen. Anyway, our guild, with you and me here, we'll have to wait for Yifeng to come back no matter what. That's right. Just look away. No one is at level 80 waiting for him to come back anyway. Don't be afraid. The three major guilds were unusually calm, especially after Yifeng Glangio Guild and Junlin Tianxia formed an alliance. I thought that the Glory Guild and Junlin Tianxia would join forces to suppress the Tu Feng Society. But who would have thought that they did not take action and allow the Tu Feng Society to develop quietly? Shui Feng didn't expect at all that he was originally prepared to be besieged by the Glory Guild and Junlin Tianxia. But in the end Yifeng was never online and didn't know what happened. In the Long family, Long Zhan was looking at the information in his hand. A strong man at the peak of the Kaiguang realm died before, and he was very heartbroken. But in the introduction by his subordinates, Yifeng should be quite a gentleman with a strong man. But when he came to the fighting place, he found that there was no trace of any corpse here. It was obvious that either both parties were dead, or Yifeng was still alive. Long Zhan would not allow Yifeng to still live in this world. After all, Yifeng had killed him, and was a strong man at the peak of the consecrated light realm. You must know that cultivating a strong man at the peak of the enlightenment realm requires more capital than just money. I haven't appeared for more than 10 days. It seems that I am either seriously injured or dead. According to Long Zhan's information, Yifeng took banned drugs and fought with his own men. If nothing else happened, Yifeng should have died. I have lost a strong man at the peak of the lighting realm. He could already be lying underground, shouting to the sky. It's a pity that I don't know where your friends are hiding. Otherwise, I will not make it easy for them. Moreover, Long Zhan also received news about the battlefield outside Tianwai. The battlefield outside Tianwai is now extremely chaotic. The army of demons seems to have changed recently, with the addition of several high-level demons. If it weren't for the great elders taking charge, perhaps humanity would have been defeated on the outer battlefield. It seems that in a short period of time, the great elder will not be able to leave the demonic battlefield, and he can already establish himself as the most powerful family on earth. Even foreign superpowers now have to look at the faces of the Long family to act, because their pope also went to the outer battlefield. And he also brought me and a large number of high-level superpowers with him. The remaining ordinary superpowers are no match for the Long family. Damn the Long family. In addition, we no longer hide when we see them on the battlefield. We stay on the earth to dominate. What went wrong on the night of the 20th? The Long family are the eternal sinners of the earth. What if something unexpected happens on the outer battlefield? How long can the Long family be arrogant before they become slaves of the demon? Not only here in our area, but also in China. There are no immortal cultivators coming forward. Everyone is hiding. It seems that we also need to find a place to wait for the Pope's return. Right. The nearby farmhouse has all the immortal cultivators and superpowers on the earth in their hands, and no one dares to resist them, because there is another strong man in the Big Valley realm in the farmhouse. You must know that strong men in the Big realm are more powerful than high-level demons on the outer battlefield. In the outer battlefield, the high-level demons are indeed very powerful. But the demons who are more powerful than the high-level stickers are called the demon leaders. It is precisely because of their existence that all the strong men in the bigger realm on the earth must go to the outer battlefield. And the Long family actually hides a strong man in the bigger realm. This is simply too abominable. Pass. I'm ordering an all-out search for those people on the list. Maybe we can find some information on them. Yes. Master. It's a pity that no matter how hard they search, they can't find Shu Tianai and others. After all, their location is beyond the reach of the Long family. Yes. I don't believe it anymore. I can't find you. Because Wu Tian was not around at all when the Dragon War instructor was fighting. So those people were likely to escape somewhere and could not be taken away by Wu Tian. Wu Tian should be hiding in the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. And there is no way. In the fantasy world, the major guilds began to develop crazily. Because clues of a national war had appeared on the official website of the fantasy world. Because a national war map has appeared on the official website. This map does not officially indicate any information. But everyone can see that it is a fantasy world map, which includes various countries. The world map has never been announced before. And players don't know what the world map looks like. But at this time, it is completely different to announce it at this level. When the world map comes out, every country knows its neighboring countries. Where are their borders? Doesn't this tell players that the national war is about to begin? Let everyone get familiar with the geographical environment. Adyan frowned and said, "This is really troublesome. Why hasn't it appeared yet? The national war seems to be about to happen." Chu Tianai said, "Don't worry. The boss has already guessed it." "Don't worry. Have you guessed it a long time ago?" "Yes. The boss said that the national war system should be activated after level 80. Let me go. Why is he so powerful?" Chapter 579 almost went crazy. In the king's ring. In the peach blossom spring. Yi Feng's face looked unhappy. It seemed that something had angered him. "Say, boy. I didn't scold you. I didn't hit you. And I taught you to practice kung fu. What kind of attitude do you have?" Yi Feng pointed to his beard and said, "Look for yourself. How long have I been here? My beard has grown so long." Another Yi Feng said, "This has only been a long time. Only half a year. Why are you in a hurry?" "What? It's been half a year." "No. I want to go out." "Get out? Are you kidding me? You can't leave here until you reach the realm of inescaping. And I can't help you either." Yi Feng said angrily, "I didn't ask for your help. You pulled me in. Otherwise I might be in real life now." Another Yi Feng said, "Are you sure? If I hadn't pulled you in, your kid would have died long ago." "Impossible. Isn't it just a fragment of Wuji? If I can't absorb it, it will only give me a negative state at most." "Ha ha. I really think my body is open to all rivers. If it weren't for me, it might have exploded the moment I swallowed it. How could I believe what you said? You have trapped me here for half a year." The other Yi Feng spread his hands and said, "There is no other way. In order to save your life, I can only pull you in and teach you to practice before you go out. Otherwise, you can rely on the thin spiritual energy from the outside world to cultivate to the biggest state. I don't know. You have to wait until the year of the monkey and the horse. Let alone fight the devil." Yi Feng said, "Then how long will it take for me to advance to the realm of Bigya?" "It depends on your understanding. If your understanding is good, it may be there in half a year. If your understanding is not good, it may only take 2 or 3 years." Listening to the other Yi Feng's light words made Yi Feng's anger even more intense. Another Yi Feng said, "It's useless to be angry. If you have the ability to be angry, if you practice hard, you might be able to reach the realm of Bigya in advance." "Humph. I'll talk to you later when I reach the realm of Bigya. TCH. Who is afraid of whom? No. How could I be afraid of myself? I was stunned by a kid like you." Yi Feng said nothing and began to practice angrily. However, practicing under such circumstances would cause confusion in his aura. Yi Feng, another person on the side, had already seen Yi Feng's weak and chaotic state, and quickly shouted, "Calm down and collect your energy. Otherwise your chaotic aura will cause you to go crazy." But at this moment, Yi Feng couldn't take back his spiritual energy at all. And the spiritual energy had begun to jump around wildly. Seeing this, the other Yi Feng even jumped behind Yi Feng and slapped Yi Feng's vest with his palm. A steady stream of spiritual energy was input into Yi Feng's body. Yi Feng, who was originally furious, finally calmed down, letting the other Yi Feng breathe a sigh of relief. "It's true. If I hadn't been here, you would have been so obsessed with it that I would have killed you." However, Yi Feng did not hear this sentence because he was already deep in cultivation. While Yi Feng was practicing, the other Yi Feng did not calm down. "But I don't know what he is doing. It seems that he is refining something, but no one knows what it is." Yi Feng fell into quiet practice, which was boring and boring. In real life, Yanyu and Zisu took turns taking care of Yi Feng and insisted on wiping his body every day. But every time they scrubbed their bodies, that's when they are most shy. Every time Yi Feng took off his clothes, Yanyu and Zisu's faces turned as red apples. Especially when they wiped that area. A lot of words are omitted. You understand. Xiao He and others logged out of the game. And it happened to be dinner time. Yanyu and Zisu not only take care of Yi Feng, but also cook for Xiao He and the others. Of course Xiaoya and Yu Mingming will come to help. In 1 month, Xiaoya will go to college. But considering the problems of the Long family, everyone disagreed with Celia going out at this time, because it was too dangerous outside. Celia has been away from home for so long. Although he has called his parents, if he does not go to college, it may cause adverse reactions from his parents. As for Celia, I think we should wait until Yifeng wakes up. If Yifeng doesn't wake up and Celia is about to start school, I suggest that one of us should protect Xiaoya. Sister Yanyu is right. Then this task will be left to you gentlemen. Xiao He immediately jumped out and said, I'll go. I'm fine anyway. And I'm also an assassin and can be invisible. To be honest, I'm the most suitable for this task. Others nodded. This task really belongs to Xiao He. As an assassin, he has the ability to become invisible and can protect Xiaoyu to the maximum extent. Although Xiaoya rejected Xiaohe's confession at the beginning, this time she did not refuse Xiaohe's protection because of her willfulness. Xiaoya said, okay. Then I'll trouble Brother He. If there's no problem, you don't have to protect me, and I can come back. Xiao He said with a smile, how about that? How do you know when the Long family will take action against you? I will protect you until the day when the boss wakes up. Xiaoya wanted to refuse, but Yen Yu on the side said, Xiao He is right. You don't have to refuse anymore. I know that although you are also capable, 2 people are better than 1. Alright. After the meal, everyone except Yen Yu and Zissa played the game, and their levels had reached level 72. This is the last time they use the magic pill, because Yifeng is not here and the magic pill given to them has been used up. After eating this magic elixir, they were promoted to level 73. Some other players, who leveled up quickly, have already reached level 71. Moreover, on the official website of Fantasy World, other areas and player level rankings have been provided. It is obvious that the national war will be opened soon, except for the Huaxia district. The highest level of players in other regions has reached level 70. Everyone knows that the national war system will officially break out at level 80. Therefore, it is rare to see battles taking place on the forum, and everyone is desperately trying to escalate. Glory Guild, King of the World Map Summit. Among the 3 super guilds, their upgrade speed can be said to be much faster than ordinary unions. But the attitudes of ordinary guild members and super guild members are completely opposite. Just because the 3 super guilds don't fight or make trouble doesn't mean that ordinary guild members like them can do this. In the 3 major guilds, when they are quiet, the number of battles breaking out in ordinary small guilds is increasing. The small guilds are fighting fiercely, and many itchy players have joined those small guilds and started their fighting careers. After all, in the game, there are always fights over some things, such as leveling locations, fighting for bosses in the wild, and fighting for equipment in dungeons, all of which may lead to battles. But the 3 major super unions all restricted each other, so nothing happened. Big battles were just small fights. Chapter 580, Give it a try. How does death feel like? Ah, damn it. What do you call me if you just practice? If you encounter any problems, just call me, and I'll help you solve it. Yifeng roared, startling the other Yifeng. Then let me out, and the problem will be solved. Another Yifeng said angrily, didn't I tell you everything? When you reach the bigger realm, you can go out. Why can't you understand human speech? How long has it been? And I'm still at the peak of the enlightenment realm. And there's no movement at all. I at least knew I was making progress before. But now there's no possibility of going any further. Another Yifeng said, you are tired of eating fish. And you are tired of eating marked fruits. What else do you want to eat? Eat you? Haha. Then you will be disappointed. I am just a soul body. You can't even touch me, let alone eat me. Then what can I do? Stop talking and practice. But I've been practicing for so long, and it seems to have no effect at all. Another Yifeng explained, it is a qualitative leap from the Kaiguang realm to the Biguling realm. Although it is not as good as the Golden Core realm and the Nascent Soul realm, it can at least increase your combat effectiveness to more than just 1 level. The problem, Yifeng said, of course I know that people in the Bigu realm are very strong. But now I haven't even touched the edge of the Bigu realm. What do you want me to do? The other Yifeng touched his chin and pondered for a while. Then suddenly said with wide eyes and a smile, yes. Since we are tired of eating fish and eating marked fruits, there is another way. Any solution? Let's go. I'll take you somewhere. Where? You'll know when you go. Yifeng followed another Yifeng into the woods. This time, they walked unusually far away. Every time the night wind penetrates deep into the woods, it just catches some marked fruits, and immediately comes back without daring to go deeper. After all, Unknown places make people feel scared and intimidated. After walking for about an hour, Yifeng frowned and said, "How long do we have to go?" "It's coming soon," Yifeng said angrily. "This is the 10th time you said it would be here soon." The other Yifeng turned around and said, "Am I going to tell you that we have to leave for another day? You will be willing to follow me." "Really? Then we have another day to go?" I forgot about it. I'm getting old if I go too much. I've been gone for so long. Don't you still want to go back? I boarded a pirate ship. How long do I have left?" Probably it should be about half a day." "Go. Stop talking. While I can still bear it." The other Yifeng, without saying a word, just continued walking forward with Yifeng. If this guy really refused to leave, would he have to carry him on his back? Besides, he couldn't carry him either. He was a soul. After walking for about 5 hours, Yifeng and the others finally came to a volcano. Yifeng looked up at the volcano and said, "Is this our destination?" "Right. You told me earlier." "If you told me earlier, I wouldn't come. It's so far away." The other Yifeng chuckled and said, "So, I won't say it." Yifeng had already seen this volcano in the Peach Blossom Spring. Because although the volcano was far away from the Peach Blossom Spring, because it was flat, Yifeng could see the thick smoke emitted by the volcano. Although it was far away, it could be seen. But I didn't expect that the distance in between was too far. And it took 5 hours to walk. Yifeng asked, "What should we do next?" A Yifeng pointed at the active volcano and said, "It's easy to jump in." Yifeng was startled and kept retreating. He said with some fear, "You are trying to kill me. Jumping into it is lava. Even iron can melt instantly. If I, a mortal body, go in, I will turn into ashes. What are you afraid of? At worst, you will be a good man again in 18 years. No. I'd better go back and practice in peace. Didn't you say it was too slow? This is the fastest speed, and can allow you to break through to the realm of Bigu in a short time. But you can't let me go down to die. How can I reach the realm of Anidia if I die?" Another Yifeng said, "If you don't go down, how do you know there is magma? Then it will burn you to ashes." Yifeng was a little hesitant. "I just want to reach the realm of Bigu as soon as possible, so that I can leave this place and come to real life as soon as possible. But this is a volcano, and everything I feel here is so real, including hunger and pain. If he jumped into the volcano, and if the magma in it was really like the outside world, wouldn't he really be dead?" Looking at Yifeng, who was hesitating, another Yifeng said again, "Now the outside world has passed since you were unconscious. 1 month and 10 days. That is, the past 40 days. You have to decide what to do. If we have decided, go up and jump down. If we can't decide, we will go back. At worst, we will stay here for 2 or 3 years. And it will only be 4 or 5 months outside." Yifeng was silent. 40 days had passed outside. What happened to them during these 40 days? Yifeng didn't know. Were the Long family people looking for them all over the world? Yifeng was very worried about their safety. So Yifeng has been practicing desperately. But he just can't reach the threshold of the bigger realm. And Yifeng thought of a serious problem, which was the reason why he lost his temper today. That is, Sioya is about to start school, and if she still doesn't go out, wouldn't she have delayed Sioya? Yifeng closed his eyes and thought about himself. From the moment he walked out of college until now. During this period, everything that happened flashed through Yifeng's mind. Why do they gather around themselves? Is it because you have money? No. It's because they are willing to make friends with themselves and believe in themselves. However, I have always felt like a big brother to them, taking care of them. They also always stayed by their side and never gave up. Even when they encountered danger, Chu Ti and I took the lead and stood in front of him. He was slapped away by the 2 strong men at the peak of the light opening realm, and might even appear danger to life. But now, I am unconscious, in this bullshit ring space, unable to go out, and unable to help them. Am I still their big brother? When Yifeng opened his eyes again, that determination, that stubbornness, and that unyielding look appeared on Yifeng's face again. Yifeng said, "Come on. What are we going to do? Even if it is the truth, I want to try it and see what death feels like." "Okay. You are indeed my reincarnation." Another Yifeng applauded. "From now on, what you need to do is jump into the magma. Run the god-slaying technique, and fight with the magma. When you can move freely in the magma, That's the moment you break through to the bigger realm. Clear. Chapter 581 Swimming in Magma. Yifeng stood in the crater of the volcano, looking at the crater with billowing smoke. In the past, one would have been far away. But now Yifeng was standing on the edge of the crater. Looking down, the smoke was billowing, and the magma inside could not be seen at all. I don't know how far it is from the crater to the magma. Seeing that Yifeng had not moved, another Yifeng on the side said, "Why are you afraid? Didn't you have a lot of backbone just now?" Yifeng said, "It's not that I'm afraid, but I'm thinking about how long it will take me to reach the realm you mentioned." "Don't worry. How can you know success without hard work? Just go for it." Yifeng nodded, and after executing the god-slaying technique, Yifeng jumped into the crater. Hoo ho ho ho! The roaring wind made Yifeng's face hurt, and the pungent smell of smoke made it difficult for Yifeng to breathe. Puff! Yifeng fell down. What Yifeng didn't expect was that he didn't fall on the lava at all, but landed on a step. This is a limestone formed from dried magma. Although it is hard, the temperature of the heat wave can already be felt here. However, Yifeng has the protection of the god-slaying technique, so he doesn't feel much for the time being. Yifeng looked down and finally saw the faint red magma. And when we arrived at this place, the thick smoke had diluted a lot. Yifeng took a deep breath and jumped down again. This time Yifeng landed firmly on the magma. The moment Yifeng's feet touched the magma, Yifeng felt the terrifying temperature of the magma. Yifeng felt that his shoes were almost melted by the high temperature of the magma. Yifeng quickly activated the god-slaying technique to protect his feet. Both feet were protected, but Yifeng was actually sinking. It can't happen. Yifeng, with his current ability, it's too early to fight against the magma. It's already good to be able to protect his feet. Yifeng raised his feet, and the thick magma stuck to the soles of Yifeng's feet, pulling out a long silk thread. Yifeng was searching above the magma. Every time he walked, Yifeng needed to consume a lot of spiritual energy. But Yifeng had to walk in the magma. Otherwise, his whole body would sink, which might be fatal to Yifeng. Yifeng kept walking and consuming spiritual energy. In this way, the spiritual energy in Yifeng's dantian was exhausted. What awaited Yifeng was probably death. Another Yifeng, who was standing at the mouth of the magma, saw the scene in the magma. Play slowly. I don't know how long it took, but Yifeng should have been sweating profusely. But under the high temperature, the sweat that just dripped out was directly evaporated into water vapor. So Yifeng is extremely short of water now. Yifeng tried to use the god-slaying technique to wrap his whole body. But this way, the force on his feet was completely different. Yifeng's feet would be burned soon. So Yifeng had to concentrate on his feet. But in this case, Yifeng will soon have to return to the outside of the crater due to dehydration. How can I protect my feet and prevent myself from becoming dehydrated like this? Yifeng was thinking of a way, but his spiritual energy was constantly being depleted, and he had to return to the limestone before he was close to depleting it. Yifeng sat cross-legged on the limestone, closed his eyes, and began to restore his spiritual energy. There is no other way but to recover spiritual energy and find a way to deal with the magma. Time passed like this day by day, and Yifeng returned to limestone less and less often. But this was a long process. In the past few days, Yifeng finally gained control of his background and decided to change his mind to protect his whole body. Yifeng no longer worries about the impact of high temperature on himself. Yifeng doesn't even sweat anymore because he can't feel the heat at all now. Yifeng raised his head and shouted, "I've done it. But why haven't I broken through the early stage of the Bigu realm yet?" I saw a voice coming from the crater and saying, "Treat the magma under your feet as if it were ordinary river water, and go swim in it." Yifeng's eyes widened, thinking that he heard wrongly. How is it possible to treat magma as river water and swim in it? Yifeng finally withstood the temperature of the magma. This requires Yifeng to treat the magma as river water and swim in it. Doesn't this require Yifeng to commit suicide? Yifeng asked, "Are you sure I won't be swallowed by the magma?" "Don't worry. I won't die." Yifeng looked at the magma under his feet. Because he was afraid of sinking, Yifeng kept walking on the surface of the magma. But at this moment, Yifeng stopped and stood there, waiting for himself to be engulfed by the magma. When the magma covered his feet, Yifeng felt a little different. It turns out that the feeling of being squeezed by magma is like having your feet stuck in a quagmire. When the lava reached his knees, Yifu already felt a little uncomfortable. He couldn't move his feet even if he wanted to. When the magma passed through Yifeng's waist, Yifeng was already unable to do anything but wait for himself to be surrounded by magma. when Yi Feng was completely surrounded by magma. Yi Feng felt that he had difficulty breathing, as if he was about to be suffocated. Yi Feng began to struggle desperately, trying to get out. But when he was pulled into the magma, Yi Feng found that he was like a landlubber falling into the water. Yi Feng wanted to breathe and shout loudly, but he couldn't make a sound at all, and could only struggle. Yi Feng felt that his eyes were blurry, and his consciousness slowly disappeared. Finally, Yi Feng could not see anything. Well, where am I? Am I dead? After waking up, I found myself lying in the snow. A voice from the side said, "Don't worry. You won't die. You just fainted. I'm not dead, but I remember that I was swallowed by magma. As long as I'm here, I will watch you die. But it's true that when you get into the magma, you should use the God-slaying technique to resist the magma, instead of using the God-slaying technique to protect yourself. If I don't protect myself, won't I be melted by the magma?" The other Yi Feng shook his head and said, "The magma is very dense, so it takes a lot of strength to push it away. It is impossible for a normal person to push it away. But you are not a normal person. You have to dig deep. You can use the God-slaying technique to protect you and push away the magma. How should I do? Use your spiritual energy to mobilize the surrounding magma, turning the originally viscous magma into a water-like existence, so that you can come and go freely in the magma." "Oh, I'm trying. Don't you want to rest?" "No. Time is limited." After saying that, Yi Feng jumped into the volcano again. Chapter 582 Alliance. Japan area. As an economic powerhouse in the Asia-Pacific region, Japan has many expert players. And now that the combat system is about to be launched, the Grand Guild is already working on matters after the National War. Today, the three major guilds in Japan have gathered together. Their goal is to unite and expand their territories. Their target is not just their own country, but the huge Chinese region. As long as they capture 1/3 of the main cities in the Chinese region, it will probably be enough for them to make a lot of money. At the same time, in the Japanese area, one of the female players was extremely excited. She was Sakura Kajita. Finally, you can go from the Japanese server to the Chinese server. Finally, I can see Yi Feng again. I wonder what I should say after seeing Yi Feng. Sister, you are giggling over there, and still thinking about him? Well, it won't be long before I can see him again. But after so long, maybe he has forgotten you. When the time comes, don't come to me and cry sadly. No way. You must still remember me, just like I always remember him. Hey, let's talk about it then. But I heard that he hasn't been online for a long time. It doesn't matter that he's not online. Didn't you just listen to what the members of their guild said? They went on a trip. Maybe, when they come back, the national war will just start. I don't want my sister to be sad either. I hope they will show up again by then. Well, so my brother agreed? Nyamatiani said, there is no other way. As an elder brother, I can only agree. Who made me so smart? As long as Yi Feng doesn't treat you badly. Well, I have Chinese cram school today, so I won't be here. What a waste of time. I'm offline. Bye. Okay, bye-bye. Looking at Keita Sakura, Naima Tyanikai couldn't help but shook his head and said, Yi Feng, if you let down my sister, I will never let you go. The three major guilds in Japan have all formed an alliance starting today. Their only goal is to attack the three major guilds in China. As long as they defeat the three major guilds in the Chinese region, the three major guilds in Japan will be the boss in the Chinese region. At the same time, in Russia, the country above the Chinese region, their folk customs are strong, and there are particularly many players who choose the warrior class. They are also preparing for the arrival of the national war system. Their goal is to stand on the top of the world. In the major areas of the fantasy world, players from every country are frantically preparing for national war. In the Huaxia district, Tu Fenghui, Junlin Qiangxia, and Glory Guild, these three major unions came together for the first time. Tu Fenghui was represented by Zhui Feng, and the presidents of several major guilds in the world were also here. Glory Guild Chu Tianai, Ao Tian and others also came. Zhui Feng frowned and said, What's going on? Yi Feng, the president of your Glory Guild, hasn't been here for a month. What happened? Chu Tianai said, It doesn't matter if our president hasn't come yet. The president has handed over all the power to me. Let's talk about our affairs today. The fanatic asked, Is there really nothing wrong with President Yi Feng? It's okay. Stop talking. Are you out? And I already told you. It will take 1 to 2 months. And this is only 1 month. So, you can really make the decision? Chu Tianai said, of course. And I will report the conditions you negotiated to the president one by one. The fanatic said, okay. Let's get started. Others nodded. Xue Feng said, I know that your Glory Guild and Junlin Tianxia are already connected to the Iron Blood Alliance. So you two have the same opinion. Right? Quang Tu. Chu Tianai and others nodded and responded, yes. We are indeed an iron-blooded alliance. So our opinions are consistent. Xue Feng nodded and said, although my relationship with Yi Feng is not very good, and there are many gaps between the two, but in the face of the national war, I think I should let go of the hatred I had before. Chu Tianai said, you should have been like this a long time ago. Why wait until now? However, Xue Feng still looked stubborn and said, this is the opening of the national war system. For the benefit of everyone. I just took a step back. I didn't mean to reconcile with Yi Feng. So, in battle, you two Feng are not going to obey our orders? The madman said. Xue Feng said, as long as there is no harm to us. Of course we will listen to you. If we, two Feng we, are used as cannon fodder, do you think I will agree? Chu Tianai said, whether we should be cannon fodder or not. That is a matter for the future. Besides, who can decide the current situation? Chu Tianai frowned and said, so, your two guilds are going to unite to bully us and suppress us. Tu Feng we? The fanatic said, we didn't say we would suppress you. You know, when you butchers would suppress our two guilds before. Did you ever think about today? Humph. What does this have to do with me? Everything is done by the Long family. I am just their employee. So, for the sake of this face, I didn't do anything to you. Which is already very good. Otherwise, do you think our two guilds can't beat your two Feng we? Chu Tianai shouted. Indeed. For such a long period of time, the Glory Guild and Junlin Tianxia did not take action against Tu Feng Wei because they placed their previous faults on the Long family. Another reason is that the national war system is about to start. So internal friction is not good for them. If they lose to the opponent in the national war, then they will not be able to survive and face, and their reputation will definitely plummet. Xue Feng said, if we two Feng Wei are to be used as cannon fodder, I completely disagree with this matter. And there is no need to discuss today's matter. After saying that, Xue Feng stood up and wanted to leave. Chu Tianai said, you can go. We, the Iron-Blooded Alliance, will help you break up in the next week. Believe it or not. You? Xue Feng glared at Chu Tianai. The madman said, during the national war, as long as you, Tu Feng Wei, agree to let our Iron-Blooded Alliance have any arrangements, then our previous affairs will be wiped out. Xue Feng looked angrily at the two guilds in front of him. To be honest, Xue Feng really wouldn't agree. But facing the pressure from the two guilds, even without Yi Feng, Xue Feng wouldn't dare to be careless. Xue Feng said, give me half an hour to think about it. Chu Tianai said, no problem. In the past half hour, Xue Feng came to his guild territory and asked the guild members for their opinions. Finally, Xue Feng had to reply to Chu Tianai, Quang Tu and others. Chapter 583 Super Alliance. After Xue Feng returned from his gang's territory, he had to choose to bow his head when faced with Junlin Tianxia and the Glory Guild. In his opinion, if Yi Feng is not here, what if he bows his head once? What's President Xue Feng thinking about? Chu Tianai asked. Xue Feng said calmly, during the national war, although I, Tu Feng Wei, can be under your command, all command transfers must go through me. Chu Tianai responded, of course. No matter what we do, we will bring together the presidents of the three major guilds for a meeting. Do you really think we will use you as cannon fodder? Chu Tianai said, I don't know whether to be cannon fodder or not. I just know that you have to tell me the action plan and that's it. This is definitely no problem. Since you have agreed, then the three of us will sign an alliance agreement during the national war. Chu Tianai said. The fanatic nodded and said, I don't have any problems here. No problem. Just send me the information. Chu Tianai nodded and said, Demo. Pass the information to these two presidents. Yes. Although this kind of online contract signing has imperfections, it is convenient. If the other party insists on breaking the contract, there is nothing that both parties can do. But why did Zhou Tianyin and others choose to sign online? This is because the Glory Guild and Junlin Tianxia are one and the same. Even if the Earthslaughter Feng Guild rebels on the way, they are not afraid of any external force that can suppress them. This was the combined strength of the two unions, which was so great that Tu Feng Wei was unable to make any resistance. So Yifeng agreed to this request. After all three parties signed the contract, this super alliance was finally completed. But their alliance name has not yet been chosen. According to the discussion between Chu Tianai and others, the name of this alliance will be officially completed after Yifeng returns. In the fantasy world, the three major guilds in the Huaxia region have formed a huge alliance. There are more guilds below it, and they have begun to unite. They are all affiliated small guilds of their three major guilds. The number of people in this alliance is unusually large. At the request of the three major guilds, all the guilds are closely united. They no longer cause trouble everywhere, but prepare their levels and equipment. Of course, the alliance guilds belonging to the three major guilds formed a super alliance, while those individual guilds could only hide in the dark and tremble, and did not even dare to come out to make any noise. After all, no union can afford to offend this alliance now. The Longjiatsi land outside the game. Long Chong had already walked out of the Dragon Pavilion. But when he came out of the Dragon Pavilion, he was carried out, and his body was covered with scars. His father, Long John, looked at the scarred Long Chong and said, "I originally planned to let you stay in there for 3 months. But now you have more important things to do." Long Chong said weakly, "Thank you, father, for your generosity. I don't know what father wants me to do. I will definitely succeed this time." Long Chong said, "I won't care about what happened last time. This time, you go to Europe for me." "Europe? It seems there is no territory for our Long family there." Long John said, "It didn't exist before, but now it does. So there needs to be a united front force there. Although your ability is not good, you are my son, Long John. If I say you can, you can." Long Chong was overjoyed. Although he was very weak, he didn't expect his father to believe in him so much. "Although he has been severely tested in the Dragon Pavilion, you have actually increased. But if he wants to be the boss of a certain area," Long Chong asks himself, "he does not have the ability yet." "Father, where is my eldest brother?" "Aotian has left for North America, where he will be in charge." Long Chong was hardened. In this way, his Long family seemed to have spread out all over the world. "Father, have our farm family grown to this point? In just a short period of 1 month. Why is there my Long family all over the world?" Long John said, "You don't need to worry about these things at the moment. As long as you know, our Long family is now the largest family on earth." Long Chong stood up weakly, saluted respectfully and said, "Congratulations, father, for dominating the world. Well, recuperate your injuries. After you recover, leave for Europe immediately." "Yes, father." After waiting for Jean to leave, Long Chong stretched out his hand to indicate that the servant next to him came over and asked, "Tell me what happened during the month I was away." "Yes." Then, the servant told Long Chong what happened to the farmer's family in the past month. And Long Chong was extremely excited. Long Chong asked, "How is Yifeng and the others doing lately? I heard that after I went to Dragon Pavilion, my father had already evacuated most of the resources of the Feng Tuhu Association." "Right? Yes, second young master. After you went to Dragon Pavilion, the master of the family had sent experts to capture Yifeng. In the end, Yifeng took forbidden drugs and died together with a Peak Kaiguang realm expert. It's so terrifying that my father actually sent a Peak Consecrated Light realm expert to find him. And he also killed a Peak Consecrated Light realm expert. Even this Yifeng is worth it." "Yeah. But it's a pity that Wu Tian hasn't been found yet. I'm afraid Wu Tian has already been hiding. Humph. Now that the entire world is under the control of my Long family, how big a storm can one Wu Tian make? Go down and make some tonic soup for me." "Yes, second young master." After the servant left, Long Chong was the only one left in the room. But he is extremely weak now. But since Brother Long came out, his ability has become much stronger. It has been upgraded from the middle stage of the Qi training period to the early stage of foundation building. Although Dragon Pavilion is scary, it is very helpful to the body and cultivation. Yifeng. I don't know if my father has kidnapped your confidant. Forget it. I still disdain the things you used. I heard that European women have hot bodies and very good skills. Let me verify it. Within the Immortal Cultivators Alliance, Wu Tian's injuries have completely healed after this period of rest. On this day, Wu Tian got to Yifeng's side. As soon as he saw the aura that seemed to be emanating from Yifeng's body, he was shocked. What's going on? Isn't this guy from Kunming? Why is his cultivation level higher than mine? It was Yenyu who was taking care of Yifeng at this moment. But when Wu Tian said this, Everyone felt surprised. Yin Yu asked, "Are you sure you saw it correctly? What exactly happened?" Wu Tian touched his chin and said, "I don't know very well. But this kind of situation has indeed happened in history books. However, what is unique is that they took a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures after being injured. This happened, but Yi Feng didn't. So I felt it was very strange." Wu Tian couldn't explain why Yi Feng was in this situation. All the mysteries can only be solved when Yi Feng wakes up. Chapter 584, The Arrogant Long Family. Even Wu Tian couldn't tell Yi Feng's current cultivation level. After all, Wu Tian's level was too low. Anyone who was 2 levels higher than himself couldn't tell any level. Yin Yu looked at Yi Feng worriedly, not knowing what happened to Yi Feng. It had been more than a month, and he still hadn't woken up. He didn't know when he would wake up. Wu Tian looked at Yi Feng again and said, "Don't worry. He has no problem now. But I don't know why he can't wake up. But at least I can guarantee that he is fine. Well, as long as he is okay, I will take care of him for the rest of his life. I plan to go out today to see what's going on outside," Wu Tian said. Although Yin Yu didn't have a good impression of Wu Tian. He was Yi Feng's friend after all. And he brought them here to avoid harm and saved Yi Feng. Yin Yu said, "It'll be okay." Wu Tian said with a smile, "It's okay. My injury is healed. As long as I don't die, it shouldn't be a big problem." "Okay. Then be careful." "Uh-huh. This is the first time a beautiful woman cares about me. I feel so happy." Yin Yu rolled her eyes and said, "Because only you know how to come here and how to leave. If you die, won't we lock you up until you die?" Wu Tian smiled awkwardly and said, "That's not the case. At least the Great Elder and the others will come back." Yin Yu said, "I don't know when it will be. At least you just have to be careful." "Okay. I'm going to go out and see what's going on outside. It's estimated that more than a month has passed, and they should have relaxed a lot of their vigilance towards us. Soon." Wu Tian left the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. The first thing Wu Tian did when he came out was to contact his former subordinates. Although most of the people in the Dragon organization are now intimidated by the Long family, they know that as long as the Great Elder comes back, the Long family will still be nothing. After learning about Wu Tian's summons, many people in the Dragon group finally found hope. During this time, they had had enough of being ordered around by the Long family. You must know that they had never been this angry when they were in the Long organization. In Wu Tian's hands, you finally appeared. They said you had been killed by them. Wu Tian said, "It's just a serious injury. Not dead. This Long family is so bold. They dare to touch you." Wu Tian said, "Now the Great Elder cannot receive any information from me in the Tianwai battlefield. The Long family must know what happened on the Tianwai battlefield. That's why they dare to be so arrogant. It should be that the Great Elder will not be able to come back for a while. But they are too arrogant now. They have controlled all the immortal cultivators and superpowers on the earth in their own hands. And they are forcing us to do other things." Wu Tian asked, "What did they ask you to do? What are you talking about? If you are not dead, you must tell them after you show up. Otherwise we will be killed." Wu Tian frowned and said, "The Long family has gone too far. What's the situation now?" The immortal cultivator said, "The situation is unknown. I only know that the Long family has controlled the entire earth. And they are already looking for the only remaining mythical or vicious beasts on the earth." Wu Tian said angrily, "They are seeking death. Didn't the Great Elder say that? They are not allowed to treat the only remaining species. We know it too. But under their coercion, is there anything we can do? They don't know when a strong man of the bigger realm appeared and stayed on the earth. A strong man in the bigger realm? It seems that the Long family has long planned to leave such a strong man in this place. Or the earth. Why don't they say something?" "That's right. All the immortal cultivators and leaders on the entire earth must listen to what others say. Those who resist have been killed." Wu Tian slammed the table and said angrily, "I think the days of this Long family are over. This is not necessarily true. There is no one on the entire earth who can resist the Long family. We can only be obedient. The only way now is for you to quickly go to the outer battlefield and tell the Great Elder what happened here, so that we can be freed." Wu Tian nodded and said, "I will tell the Great Elder the news as soon as possible. Of course, you must hold back during this period to save your own lives." "Understood. I will inform all brothers." "That's good. Nothing's wrong. You should go back quickly, because they have misunderstood you." "Okay. Leader Wu Tian, you should also be careful." After Wu Tian walked around the Huaxia district, He returned to the Immortal Cultivator Alliance again. Wu Tian told Yin and Chu Ti and I what happened outside. This Long family is really too much. That's right. It seems we can't get out for the time being, Xiaoya said hesitantly, but I'm going to college soon. And school starts in a few days. Yin said, otherwise. You want me to go to your school tomorrow to give you a vacation? Xiaoya said, but I don't even have reports. So how can I take a vacation? Xiao Hei said, otherwise. We will report for duty first. Then take vacation directly. And make up for it later. Yin said, this is the best. But it is a bit dangerous. I wonder if the Long family will ambush in advance. Wu Tian on the side was silent. According to the current situation, not going out is the best choice. But Xiaoya is a student who has just entered college. So she can't let her future be ruined. Wu Tian said, how about this? I'll go with Xiao Hei and bring Xiao Yu back after reporting on her. How about that? Xiaoya said, with brother Wu Tian taking me there. I feel more at ease. Let's just settle it. Yin said, okay. That's it. Wu Tian said, Xiao Hei, come with me. We need to be prepared. If the other party really has an ambush, it will be easy for us to deal with it. Okay. Brother. You can do whatever you say. As long as you keep Xiaoya safe. Then don't be nagging and leave quickly. After Wu Tian and Xiao Hei left, Yin took Xiaoya's hand and said, don't worry. Wu Tian's cultivation is higher than Yifeng. Yeah. I just didn't expect that I, who was originally an ordinary person, would actually fall into such a state. Yin said, can I not be the same as you? The general trend is that even if it is not like this now, it will be like this in the future. Xiaoya nodded and said, yeah, I understand that too. But I'm just afraid that my parents will worry about me. Don't worry. Didn't we tell Aunt Shui that we came out to play? It's okay if you go to see Aunt Shui in a few days, and she won't worry. Well, I hope Aunt Shui is okay. Yin said, how could the Long family threaten you with a nani? So Aunt Shui will be fine. Yin comforted. Chapter 585 discovered. The day when Xiaoya started school was finally known. And during this period, Yifeng still showed no signs of waking up. There was no way. Since Yifeng didn't wake up and Xiaoya had to start school again. So he went according to the original plan. On this day, Xiaoya, Wu Tian and Xiao Hei came to the edge of the space of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. A group of people came here to say goodbye to Xiaoya. Yu Mengming hugged Xiaoya and said, be careful and come back soon. Yeah. I'll be back soon. With them protecting me, nothing will happen to me. Yin said, Wu Tian. Xiao Hei, you must protect her. Xiao Hei said quickly, it doesn't matter what you say. I will definitely protect her. Wu Tian said, look. Xiao Hei is working so hard. I'm just watching from the side. Chu Ti and I said, anyway. Be careful. If something happens, come back here as soon as possible. Or contact us. Well, in here. Except for the fantasy world where I can contact you. The phone cannot be reached. So if we contact you, we will definitely be in the game. Wu Tian said. Well, then we will send people to wait for your news in the game. Yin said. Xiaoya said, then don't send them away. I will be back soon. It will only take about a day. There will be no problems. Zisu said, do you want to go back and tell Aunt Shui? Yeah. I still have to go home and get something. Yin said, in that case, let's go quickly. Don't delay. Well, you all go in and take care of Yifeng. Yeah. Be careful all the way. Wu Tian took Xiaoya and Xiao Hei away from the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. Not long after, they appeared in my Xiaoya's villa. However, there were no unexpected incidents at their home. And Aunt Shui was still cleaning at home. Aunt Shui, I'm back. I got some things to prepare for school. When you saw Xiaoya and Xiao Hei coming back, you couldn't help but said in surprise, how have you been playing during this time? Why are you two the only ones here? Xiaoya said, isn't school starting soon? So I came back to get something. Then I went and left immediately. Why are you leaving in such a hurry? You must have had lunch here. Xiao Hei quickly shook his head and said, choose one. Boss, they are still waiting for me. We won't eat. We are in a hurry. Oh, then I will help you clean up. By the way, after you left, a group of people came to our place several times, as if they were looking for you. But when they saw that you were not there, they didn't say anything. Xiao Hei's heart tightened and he quickly asked, do you know who they are? And Shui shook her head and said, I'm not sure. They noticed you were not here and didn't say much. But from what they said, it seems they came to invest in you. But I don't know much about your game, Xiaohei said, as long as you're fine. Just pack your things and let's go sign up first. Okay. I'll go help clean it up right now. Outside Xiaoya's villa. In a distant place, a man looked at Xiaoya's villa with a telescope. This was what they did every day. Let's see if there is anything interesting to see. They have been hiding for a long time. I really thought they would throw themselves into a trap. A cultivator of immortality. Another immortal cultivator said, Why are you so long-winded? We will report when people come. If they don't come, we will continue to waste time here. If we are really bossing around, the Long family is nothing. Shoo! Keep your voice down. You're not afraid that the walls have ears. The immortal cultivator was so frightened that he didn't dare to speak nonsense. A cultivator who was watching the situation at Xiaoya's home with a telescope suddenly frowned and said, Hey, there seems to be something going on inside. Another cultivator said, Let me see. Sure enough, there is someone. It seems to be one of my targets. But 2 people came over. Should we report it? Or should we not alert others? Forget it. Let's take a look first. If we scare the snake, it will be difficult to handle. Xiaoya and Xiaohei immediately left the villa after packing their luggage. Outside the villa complex, Wu Tian was sitting in a taxi, waiting for their arrival. Xiaoya and Xiaohei quickly returned to the car. Wu Tian drove a car disguised as a taxi and left the villa with Xiaohei and Xiaoya. The taxi we took is left. Where are they going? Should we follow them and see? Let's go and take a look. Maybe we can find where the others are hiding. The university that Xiaoya was admitted to was a college of higher learning in this city. This university was the same university that Yifeng and the others were studying at that time. Yifeng is Xiaoya's senior. But the university is located in the suburbs. In a university town. But they were disguised as taxis. So they probably didn't do a good job of being discovered. During this period, Wu Tian changed the license plate on the car at a corner, so that even if someone was following them, it would be difficult to find their location. Holy crap. Where did they go? There are so many taxis. But none of them is the one we were following just now. The license plate number is different. It's really cunning. It seems that they have been prepared for it. I think it's better to report this matter. At least if someone knows about it. We will probably be guilty of a lot. The other person nodded and said, Yeah. Soon the Long family had received the news that I was following the 2 of you. Long Zhan was obviously a little annoyed. Sure enough, they are just some fans. They can even lose track of a taxi. Come on. Please tell me what their purpose is here. Yes. About half an hour or so passed. A descendant of the Long family came up behind Long Zhan and said, Head of the family, if you guessed correctly, it is the beginning of school for that woman today. And she is here to register for college. Signing up for college? Are they so confident that they can avoid the Long family's investigation? Prepare some manpower to catch them too. Yes. In the university town, Xiaoya finally came to the university where she was admitted. Of course, after going through complicated procedures, Xiaoya finally successfully registered. After registering, Xiaoya immediately applied for suspension of study. In the first semester, Xiaoya was suspended from school. In college, there are many people who drop out of school in the first semester. So Xiaoya's dropout is not surprising. A man who looked like a dean stood in front of Xiaoya and said, If you really plan to drop out of school, just sign it. Yeah. I'm definitely taking a break from school for 1 semester. Then sign it. When Xiaoya finished signing, Wu Tian and Xiaohei behind him finally breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment, Wu Tian's heart suddenly tightened, because he felt that there were immortal cultivators approaching. And there were quite a few of them. Chapter 586 Jiao. We have to go, Wu Tian said anxiously. Xiaohei and Xiaoya already understood when they heard Wu Tian's anxious tone. Xiaohei said, Let's go. Wu Tian walked out of the classroom door first, and then hurriedly left with Xiaohei and Xiaoyu. Hey, classmate, even if you are on leave from school, you still need to get your textbooks. You run really fast. In the school, Wu Tian said in a low voice, We must have been discovered. I don't know what place is suitable for hiding around here. Xiaohei said with a gloomy face, Brother Futian, you take Xiaoya away. I'm here to stop them. Wu Tian said, This is not the time yet. Let's go first. Go this way. Good. The 3 of them hurriedly left the school and left in the opposite direction from where the group of immortal cultivators came. Just after the three people left the school, a group of immortal cultivators entered the school. However, this group of immortal cultivators felt the entire academy, but found that there was no trace of what they wanted to find. What's going on? It seems that there is no one we are looking for. The two cultivators who were following Wu Tian and the other said, "It's impossible. They should be inside. Because I saw the taxi." The leading immortal cultivator said, "So, they should be hiding. Let's divide into two groups and search here. Remember not to act without authorization, and be sure to inform the other party." Clear. This group of immortal cultivators divided into two teams and walked towards the two directions of the academy. Immortal cultivators are different from ordinary people. She can feel things that ordinary people cannot. Within the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, Yifeng was still lying on the stone bed. In the Wang Ring, Yifeng has been in this volcano for an unknown amount of time. At this moment, he is already in the volcanic magma and can swim back and forth freely. But even so, he still did not break through to the realm of Bigu. Yifeng swam in the magma and even meditated in the magma, feeling the temperature and breath brought by the magma. Yifeng practiced quietly. But after a few days, some of them got tired of this kind of practice. Yifeng exposed his head to the lava and shouted toward the crater. "Didn't you say that when I can walk freely in magma, that's when I break through to the realm of Anidia? Why haven't I broken through yet?" A voice came from the crater. "That's because your mind is too complicated." Yifeng said, "You have a complicated mind. I am not a monster." "Uh-huh. What I'm saying is that your state of mind is too complicated, and your thoughts are too much, which prevents you from breaking through to the realm of Bigu." Yifeng said angrily, "Why do you ask me to calm down? People outside don't know what is going on. If I can calm down, I'm really worse than a pig or a dog." Another Yifeng said, "Catch this and eat it." A pill fell from the sky. If it was above Yifeng, Yifeng stretched out his hand to grab it, and landed firmly in his palm. Yifeng opened his palm, and looked at the yellow elixir in his hand, which even gave off a pungent medicinal smell. Yifeng said with great disgust, "This thing of yours is not poisonous, is it? Why does it smell so bad? The pills I have never tasted like this." "Huh? That's because you haven't eaten the elixir I refined. As the saying goes, good medicine tastes bitter." Yifeng said, "Bah. Good medicine tastes bitter. It is also bitter. You have a pungent and unpleasant taste. Isn't this missing a flavoring ingredient? Just make do with it. It will be of great help to your practice." Yifeng asked doubtfully, "Can you allow me to break through to the realm of Bigu?" "Maybe. Probably. Should. Okay." Yifeng was stunned for a moment. This guy was always wrong. But Yifeng looked at the yellowing pill in his hand. Since there was a chance of breaking through to the realm of Bigu, let's take it. Yifeng swallowed the yellowed elixir in one gulp. As soon as the elixir entered his mouth, Yifeng had not tasted anything. It slid directly to his throat and entered his body. "Let me go." "What the H.L. is this? It can actually move on its own." Before Yifeng could react, Yifeng's body suddenly felt a little slippery. "No. After taking this elixir, my skin was still a little hot, but now it has started to become cold." At this time, another Yifeng's voice came from outside the crater. "Dive into the bottom of the volcanic magma. There is a flower there, which can 100% upgrade you to the realm of inescaping." Just as he was talking, Yifeng turned into frost. Frost formed on Yifeng's face, eyebrows, and hair. Yifeng shivered and said, "What on earth did you give me to eat? I started to feel very cold." "Are you telling the truth?" "Of course it's true. Without this elixir, you can't get to the bottom of the magma." "Okay. I'll believe you just once." Yifeng rushed directly into the magma, like a fish entering the sea. Yifeng kept swimming downstream in the magma. Unexpectedly, the further downstream, the higher the temperature. The cold air on Yifeng's body finally gradually disappeared and returned to normal. However, the magma in front of Yifeng slowly turned into a transparent color due to its original red color. The further downstream Yifeng went, the more the color of the magma began to change. It changed from the original red color to transparent color, and now it has begun to turn white. However, the bottom of the magma has not yet been reached, and Yifeng can already feel the heat around him. Yifeng frowned and hesitated for a moment. If this situation continues, it may be even more severe. I wonder if he can bear it. But when I thought about the outside world, they were still waiting for me. So Yifeng had no choice but to hesitate any longer. Yifeng gritted his teeth and rushed down again. Even downstream, The higher the temperature, the worse Yi Feng's mobility becomes. The originally white magma has turned into a layer of transparent blue. Yi Feng's face had begun to sweat. Thanks to the protection of the god-slaying art, Yi Feng could still persist. Not long after, Yi Feng landed on the ground for the first time and landed at the bottom of the magma. But here, Yi Feng didn't see the flowers that Guy mentioned. Instead, Yi Feng heard a roar, and Yi Feng subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. In that position, a pair of fiery red eyes were staring at him. Yi Feng watched as he used the god-slaying technique to fight against the surrounding temperature, but also had to be cautious with his fiery red eyes. Those fiery red eyes slowly approached Yi Feng, and Yi Feng finally saw the owner of those fiery red eyes. This is actually a dragon. It's a red fire dragon. However, Yi Feng looked carefully and saw that this seemed a little different from the legendary dragon. Could it be that this guy was not a dragon? I was a creature that was extremely close to Yi Long. A dragon? Because the guy in front of him only had a dragon horn in the middle and no dragon whiskers. Yi Feng concluded that this guy was not the legendary dragon. Chapter 587 Troublesome Problem. Roar! Although the guy in front of him was sure that he was not a dragon. Even if it was a dragon, it would be difficult for Yi Feng to deal with it, because some dragons are evolved from dragons. They are no less powerful than real dragons. They all carefully looked at the dragon in front of them, and wanted the other party to attack them. Yi Feng would definitely fight back. The Jiao in front of me roared at Yi Feng. I was not in a hurry to attack Yi Feng. I wanted to make Yi Feng retreat. Yi Feng seemed to sense what Jiao meant. Just as he was about to retreat, he suddenly saw a white object behind Jiao. Yi Feng took a closer look and saw that it turned out to be a white flower. Could this be the flower that Guy was talking about? Looking at the flower, if it was really what the guy said, something that could 100% improve it to the realm of Big Free, then Yi Feng would definitely not regress. But looking at the nervous look on that dragon, Yi Feng knew it must be a good thing. Yi Feng took a few tentative steps forward, and the roar of the dragon became louder. In this way, Yi Feng was even more sure that this dragon was guarding this flower, just like the beast he had faced in order to obtain the phoenix grass. It seems that every top-grade medicinal material will have a guardian beast next to it, and this time it is a dragon. Faced with the medicinal materials appearing right in front of him, Yi Feng could only give up. Yi Feng began to walk slowly around Jiao. Wherever Yi Feng went, the glue would turn to that position facing Yi Feng. It seems that I must take action. Otherwise, there is no way to continue the confrontation with this thing like this. Yi Feng unceremoniously used his dark magician profession. A black flame directly entangled the dragon. But this place itself is a fire attribute zone. Yi Feng's black flame seemed to have no effect on the dragon. Of course, after Yi Feng's attack, he completely angered Jiao. The dragon roared angrily and jumped out. Yi Feng shouted, "Demonization." After being transformed into a demon, Yi Feng's speed finally improved here. But even so, it could not compare with the speed of the dragon. This dragon originally lived here, and he could walk in the magma just as freely as Yi Feng on land. However, after Yi Feng became demonized, the intensity of his attacks was completely different from before. With the help of the god-slaying technique, Yi Feng's attack power has been greatly improved. Faced with a ferocious beast like Jiao, Yi Feng will not have to run away. Yi Feng and Jiao fought together, causing the magma at the bottom to begin rolling. When the magma foam rolls to the surface of the magma has begun to splash. At the crater, another Yi Feng saw the situation of the magma event and already knew that Yi Feng was down there and must have started a fight with that family. Otherwise such a drastic change would not have occurred. The fight between the two sides was extremely fierce. One was to protect his own things, and the other was to rob. But Yi Feng seems to have the upper hand, because Yi Feng's abilities are changeable, and he has too many skills. Especially with the teleportation skill. I almost took down the flower several times, but was repelled by the dragon's tail every time. In this way, the dragon has to hide next to the flower timidly to prevent Yi Feng from sneak attack. But in this case, Jiao is too passive. Yi Feng is determined to win the flowers, and Jiao is also unwilling to give up. Teleport. Yi Feng came to the top of Jiao's head, and the death sickle in his hand hit the top of Jiao's head unceremoniously, sinking his head instantly. Upon seeing this, Yi Feng immediately jumped towards the flower. The moment Yi Feng's hand just touched the flower, he withdrew his hand like lightning. The moment I just touched the flower, Yi Feng's hand was burned. If it weren't for the god-slaying art that protected Yi Feng, I'm afraid this hand would be gone. What happened? Does this thing still have the ability to protect itself? Before Yi Feng could think about it, A huge tail directly threw Yifeng away. Yifeng fell aside and held his stomach in pain. But even so, the dragon did not leave the flower, and stayed close to the flower, preventing Yifeng from getting close. But Yifeng didn't dare to get close. The temperature of the web page was so high that it even burned his own hands. How could he take it away? But Yifeng remembered what that guy said. Everything he said along the way had been fulfilled. It was impossible for him to deceive himself. So this thing must be useful to him. Yifeng looked at the flower again. Since he couldn't take it away, what would happen if he ate it directly? Thinking of this, Yifeng began to think of a way. How could he touch the flower again? Yifeng was fighting wits and courage with Jiao in the magma, while I was in the outside world, here at Wutian. But they encountered huge trouble. Their whereabouts were finally exposed, because on the opposite side, they were led by a strong man at the peak of the Light Enlightenment realm. Wutian was only in the early stage of the Kaiguang realm. He couldn't beat them yesterday. Not to mention that there were 2 guys in the early stage of the Kaiguang state in their team. Wutian and the others tried their best to escape, while the 5 people behind them chased them desperately. The strong man at the peak of the Kaiguang realm said, "Wutian, I really didn't expect to meet you here. I couldn't kill you last time. This time, you have thrown yourself into a trap." Wutian said, "Don't be arrogant in your Long family. When the Great Elder comes back, your Long family will be exterminated." "Haha. After I kill you all? Who will know what happened here?" Wutian whispered Xiao He. "Take Xiao Yu and run. I will stop them. My main target is still me." Xiao He said, "Let's go shopping together. If you are caught, we will probably be caught too, because we can't enter the Immortal Cultivator Alliance." Wutian said, "If I take you with me, even if I escape, I may pull you down. If you leave first, maybe I can still run away." Xiaoya said with some self-blame, "It's all my fault. If not, I wouldn't be in this situation now." Wutian said, "It's not your fault. Even if you don't come out, other things will come to us. We can only ask Yifeng to wake up earlier, because his cultivation is so high that I can't see clearly. Only he can deal with the Long family. But the boss has been in a coma for more than a month, and I don't know when he will wake up. Hey, let it be your fate. You 2 go first and find a place to hide. Remember, the way they find people is through spiritual energy. After you hide, don't use any spiritual energy. Otherwise you will be discovered by them." "I know. Brother Wutian. Be careful. We are waiting for you to come back. Brother Wutian. You must come back," Xiaoya said with red eyes. Wutian smiled and said, "Finally a girl cares about me. I feel really comfortable." Xiaoya said, "Brother Wutian. It's this time. And you're still kidding." Wutian said, "Let's go quickly. I'll stop them." Wutian no longer ran, but stopped all the people behind him. Xiaohe and Xiaoya disappeared from everyone's sight without looking back. "Haha. Wutian, do you think you can stop me? Don't let any of the 3 of you escape. I'll catch you first, then the 2 of them, and get them to me." Chapter 588 The Red Leaf Maple. Yifeng was still fighting with Xiao, but Yifeng found that his spiritual energy was depleted very quickly. Not only that, he now felt that the temperature around him was getting higher and higher. Did the elixir just now lose its effectiveness? The pills Yifeng took before had a time limit, but the man didn't tell Yifeng. Now that Yifeng had been inside for so long, the other Yifeng started to get a little anxious about anything he said. This guy can't even defeat a dragon. Can't he be so bad? How can I say that he is already at the peak of the Light Enlightenment realm? Who knows that Yifeng didn't have much direct confrontation with the dragon down there? But it's like this. You advance and I retreat. I retreat and you hide? Which makes Yifeng's spiritual energy consumed even faster. Wanting to use the banana leaf maple just now, Yifeng knew that he didn't have the ability yet. So if he wanted to get that kind of flower, Yifeng had to find a way. But now the dragon's tail has tightly surrounded the flower, and Yifeng is already close. Not even close. Yifeng was confronting the dragon. And Yifeng said, "Can you stop being such a rogue? How can I get it from you like this?" Jiao seemed to hear what Yifeng said, and just yelled at Yifeng. But he would not speak. Yifeng's spiritual energy is scarce at the moment, and he must replenish his spiritual energy through the practice of the god-slaying art. Yifeng directly hovered on the spot and began to practice. But Jiao did not dare to attack Yifeng, for fear that Yifeng would take away the flower next to him. The 2 of them unexpectedly stopped fighting. The churning magma had calmed down. Yifeng, the other man in the crater, saw the calm magma and thought that Yi Feng had already obtained the flower. While he was waiting for Yi Feng to come up, he found that half a day had passed, and no one came up at all. What's going on? It couldn't be that he was eaten. But this is unlikely. If he is eaten, I should have some adverse reactions. But there is nothing wrong with me now. Why don't you go down and take a look? The other Yi Feng was planning to wait and look for it. But when he just stepped into the crater, the magma below started to react again. I'll go. This guy isn't recovering his spiritual energy down there. So just wait. At this moment, when Yi Feng's spiritual energy was restored to half, Yi Feng was entangled with the dragon again. I wonder if Yi Feng can recover his spiritual energy. But Jiao recovers his physical strength more slowly. Or what? Anyway, the Jiao's speed and attack power have dropped a lot compared to before. Yi Feng doesn't care whether you are tired or not. In this case, Yi Feng can better capture the flower. Darkness entwines. Although Yi Feng's fire-type attacks did little damage to the dragon, his control skills were still effective. Feng Xingyun. After Yi Feng activated this acceleration skill, he directly got rid of the dragon's entanglement. And at this time, the speed of the dragon was already controlled by Yi Feng. Teleport. Yi Feng once again appeared next to the flower. This time Yi Feng would not pick it stupidly with his hands. I just opened my mouth and swallowed the flower in one gulp. After doing all this, Yi Feng felt that his mouth was as hot as if it was on fire. Even so, Yi Feng did not dare to be careless, but directly started to escape from the battle upstream. But at this time, Jiao also caught up. The flower he had worked so hard to protect was actually eaten by someone else. How could he not be angry? At this moment, Yi Feng shouted, "Dragon in order." Even in reality, Yi Feng can force Jiao to be stunned for 5 seconds. In these 5 seconds, Yi Feng relied on the speed left by Feng Xingyun to directly reach the outside of the magma. Boom! Yi Feng fell into a large piece of lava outside the crater. At the same time, Yi Feng's whole body turned red. When the other Yi Feng saw Yi Feng's current appearance, he couldn't help but said in shock, "What's going on with you?" Yi Feng said with some discomfort, "I ate that flower." The other Yi Feng stared blankly at the red Yi Feng in front of him. He didn't even know what words to use to describe Yi Feng's current state. And he didn't let him eat the flower that he asked him to take. "You are really powerful. Where is that dragon?" Roar! Before he could finish speaking, the dragon had already jumped out of the crater. However, when the dragon saw the night breeze, it couldn't help but tremble and dived directly into the crater. Seeing this situation, Yi Feng couldn't help but ask, "What's going on? This guy seems to be afraid of you." "How do I know? I look the same, and he is not afraid." "What are you afraid of me for?" Yi Feng thought about it for a while. "And that's right. What is the situation of this dragon? But now my body seems to be in big trouble." Yi Feng said, "Show me quickly. What's going on with me? How do I know? You are all red. Could it be that you are bathing with this dragon down there?" "Stop talking nonsense. I ate that flower." The other Yi Feng rolled his eyes and said, "Holy crap. You can't eat this thing directly. It's used to refine the elixir." Yi Feng quickly picked at his mouth, trying to spit out the flower. But no matter what, Yi Feng couldn't spit out the flower. Another Yi Feng said, "It has already entered your 8 extraordinary meridians. It would be really magical if you can spit it out." Yi Feng was a little panicked. If he eats this stuff directly, there won't be any big trouble or any sequelae. But soon, Yi Feng said, "Don't worry. As long as I'm here, there won't be any big problems. Just lie here quietly, and I will solve the remaining problems for you." Yi Feng said with some disbelief, "Don't mess around." I saw that Yi Feng with a smile on his face walked up to Yi Feng and said, "Don't worry. Whoever is following the other, I won't hurt you." "That's good." Boom! Yi Feng just chose to believe him. But he was knocked unconscious with a fist. "Well?" Yi Feng shook his fist and said, "It feels so good to hit yourself." But Yi Feng had already fainted. And all that was left was what the guy had to do. At the same time, in the outside world, Wu Tianyi was powerless. In order to give Xiao He and Xiao Yu enough time to escape, Wu Tian had used all his abilities. At this moment, Wu Tian was covered in injuries and lying under a tree. Just now, he had finally escaped the opponent's attack and hid here. I don't know how long they can hide here, but it's pretty good that Xiao He and Xiao Yu can escape. Haha. Leader Wu Tian. How is the scenery in this place? Your voice came from the top of Wu Tian's head. Wu Tian looked up and saw that it was the strong man at the peak of the light realm standing on the tree, looking at Wu Tian with a smile on his face. Wu Tian said with a wry smile. I won't fight. If you want to kill or behead me, it's up to you. Tie me up. Yes. Chapter 589. Maybe this is silent dedication. Now Xiao He and Xiao Yu have hid in a cave in a certain forest. Fortunately, their school is in the suburbs, with many fields and mountains behind them, so their location should be able to protect their safety. What should we do? Will we be discovered by them? And brother Wu Tian? How is he? Xiao Ye said worriedly. Xiao He said comfortingly, don't worry. Brother Wu Tian is extraordinary. There shouldn't be much problem. If you want to escape, they will definitely not be able to catch up. Well, I hope so. But we should be safe here. Xiao He checked the hole again and said, don't worry. I have blocked this place tightly. Except for a hole for air. No one should be able to find it. I don't know if brother Wu Tian can find us. Xiao He said, don't worry. I placed a stone at the entrance of the cave. As long as he sees it, he will find us. This is the secret code I discussed with him before. That's good. If I come alone, I'm afraid I'll be caught by them and threaten you. I'm really holding you back. Xiao He said, this is none of your business. It's true that we men are not capable enough and can't protect you. It would be great if the boss was here. Brother Yifeng doesn't know how he is now. He has been in a coma for more than a month. I really hope he is okay. Don't worry, boss. He will be fine. We have experienced so many ups and downs along the way, and we have survived them all. And this time is no exception. And at this time, a voice suddenly came from outside. Look around. The spiritual energy started to disappear at this place. It was also not far ahead when they were walking on foot. Yes, Elder. Xiao He made a silent gesture to tell Xiao Yu not to be nervous. I still remember coming to the entrance of the cave and looking out through the opening. I saw that Wu Tian had been caught by them and was covered in injuries. Xiao He looked at Wu Tian without saying a word. And Wu Tian also looked at Xiao He inadvertently. Although he didn't know where Xiao He was, he kept shaking his head desperately to adapt to Xiao He. And they should not make a sound. However, after searching for the sounds outside for a while, Xiao He and the others were not found. So they quickly walked away. Have Xiao He and the others left? Shoo! Xiao He quickly covered Xiao Ye's mouth. If they made a sound just after the other party left, they would probably be discovered. Sure enough, a few seconds later, someone else appeared within the range of Xiao He and the others. The man looked around, then jumped again and disappeared into the woods. Xiao He shook his head and signaled Xiao Yu not to make any noise. Otherwise they would really be discovered. Xiao Ye also knew that she had been reckless just now. She covered her mouth and did not even dare to breathe loudly. Outside the entrance of the cave, Wu Tian said to the Long family, it's just 2 minions. Why do you want to catch them? Isn't your target me? Just catch me and that's it. Why waste time on them? Stop talking nonsense. Our Long family has something to do. When will it be your turn to take charge? Wu Tian said, okay. Okay. Then you can keep looking. But I am seriously injured. You have to let me die. Don't worry. I just gave you a pill, which is enough to ensure that you will live to see the master of the house. Okay. Can we change places? I need to poop. Come on. Take him with you. Waste means a lot of things. Wu Tian was diverting their attention. But after 5 days of dawdling here, they lost a lot of patience. This was enough to ensure the safety of Xiao He and Xiao Yu around them. Reporting back to the elder. Nothing was found here. Maybe it's in front. Well, take that loser Wu Tian and let's go. Yes. This time, the Long family finally left. Xiao He breathed a sigh of relief and said, you can rest assured that we are gone. Xiao Ye patted her chest and said, I was scared to death. I just seemed to hear brother Wu Tian's voice. Xiao He nodded and said, well, Wu Tian has been caught by them. We can't return to the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. What should we do? Xiao He said, don't worry. I will definitely protect you. Even if it costs me my life. At this moment, Xiao He didn't smile as playfully as before. And his voice was unusually calm. Xiao Ye looked at Xiao He and said with a blank expression, I don't need you to sacrifice your life. I just need everyone to be safe. Without any life-threatening danger. Xiao He said, it's okay. Even if you reject my confession, in my heart, I still like you. But no need to explain anymore. I will protect you. Xiao He and Xiao Ye stayed in this cave for a full day. Xiao He stayed there for so long for safety reasons. Waiting for the next morning, Xiao He pushed the hole open. And Xiao He held Xiao Wen's hand and ran wildly in the jungle. They needed to leave this place and find another hiding place. Unfortunately, they are still too young. If they stay here for a few more days, maybe the Long family will really leave. But they only stayed for 1 day, and the farmers were not so easily fooled. Not long after they left, our family had already discovered their traces. Chase me. Yes. Wu Tian sighed and shook his head. In his mind, Xiao He had done a good job. But it was a pity that the Long family were too cunning. He hoped that Xiao He and the others could escape. Xiao He and Xiao Lu were running wildly. But sparse sounds came from behind. Xiao He had already noticed it. And someone was chasing them. Xiao He said in a low voice, "Wait a minute. If they really catch up, you go first and I'll stop them." "No. Let's go together." Xiao He shouted, "Xiao Ya. Nothing can happen to you. The boss once told me that a man must be able to take things and let them go. And he must protect the people he wants to protect. Even if he pays his life for them. No matter what." "No. Don't say that. We can escape. They are still far away from us." Xiao He said, "Our abilities are too far behind theirs. So one of us must stay." "Of course. I can't let you stay. And I can just escape." "No." Xiao He took Xiao Ya's hand and said, "There is a cave ahead. You hide in it. Remember? Never come out. Never come out." "No. I can help you. I can add status to you to make your fighting ability stronger." Xiao He shook his head with a wry smile. He knew it was useless. He was using his arms as a cart. Xiao He hit Xiao Yu on the neck with a knife. Xiao Yu fainted instantly, looking at Xiao Yu in his arms. Xiao He suddenly smiled. Then Xiao He placed Xiao Ya behind a cave, covered it up and escaped quickly. Chapter 590 finally back. After Xiao He left the cave, he made a lot of noise and fled in another direction. Those who were chasing Xiao He rushed forward after Xiao He, not caring about Xiao Yu's location. Xiao He is just a person in the middle stage of qi refining, compared with the strong ones at the Foundation Establishment realm and the Light Opening realm. He is far behind, even though they were relatively far apart before. With the changes of time, they can already I saw Xiao He's voice. "Boy, don't run. If you run again, I'll break your legs." Xiao He said, "We'll tell you after you catch up with me." Xiao He didn't dare to stay at this place, because it was not very far away from where Xiao Yu said she would live forever. He had to keep a greater distance to ensure Xiao Yu's safety. "Huh? I won't cry until I see the coffin." However, Xiao He is not someone to be trifled with. As an assassin, he has invisibility skills. When the opponent wanted to attack it, Xiao He immediately became invisible. After entering the invisibility, although the other party could not see my voice, his aura was still detected by the other party. Even so, Xiao He also had this very big advantage, because they could not determine Xiao He's specific location. Damn, this guy is not bad. And he has this trick. It's a pity that you used the wrong person. After determining Xiao He's approximate location, the Long family launched a fierce attack. Xiao He was hit immediately, but hiding in the darkness, he did not dare to make any sound. Even though he was injured at the moment, he still held back. "It's a hit. It's really powerful. I want to see how long you can endure it." Boom. 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 Xiao in the cave was awakened by such crazy vibrations. Xiao crawled to the entrance of the cave in panic, looked out, and saw the place where white smoke was rising and the trees were falling violently. She knew that was where Xiao He fought with him. But Xiao didn't dare to go out, because if she went out, wouldn't Xiao He's hard work be in vain? She could only pray there silently, hoping that Xiao He could escape this disaster. Within the Wang Ring, Yi Feng's red body finally slowly faded away. At this moment, Yi Feng was actually inside a huge pill furnace. After being unconscious, Yi Feng finally opened his eyes and touched his still painful nose. When Yi Feng fully saw where he was shocked. "Holy crap! Where am I? Why do I feel like I'm in a jar?" Finally, a voice came from outside and said, "I woke up so quickly." The lid on the author Yi Feng's head opened, and a head poked over and looked at Yi Feng. "Yes, the effect of the medicine has been absorbed," Yi Feng said. "What's going on? Why am I in this jar?" "What jar?" "This is the alchemy furnace." "Alchemy furnace? You put me in the alchemy furnace to make elixirs?" Yi Feng said with a dark face. "Otherwise, you ate the flowers yourself, and I can only use you to make elixirs. Fortunately, this works well." Yi Feng was speechless. He actually used himself to make alchemy. What if he lost his ability to practice it? Yifeng quickly checked his body. But fortunately, there was no accident. Yifeng said angrily, before you make the elixir, could you tell me that it doesn't matter if you knock me out? If I want to use you to make elixirs, would you agree? I definitely won't agree. What if you train me to death? Don't tell me. If I shake my hand, I can actually make you into a pill. Roll. Yifeng jumped out of the alchemy furnace and looked at the place where he was just now. It was indeed an alchemy furnace. Yifeng said to himself, why do I feel like I'm jumping out of the alchemy furnace like a monkey? But the monkey has fiery eyes and golden eyes? What do I have? Another Yifeng said, he has fiery eyes and golden eyes. Wait until you reach the middle stage of the bigger realm. What? In the middle stage of the bigger realm? You can't go out anymore. The other Yifeng stroked his forehead awkwardly and said, aren't you supposed to be excited about the improvement in your strength? Your reaction is wrong. Yifeng urged, stop talking so much nonsense. Can I go out? You can go out if you try. But before that, Yifeng said, send me out quickly. The other Yifeng helplessly shook his head and said, okay, I'll send you out right now. But I'll give you this thing. As he spoke, he directly touched Yifeng's forehead with his finger. And a message was directly transmitted to Yifeng's brain. What is this? Since you have reached the middle stage of the bigger realm, you should have the intention and good fighting skills. Fighting skill? What is it? A skill? Yes. It can also be said to be a skill. Yifeng recalled the skill he had just acquired in his mind, which was a set of fingering techniques. Finger of the sky. What is this? Is it powerful? Another Yifeng said, you will know after you try it. Recalling the method used by the sky in my mind, Yifeng gathered spiritual energy on his fingers according to the method and shouted, finger of the sky. But no changes were found. Yifeng said with a dark face, are you kidding me? It's none of my business if you're not good at academics. Study it yourself. Yifeng shook his head, leaving all this behind, and said, then send me out. Recite the mantra to yourself and get out. You can get out? So simple? It's your uncle. You are too hasty. Go out. The world was spinning in front of Yifeng. Suddenly, the scene in front of Yifeng finally changed. A familiar face that Yifeng missed appeared in front of him. It's finally out. And when Yanyu saw Yifeng open his eyes, he was so excited that he almost jumped up. Wake up. You wake up. You finally wake up. Yifeng wanted to sit up, but Yanyu pushed him down on the bed and said, you just woke up. Take a rest. I'll call them over. Yifeng took Yanyu's hand and said, I'm fine. I've actually been fine for a long time. But I just haven't been able to come out. What's going on? I said yesterday that your injury has already healed. Yifeng shook his head with a wry smile and said, it's hard to explain in just one word. Then don't say it. I'll call Zissou and the others over. They are also worried about you. But they must be very happy that you are awake. All right. Yanyu ran out excitedly, while Yifeng sat on the stone bed, looking at the familiar environment around him. Yifeng finally smiled, and he was finally back. After a while, everyone ran in. Seeing Yifeng wake up, they all laughed happily. Woo! You bastard finally woke up. Look at so many of us worrying about you. Yifeng held Zissou in his arms, touched her hair and said, I just woke up and you are acting like a baby. Thank you for your hard work. Hearing Yifeng say that he was acting like a baby, Zissou blushed instantly and buried her face in Yifeng's arms, not daring to get up. Everyone else burst out laughing. Chapter 591 Torture. Yifeng looked at the familiar people around him and was very pleased. Moreover, the environment here, if Yifeng guessed correctly, should be in the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. However, Yifeng looked around and didn't notice Wu Tian, Xiao He or Xiao Yu. So Yifeng asked, where did Wu Tian, Xiao He and Xiao Ye go? Why didn't you see them coming? Is there something wrong? Yanyu said, Xiao Ya. Isn't this the beginning of school? In order not to delay Xiao Ye's studies, she plans to register first and then suspend school. Yifeng nodded and asked, well, how long have they been there? Is there any news now? And how is it outside now? Yanyu said with some worry, they have been away for 2 days. Logically, they should be back today. But they haven't yet. Yifeng said, do you know how to contact them? Wu Tian said that if you want to contact the outside world, you can only enter the game. Yeah. Enter the game alone and see if they need help. Chu Tianai said, no problem. I'm going to play the game now. We were playing the game just now. I heard you woke up. So we came out? There should be no problem. Yifeng nodded. As long as they are in danger, they can enter the game directly, even if they cannot find them, and leave a message. So even if they encounter danger, Yifeng will know the situation. Wu Tianai sat aside and closed his eyes to enter the fantasy world. Everyone was waiting for his response. After Chu Tianai entered the game, Yifeng asked, "Are you all used to staying here? How long have I been unconscious?" Zizou said, "Fortunately, there is food and drink here. I heard that it was the crops left by the elders of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. So we will not starve to death. Boss, you don't know that a lot of things have happened outside during the month you were in coma. I heard that the Long family has controlled all the Immortal Cultivators and superpowers in the world." Yifeng said with a solemn expression, "Why is it possible that the Long family is so powerful? Isn't there anyone who resists?" Yin Yu replied, "It's not that no one resists, but that no one can beat them. I heard that the Long family has hidden a strong man in the bigger realm, who can be said to be the most powerful person on the entire earth." Yifeng nodded. No wonder these people couldn't resist. The strong men in the bigger realm were very powerful people. In the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, they were also elder-level existences. Have all the other people in the bigger realm gone to the outer battlefield? Yes, that's what Wu Tian said. Well, I hope Wu Tian and the others are okay. At this time, after Chu Tianai went offline, he said with a panic, "I just got the news that something happened to them. They have been targeted by the Longjiang people. Wu Tian and Xiao He should have been caught. The rest Xiaoya is hiding. She just gave me his location." Yifeng stood up suddenly and said, "Damn the Long family. They really think they are invincible. But they dare to touch my people. Where is the address? I'll save her." Chu Tianai said, "But we don't know how to leave here." Yifeng said, "It doesn't matter. I have seen it before. And Wu Tian also taught me how to leave here." "Okay. I'll go with you." Chu Tianai said. "Yes. Let's go with you." Yifeng said, "No need. I can do it alone. But having too many people makes me intimidated." Yin Yu and Zisa grabbed Yifeng's arm tightly and said, "The people sent by the Long family are definitely not ordinary people. Otherwise, we should wait for the Great Elder to come back." Yifeng looked at the worried eyes of Yin Yu and Zizou, and Yifeng said, "Don't worry. Isn't the Rong family's strongest fighting ability in the bigger realm? And I am now." "ZZ. Are you kidding me? You've only been sleeping for more than a month. How can you reach the bigger realm? Don't be brave," Chenwei said. Yifeng patted Fa Xiao on the shoulder and said, "I have been practicing non-stop for more than a month. But I am not really sleeping. The reason why I haven't been able to wake up is because I haven't broken through to Big Yijing. Wait for me to break through. When I reach Big Yijing, that's when I wake up. So now I'm awake." "Even if you are in the bigger realm, then you have to be careful. After all, you have just reached this realm. And there must be many unfamiliar places." Yifeng said, "Don't worry. Keep telling me. If it's too late, you might not come back." "Okay. I will tell you the address now." "The address is..." After obtaining the address, Yifeng quickly left the Immortal Cultivator Alliance and flew directly towards the location without missing a moment. "TMD. Run. You're invisible. I won't kill you." Xiao He was lying on the ground, vomiting blood, stepped on Xiao He's face with one foot, and kept twisting. Xiao He gritted his teeth and said, "The stubborn Long family. You will be punished one day. You idiot. You still dare to threaten me. I don't think you've been subdued." As he spoke, he raised his foot again and stepped hard twice. Xiao He's head was about to sink into the soil with these two blows. But he was still not dead. Xiao He spit out the dirt in his mouth and said, "Bah! If you want to kill me, do it quickly. Tell me where that girl is." "Have no idea. Little guy. If he still has some backbone, come and hang him up and beat him until he says it." "Yes." Xiao He could only hang directly on the tree, and started beating him with the branches, which made Xiao He scream. "Say it." "Bah! I won't tell you." Crack. 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 The sound of the beating made everyone on the side feel heartbroken. Xiaoyi's body already had countless scars, but Xiaohe still gritted his teeth and refused to tell Xiaoya's location. "Yesterday I couldn't stand it any longer and shouted, 'Stop! Is this how your Long family tortures people? Hey, Leader Wu Tian, you are dissatisfied. If you keep talking, I will beat you too," Wu Tian said. "With the way he looks now, he won't say anything even if he is beaten to death." Why are you doing this? Maybe she has already run away. Then beat him to death. You've gone too far. Humph. If it hadn't been for the master's order, I would have killed you long ago. Do you think you still have a chance to talk to me here? Wu Tian said, what are you going to do to stop torturing him? Simply let me catch that woman. And none of the three of you can even think of leaving. Wu Tian said, where has she gone? I don't know. But if you let her go, I will go back to Long's house with you and tell you how to get to the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. Real? Yes. Brother Wu Tian. Don't say anything. If I die, I will die. It's no big deal. The boss will definitely avenge me. Snapped. Ah! A stick hit Xiaohei's body. And Xiaohei shouted loudly. You brat. Shut up. You have no right to speak here. Chapter 592 You deserve to die. Stop. If you continue to fight like this, he will die. Don't want me to tell you how to get to the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. When the time comes, Long Zhan will be blamed. Don't tell me that I didn't remind you. The man dropped the stick in his hand and said, you really think I'm stupid? Even if I let him go, do you think you will really tell the truth about how to get to the Immortal Cultivator Alliance? Xiaohei grinned and said, bitch. My boss will definitely tear you into pieces. If you have the ability, kill me now. Slap my mouth. I want to see how hard his mouth is. As he spoke, a cultivator picked up a brick and slapped it directly on Xiaohei's mouth. In an instant, Xiaohei's mouth was bleeding, and even his teeth could not be saved. Xiaoya, who was already hiding in the dark, could only cover her mouth desperately to prevent herself from making any sound after seeing this situation. She hoped that Yifeng could come over as soon as possible because he knew that Yifeng was awake. But now Xiaohei is about to be beaten to death by Guigua, and Xiaoyu can't help but rush out. After more than a dozen blows, Xiaohei's mouth was gone without any teeth, and even his lower jaw had been dislocated. My lord, what should I do if this kid still refuses to tell me? Then kill him. Why are you leaving this useless thing here? Yes. A cultivator's Wu took out a knife and prepared to kill Xiaohei. Xiaohei's blurry eyes were not afraid of the knife in the opponent's hand, but he could still laugh. He said to himself, Xiaoya, just be okay. Wu Tian shouted loudly, don't mess around. I tell you, if you really kill him, I will never say anything. Never. Do it. Xiaohei closed his eyes without any regrets and waited for the end of his life. Stop. A shout came from afar. The person who came was none other than Xiaoya. When Xiaohei heard Xiaoya's voice, he opened his eyes wide and tried desperately to speak, but found that he couldn't say anything at all because his jaw was dislocated. Xiaohei struggled desperately and made a whining sound. Wu Tian shook his head and said, it's over. Haha. A friend in need is a friend indeed. If you knew this, I should have killed you long ago. Otherwise, how could this little girl give up? Then do you want to kill him? Didn't you hear what Wu Tian said? Kill him and not reveal the secret? Are you stupid? Shouted the powerful man at the peak of the light enlightenment realm. Yes. Sir. Go and arrest this little girl. You can go back and recover. Yes. Xiaoya did not resist and allowed them to tie her up. After seeing Xiaohei up close, Xiaoya felt extremely heartbroken. Are you stupid? Xiaohei couldn't speak, but she shook her head, tears streaming from her eyes. Xiaohei seemed to say that you are a stupid woman. I have already done this, and you still come out to die. Xiaoya seemed to understand what Xiaohei was saying, and responded, I can't just watch you die. If you really die, I will feel guilty for the rest of my life. Xiaohei still shook his head. All his efforts were in vain. Fool, even if it means death, I will die with you. Xiaohei looked at Xiaoyu with wide eyes. He had no idea that Xiaoyu would actually say this. Xiaoya came close to Xiaohei's ear and whispered, Brother Yifeng is here. Xiaohei was shocked when he heard the word Yifeng. Did he finally wake up? Are you finally here to save yourself? Regardless of the pain in his jaw, Xiaohei actually laughed. Ha 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 ha. The Peak Kaiguang realm expert looked back at Xiaohei and said, has this guy been beaten stupid? He can still laugh so happily at this time. Someone blocks his mouth. I don't want to hear this disgusting thing all the way. The sound of, yes. Just when the immortal cultivator was about to block Xiaohei's mouth, as soon as a black figure fell from the sky, it landed in the middle of the crowd with a loud sound. The strong man at the peak of the Kaiguang realm shouted, who are you? This is where the Long family does business. Anyone who has nothing to do with it, get out of here. Yifeng, who landed on one knee, shook the wings behind him and slowly stood up. Wu Tian looked at the person who appeared in front of him and finally smiled. Yi Feng simply ignored the powerful man at the peak of the lighting realm, but turned back to look at Xiao He. After seeing Xiao He's appearance, Yi Feng's anger could no longer be described in any words. Who beat you? Xiao He. Xiao He whined and couldn't make any sound. Yi Feng clenched his fists, knowing that Xiao He could no longer say anything. Uh-huh. Yi Feng instantly came behind Xiao He and Xiao Yu and untied their ropes. He whispered, "Take care of Xiao He and leave the rest to me." Yeah. Xiaoya hugged Xiao He and took out a bottle of blood-restoring potion with great heartache. At this time, the strong man at the peak of the lighting realm said angrily, "Who the hell are you?" Yi Feng said, "Yi Feng." Uh-huh. Who did I think it was? It turned out to be just a dead dog that luckily survived. Yi Feng said calmly, "Should I do it myself? Or should you do it yourself?" Humph. This is such a big joke. Come together and capture this Yi Feng. We have overfulfilled our mission. Yes. But now Yi Feng is already a strong man in the middle stage of the bigger realm. In front of him, these people are just a group of ants. Those strong men at the foundation establishment realm and those at the elementary level of the opening light realm were already deflected away by Yi Feng's breath before they could rush in front of Yi Feng. The strong man at the peak of the open light realm looked at Yi Feng's aura and ran away without any time to react. When did a strong guy in the bigger realm achieve such a level of cultivation? Doesn't it mean that even if he takes forbidden drugs, he would be at the same level as me at most? Yi Feng stood there and shouted coldly, "You want to run away? Do you think it's possible now?" It's a pity that the guy disappeared in front of Yi Feng without looking back. But the next moment, Yi Feng also disappeared from the spot. Less than 2 seconds later, a figure fell from the sky and hit the ground directly. When the dust and smoke disappeared, the voice of the person revealed was the peak powerhouse of the consecrated light realm who had just escaped. Puff! Yi Feng. If you dare to kill me, the Long family will not let you go. Yi Feng slowly descended from the sky and said coldly, "Long family? Humph. A family member who is about to disappear dares to threaten me. When you touch my brother, you should think carefully about what will happen to you. There is only death. One piece." The strong man at the peak of the Kaiguan realm said with a ferocious expression, "Do you really think I can be killed by you so easily? Even if I die, I will die with you." After saying that, the strong man who turned the switch on the mirror directly rushed toward Xiao He and Xiao Yu who were standing aside. Wu Tian on the side shouted hurriedly, "Be careful." Xiao Yu was holding the unconscious Xiao He. When she saw the strong man who had rushed over, she could no longer resist. The strong man at the peak of the open light realm said ferociously, "Come to death with me." Finger of the Sky. Chapter 593 Breaking into the Long family. Puff! A finger condensed by spiritual energy directly pierced the brain of the powerful man at the peak of the open light realm. In front of Xiaoya, less than 1 meter away, the strong man fell to the ground with a pop and made no sound. The powerful man at the peak of the consecration realm realized that the group of immortal cultivators under him were squatting on the ground and making surrender gestures. Because Yi Feng's finger to the sky just now really suppressed them. Even Wu Tian had never seen such a shocking skill. Wu Tian was stunned by the scene just now. Yi Feng came to Wu Tian and stretched out his hand to untie the rope on his body. Wu Tian said, "What skill is this?" Yi Feng said, "How are you new?" "Yes. This strong man in the bigger realm is really powerful." "Ha ha. It's not bad. I didn't expect that the Long family would do so many excessive things during the time I was in coma." Wu Tian said, "How to deal with these people? The battle on the outer battlefield is about to begin, and we cannot harm too many immortal cultivators. So I want to imprison them temporarily." "Good. Go and see Xiao He and see what it's like." Except for this strong man at the peak of the consecration realm who was killed by Yi Feng. Everyone else was captured by Yi Feng, and their spiritual energy was temporarily sealed. Soon Yi Feng and others returned to the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. When everyone saw Xiao He's appearance, they were very angry. Yi Feng said, "Fortunately, I can't die, but it may take some time to recover." Zisu said, "This Long family is really not human. How can they beat Xiao He into this state?" Yi Feng said, "The Long family really deserves to die. They dared to do such an excessive thing in the absence of the elder. It seems that they should be taught a lesson." Wu Tian said, "What are you going to do? Are you going to Long's house now?" Yi Feng nodded and said, "Yes. Since they are so courageous, let them try to see whose fist is harder." Wu Tian said, okay, I will take you there. Yin Yu said, is there any danger? We finally got out of danger. Wu Tian said, what are you afraid of? Yi Feng is now a strong man in the middle stage of the bigger realm. This is the strongest guy in the Long family. He is only in the early stage of the bigger realm. His level is still one level lower than Yi Feng. If Yi Feng loses to that person, it's so embarrassing. Yi Feng said, it's okay. Don't worry. Well, we believe you. But we have to come back soon. Well, Wu Tian. Let's go. Okay. I can finally feel proud. This period of time has been so frustrating. Those who have been sealed and cultivated have been arranged by Wu Tian to other places. But there are also people from the Long family among them. One of the Long family members secretly contacted Long Zhan, the head of the Long family. Why were you killed? Because your cultivation was sealed by Long Wu. Long Zhan stood up angrily. Yes, they have returned to the Immortal Cultivator Alliance at this moment. They don't know what to do next. Okay. I understand. Just stay there for the time being and don't take any action. Tell me if there are any trends. Yes. Master. Kill Long Wu. Why did this kid Xiao become so powerful? Could it be that he took some forbidden medicine? But why didn't he die last time after taking banned drugs? Is there any medicine in the Immortal Cultivator Alliance that can alleviate the side effects? It seems that I am bound to win this alliance of Immortal Cultivators. I'm afraid there are many secrets in it. Long Zhan sits as the head of the family. And now, he is the boss of Immortal Cultivators and superpowers on the entire Earth. Of course those governments were vulnerable to him. With all their weapons? In front of these Immortal Cultivators, another person in the Qi refining stage can block bullets with his bare hands. If he is in the light enlightenment stage, it will be even more terrifying. Not to mention that their Long family also has a strong man in the bigger realm. The location of the head of the Long family is extremely secretive. Even though it was extremely secretive, Wu Tian knew where it was. This place turned out to be in the center of a city. A place where few people suspected it. The location of the Long family is behind a Dragon King temple. After passing the Dragon King temple, and then through a long tunnel, you can reach the real Long family. Moreover, the Long family has used formations. So even if they look down at them from the sky, the Long family cannot detect them. Wu Tian took Yi Feng to this Dragon King temple. It looked like an ordinary Dragon King temple. But there were not many people worshipping here. Because this Dragon King temple is very special. Because there are farmers behind it. This Dragon King temple only allows rich people or people from political circles to worship here. And ordinary people are not allowed to enter. When Wu Tian and Yi Feng wanted to enter the Dragon King temple, they were stopped. Please show your ID. Wu Tian took out something similar to an ID card and handed it to the other party. The other party took one look and said, "Go in." Yi Feng followed Wu Tian silently. The man just now was just a little person in the Qi training period. Although the other person glanced at Yi Feng specifically, he didn't say much. Wu Tian said, "Let's go. We will arrive at Long's house soon." After walking through a long path, we finally saw a luxurious villa complex, which is the headquarters of the Long family. The gatekeeper turned out to be an immortal cultivator in the Foundation establishment realm. As soon as they saw Wu Tian and Yi Feng arriving, the two gatekeepers immediately shouted, "Stand! What are you doing here?" Wu Tian said, "Look for your family leader Long Zhan. You can find the master of the house just as you said. So why don't you get out of here? Don't think that a strong man in the light realm can come to my Long family to run wild." Wu Tian frowned and said, "The Long family has changed really fast. It has expanded so much in such a short time." Yi Feng said, "What are we doing here? You're looking for trouble. Then why are you talking to him so much about etiquette? Just punch him in." Wu Tian patted his head and said, "Yes. Why am I so stupid? The Long family doesn't give me etiquette. So why should I give them etiquette?" As he spoke, Wu Tian, who had been holding back his anger, rushed forward and knocked away the immortal cultivators at the Foundation establishment realm one by one with one palm. After being beaten away by Wu Tian, the cultivator immediately shouted, "Come quickly. Someone is trying to break into Long's house." The alarm was sounded at the gate of the Long family, and dozens of immortal cultivators rushed out. Yi Feng looked at the many immortal cultivators in front of him and said, "The Long family has such a deep foundation that they actually have so many immortal cultivators. No. Otherwise how could we become the largest family in China? But it's a pity that people are so weak. If you want to dominate the entire Earth, you will not be able to escape the sanctions." At this moment, A strong man in the consecrated light realm came out and said, Wu Tian, I didn't expect you to come looking for death. Come here. Arrest them both. Yes. A group of people rushed forward. Wu Tianlai said that those below the consecrated light realm were no match for him. But he had to think about those above the consecrated light realm. Chapter 594 Fighting Long Fei. Yi Feng stood behind Wu Tian. Now, when Yi Feng saw the group of immortal cultivators in front of him, he was not interested at all. Because in his eyes, these guys were like garbage. A person who was in the middle stage of the consecration realm rushed up and wanted to attack Wu Tian. Yi Feng just flicked his fingers, and the person in the middle stage of the lighting realm was directly ejected. Boom! A door was knocked open, and the disciple of the Long family looked at Yi Feng in horror. He knows that a ruthless character is here to mess up the situation. But it seems that he is not something they can deal with now. The address of the consecrated light realm immediately ran towards the inner courtyard to find Long John. The head of the house is in serious trouble. Someone is here to cause trouble. Long John is currently reading a batch of documents, which are from Europe and the United States. This was the first time Long John reported on the situation there, which made Long John very satisfied. Why are you panicking? How do you behave? Is this still my Long family? The Long family disciple lowered his head and said, reporting to the head of the family, someone is called in and is at the gate. Long John frowned and said, you can't defeat them even with your cultivation in the middle stage of the light enlightenment realm? The man shook his head and said, that man's cultivation is unfathomable, and we are no match for him. Long John said with a gloomy face, it seems that someone is still dissatisfied. You go out and gather people to calm him down. I will come later. Yes, master. Long John put down the documents in his hands and did not immediately walk out of the gate. Instead, he went deeper into the backyard and arrived in front of a house. Long John said respectfully, Elder Long Fei, someone comes to provoke our Long family. I hope Elder Long Fei can teach him a profound lesson. After a moment of silence, a voice came from the house and said, well, I have already felt it. Anyone who dares to come to my Long family to provoke is really looking for death. Come with me. Yes. The door opened, and an old man walked out of the house. Long John followed the old man respectfully, and slowly walked towards the gate of Long's house. At this moment, in front of the gate of the Long family, the ground was full of children of the Long family. Wu Tian said with a refreshed face, it's so cool. The Long family is so arrogant. It's not just a day or two. Being able to beat them like this makes me feel so comfortable in my life. Yi Feng said, be careful. There is a master coming. Wu Tian said, isn't he the big realm elder of the Long family? I want to see who he is. How dare he stay on Earth and not go to the outer battlefield to help the great elder? 2 minutes later, Long John and Elder Long Fei finally walked out. After seeing Long John and Long Fei, the children of the Long family shouted respectfully, I've met the head of the family. I've met Elder Long Fei. When Long John saw Wu Tian, he said disdainfully, it turns out it's you, Wu Tian. I thought there was some powerful person. Seeing you surrendering yourself to a trap. I'll give you a good time. Wu Tian looked at Long Fei beside Long John and said coldly, it turns out to be Elder Long Fei. It's been a long time. Long Fei looked at Wu Tian and said, don't talk nonsense. Since you know me, you should know my strength. In the face of absolute strength, you should just surrender without any effort. Wu Tian said, since you have broken through to the realm of Bigu and cannot hide, but have been hiding in the Long family, and now you want to dominate the entire Earth. Don't you know what happened on the outer battlefield? Humph. You can only dictate the affairs of our Long family. Long John shouted. Wu Tian burst out and yelled, as a member of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, I feel extremely shameful about your behavior. After the great elder comes back, I will definitely report everything your Long family has done. Long John said gloomily, then you must have a chance to go out today. Wu Tian immediately hid behind Yi Feng and said arrogantly, let's see if you can beat him today. Long John frowned and looked at Yi Feng in front of Wu Tiansheng. Although he had long known that this was Yi Feng, he was not sure because he had never seen the real person. You are that Yi Feng. And you are not dead? Yi Feng nodded and said, thanks to you. I can't die now. But I am still alive and well. Isn't it disappointing? Long John said, since we are all here together today, don't even think about leaving. No matter how powerful you are. When you come to our Long family, you can't even think about leaving alive. Yi Feng and Wu Tian laughed instead. And Yi Feng said, do you know what mistakes your Long family made? Long John looked at Yi Feng and Wu Tian with a sullen face. Although he didn't know why they were laughing there. They ignored his words, and obviously angered him. Long John shouted, Yi Feng, I don't care what you want to say. Just take your words to the underworld and say it. Yi Feng geared up and said, whatever you do to my brothers and sisters, I will do to your Long family. Haha. You are an incompetent boy. Don't think that you have any banned drugs on your body just because you can say such big words. Just because you didn't die after taking banned drugs the first time doesn't mean you won't die the second time. I want to see how many banned drugs you have. It's ready to be taken. Yi Feng said, okay. Then you come and give it a try. Long John said in a low voice, Elder Long Fei. Please. I must tear this kid into pieces. If you dare to come to our Long family to cause trouble, he will definitely not end well. Leave it to me. So that you can scare the monkeys? Yes. Long Fei stared at Yi Feng and said, boy, I don't know what happened to your aura, but I want to tell you that in the face of absolute strength, your little tricks are of no use. Yi Feng said with a smile, then let's try whose trick it is. It's useless. You are such a sharp-tongued boy. I'm going to see how strong your teeth are later. Watch the trick. Yi Feng stretched out his hand and said, back up and be careful. Yeah. Wu Tian nodded in response. The attacks of the strong men in the bigger realm are fierce. Just as he took a step back yesterday, Long Fei, the strong man in the bigger realm, had already pounced on him. However, when a strong person in the early stage of Big Jing faces a strong person in the middle stage of Big Jing, only they themselves know the difference. Yi Feng smiled, showing his teeth, and stretched out one hand to directly block Long Fei's fist. Yi Feng had a fist in his palm and directly grabbed Long Fei's fist. Long Fei was shocked. How could this guy be so terrifying? And his cultivation level was rising steadily. What kind of evil tricks did you use to reach the middle stage of the bigger realm? Why did your cultivation level suddenly increase so much? Yi Feng said with a smile, how do you feel? Long Fei said with a ferocious expression, I feel like you are going to die. Long Fei violently broke away from Yi Feng's hand. After all, he was a strong man in the bigger realm, and Yi Feng couldn't completely control him. After Long Fei broke free, Yi Feng's other palm followed. Boom! With one palm, Long Fei, who had just escaped, was sent flying away. Chapter 595, nothing more than that. Boom! This time, Yi Feng's strength was not so light, but very heavy, driving Long Fei directly into the wall. Long John looked at Yi Feng in horror. He didn't expect that Yi Feng's combat power was so strong. In just one encounter, Elder Long Fei was already at a disadvantage. Long Fei was also extremely frightened. He didn't expect that he was so far behind with only one realm left. But Long Fei was determined not to escape, because this was the headquarters of their Long family. If he left, wouldn't Yi Feng want to massacre the entire Long family, which would make it impossible for Long Fei to leave. Long Fei immediately stood up, rushed out, and came to Yi Feng. Ha! That's all! Yi Feng said with a smile. Not bad. Can you handle it? Come again. This time Yi Feng took the initiative to attack. This was the first time that Yi Feng had the strength to attack in the middle stage of the bigger realm and attack with all his strength. Yi Feng could already feel the power of his hands. After running the god-slaying technique, Yi Feng felt that his hands could directly tear the opposite Long Fei into pieces. But the fact is that after a confrontation, Long Fei was knocked away again. And this time Long Fei lay on the ground for half a minute before he stood up. Long Fei stood up and took a deep breath. He swallowed back the blood that was about to spurt out of his body. Long Fei said again, with this little ability, you still want to come to my Long family to cause trouble. Let's see how I deal with you. The disciples of the Long family on the side shouted loudly, Elder Long Fei killed this reckless Yi Feng. Elder Long Fei is so awesome. He didn't get hurt at all. I think Yi Feng is no more than that. Long John said the same thing, Elder Long Fei. Hurry up and kill this arrogant Yi Feng. In fact, Long Fei felt bitter in his heart. He originally wanted to give Yi Feng a step down and himself a step down, and wanted to make peace. But the current situation has made it difficult for him to get off. Yi Feng said with a smile, in that case, let me see how capable Elder Long Fei is. Humph. Yi Feng, if you don't use my Long family's special skills, you really think you are so awesome that you are the best in the world. Yi Feng sneered and said, did that punch in the chest hurt just now? Why doesn't it hurt anymore? Long Fei was just holding back the severe pain and looking at Yi Feng. Long Fei said, then let you try the unique skills of my Long family. Do you really think that our Long family became the largest family in China just out of thin air? Wu Tian, who was standing behind Yifeng, shouted, be careful of their Long family's secret skill of traveling around the world. Yifeng nodded and looked at Long Fei cautiously. Since Wu Tiandu said so, this skill must be unusual. Yifeng put on a defensive look. Even now, Yifeng has not used all his abilities, because Yifeng has not yet used his demonizing skills. Long Fei, who was opposing Yifeng, finally moved. This time, Long Fei's hands were like a dragon's head, opening its huge mouth, and biting Yifeng. Of course Yifeng doesn't know how powerful he is. Instead of daring to confront him head-on, he dodged Long Fei's attack sideways. But Long Fei's attack was not so easy to dodge. The moment Yifeng turned sideways, Long Fei's feet swept directly to Yifeng's waist like a dragon's tail. Boom! Yifeng, who had no time to dodge, was directly knocked away. However, Yifeng spun 360 degrees in midair and landed firmly on the ground. Okay. Elder Long Fei did a great job. Yifeng said, it's interesting. The fun is yet to come. If you surrender now, I won't bother you. Yifeng said, come here. I want to see how powerful your Long family's secret skills are. Yifeng was not fooled at all. And he would not just reconcile with the other party. After seeing Xiao He being beaten like that, Yifeng decided to take revenge on the Long family. Feng Xingyun. Yifeng was already very fast after entering the bigger realm. With the addition of this Feng Xingyun skill, Yifeng's speed could be said to be extremely fast. Yifeng's speed was so fast that Long Fei couldn't catch or touch him. Yifeng caught Long Fei at extremely fast speed. And Long Fei knew he couldn't avoid it when he saw Yifeng's speed. He shouted loudly, Dragon Shield. Yifeng could vaguely see Long Fei surrounded by a dragon, spinning to protect him. But even so, Yifeng wants to try out how amazing the Long family's secret skills are. Yifeng stretched out his hand, and a golden sword slowly emerged from his palm. The dragon raises its head. After using this skill, Long Fei didn't move at all. Hee. How can the absolute defense of our Long family be broken by you? Long John said with a proud smile. But Long Fei, who was in the midst of a battle, was extremely surprised because he already felt something was wrong. With Yifeng's cold smile, the dragon shield surrounding Long Fei was completely shattered. It was like shards of glass falling off one after another. What's impossible? The dragon shield of our Long family was released by the elders of the martial arts realm. But it was broken by someone. This is unscientific, Long John said in panic. Puff! At the moment when the dragon shield shattered, a mouthful of blood finally spurted out, and there was a sword mark on his chest. Yifeng pointed the golden sword in his hand at Long Fei and said, is this the absolute defense of your Long family? Nothing more than that. Long Fei covered his chest and used his spiritual energy to quickly repair his wounds. Long Fei said in a low voice, Yifeng, you are an immortal cultivator in the middle stage of the bigger realm. How can you be proud of beating someone who is lower than you? Yifeng laughed and said, when I was still in the Kaiguan realm, how did your Long family treat us? Long Fei said, it's different now. You are a strong person in the bigger realm. You shouldn't have the attitude of a strong person. Yifeng said mockingly, Wu Tian, did you hear that? If you can't beat me, just tell me the truth. This is the Long family. Is this the Long family? Wu Tian also laughed and said, you are so timid when you encounter a tough situation. I don't think you need to wait for the elder to come back. Yifeng alone can take care of you bastards. Long John shouted loudly, Yifeng and Wu Tian, you too. Don't be proud. You are on the territory of our Long family. Do you think that if you win Elder Long Fei, you can do whatever you want in our Long family? Yifeng tilted his head and said with a provocative expression, what do you think? When you were chasing us, did you think about today? Long John said, since our Long family dares to do this, we have the backup of my Long family. Do you really think that our Long family has no other solution except Elder Long Fei? Long Fei jumped and landed behind Long John, sat on the ground and began to treat his injuries. Yifeng didn't dare to be careless when he saw this. Obviously, the Long family had a backup plan. Long John shouted, Guardian Sword Formation. Open! After Wu Tian heard this, he hurriedly shouted, Yifeng, leave quickly. Chapter 596 Threat. Yifeng, leave quickly. Yifeng looked at the panicked Wu Tian behind him. Is this mountain protecting sword array really that powerful? Wu Tiandu felt so scared. Long John said with a ferocious look, I just thought that my Long family was afraid of you. If you don't have my mountain guard sword formation here, I will tear you into pieces. Yifeng asked in a low voice. Is this mountain protecting sword formation really so powerful? Wu Tian said with a gloomy face. It is very powerful. I have heard the great elder tell you about this mountain protecting sword formation. It is extremely terrifying. It is the last life-saving skill of the Long family. The last life-saving skill came in, and was used to kill the two of us. It's really worthy of us. Wu Tian said. What should we do now? We can't get out at all. The mountain protecting sword array will be fully activated soon. And we will be torn into pieces. Yifeng said. Don't worry. Hide behind me. Long Zhan shouted. I'm just a cultivator of Bigu Jing. Do you really think that people can block my Long family's mountain protecting sword array? Yifeng said. You won't know until you try whether you can block it or not. Come on over. The ring in Yifeng's hand suddenly vibrated. And a voice came into Yifeng's mind. Boy! You can't stop the mountain guard sword formation. Yifeng was shocked. He didn't expect the guy to see this situation. So Yifeng asked quickly. What should I do? What should I do now? What else can I do? Give me your body. Yifeng frowned. If he handed over control of his body to the other party, wouldn't it be easy for that guy to completely possess his body? Seeing Yifeng hesitate about the man in the ring, he said, Why are you still hesitating? I have no interest in your body. If you don't want to die, hurry up. Yifeng said, Can I really trust you? Yifeng in the ring said, I told you a long time ago. You are me and I am you. We are the same person. But you are my reincarnation. But if you die, I will not wait until the next reincarnation. I know when to wait. So since I can help you, I will never let you die. Yifeng looked at the mountain protecting sword formation that was about to be formed, and couldn't allow Yifeng to think too much. Yifeng said, What should I do? Relax and don't resist. Good. Saying that, Yifeng closed his eyes. At this critical moment, Yifeng actually closed his eyes, which made Wu Tian extremely anxious. Yifeng is about to fight from the other side. Why are you still closing your eyes? Think of a way. But Yifeng was indifferent, as if he didn't hear Wu Tian's words at all, because Yifeng was communicating with another self. Yifeng has given up any resistance and allowed the other Yifeng to enter his body. Just in that moment, Yifeng felt as if he had lost something. It was at that time that Yifeng, who had closed his eyes, opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, Wu Tian, who was standing next to Yifeng, was blown away by the spiritual energy coming from Yifeng. Yifeng whispered, This body is really average. It can't even exert 1/10 of my strength. Yifeng, who has now withdrawn from control of his body, said, What are you still doing? Destroy their mountain protecting sword array. At this moment, Yifeng said with a smile, It's not bad. Leave the rest to me. At the same time, Long Fei saw the aura ability of Yifeng and suddenly experienced earth-shaking changes. Long Fei watched helplessly as Yifeng's cultivation level rose from the realm of Bigu to the realm where he could not figure out the situation. The fluctuations of spiritual energy are so familiar. This is the nascent soul realm. It is exactly the same as the great elder of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. How could this be happening? Yifeng smiled evilly and said, You can't tell that you are in the realm of fasting. But you can still guess my cultivation level. How is it possible for the reason to advance? How is it possible to rise to the nascent soul realm in a short period of time? Who are you? You are not the Yifeng at all. Long Fei was horrified. After hearing these words about the original sound realm, Long Zhan's hands were already trembling. He was the most powerful being in the world today. But why Yifeng in front of him is in the original sound realm? This is too incredible. Yifeng said, It's such a joke that such a rubbish mountain protecting sword array has the nerve to be placed in front of me. Long Zhan said with a ferocious look, I don't care what magic you use to raise your cultivation level to the reason. Under the witness of my Dragon Clan's mountain guard, you will definitely die without a burial. Haha. If you have the ability, come and give it a try. Humph. The mountain guard sword array attacks. After Long Zhan urged and deleted each other's witnesses, he finally launched an attack, roaring like a sleeping beast. Countless flying swords flew directly towards Yifeng and Wu Tian. Yifeng laughed contemptuously, and with a flick of his hand, an energy shield covered Wu Tian. Wu Tian was stunned at this moment. He didn't know if the Yifeng in front of him was still the same Yifeng, but based on the other party's attitude of protecting himself, it is definitely not wrong. But when did Yifeng have the cultivation level of Yuanying realm? Wu Tian looked at Yifeng. who just stood there and let the witness attack him as if nothing had happened. Those swords made a sound of metal collision when they were attacking Yifeng. No sword could pierce Yifeng. A lazy voice came from Yifeng's mouth and said, "If your sword array is used for scratching but can be used for killing, then you have to practice again." The attack of Yifeng's sword formation approached Long Zhan and Long Fei step by step, looking at Yifeng walking towards him step by step. Long Zhan said crazily, "Hurry up and increase the attack." Long Fei was not idle either, but directly joined the witness attack to deal with Yifeng together. But now Yifeng is already in the realm of Yuanying and the realm of Bigu, but it is 2 realms higher. Yifeng casually grabbed Long Fei's neck. He struggled desperately to break free, but found that Yifeng's hands were as motionless as steel. Yifeng looked at Long Fei teasingly and said, "A strong man in the Bigu realm should play a great role in the battlefield outside the world. I will give you 2 choices. The first is to surrender to me and become my slave, Yifeng, and the second is to die." Looking at the crazy and spicy look, Long Fei would not doubt that Yifeng could cut his own neck in the next second. Long Fei wanted to break free from Yifeng's hand, but he couldn't break away even a little bit. Long Fei said, "Let me go. There is no way I can be your slave. I am a strong man in the Bigu realm." Yifeng said with a smile, "Then you choose the second option." Long Fei said uncomfortably, "No. I choose the third option." Yifeng said with a smile, "I don't have a third rule here. You choose to die or surrender." "No. You have a third. Look there." Yifeng followed Long Fei's finger and saw a woman. How could Yifeng not recognize this woman? Chapter 597, Hurt her a little, and kill your whole family. The real Yifeng, who had lost control, shouted loudly when he saw the woman. "Yi Yanqiu, how dare they arrest my sister?" Yifeng said angrily. Yifeng never thought that people from the Long family would arrest his sister to threaten him. "Your sister? Real sister?" Yifeng said, "Yes. It's my sister." "Save him!" "Good." Yifeng did not let go of Long Fei because of this, but pinched Long Fei's neck and said, "You Long family may have forgotten the rules of the world." "The rules of the world. Our Long family has the final say. Now that your sister is in our hands, let me go quickly." Yifeng said, "If I let you go, you can exchange it with my sister." At this moment, Yi Yanqiu had been transferred to Long Zhan's side. Long Zhan held a knife on Yi Yanqiu's neck and said, "Release Elder Long Fei quickly, or I will take your sister's life." Yifeng said coldly, "If you dare to touch my sister, I will kill your entire Long family." That cold voice, coupled with Yifeng's nascent soul realm cultivation, made all the children of the Long family feel creepy. Long Zhan couldn't help but take a few steps back, but still didn't let go of Yi Yanqiu in his hand. Yifeng said, "Send my sister here. Hurry up. Otherwise your elder Long Fei's life will be in danger." Long Zhan was so proud that he didn't know what to do. Long Fei said with great difficulty, "Why are you still standing there? Give him his sister back. Do you really want our Long family to be wiped out?" "Yes," Long Zhan said unwillingly. Long Fei said, "I hope you can keep your promise and let me go." Yifeng just hummed and said nothing. Instead, he looked at the children of the Long family coldly and sent his sister over. Yifeng said, "Wu Tian, help me take care of my sister." "Understood. Don't worry," Long Fei said after seeing that Yifeng had picked up his sister. Yifeng, "You can let me go." Yifeng said, "I can let you go. But why don't you regret it? Do you know that you are a strong person in the nascent soul realm? And your words don't count. But it damages your identity. Status and face are all given by others. You think you are born with it. I'm sorry. I don't need anyone to give me face." Long Fei said angrily, "You are going to regret it." Yifeng shook his head and said, "I still give you 2 choices. Either die or surrender to me." "You? I, the dignified elder of the Long family, want to be your servant." Yifeng shouted coldly, "A cultivator in the realm of fasting is not worthy enough to carry my shoes. How can he still be worthy of being a servant?" "You? Yifeng, don't bully others too much." Yifeng said, "I said that the battlefield outside the world still needs immortal cultivators like you in the realm of Bigu realm. So I don't want to kill you. But do you think you can escape my grasp?" Long Fei said, "You are a strong man in the nascent soul realm, just like the great elder. With your help, our human race will be even more powerful on the battlefield outside the world. Why do we still need our Long family?" Yifeng said, short-sighted. "Do you really think that stickers are so easy to deal with? I will give you 10 seconds to think about it. Even if you kill a strong person in the bigger realm, it is better than harming the entire earth. 10, 9, 8. Long Fei's heart was extremely entangled in the hands of a strong man in the nascent soul realm, and he had no power to resist it all. If he does not agree to Yi Feng's request, it is very likely that the entire Long family will perish. 4-3. Etc. Yi Feng said, have you thought it through? Long Fei said, as long as I surrender to you. How about you not being allowed to report to the Great Elder all the things our Long family has done? Yi Feng thought for a while and said, I can consider this matter, but it depends on the sincerity of your Long family. Okay. I promise you. No. Elder Long Fei can't agree to him. Long Zhan shouted loudly that the Long family today can be said to be the most powerful family on the entire earth. In front of their powerful strength, anyone can only succumb to them. But now in front of them is the more powerful Yi Feng. Long Fei sighed and said, forget it. In the face of absolute strength, we have no way out. I am already thankful to God that I can guarantee that the Long family will not be destroyed. Long Zhan said, have you forgotten the great achievements of our ancestors of the Long family? So what if it is a battlefield outside the sky? As long as we rule the entire earth, can we still not defeat the demons? Yi Feng laughed loudly and said, it's really funny. People who have never been to the Tianwai battlefield dare to talk big words here. Just relying on people like you Long family to go to the Tianwai battlefield is nothing more than a group of cannon fodder. Shut up. Our Long family is the strongest. So what if it's your alliance of immortal cultivators? Noisy. Yi Feng didn't even move. He only saw Long Zhan being slapped and flew out. I will give you one last chance. The entire Long family surrenders to me, Yi Feng, and listens to my orders. Yi Feng. I will forget the past. Impossible. How can our Long family listen to your orders from an outsider? Snapped. Another slap came to Long Zhan, who had just stood up, and was also slapped away. Say it again. Yi Feng. Listen carefully. My Long family will not obey your orders even if I die. If you have the ability, you will really kill all of my Long family. Yi Feng watched coldly as the aura on Long Zhan's body dissipated immediately. A huge and terrifying aura made the entire Long family breathless. Yi Feng's low and cold voice sounded again, saying, since your family has chosen your death, I'm not polite. There is no need for your Long family to survive in this world. The strong ones in the nascent soul realm are extremely terrifying. Even if they don't take action, they can directly shock an immortal cultivator to death with the pressure of their own strength. Just in that moment, the immortal cultivators of the Long family, with low cultivation level, just vomited blood in an instant. Stop. Our Long family has surrendered. The one who made the sound was Long Fei in front of Yi Feng. And Yi Feng finally let go of Long Fei's neck. Long Fei took a deep breath and said respectfully, from now on, our Long family will obey whatever arrangements Mr. Yi Feng makes. Elder Long Fei. You can't do this. The Long family, can't be someone else's slave even if I die. Are you worthy of your ancestors? Long Fei shouted, shut up. Do you want the entire Long family to be buried with you? No. The Long family, are actually people who are greedy for life and afraid of death. Come with me and kill the Yi Feng. But under Yi Feng's terrifying posture just now, no one responded to Long Zhan's request. Long Zhan looked at the children of the Long family, who were all lowering their heads everywhere, and sighed, since you are willing to live on. But I, Long Zhan, will not live on. Even if I am alone, I will kill this Yi Feng. As he spoke, Long Zhan pulled out the long sword beside him and rushed towards Yi Feng, wanting to fight Yi Feng to the death. Chapter 598. The dragon dies in battle. Kill! Everyone watched Long Zhan rush towards Yi Feng. At this moment, Yi Feng also admired Long Zhan for being so proud. But the Long family made the mistake first. So what if they have such pride? It's just stupidity. Puff! A sword penetrated directly through Long Zhan's chest. Standing in front of Long Zhan, it was Long Fei. Long Fei said, what the Long family did before was all caused by Long Zhan, the former head of the Long family. Now I am cleaning up the family. Long Zhan looked at Long Fei and said in disbelief, Elder Long Fei. Long Fei's face was full of unbearability. But his tone did not change at all, and he shouted, clean up Long Zhan, the former head of the Long family. Puff! A sword was drawn out of Dragon War, and blood flowed freely. He knelt on the ground with a plop, but did not fall down. Phew! A gust of wind blew away the hair on Long Zhan's face. At this moment, Long John was completely dead. Yi Feng sighed and said, "He is a man. But it is a pity that he has a wooden head." Long Fei knelt down on one knee and said in front of Yi Feng, "From now on, our Long family will be at the mercy of young Master Yi Feng. Long John will deserve his own death." Yi Feng said, "Let this end here. Let's bury the dragon war with dignity." "Yes." Saying that, Yi Feng turned around and took Wu Tian and his sister away from the Long family. The mountain protecting sword array could not stop Yi Feng's steps at all. As soon as Yi Feng left, Long Fei knelt directly in front of Long John and said, "I'm sorry. For the sake of the entire Long family, only your death can solve all problems." The other Long family disciples knelt down one after another, crying inconsolably. "Recruit the two young masters to come back and inherit the position of head of the family." "Yes, Elder Long Fei." Soon everything that happened to the Long family had reached the ears of the ancestors of the Long family. Long Tian, the ancestor of the Long family, was very shocked. Although he knew everything Long John had done on Earth, he just turned a blind eye. After all, the strength of the Long family lay there. He, Long Tian, is the most powerful immortal cultivator in the Golden Core realm besides the Great Elder. The information he got now was that there was another immortal cultivator in the nascent soul realm on the Earth. And Long John died because he offended him. It's a pity that this boy Long John taught him to be decisive. But he forgot to teach him to be strong and soft at the same time. Alas, even Long Tian, a strong man in the nascent soul realm, could only stay away. And it was said that this strong man in the nascent soul realm knew the Great Elder. The current Great Elder is confronting the generals of the demon and cannot spare any time to manage things on Earth. Pass my order, and everything on Earth obeys Elder Long Fei. Yes, ancestor. Both Long Chong and Long Outyan on Earth already knew the news of their father's death. "Father, you died so miserably. I will definitely avenge you," Long Chong said while crying. "Father, all this fault is Yi Feng's fault. I will definitely avenge you. Ning Chung taught me that it is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Since I don't have Yi Feng's ability now, then I will wait," Long Outyan said. Both of them knelt in front of Long Zhan's memorial platform and vowed to take revenge on Yi Feng. But they couldn't do it with their abilities. Especially now that the entire Long family knows that Yi Feng has the cultivation level of nascent soul. The only person on Earth who has nascent soul realm cultivation level is probably Yi Feng. Except for the Great Elder. If you two want to seek death, go now and don't involve the entire Long family. Elder Long Fei. Then my father's death has nothing to do with Yi Feng, Long Outyan said questioningly. Long Fei said, "Your father must die. Otherwise the entire consequences will be borne by our Long family. It is better to be one than to destroy our entire family." "Humph. I don't care. I only know that you stabbed your father to death just to bow to Yi Feng." Long Chong looked at Long Fei with hatred. Long Fei shook his head with a sigh and said, "Do you think I want to kill Long John? He is a good family that our Long family has not seen in 100 years. But when encountering Yi Feng's Yuaning realm cultivation, do you think the entire Long family can escape?" The palm of his hand. "But even so, you can't kill your father and let Yi Feng retreat." Long Fei said, "Your father asked me to take action. Because even if I didn't take action, Yi Feng would kill your father. Even if he didn't kill your father, when the Great Elder comes back, I'm afraid our Long family will too. What a disaster." "So my father asked you to kill him and let her take on all the sins alone." "Right." Long Fei lowered his head and sighed, "That's right. In order to save the Long family and protect the lives of your two brothers, your father chose to sacrifice himself." "Father," Long Fei said, "if you two live up to your father Long Zhan's hope, cheer up quickly." Long Outyan wiped away his tears and asked, "Elder Long Fei, what do you think you need from us two brothers? Your father told me before he left that he would make you the next generation head of the Long family." Long Outyan immediately knelt down and said, "This is not possible. I am still young and cannot hold a family position at all." Long Fei said, "This is your father's hospital. If your father says you can do it, you can do it." And Long Chong, "Your father also said that you must assist your brother." Long Chong felt very uncomfortable. Why was he the one in charge of the family and not himself? So he was asked to assist him? Long Chong clenched his fists, stood up and said, "Why should he become the next generation of the family? But I am not. I am also my father's son. Although my cultivation is a little worse, I am not worse than him in other aspects." Long Fei frowned. If his father were here, I'm afraid Long Chong wouldn't speak like this. But now that his father is dead, there is no longer anyone who can suppress Long Chong. However, Long Aotian backed down and said, if my second brother wants this position of head of the family, I will give it to you. Long Fei yelled, nonsense. Does the position of head of the family mean that you can give it to me, if you can? This is your father's request. Whoever your father says will be given to him. And I am the only one in our elder's house at the moment. So I agree to it. All agreed. When Long Chong heard this, he threw away his hands and left the morning hall. Long Aotian quickly shouted, second brother. But Long Chong left without looking back. The place seemed very angry. Long Fei shook his head and sighed. What your father said is indeed true. If the position of head of the family is given to your second brother, I'm afraid the entire Long family will be ruined. Long Aotian responded, of course my father's decision is not wrong. But it hurts my second brother's heart. There is no way. Long Chong is not suitable for the position of the head of the family. On the contrary, you are more suitable for this position. Only you can lead the Long family to continue. And I will support you until the ancestor returns. It was Long Aotian who remembered Elder Long Fei's order. As he said this, Long Aotian looked outside the door. But Long Chong's figure was no longer there. Long Aotian could only shake his head and continue to keep vigil for his father. Chapter 599 Mom's Smell. Yi Feng and Wu Tian rescued Yi Yanqiu from unconsciousness. Auntie, am I not at school? Where is this place? Little sister, it's me, your brother. Yi Yanqiu heard the source of the sound, looked up and saw Yi Feng. Brother, why did you come to my school? Yi Feng said, it's okay. I just wanted to come and see you. But I heard that you were sick and fainted. Then who is this person? Is he your friend? I've never seen him. Yi Feng looked at Wu Tian and said, he is a friend of mine. I heard that you were sick, so I brought him back. He knows some medical skills. Are you feeling better now? Yi Yanqiu scratched his head and said, why don't I remember that I was sick? Yi Feng said with a smile, maybe you had a fever when you were sick and don't remember. Otherwise, why would I come here? Really? Yi Yanqiu didn't believe it. Yi Feng said seriously, of course it's true. But now that you're better, it's time for me to go back. Okay. Now that you're here, don't be in a hurry to go back. Didn't I tell you last time? There is a food in our cafeteria that is very delicious. What time is it now? Wu Tian took out his cell phone and looked at the time and said, it's past 5 p.m. If nothing happens, we should go back. Yi Feng stood up to leave. But Yi Yanqiu took Yi Feng's hand and said, brother, don't leave. After all, come to my school and have a meal with me. Yi Feng thought for a while and finally decided to stay. After Yi Feng and Wu Tianjiang were rescued by Yi Yanqiu, they went directly back to their school with Yi Yanqiu. Yi Yanqiu was very happy. He didn't expect that his brother would come to his school to see him. Take Yi Feng, Wu Tian, and the others to the school cafeteria, Yi Yanqiu said as he walked. Fortunately, I came early. There won't be many people leaving, so I'll take you there. Yi Feng said, no hurry. But seeing Yi Yanqiu's happy look, Yi Feng didn't bother her. Yi Yanqiu's monthly living expenses have been paid by Yi Feng since Yi Feng came home for the new year. The three of them were sitting at a table in the cafeteria eating. On Yi Feng's plate, there was a dish that Yi Yanqiu had always praised. Yi Yanqiu said excitedly, eat it quickly. Yi Feng took a bite and put it in his mouth. It was a sweet and sour steak. But when Yi Feng ate the ribs, he suddenly thought of one person. And that was his mother. Yi Feng's eyes widened and he said, this smell is so familiar. Yes. So I come here often to eat this dish. It looks like what my mother makes. Yi Feng couldn't help but eat a few more pieces. While eating, Yi Feng said, by the way, is the living allowance enough? If it's not enough, ask me. Yi Yanqiu said, that's enough. You give me tens of thousands every month. How can I use it? Don't you girls spend a lot of money? I'm afraid you won't have enough. Oh, I'm not one of those vain people. Don't you know? I'm so busy with my studies right now, so I don't have time to go shopping and buy clothes and bags like those women. Besides, brother, it's not easy for you to make money. Wu Tian, who had been silent for a long time, jumped out and said, it's not easy anymore. Just talk and ask for tens of millions from me. Yi Yanqiu looked at Wu Tian in disbelief and asked, aren't you a doctor? Why are you so rich, and why does my brother need so much money? Wu Tian said, I didn't say I was a doctor. That's what your brother said. It doesn't mean I am. Yifeng stepped on Wu Tian. And Wu Tian immediately grinned and said, I just know some medical skills. I am a company owner. Do you want to invest in your brother's guild? Oh, that's it. I say, Yifeng said, don't care what he says. Just ignore him. Have you had any trouble recently? If you have any trouble, be sure to tell me. Know it. At this moment, a female voice came. Isn't that Yianqiu? I haven't seen him for several days. And he didn't come to class. Why are he with two men? Yeah. But that man looks a bit familiar. It seems to be. But I can't remember who it is. Let's go ask her. Several girls came to Yianqiu and asked. Yianqiu, you disappeared for so many days, and then you went out and brought two handsome guys back? It's you. How could it be? This is my brother. This is my brother's friend. I've been sick during this time. Oh, no wonder. But your brother looks familiar. But I just can't remember where I've seen him before. Because Yifeng has disappeared among bad things for more than a month. Not seeing him for more than a month will certainly make people forget him. Yianqiu said, my brother? Didn't Yifeng tell you? The eyes of several girls suddenly lit up. And they said with panicked expressions, is this the most powerful Yifeng in the fantasy world? Yianqiu held his head high and said with great pride. Yes. But when I tell you, you never believe me. Several girls stood beside Yifeng excitedly, as if they were transformed into little fans. You can't really be Yifeng? A girl asked. Yifeng nodded and said, yes, I am Yifeng. And you are Yianqiu's brother. It's great. I finally met him in person. He's really handsome. I want to take pictures and sign autographs. Another girl even shouted excitedly, Yifeng. Yifeng. Yifeng is here. Here. Come and stop him. Don't let him run away. There are already a large number of students gathered in the cafeteria. And many of these students like to play Fantasy World. As soon as Yifeng's name was called, everyone looked over. Yifeng knew something was wrong now. He couldn't even eat a meal. Yifeng hurriedly said, Yianqiu, stay well at school. If you need anything, come to your brother. We will go back. Yifeng ran away as he said that. But Wu Tian walked slowly. Yianqiu shouted, brother, I haven't even finished the meal. Wu Tian said coldly, if you don't leave, it will become a zoo. And your brother will become a monkey, being watched by others. Forehead. After Yifeng and Wu Tian left, the entire school knew that Yifeng's sister went to this school, and they knew which grade and class they were in. Moreover, those who looked down on Yianqiu before have undergone a 180-degree change. Knowing that his brother is Yifeng is a completely different matter, although it sometimes brings some trouble to Yianqiu. More often than not, many people ask for help from him. For example, the girls just now were her roommates. Of course, there are also a large number of male compatriots who feel that. Father-in-law, you have snatched away our goddess Yianqiu, so I will snatch away your sister. Suddenly, people pursuing Yianqiu sprung up like mushrooms after a rain, making it seem as if Yianqiu was the beauty of the entire school. Of course, there were also discordant sounds coming out. TCH. I really thought that a stupid chicken turned into a phoenix. Isn't it just that he took advantage of his brother? What's so great about it? He's not as beautiful as me. Chapter 600, finally returning to the fantasy world. When Yifeng and Wu Tian came back, Yifeng and Wu Tian found a quiet place and sat down. When you were in the Long family, your cultivation didn't seem to be yours. Yifeng said with a smile. So is this the reason why you came to talk to me? Wu Tian frowned and said, of course this is very important. You must know that the future of the Self-Cultivation Alliance can only be supported by you. So I don't want you to go astray. Yifeng said, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. What's more, aren't we back safely now? And the Long family doesn't dare to continue causing trouble. The Long family really doesn't dare to continue to cause trouble. But I am very worried about you. You are only at the bigger realm. But before you suddenly broke through to the nascent soul realm. This has to make people a little worried. Yifeng said, do you still remember it? Yifeng opened his palm to reveal the ring. Looking at the ring in Yifeng's hand yesterday, he couldn't help but ask doubtfully, what's wrong with this ring? I put it on for you. No. Why do you say this so awkwardly? It makes it sound like I'm gay with you. There were black lines all over Yifeng's face. And these words sounded really misleading. However, Yifeng said, it is because of this ring that I temporarily have the cultivation level of nascent soul realm. I see. If it's this ring, then I'll be relieved. Why? because the Great Elder said that this ring is full of magic, and it is reasonable for him to have any incredible situation. Yifeng nodded. It turned out that all this was expected by the Great Elder. It seemed that the Great Elder knew more about this ring than he did. It was time to find an opportunity to ask the Great Elder and maybe get more things. Of course, if I want to ask about the situation of this ring, that guy is definitely a better choice than the Great Elder. But Yifeng still has some grudges against him, so he doesn't plan to tell him everything. But the person in the ring already knew what Yifeng was thinking, and couldn't help but sigh. If I had known earlier, I would have made you suffer more before I saved you. Yifeng's return and the collapse of the Long family's power made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Of course, there is another guy still lying on the hospital bed, and that person is Xiao He. And this guy is so tired now. He doesn't want anyone except Xiaoya. When Yifeng enters his room, he rushes him out, leaving Yifeng speechless. It is said that a woman in love has an IQ of 0. When I looked at Xiao He in love, my IQ was not only 0, but also a negative number. However, Xiao He's injury healed quickly with the help of Wu Tian's various elixirs. Originally, an injury like that would have taken at least a few months in the hospital. But under the influence of Wu Tian's elixir, he was almost back to his original state in less than a Sunday. Yifeng said, "The Great Elder gave you so many strange elixirs. How did you sort them out? There is no name on the elixir, but you can tell it just by smelling it. This is amazing." Wu Tian said with a bitter smile, "When the Great Elder asks you to remember the taste and color of these elixirs at a certain time, you will feel that this is not magical, but painful. Could it be that the Great Elder forced you to do this? How can you say you forced me? It was teaching, but the process was a bit painful." Looking at Wu Tian's painful expression, Yifeng knew how much sin Wu Tian had endured in order to learn about these pills. Yifeng said, "Forget it then. I thought it was very simple." No. The Great Elder couldn't find a suitable alchemy successor, so he asked me to make alchemy. Now, aren't you here? We have a companion. Yifeng waved his hands and said with a righteous look, "I want to save the entire earth. So how can I have time to study these flowers and plants?" This excuse seems to be valid. Wu Tian was speechless. Yifeng's return certainly needs to be celebrated, but they first have to decide where they will go next. Should we continue to Xiaoya's villa? Or find another place? Or stay in the Immortal Cultivator Alliance? But whether to stay in the Immortal Cultivator Alliance, there is a very troublesome problem. That is, the life here is too primitive. After everyone came here, they all missed the life outside. After all, it is not convenient to do anything here. After everyone's discussion, Xiaoya did not have to go to school because she had already taken leave. And Xiaoya can't return to her villa. After all, her parents don't know about this yet. So they finally decided to find a place to live. But this time their location was very close to where Wu Tian worked. That is, in a separate courtyard less than 2 kilometers away from the headquarters of Huaxia Fantasy World. After doing all this, Yifeng and others finally went online again. Except for Yifeng's English and skills. Everyone else's levels have been raised. But the levels of the 3 of them have remained at level 70. The one with the highest level is Chao Ji, who rules the world, and has reached level 74. I don't know how this guy was upgraded, but he was promoted to level 4 in more than a month. After Yifeng went online, he attracted a lot of attention. After going online, Yifeng and the others immediately took a magic pill to raise their level to level 71. Soon Aodian found Yifeng and others. "President Yifeng, you are finally here." Yifeng said, "Well, I've been out for a while. How is the situation in the game now?" "Some time ago, our 3 major guilds have reached an alliance. All orders are issued by you, and the 3 major guilds will obey your arrangements." Yifeng asked, "What happened? Do you need to join forces together? Don't you know that the national war system is about to be activated?" Yifeng looked surprised, because he didn't ask too much about what happened in the game before entering the game. So he didn't know what happened during this period of time in the game. The national war system is really going to be activated. "It seems that my guess was good," Aodian said with a speechless face. "During this period, you didn't pay attention to the situation in the game, right?" "Not really." "Okay. Since you are here, let me talk while waiting for the other presidents to arrive. Let's have a meeting." "Well, there's no problem. We should definitely come to them." "Good." Before waiting for the other presidents to arrive, Yifeng already knew the general situation of the game, but not much had changed in more than a month. Except for the 3 major trade union alliances. Almost all other server unions have already joined together. It seems that everyone is preparing for the opening of the National War System, which should be after level 80. About 1 to 2 months away. Chapter 601 Layout. Not long after, the presidents of several major guilds had gathered at Yifeng's Glory Guild territory. Of course, as the Tu Feng Society, the biggest enemy of the Glory Guild. The arrival of their president caused a lot of commotion. After all, although everyone knows about the 3 major trade union alliances, members of the Glory Guild still have great distrust of the Tu Feng Wei. Look, it's Jue Feng here. This guy really has the nerve to come to our guild territory. If the president and others hadn't announced that they would join forces with the Tu Feng Guild to fight against foreign enemies, if he dared to take a step into our guild territory, I would have beaten him down. I have been killed no less than 10 or 20 times by Tu Feng Wei. Although we formed an alliance to resist the national war, I still feel very unhappy. The sounds from all around reached Jue Feng's ears. But Jue Feng didn't pay attention. Jue Feng and others arrived at the place where they were going to meet, which was a house where Yifeng was. President Yifeng, you are finally here. You scared us to death. We thought you really didn't intend to enter this game. The fanatic finally felt relieved after seeing Yifeng. Yifeng said with a smile, "Isn't it just over a month since I left? I didn't expect that everyone misses me so much. More than just thinking. You are the leader of our entire iron-blooded alliance. Without you, everyone would be distraught. Now that you are finally back, the entire alliance has a backbone. So we are waiting for you." Yifeng said, "Haha. It turns out that I, Yifeng, still have such a status in your hearts. I am really flattered. We rule the world and have signed an iron-blooded alliance with you. Of course, you have the final say. We will never go back on our word again." Yifeng nodded. And at this moment the door was opened, and another group of people walked in. I haven't seen President Yifeng for more than a month. I feel like I'm very energetic. Yifeng looked at Jue Feng. Although he knew that this guy was coming, and that he had become an alliance guild. To be honest, Yifeng was still not used to it from the previous hostility to the current alliance. Yifeng said, "Guild Jue Feng came to the territory of our Glory Guild, and he was not beaten to death by the people of our Glory Guild. He is lucky." Not only was Jue Feng not embarrassed or angry, but he joked, "I won't be beaten to death. After all, we are already an alliance and they can't attack me. I just didn't get killed by their mouth attack. It's a skill, isn't it?" Yifeng laughed. "It seems that President Jue Feng has accepted his current identity. I'm here. What do you think? Okay. Now that everyone is here, take a seat." After many guild presidents and some union leaders had taken their seats, Yifeng began to speak. First of all, Yifeng wanted to ask about the current situation of the major guilds. After all, he had not been in a guild for more than a month, so he must not know many things. "The second thing I want to ask is, what are your views and opinions on the national war? Everyone, please introduce the current strength of your guild first." The madman stood up and said, "On behalf of the several presidents of our Reign the World, let me tell you about our Reign the World. Good. The current stable number of people online in our Junlin Tianxia is about 50,000. Of course, among the 50,000 or so people, Junlin Tianxia can be called an elite group. Only about 5,000 people, and the main members are about 10,000. Yifeng nodded and asked, "What are the current equipment and levels of these guild members?" The fanatic said, "During the month you left, everyone worked hard to level up. The current level is relatively good. But what about the equipment? We need to replenish it as soon as possible." Yifeng nodded and looked at Jue Feng again. Jue Feng stood up and said, "The current situation here is actually similar to that of Junlin Tianxia. However, since the Long family moved in before, we have a lot of funds for equipment. We are still slightly better than Junlin Tianxia." "Well, how about our Glory Guild?" Demo said, "Although our Glory Guild is inferior to Junlin Tianxia and Tu Feng Hui in terms of numbers, the Golden Group only has 3,000 people, and the main members are about 10,000. But our other members are nearly 20,000 more than them. People, Yifeng has known this situation for a long time. It is relatively rare to become an elite member of the Glory Guild. Moreover, the Glory Guild started from the grassroots, so there are many ordinary members. This is not difficult to explain. They have more members than other guilds. 20,000 people." Yifeng said, "I know everything about the situation. But do you know anything about the strength of other countries and regions?" The fanatic said, "We have a little understanding. For example, in Russia above us, their number is very small, and they pose the least threat to us. However, the people there are strong and there are many warrior professions. If they are against if we launch an attack, our front row may take a big hit. Xue Feng said, what I know about the RB, Japan country. Several of their major labor unions have united, and the number of people is not small. It is also the biggest threat to us. Aodian said, not only that, but country H, which is adjacent to us, has extremely developed esports. In previous esports competitions, country H and the United States can be said to be neck and neck, and they are also the ones around us. One of the stronger ones in the country. Anything else? We don't know much at the moment. After all, we don't know how the national war system is opened. It's not clear whether it will be opened step by step or a full-scale outbreak. Yes, if it is a fight between Asia and Asia, we are relatively certain. If it is a global battle, I don't know how many countries will unite to deal with us. China. Yifeng nodded and said, what if it's the Asia-Pacific region and they unite to deal with us? Xue Feng said, there is no need to be afraid. With our current strength, even if all the players in the Asia-Pacific region come to deal with us, we will still be able to fight. Of course, it will be more difficult. Yifeng pondered for a while. If other countries and regions really unite to attack the Chinese region, then the Chinese region is likely to become a battlefield. This is very unfair to the Chinese players. At present, it depends on whether they unite, or whether Yifeng and the others seek help from other countries. Yifeng said, have you ever had contact with any trade union in any country? The presidents of several major guilds shook their heads. They had not received any contact from other regional players to discuss this national war issue. Yifeng said, what about those small countries? How is the situation? It is absolutely impossible for them to fight a national war. The major guilds combined do not have as many people as one of our guilds. They have also made it clear that they will not participate in this national war. Currently, there are only a few places that pose a big threat to us. One is Russia. One is country H. One is Japan. And one is the Asia-Pacific region. There are 4 threat areas in total. 4. Which seems a bit much. And these 4 areas don't look that easy to mess with. Chapter 602, Survival of the Fittest. Winners and Losers. This discussion started from 8 o'clock in the evening to 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. They not only discussed the strength of each country, but also study whether there will be connections between countries. And during this period, they also contacted other countries to see if they had any ideas for alliance. Although you can go to various regional forums to contact the leaders of the big trade unions. But Yifeng and the others ran into walls time and time again. Even Russia, which had the best relationship, had no intention of forming a regional alliance with China. Not to mention Japan, which has the worst relationship with China. What Yifeng and the others are most worried about now is that if players from other regions unite to suppress and slide, the effect may not be what they want to see. After all, the China region is connected to Russia on the top, country H and Japan on the left, and the Asia-Pacific region below. If the national war system is activated, they can be said to be surrounded on all sides. Only when we really discussed this matter did we realize how dangerous they are. Damn it. None of these bastards want to ally with us. The fanatic said with a sullen face, I think these guys clearly want to embarrass us. Even if they have the intention of forming an alliance, they still need us in China to obey their orders. They can't treat us as fools. I think the first country we will fight is country H. They are so arrogant that they want us to be their thugs. No. You'll get angry after hearing this. Yifeng frowned, as if they were now in a deadlock. This situation was very unsatisfactory for the players in the Chinese region. If these regions really unite, they will quickly lose several major cities. Yifeng said, that's the end of today's discussion. Let's all go down and rest. The fastest way for us to achieve success is to suffer the enemy in a negative way. So we not only need to grow ourselves faster, but we also need to lead all the players in the Chinese region. That's what I say. But can those individual players, especially those small guilds, be obedient? If those bastards abroad give them some benefits, they might be able to defeat us. Xue Feng said. Although Xue Feng said it hard to hear, it was the truth. Those individuals and small guilds only invest in this game for money. They can get a lot of rewards in the game. So what if the game is occupied? Yifeng said, that's why we have to lead them. Although I know it is difficult. In the next time, we need to use iron-blooded means to build the entire Huaxia district into an iron barrel as soon as possible. Xue Feng smiled and said, iron-blooded methods. It's hard to say. Isn't it just to defeat them? Simple. Yifeng shook his head and said, It's not just about beating them. Of course we have to persuade them politely. If they are really disobedient, we don't recommend using violent methods. Come on. I know what to do anyway. Okay. President Yifeng. We will start taking action tomorrow. Well, that's it for today. Let's all disperse. It's late and it's time to rest. Yes. Everyone went offline one after another, including Yifeng and others. After all, it was getting late. The decision to let Huaxia go tonight caused a bloody storm in the period that followed. Offline. You've only been awake for a long time. And you're so tired. Aren't you afraid that your body won't be able to bear it? Mian Yu said with some distress. Yifeng held Yan Yu's hand and said, It's okay. I'm very well now. Better than before. What's so good? As soon as I went online, I didn't go offline until so late. Zissou said with a glance at his mouth. Yifeng took Yan Yu and Zissou into his arms, and said comfortingly, Don't worry. We need to improve our strength as soon as possible and reach level 99 as soon as possible. Why do you need to reach level 99? Yifeng said, It's very simple. Go to God's continent. What kind of place is God's continent? I haven't heard of this place in the game. Zissou asked in confusion. Yifeng explained, This is just a place I knew in advance. As long as we go to the God's continent, our strength will be qualitatively improved. Only then will we have stronger strength to survive in the outer battlefield. It's the outer battlefield again. Can we not go? I've had enough during this period. I'm afraid of losing you again. Since Zissou woke up after that injury, her whole personality has changed a lot. The original Zissou, who loved to be willful and short-tempered, has disappeared and turned into the sentimental but considerate Zissou now. Yifeng said, I don't hope that the outer battlefield will really open. It's best if the Elder can drive away those demons. Yeah. But there's been no news for so long. And I don't know what happened to the great Elder you mentioned. Yifeng looked up at the sky outside the window. He was also very worried. He had not seen the great Elder for several months. What was going on? He doesn't know much either. Don't worry. With the great Elder's strength, it's very easy to deal with a mere demon. It's very simple. What else do you need to do? Looking at Zissou's reluctant look, Yifeng said, Okay. Go to bed. Oh. I know you think I'm verbose. Just because Sister Yan Yu doesn't speak, doesn't mean I won't speak. I still say don't let yourself get hurt again. Yifeng smiled warmly, held the two girls in his arms, and said softly, Okay. I understand. I will work hard to live for you. A huge change occurred in the fantasy world on the second day. That is, the original 3 super guilds began to put pressure on all medium-sized unions and small unions. They demand that all trade unions unite, and unite unconditionally. There are also those who are independent and must join the union. During the national war, everyone must obey the arrangements of the 3 major super unions. Of course, such a request makes many guilds angry. Just because you want to fight a national war does not mean that we want to fight. Now you are trying to force him and us to join the gang, which makes many people unhappy. However, this unwillingness aroused the anger of the 3 major super unions. The guild that was disobedient for a while was hunted down by the 3 super guilds. This time the war started, letting all the guilds know how terrifying the 3 major guilds were. After being attacked, the union started a war of words on the gang forum. However, the more they scolded each other on the forum, the more fierce the fight between the 3 major guilds in the game became. Yifeng only said one sentence. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Survival of the fittest. If you want to stay out of the national war, you can't think of yourself as the GM. Yifeng's words made many guild members reflect. They seemed to think that Yifeng's words were reasonable. If China was really occupied by other countries, wouldn't they become prisoners of other countries? The guilds that immediately responded to Yifeng began to raise their flags and approach Yifeng's iron-blooded alliance. Some people think that Yifeng is ruthless and does not leave a way for their individual players and small guilds to survive. But will players from other countries leave a way for you to survive? Chapter 603 The Lord of Xuanwu City asks for help. Yifeng disappeared for too long. Even though the first day he came up, the entire fantasy world was thrown into chaos. But having said that, Yifeng's interference made the players in fantasy world more united. Yifeng went online on this day and was leveling up with everyone. After all, Yifeng's level was lagging behind. But soon, Yifeng received a system prompt. Ding! System prompts. Lord of Xuanwu City. I am asking for help. Please go to Xuanwu City quickly. When Yifeng saw this message, he knew something was wrong. A master like the Lord of Xuanwu City actually asked him for help. He was probably really in some trouble. Yifeng said decisively, "Everyone, follow me to Xuanwu City." "Boss, we have just arrived at this place to connect. We have been walking for half an hour. Why are we going back now?" Xiao Hei said somewhat unhappily. After all, it was not easy for them to find this leveling place. And it only took half an hour to walk. "If you want to go back now, you must feel a little uncomfortable." Yifeng said, "I don't want to go back." "Forget it. Just stay here and practice leveling. It might not be a big deal." Yinyu said, "I'll go back with you." "I'll go back with you too." Zisu raised her hand and said, "And I'm kidding. There must be some good thing that can't happen to me." Xiao Hei, "Just level up here alone," arrogant brother said. I didn't say I wouldn't go." "Let's go." "Haha. Little one. Let's see if you still complain," Xiao Hei said with a dark face. "Chikai. I went there because I was worried about the boss's safety." It was only natural for Xiao Hei to step down this step. Yifeng said, after returning to Xuanwu City, "Everyone should follow me closely." "Clear." Yifeng and his group of more than 10 people returned to Xuanwu City. The moment they returned to Xuanwu City, Yifeng finally knew what had happened, and saw that the players around him were nervous. What happened in Xuanwu City? Why do the players here feel so rushed? Xiao Hei asked a question. Yifeng said, "Follow me to the City Lord's mansion and find the City Lord Xuanwu." "Good." Yifeng and others hurried to the Xuanwu City Lord's mansion. The old housekeeper at the door was overjoyed when he saw Yifeng coming. "Marshal Yi, you are finally here." Yifeng asked, "What happened? Why are you so anxious to come to me? If something big hadn't happened, the City Lord wouldn't have called you in that way." "Well, take me to see him." "Okay. You are all friends of Marshal Yi, so just come in with us. Maybe you can help us. Everyone else understands that there must be a mission here. From the looks of it, this mission should be quite difficult." Yifeng followed the old housekeeper to the place where the Lord of Xuanwu City was. This time it was not the back garden or the study room, but to the bedroom of the Lord of Xuanwu City. Crunch! The door was pushed open, and the old housekeeper said, "Everyone, please go in. The old man is waiting for you outside." Yifeng nodded and said, "Thank you, old housekeeper, for leading the way." Yifeng took the lead into the bedroom of the Xuanwu City Lord. When he saw the Xuanwu City Lord lying on the bed covered with injuries, Yifeng was shocked. He quickly ran to the bed and asked, "Brother, what's going on with you? Why are you hurt so badly?" When the Lord of Xuanwu City saw Yifeng finally coming, his nervous mood finally relaxed. The Lord of Xuanwu City struggled to sit up, but was held down by Yifeng and said, "You are injured now. If you have anything to say while lying down, tell me, and I will do it for you." The Lord of Xuanwu City lay on the bed and said, "You finally showed up. I thought you were really going to leave me alone." Yifeng said a little embarrassedly, "I have something to do during this period, so I am not here." "Have you been looking for me for a long time?" The Lord of Xuanwu City smiled and said, "It won't be long. If you don't come again, you might never see me again." "Brother, stop joking. Aren't you still lying here fine? You're just a little seriously injured." The Lord of Xuanwu City shook his head with a wry smile and said, "If there are no reinforcements, my Xuanwu City will probably fall. It's so serious." "What happened?" "Just a few days ago, the demons attacked our Xuanwu City in a large scale. Although the soldiers of our Xuanwu City fought hard, the demon army was too huge, and it was difficult for our Xuanwu City to resist." Yifeng looked back at Xiao Hei and others and asked, "Why haven't I heard about this?" Chu Tianai said, "Didn't Xuanwu City be attacked by my men? It's not a big deal, so we didn't think too much about it. We didn't know that Xuanwu City would always be injured like this." Yifeng looked back at the Lord of Xuanwu City and said, "Brother, don't panic. Tell me what you want me to do." The Lord of Xuanwu City said, "The thing is very simple. Today the demons will attack our Xuanwu City again. If you don't show up, maybe after today, Xuanwu City will belong to the demons." Yifeng clenched his fists, pounded the edge of the bed, and said, "It's time to put an end to this damn demon clan. It's difficult. Now the other city lords are all in danger, and no one is here to help. I'm afraid it will be very difficult for us to resist the demon attack." Yifeng said, "When will the demons attack Xuanwu City today?" The Lord of Xuanwu City shook his head and said, "Not sure." Yifeng shouted, "Chu Tianai, transfer all members of the Glory Guild to Xuanwu City, except for players from the demon camp." "Yes, President." Damo contacted other guild leaders and asked all players from their human camp to come to my Xuanwu city. I want to see how arrogant this demon is. Yes, President. Others, make your own arrangements and do your best to stop the demon's attack. Yes. It was at this time that Yifeng once again received a message. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations on becoming the war commander of Xuanwu City. Can command any NPC soldier in Xuanwu City. Above Yifeng's head. It immediately showed that Xuanwu City battle was the symbol of the commander-in-chief. Yifeng finally knew why he saw those players running around and nervously when he came. It turned out that this was what happened. It seemed that Xuanwu City had issued relevant tasks. Under the strong call of Yifeng and others, it didn't take long for a large number of players to gather in Xuanwu City. As long as players from the demon camp are allowed to come to Xuanwu City. Otherwise, once discovered, the consequences will be very serious. Of course, in order to lead the members of each guild, leaders of the demon camp like Shui Feng must come. My other demon camp players are absolutely not allowed to come here. Chapter 604 Iron-Blooded Wrist. Yifeng's Iron Blood Alliance all gathered in Xuanwu City. And no members of the demon camp were allowed to enter Xuanwu City. This makes many players wonder if something major is going to happen in Xuanwu City. Even when some players came here and found an urgent war mission, they didn't think it was a big mission. Could it be that the Iron-Blooded Alliance found a better mission? What the hell is this Iron-Blooded Alliance trying to do? Why aren't we demon camp players allowed to go to Xuanwu City? Isn't this nonsense? Even their members who are from the demon camp are not allowed to stay in Xuanwu City. What do you think? But isn't this a warrior mission? It's obvious that the demons want to attack the human race. What does the Iron-Blooded Alliance want to do? And it's preventing us from accepting the mission. Who knows? Maybe they have taken on a hidden mission, which is to protect Xuanwu City. Then we also need to get points for the defense of the nation medal. War missions are the main source of increasing points. How can we not be allowed to participate? That's right. What exactly does this Iron-Blooded Alliance want to do? What are you talking about here? If you have the ability, go to Xuanwu City. What the hell? I just went there, and was kicked out directly. Now Xuanwu City is full of players from the human camp. And there isn't even a single player from the demon camp left. The Iron-Blooded Alliance is too arrogant. They started clearing out people before the battle even started. Does it mean that the Iron-Blooded Alliance has the final say in the entire game? Look what you said. This game doesn't seem to be decided by the Iron-Blooded Alliance. If you have the ability, go and play it. I'm not going to die. Since you don't want to die, let's stop talking nonsense and just watch what they do. If you want to blame us for choosing the demon camp. Hey, I chose the wrong path. If I had known it would have been better to stay in the human camp. My mind is shattered. I actually chose this demon camp. Isn't that right? Now I can't change my camp even if I want to. I really hope there is an item that can be used to change the camp. Nowadays, the mainstream is the human camp. Players from the demon camp are really unlucky. In the past, there was Jue Feng, a super union on the side of the demon camp. Fortunately, now, they have also surrendered to Yifeng. Our demon camp does not have any big guild at all. So it is natural for this situation to happen. The other players from the demon camp nodded in succession. It was their fault for choosing the demon camp in the first place. Of course, this is indeed one less way for the demon camp players in the Iron-Blooded Alliance to increase their points for the National Defense Medal. At the same time, Yifeng spoke on the official forum, and in the game at the same time. The demons are about to attack Xuanwu City, the main city of the human race. I hope that all players in the demon camp will not participate in this battle. I will leave it here and bear the consequences. Just such a sentence set off huge waves in the entire fantasy world. Some demon camp players also plan to take a detour and walk outside Xuanwu City to wait for the demon NPC to issue tasks to them. But now it seems that if he dares to accept the mission, he will directly offend the Iron-Blooded Alliance. You must know that what the Iron Blood Alliance did a few days ago is still fresh in everyone's memory. Those guilds that did not obey the Iron-Blooded Alliance were hunted down one by one, which would be a disaster. Of course, the public opinion at this time must be very strong. Yifeng actually publicly stated that players from the demon camp were not allowed to participate in this human-demon battle. Apparently some players from the demon camp were angry, and many players from the demon camp spoke out. Yifeng, if you, the Iron-Blooded Alliance, want to protect the main city, that is your business. But our players in the demon camp are just doing tasks. What else do you want? You Iron-Blooded Alliance are too arrogant. This is a task issued by the system. You all have to intervene. Isn't it outrageous? No matter what he does. Let's do our mission. Don't we still have few players in the demon camp? For a time, many demon camp players who refused to admit defeat gathered outside Xuanwu City, where they were waiting for the arrival of the demon NPC. Boss, there are many players from the demon camp outside Xuanwu City. It seems they didn't hear your warning. Yifeng frowned. Although it would be difficult to completely ban demon players from participating in this battle, if strong measures were used, they could indeed be stopped. However, this would not be a good reputation for Yifeng's Iron-Blooded Alliance. But if they don't use iron-blooded methods, it will be difficult for them to defend Xuanwu City this time. Yifeng said cruelly, I'll warn them again if they don't leave here. Then kill them. Yes, boss. We, the Iron-Blooded Alliance, once again warn you that players from the human camp can come to Xuanwu City to receive missions. But players from the demon camp please leave Xuanwu City and give you 10 minutes. Yifeng once again used the system speaker to issue a warning to everyone in the server. But this time the warning was issued. There were still many players who did not intend to leave, and only a small number of players left. Yifeng stood on the city wall and looked at the many players from the demon camp outside. Yifeng shouted, the players of the Iron-Blooded Alliance. Listen, no one will be spared to kill. Kill! Within Xuanwu City, a large number of players poured out. And with this appearance, they rushed directly to the players in the demon camp. Players from the demon camp were already weak, but after facing off against players from the Iron-Blooded Alliance, they were instantly defeated. Many players from the demon camp died before even standing still for a second. In just half an hour, all the demon camp players were defeated. From time to time, there are lights resurrecting players from the demon camp on the ground. Yifeng now has all the power to manage Xuanwu City. He set the resurrection point and prohibited the resurrection of players from the demon camp. All resurrected players from the demon camp returned to other main cities. For a time, the public opinion became louder, and the resentment in the hearts of players from those demon camps that were killed was extremely huge. They started scolding each other on the world channel. Of course, the players in the Iron-Blooded Alliance were not vegetarians either. As a member of the demon camp of the Iron-Blooded Alliance, I started to find trouble with those players. If you like to quarrel, I will push you to the ground and beat you. Rumors spread for a while that Yifeng's Iron-Blooded Alliance was going to take over the entire fantasy world. Yifeng asked in a low voice, Am I wrong to do this? Among the guild leaders standing behind Yifeng, some nodded and others shook their heads. The fanatic looked around, and finally stood up and said, You are right. Although I have not fought in a national war, but if you want to unify the domestic players, you must do this and make them obedient, so that it can be reflected in the national war. Show our greatest strength. We must do this to make those ordinary players fearful, and let them know the rules, so that they can better display their strength in the national war. Shui Feng said. But will this arouse their resistance? Melody said. Of course it will, but in the face of powerful force. This kind of resistance will have no effect. Chapter 605 The Demons Finally Invade. Yifeng heard the guild presidents behind him discussing, and he began to think deeply, thinking about this matter and his own rights and wrongs. It is difficult to get a group of strangers to follow your orders because they have their own thoughts and ideas. If you just rely on words, many people may not obey the arrangement. But if you use your own strength to beat them and convince them, maybe the remaining talents will really obey your arrangements. As for those guys who hold grudges, there is nothing they can do. Yifeng closed his eyes and quietly waited for the arrival of the demon army. They have been waiting all morning, but the demon army still has not appeared. After lunch, Yifeng and others were still online, guarding Xuanwu City. Since the Lord of Xuanwu City has said it, he will come today. After all, the system will not delay or lie. However, Yifeng understood very well, but some members were impatient to wait. Although the entire Xuanwu City is filled with Yifeng's people, it will definitely get boring for everyone just sitting here after a long time. Yifeng said, Several guild leaders came with me to the Xuanwu City Lord's mansion to ask the members of their guilds to be quiet. Yes. Yifeng once again came to the Xuanwu City Lord's mansion, and brought several guild presidents to the City Lord's mansion to find the Xuanwu City Lord. But when Yifeng saw the Lord of Xuanwu City again, his face finally looked much better. Because of his relationship with outsiders, Yifeng could not reveal his identity. Lord City Lord, how long will it take for the demon army to come? Yifeng asked. The Lord of Xuanwu City said weakly, Commander Yi. Don't panic. According to reports from our frontline spies, they are already on their way. And this time even the Demon Emperor is here in person. Yi Feng frowned and said, The Demon King is here? Then this battle will not be easy. It's not easy. That's why I need your help. Who are these? Yi Feng said, These are all my friends. They are the presidents of a large guild. They have considerable strength, and can play an important role in the defense of Xuanwu City this time. The Lord of Xuanwu City said happily, Thank you to all the presidents for coming to help. If our Xuanwu City is defended in this battle, it will definitely bring endless benefits to you. When the others heard the benefits, of course they smiled. How could such an important task have no benefits? It turned out that this was what Yi Feng meant by bringing them here. Yi Feng said, The Lord of the city has not recovered from his injury yet, so we will not disturb him. Since the demon army is about to arrive, we should prepare well. Guild presidents, you have worked hard. I will now appoint all of you as temporary generals of Xuanwu City. I will thank you greatly after the war. Thank you, Lord City Lord. With the support of the general, they can immediately receive the benefits of the general. Although it is temporary, the benefits can be reaped. Yi Feng took the presidents and left the city lord's mansion and returned to the city wall. President Yi Feng, do you need us to send some troops to investigate? The madman asked. No need. Since the people from Xuanwu City have already found out, we should be prepared. You must know that the Demon Emperor is not just a general person. Okay. But if it's the Demon Emperor, do we have to think of a countermeasure? Yi Feng said, No need. Just leave it to me. I'll deal with it. That's it. That is the top boss. President Yi Feng alone may not be able to withstand it. Yi Feng nodded and said, It's okay if I contain him. You guys can wipe out the other demons as soon as possible. Clear. After that, about an hour passed, and dark masses of demon soldiers could be seen outside Xuanwu City. Boss, the demon army is coming. Yi Feng said, All players, listen up. We are humans. And now the demons are going to invade our homeland. What should we do? Destroy the demons and protect the human race. Okay. Then let me see your determination. Ding. System prompt. Do you want to publish a wartime mission? Yes. Ding. System prompt. All players in the human camp who are in Xuanwu City when posting a mission will have their country protecting points doubled in this battle. I'll go. The mission is finally here. The points are doubled. This is so cool. Ding. System prompt. Players who participate in killing the Demon Emperor will receive 1,000 country protection points. Damn. This is the time to get the level 3 Protector of the Nation medal. This mission to protect the country is really big. It's no wonder Yi Feng and the others are working so hard. It turns out that they have known about the mission rewards for a long time. And depending on the situation, their rewards may be even richer. It's sad. Why did I choose the demon camp in the first place? Now it's better. It doesn't matter if I go. It doesn't matter if I don't go. Go ahead. No one is stopping you. I don't want to lose experience yet. I died twice just now. I'd better just be a spectator. Well, you are self-aware. That's good. Young man. Soon, the demon army stood nearly 50 meters outside Xuanwu City and stopped. At the forefront of the demon army, Yi Feng saw a familiar figure. That was the Demon Emperor. As a top-level NPC, the Demon King certainly has a strong posture, and he still needs to make the opening remarks. The Demon Emperor pointed at Xuanwu City and said, Now that I, the Demon Emperor, are here, there is no need for your Xuanwu City to exist. Just hold on and capture them to avoid damage. At the same time, the Lord of Xuanwu City in the city descended from the sky, landed next to Yi Feng and said, Demon Emperor, don't bully others too much. I can help you. Even without the Great Elder, I won't really be afraid of you. Haha. Lord Xuanwu, I didn't kill you last time. I guess you are lucky. Why do you still want to fight me based on your current appearance? The Lord of Xuanwu City said, This Xuanwu City was left to me by my father. Even if I die, I will die in Xuanwu City. Haha. The old city lord is indeed an admirable figure. It's a pity that you are not him. Otherwise, I would not have attacked your Xuanwu City so early. The Lord of Xuanwu City was short of energy and blood, and he couldn't raise his breath when he spoke. Yi Feng stopped the Xuanwu City Lord and said, Your Majesty the Demon Emperor, do you still remember me? Following the sound, the Demon Emperor saw Yi Feng beside the Lord of Xuanwu City. After seeing Yi Feng, The Demon Emperor's face immediately became gloomy and angry. It turns out it's you. If I don't cut you into pieces today, I, the Demon Emperor, will write my name upside down today. Yi Feng laughed and said, Your Majesty the Demon Emperor, your name has been written backwards several times. But I am alive and well. The Demon King said angrily, It is because of your existence today that I see no need to stay in Xuanwu City any longer. The Demon Emperor paused for a moment and said, I, the Demon Soldiers, obey the order and trample this Xuanwu City into ashes. At the same time, Yi Feng shouted, I, the Human Player, listen to the order and kill the demons in front of you until they bleed into rivers. Leave the Demon King to me. Kill! Kill! Chapter 606 Fighting the Demon Emperor. The gate of Xuanwu City opened wide, and a large number of players rushed out. Today's players are about the same level as the demon NPC soldiers, and their strength may be equal, or it may be the human players who can overwhelm them. After all, this battle is commanded by the Iron-Blooded Alliance, which is completely different from the past. Even though the Demon King is out this time, the masters led by Yi Feng and the others are different. They are no longer what they used to be. When they met the Demon Elders, they took a roundabout way. But now they can fight even if they see the Demon Elders. The Demon Emperor stood there without moving. His target was the Lord of Xuanwu City and Yi Feng. A large number of human players and demon soldiers started a fierce battle. The human players had a huge advantage, because there are a large number of priests supporting them behind them. The front row soldiers are extremely tough. In just an instant, the human players had blocked the demon soldiers from the city gate, making it impossible for them to enter the city gate. Yi Feng shouted, Push it out for me. I want to see how powerful the demons are. With an order, all the players in the front row began to press forward. This pressure made the elders and the Demon Emperor on the demon side furious. The Demon King gave the order, and all the demon elders rushed out. They could not let the human players suppress their soldiers unscrupulously. Seeing the demon clan elders dispatched, Yi Feng shouted, Chu Tianai, Chao Ci, you guys, please take care of those demon clan elders for me, and kill them directly if necessary. Clear. Several masters jumped directly from the city wall. After the demon elders joined the battle, the lives of the front row soldiers were already in danger. But this time, after several masters were dispatched, their burden was immediately relieved. Even the elders of the demon clan did not expect that there were so many masters in Xuanwu City. Yi Feng shouted, Push me to the front row. Without the intervention of the demon elders, the human players began to advance forward, pushing the demon soldiers directly away from Xuanwu City step by step. This was just launched, less than half an hour into the battle, and the demon army seemed to be unable to defeat the human players. This shocked many players from the demon camp. They never thought that Yi Feng and the others could hold back the demon elders. Holy crap. The people in the Iron-Blooded Alliance are still not human. Why do the high-level NPCs on the demon side seem to be useless? There are too many players on the human side, and almost all of them are NPCs on the demon side. How can any player dare to come? Now, the demons will definitely lose this time. If we fight with the demon NPCs, what do you think the final result will be? You're blind. That's it. We'll die if we go up there. It's only a matter of time. Others nodded. As for the Iron-Blooded Alliance, even if players from the demon camp participated, they wouldn't be able to hold it back. At most, it would only delay it for a while. The Demon King saw that the current situation was very unfriendly to him. He never thought that he would take action personally, but he was blocked from the door and could not capture Xuanwu City for a long time. And the most important thing is that his side is retreating steadily, which is simply a shame for the Demon Emperor. The Demon King said angrily, A bunch of useless things can't even defeat a small human race. And I still need to take action myself. The Demon King stared at the Xuanwu City Lord. In their eyes, the NPC was of vital importance to the NPC. If the Xuanwu City Lord died, then Xuanwu City would definitely be in his pocket. But soon, a figure stood in front of the Xuanwu City Lord, and the person who caught the Demon King's eyes was Yi Feng. Yi Feng looked at the Demon Emperor evilly and said provocatively, Your Majesty the Demon Emperor, it seems that you demons are not good at it. The Demon King shouted, Then I will twist off the heads of all the city lords first and see if you still surrender. Yi Feng directly took out his main artifact and said, Then let's see if His Majesty the Demon Emperor can step over me. If only a 7-turn warrior dares to provoke me in front of me, then I will send you to the west first. The Demon King was very fast, and he arrived in an instant. Yi Feng's parallel position was actually suspended in the air. At the same time, at the moment he paused, Yanyu and Zissou moved around Yifeng. 2 arrows, one of ice and one of fire, rushed directly towards the Demon King. Boom! Make an explosion sound. Although the Demon King was surprised, these 2 arrows did no harm to him at all. After the gunpowder smoke passed, the Demon Emperor was still standing in the air unharmed, laughing and saying, "What can a mere archery skill do to me?" Demonization. Yifeng activated the demonization skill, and the Demon Emperor stood directly in the void. The opponent, the Demon King, looked at Yifeng in shock and said, "You are actually the Black Angel. It turns out that person is you." Yifeng smiled and said, "That's right. It's me. But it's a pity that the Demon King is stupider than I thought." "How dare you call me stupid? You will pay the price for it." Yifeng laughed and said, "You say that every time. But every time you can do anything to me. I will never let you off lightly this time." Magic sword. Open. This was the first time Yifeng saw the Demon King using his main artifact. This is a dark and smoky main artifact, which is suitable for the nature of the Demon King. Of course, Yifeng showed no sign of weakness and stood his death sickle in the void. Darkness is coming. Demon King's blade. Yifeng and the Demon Emperor were entangled together, and the 2 sides seemed to be indifferent, which made other people look at Yifeng in even more horror. How powerful is this Yifeng? The Demon King is the top boss in this game. Why is it that in Yifeng's hands he is almost the same as an ordinary boss? Because Yifeng is a strong person in the bigger realm in reality. Even if he cannot exert his full strength in the game, he is more than enough to deal with the Demon Emperor. After the Demon Emperor was restrained, the other members of the Demon Clan did not feel so comfortable. This time, the Demon Clan lost both their wives and their troops. A large number of Demon Clan soldiers were killed, and even the Demon Clan elders were on the verge of being killed. The most important thing is that the Demon Emperor can't escape Yifeng's entanglement at all. He never thought that there would be such a powerful existence in the human race besides the great elder of the royal family. Thinking back to the beginning, this guy in front of me, who could easily be crushed to death in front of him, has now grown to the point where he can compete with him. This guy's growth rate was so terrifying that the Demon King had to be cruel and wanted to completely destroy Yifeng. However, the Demon King was full of ambition, but not powerful enough. The battle with Yifeng was always a 50-50 split, but he was unable to pose a sufficient threat to Yifeng. Boom! After the 2 bounced away, the Demon Emperor stood in the void and said, "Boy, are you from the God's continent?" Yifeng tilted his head and said, "I don't know about God's continent." "God's continent? I only know that your majesty, the Demon Emperor, is old." Listening to Yifeng's words, the Demon Emperor's hands trembled. He had been the king and hegemon on this continent for decades, but he didn't expect that today in the eyes of a little guy. He had become an old man. Chapter 607 Escape. I don't know if there is a time limit, but this time, the demons attacked the main human city and lasted for more than an hour. Even though many demon soldiers were killed, there was still a steady stream of demon soldiers attacking the main human city. However, this allows players in Yifeng's Iron-Blooded Alliance to gain more points for protecting the country. This time I was given the protection of the country, and my points have increased to level 2. I'm already at level 3, and I'm afraid I'll reach level 4 if I keep going. It's not good to have more points to protect the country. I can get one more attribute. Stop talking so much nonsense and kill me quickly. I don't know when it will end. Yifeng looked at the Demon Emperor with a sneer, because on the side, Chu Tianai and others had already killed a demon elder. The Demon Emperor looked at Yifeng angrily and said, "Kill me, the elder of the Demon Clan, and you will be chased by our Demon Clan." Yifeng said, "So what? Since your demon tribe plans to attack, we must think of the consequences if we can." "Humph. Don't forget, your current achievements are all due to my senior brother." Yifeng said, "I do admire him very much, but you are different. Your enemy is the Law Enforcement Hall, not the human race." "Humph. I don't care whether you are the Law Enforcement Hall or the human race. As long as anyone is against me, they are our enemies." Ah! There was another scream. Another demon elder was killed, and the exploded items were scattered around. "Damn humans. I won't let you go." Yifeng said, "How could you ever let us go?" At this time, the demon army that was constantly refreshing began to decrease rapidly. Yifeng and others have realized that this time the war between humans and demons is probably coming to an end. Seeing that the Demon Emperor wanted to leave, Yifeng was not going to let this guy leave. "Boy, Next time we meet again, I will definitely take down all the main human cities. Yi Feng shouted, come when you want. Leave when you want. You really think that our human race is like ants? The Demon Emperor laughed and said, when Huang Chang is about to leave, can you still stop him? Boom! The Demon Emperor, who had been so arrogant just now, was directly knocked to the ground. Chu Tianai rubbed his fist and said, the bones are indeed hard enough, and the defense is strong enough. This punch only lost 1,000 points of blood. You know, the Demon King has 1,000,000 points of blood. And these 1,000 points of blood are not even a drop of rain to him. The Demon King got up from the ground angrily, and glared at Chu Tianai. But he got up and instantly found that he was surrounded. If you want to kill me, it depends on whether you have the ability. Xiao He said, boss. Tell me how to fight. Yi Feng said, I will be the one to contain him. Chu Tianai will wait for the opportunity. The other long-range professions will attack directly. Don't worry about hatred. Clear. Yi Feng rushed forward immediately. He didn't want to let the Demon Emperor go. The Demon Emperor finally came out of the Demon Emperor's palace, and was about to go to the Demon Emperor's city to kill the Demon Emperor. The difficulty was 100 times higher than it is now. Look! Yi Feng and this group of perverts want to kill the Demon Emperor. No way. They have such a big battle. They can't just kill the Demon Emperor. This is the top boss. I finally know why they did what they did today. Damn. Their target is the Demon Emperor. I really want to know what kind of equipment the Demon King will explode. That is the current top boss in the fantasy world. Everyone expected Yi Feng and others to kill the Demon King and expose equipment they had never seen before. Xiao He and others also participated in the battle with excitement. What kind of benefits will they get from killing the Demon Emperor? In addition to the 1,000 points to protect the country, there must be many other things. But how can the Demon King be killed so easily? Otherwise the title of the top boss would be in vain. The Demon King's attack power is extremely fierce. Except for Yi Feng. Everyone else will lose at least 1/3 of their health if they are hit. Fortunately, Yi Feng can compete with him, which makes the Demon King extremely uncomfortable, because he cannot cross the mountain of Yifeng to kill other people, and other people can attack him from a distance, causing damage to him, and continuously reducing his damage. Blood volume. This is simply a huge shame for the Demon King. As time passed little by little, the Demon Emperor's blood volume had already shown a gap, and the blood volume of 1,000,000 had now been reduced by 100,000. You know, this 100,000 HP was obtained by many super masters. For ordinary players, it would be impossible to consume even 1,000 HP of the Demon Emperor, let alone 100,000, because they would have been killed by the Demon Emperor upon contact. The Demon Emperor, who had lost so much blood, also had wounds on his body. The Demon Emperor was also extremely angry. Under his anger, the Demon Emperor's combat effectiveness increased a lot. But Yi Feng in front of him was too difficult to deal with, and he couldn't break free at all. Yi Feng, let me show you. The reason why I can be called the Emperor is not just because of my ability. The devil is coming. Just in that moment, the flexibility of Yi Feng and others' bodies dropped by 50%. Ding! System prompt. You are in the Demon Emperor's magic circle. Your movement speed is reduced by 50%. Attack damage is reduced by 50%. And your reaction speed is reduced by 50%. Damn! Not good. Everyone's speed dropped by 50. And it was as difficult as ants to move. But in Yifeng's eyes, these side effects did not play any role at all. But except Yifeng, everyone has lost their fighting power. Although the Demon Emperor was surprised that Yifeng was not under control, there was no attack from others. So the Demon Emperor was finally relieved a lot. Haha. You humans. Please just wait for me. The demons. To come again and destroy you. Ha 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 ha. The Demon King bounced away from Yi Feng and flew away. Yi Feng did not intercept him. After all, Yi Feng knew that he would definitely not be able to kill him with his own restraint. If he wanted to kill him, he would still have to rely on other players. At this time, other players had no fighting power at all, so they could only watch the Demon Emperor escape. As soon as the Demon King walked out, Chu Tianai and others returned to normal. The Demon Emperor's skills are really amazing. If it weren't for this skill, I think the Demon Emperor would have fallen here today, Xiao He said. Isn't that right? Not to mention, this Demon King's defense is really high. He only lost so much blood after fighting for so long. Arrogant brother said. It's really powerful. We have to think of a way. If we encounter the Demon King next time, we must take him down, Chu Tianai said. Yi Feng nodded and said, before the national war comes, we must get rid of this guy. That's it for today. You can arrange it yourself on how to distribute things. I'll go to the Lord of Xuanwu City. Yes. President Yi Feng. Chapter 608 God of Creation. Because the battle was over and the demons had retreated, the Xuanwu City Lord once again returned to his City Lord's mansion. After Yi Feng came to the City Lord's mansion, under the leadership of the old housekeeper, he once again saw the weak City Lord Xuanwu. The Lord of Xuanwu City smiled happily. I didn't expect that you would be the one to help me in the end. Yi Feng said, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be where I am now. And I also have a very bold idea. Oh, what a bold idea. You might as well give it a listen. Yi Feng has been wondering whether the NPCs in the fantasy world can appear in real life. Of course, this is a bit nonsense. After all, they are virtual characters and a bunch of data. So even if it is this bold idea, Yi Feng cannot say it out. Even if he says it out, Xuanwu City will probably laugh it off. Seeing that Yi Feng didn't speak, the Lord of Xuanwu City said, why don't you believe me so much? Yi Feng said, it's not that I don't believe you. I'm just afraid that you will find it incredible. Then let's talk about how incredible it is. It's incredible that you can repel the Demon King. Yi Feng said, actually, my bold idea is to bring you into my world. Do you think it is possible? Your world? I've always been curious about what kind of existence is the world you live in. It's a pity that we can never get out. Why? The Lord of Xuanwu City said, because we can only survive in this world. You and we can't get out? Why are you so sure? The Lord of Xuanwu City shook his head and said, actually, I don't understand it very well. But after you read this book, you will understand why I said that. As he spoke, the Lord of Xuanwu City stood up, walked to the bookshelf, took out a book, and handed it to Yi Feng. Yi Feng took the book. The name of the book was General History. Yi Feng opened the first page, which told about the origin of this world. In addition to the origin of this world, it also told about the space where the local residents lived. Of course, the most important thing is that he actually introduced here that there is another world outside this space. But there is a very conspicuous line of red writing on it. Remember not to leave our world. Otherwise you will be destroyed. This book is not thick and tells a lot about the world. But it is not of much help to January. Only the last sentence is what Yi Feng wants to know about the real thing. Because we are all created by a powerful being. We can only live here and cannot leave. After Yi Feng closed the general history, he asked, do you? Everyone in the world know about this. The Lord of Xuanwu City nodded and said, of course. We understand our origins the moment we are born. It is not told to us by others. But it is imprinted in our minds the moment we are born. It's so powerful. Could it be done by this guy in the ring? It's very possible that it was his good deeds that created people. But he couldn't bring them back to real life. Although there is everything you want in this space. When you know that they are just a group of imprisoned people, you will feel a little uncomfortable. Maybe this is their mood when they want to go to the Divine Continent. After all, you are familiar with this continent. But coming to the Divine Continent is a new world. Yi Feng said, in that case, do you know who the person who created you is? The Lord of Xuanwu City nodded and said, come. I will take you to see him. Look at him. He's in here? Let's go. You'll know when you get there. Yi Feng followed Xuanwu City Lord and opened a tunnel door. After the two of them walked, the tunnel door closed automatically. After passing through a tunnel of about 100 meters, we finally came to a quiet room. Here Yi Feng saw a bunch of statues. Under the statues, there were many sacrifices. The Lord of Xuanwu City left. After passing by, he lit a bunch of incense and began to worship. Yi Feng looked at the bunch of statues carefully and found that they were somewhat similar to himself. Yi Feng frowned and said to himself, isn't this the fault of that guy again? At this time, a voice came into Yi Feng's mind. Why do you blame me for everything? I didn't know they could have a statue of me. I didn't let them erect this statue at all. Yi Feng said, you control this world. How do I know what you want to do? TCH. If you don't believe me, I'll go back to sleep. The Lord of Xuanwu City looked back at Yi Feng and said, who are you talking to? Yi Feng looked at the Xuanwu City Lord in shock. He seemed to have made no sound just now. The Lord of Xuanwu City said, forget it if you don't. But I seem to have heard someone say something. But I don't know what they said. Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he could no longer communicate with that guy in the game, which might cause trouble. Yi Feng said, I didn't say anything. I just wanted to ask you. Does everyone in your continent know the existence of the statue in front of you? The Lord of Xuanwu City shook his head and said, "You probably don't know. My father carved this himself through some records." "What? Is your father so powerful that he can carve people out just by drawing figure?" The Lord of Xuanwu City smiled and said, "Before my father was the Lord of the city. She was a top-notch sculptor in our village. And she has a photographic memory. No wonder your father can carve such a charming statue." The Lord of Xuanwu City said, "Doesn't it look a bit like you?" Yi Feng looked at the calm expression on the face of the Xuanwu City Lord and was a little surprised. It was obvious that the other party had known that he looked very similar to this person. Yi Feng asked curiously, "When did you find out that I look like him?" "When we first met." It was obvious that others had no idea how similar you were to our creator god. Yi Feng nodded and said, "It does look a bit similar. But there are still some differences between him and me." The Lord of Xuanwu City said, "My father was only carved based on some records. I have never seen a real person. He can be somewhat similar to you, which shows that your identity is not simple." Yi Feng said, "Aren't you afraid that I just look like him?" The Lord of Xuanwu City said with a smile, "They look alike. And they are from another world. Doesn't this meet the requirements? But what I want to tell you is that I really am not." "That's okay. At least you saved my Xuanwu City today, which shows that I didn't misjudge the person. It doesn't matter even if you are not our creator god. But you are our savior." Yi Feng laughed and said, "You said that I am so great. I feel a little embarrassed. In a short period of time, you were able to grow to this point. And with your team, you were able to force the Demon King back today, which is quite unexpected." Yi Feng laughed and said, "Today's incident was purely a fluke." Chapter 609 begins to close the net. The Lord of Xuanwu City took out 3 incense sticks and handed them to Yi Feng. "Come as soon as you come. Just give him a stick of incense." Yi Feng thought to himself, "This guy is in my ring. I will give him incense. What if it is me? I worship myself. What is going on?" Yi Feng shook his head quickly and said, "Forget it. I'm not your original resident. He is just a powerful person to me." However, the Lord of Xuanwu City still held 3 incense sticks. After lighting them himself, he bowed to Yi Feng and then inserted them. The Lord of Xuanwu City said, "Okay. I'll help you burn incense. Let's go out." Yi Feng glanced at the statue and said, "Let's go." It always feels weird looking at a statue that looks somewhat similar to myself. Uh-huh. That's why I know you don't know how to burn incense. So I help you burn incense. Yi Feng said, "How long will it take for your injury to heal?" "I'm afraid it won't get better in a month or 2. If anything happens, let's talk about it while we're walking." Yi Feng nodded and asked, "You? Since the demon clan has retreated, he will definitely make other moves next. Which main city do you think the demon clan will attack?" The Lord of Xuanwu City said with a wry smile, "Today I can see that no one can believe it except you. These guys actually backed down when Xuanwu City suffered a catastrophe." Yi Feng said, "Man will die for wealth, and birds will die for food. Besides, there will be no good consequences for going against the Demon Emperor. It is normal for them to hide far away. But the news that our Xuanwu City has defeated the Demon Emperor will probably reach the ears of other city lords in a short time." Yi Feng asked, "Are you worried about them?" The Lord of Xuanwu City shook his head and said, "I'm not worried about their safety. I'm worried that they will come and beg me. If the demons attack their main city, you will definitely be asked to help. Do you think I should agree or refuse?" Yi Feng thought for a while. If he agreed, there would be no harm to the Lord of Xuanwu City, Yi Feng and others. But there is no harm in not agreeing. After all, the Demon Emperor has nothing to do with Xuanwu City. But just like this, agreeing without any conditions. For Yi Feng, this deal is not a good deal. Yi Feng said, "Don't I still have a grudge against the royal family?" The Lord of Xuanwu City nodded and said, "Of course I have a grudge. Otherwise why would I be on a mission to preserve the strength of Xuanwu City? Of course, it is to have the power to fight against the Su royal family. Even if Xuanwu City really misses this time, I will take action against the royal family very quickly. Even if I cannot get revenge, I will cause heavy losses to the royal family." Yi Feng said, "If you want to attack the royal family, I'm afraid it won't work with the power of Xuanwu City alone." "Of course not. Otherwise why would I win over the alliance before? But now it seems that this alliance is not stable." Yi Feng said, "I have a way to make them follow you wholeheartedly." The Lord of Xuanwu City asked curiously, "What can we do? Won't the demons attack them? When they ask for help, we will make a contract with them. If you want my Xuanwu City to help, you can, but you must surrender to my Xuanwu City." The Lord of Xuanwu City raised his eyebrows. "This is a very bold idea. If it succeeds, Xuanwu City will soon expand. The Lord of Xuanwu City said with some excitement. Can they agree? Yi Feng crossed his arms and said, I am better than those who were exterminated by the demons. Look, Qilong City is now called Demon Dragon City. Haven't all the family members of the Lord of Qilong City been destroyed by the demons? Yes, as long as they are captured by the demons. No one in the City Lord's family will be able to escape death. The Lord of Xuanwu City said, Okay. Your idea is a bit dangerous. Isn't it obvious that you are going against the royal family? If they find out about this, they will raise troops to put pressure. Yi Feng said, I'm afraid of him. He's even worried about the demons looking for them. How can he still care about you? What is a hammer? Well, anyway, just leave it alone. I don't know. We don't have to be afraid. I'm not afraid of the Demon Emperor. I'm still afraid of their royal family. The Lord of Xuanwu City grabbed Yi Feng's shoulders and said, Good brother. I saw it right. But do you have any purpose in helping me like this? Yi Feng said, What purpose can it have? Although you have a purpose in helping me, I only help you to repay your kindness. Is it that simple? Yi Feng said with a smile, Of course. I can gain a lot of fame. Does this count as reward? Ha ha. Cough. Cough. The Lord of Xuanwu City laughed. But it hurt the wound again and kept coughing. Yi Feng said, You can rest in Xuanwu City now. If you need anything, just come to me. Good. What Xuanwu City Lord didn't know was that he didn't know what Yi Feng wanted to do. Are you conquering other city lords just to fight against the royal family? So after the royal family is destroyed, won't the human race no longer have a royal family? Then who will be the royal family? The Lord of Xuanwu City obviously didn't think about this, because avenging great revenge is the ultimate goal of the Lord of Xuanwu City. So he didn't think much about it at all. After Yi Feng left Xuanwu City, he found Xiao He and others. They are still distributing the equipment and things exposed by the demon soldiers before. And of course some other things. Yi Feng asked, Have you found any other information about the composition of the demon clan attacking the human race? Boss, there is nothing at the moment. The demons have just taken advantage of us. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to attack the humans again. Yi Feng nodded. Xiao He was right. He really wanted to fight the demons. Moreover, the current strength of Yi Feng and others is not enough to capture the Demon Emperor city. So they can only wait for the Demon Emperor to throw himself into the trap. Originally, the major city lords thought that Xuanwu City would become the main city of the demons this time. But unexpectedly, they actually defended it. And even the Demon Emperor was repelled. City lords, what should we do next? What if the Demon Emperor chooses to attack us? City Lord White Tiger asked. Several major city lords sat together to discuss. After all, they were isolated from the Xuanwu City Lord this time, which made them a little embarrassed to win over the Xuanwu City Lord. The City Lord of Qilin City said, After the Demon King is repelled, he will definitely not look for Xuanwu City again. It wants to devour people. It took more than a day or two to form it. Since Xuanwu City has failed, it will definitely look for other main cities. The Lord of Suzaku City said, Originally the Lord of Xuanwu City was bound to become the main city of the Demon Clan this time. But Yi Feng, who had disappeared for a long time, suddenly appeared and led many human forces to defeat the Demon Clan. Okay. What the Lord of Suzaku City said is that as long as we please the Yi Feng, we can defeat the Demon Emperor. Right? The Lord of Suzaku City nodded and said, That's right. Chapter 610 A Piece of Paper Promises. The Lord of White Tiger City said helplessly, If I ask the Yi Feng, I'm afraid my White Tiger City might be in some trouble. After all, I have some issues with that guy. Qilin City Lord said, The one who has issues with him is not only you, but also me. Besides, he and Xuanwu City Lord are wearing crotchless pants. Even if we beg him, will he agree? There is indeed nothing wrong with what Qilin City Lord said. Just before, they had abandoned Xuanwu City Lord. And now if they ask Yi Feng in turn, even if Yi Feng agrees, Xuanwu City Lord may not agree. Not to mention that Yi Feng would definitely not agree. After all, they did not contribute any effort to help the Lord of Xuanwu City. At this point, the atmosphere among the city lords present seemed a bit awkward. Whether they were in conflict with the Xuanwu City Lord, were in alliance with him before, or were neutral, no one came to help them after the Xuanwu City Lord ran into trouble this time. In the end, it was his brother Yi Feng who stood up for the Lord of Xuanwu City. They not only repelled the demons, but also the Demon Emperor. This can be said to be very surprising. The Phoenix City Lord stood up and said, Since everyone can't get anything from me, I will go back for the time being. The Lord of Phoenix City has always been in a neutral state. You go back so early. But you want to pick up Yifeng alone? The Phoenix City Lord is one of the 2 women among all the city lords. And the Phoenix inner armor he gave Yifeng was an inner armor with resurrection properties. The quality of the Phoenix inner armor is also very high. It can be said that it is impossible for other NPCs to give this kind of thing away. Of course, when the Lord of Phoenix City gave Yifeng the Phoenix inner armor, many city lords were indeed surprised. But they did not expect what his intentions were. They just thought that it might be to simply stand on the side of the Lord of Xuanwu City. But since what happened with the Xuanwu City Lord, it seems that the Phoenix City Lord has really far-sighted vision. I have taken a fancy to Yifeng a long time ago. And he will definitely do great things. So I don't have to worry about giving him anything. And Yifeng will definitely be reluctant to return it after using it. Phoenix City Lord said, since all the city lords can't come up with a solution, I can only think of a way. As for whether he can really help me, I can't say. After saying that, the Lord of Phoenix City slammed the door and left, returning directly to his main city. At the same time, after the Phoenix City Lord left, other city lords also returned to their main cities. It can be said that this discussion was fruitless. Not long after, the Lord of Phoenix City came to Xuanwu City. But at this time, Yifeng did not stay in Xuanwu City, but followed the people in his guild to the leveling location. When the old housekeeper saw Phoenix City Lord appearing in front of the city lord's mansion, he couldn't help but frown. However, the old housekeeper has received the instructions given to him by the city lord. If any other city lord comes to see him, he will arrange for him to see him. The old housekeeper said with a smile, it turns out to be the Phoenix City Lord. My city lord has been waiting for you for a long time. The Lord of Phoenix City said very politely, Senior, I'm sorry to trouble you to wait for me here. Haha. I'm an old man now, so I'm no longer a senior. Come with me. Good. When the Phoenix City Lord entered the Xuanwu City Lord's mansion, not far away, there were other city lords observing from all directions. They want to see what kind of attitude the Phoenix City Lord will leave the city lord's mansion. It's better for them to make plans. About half an hour later, Phoenix City Lord left the city lord's mansion with no expression on his face, showing neither joy nor sadness. What does Phoenix Lord mean? He has no expression. Does it mean he succeeded or failed? It was uncertain whether the other reorganizations were a success or a failure in Phoenix, because there was no expression at all. At this moment, the old housekeeper was standing beside the Xuanwu City Lord and said, City Lord, can they agree to what you say? The Lord of Xuanwu City said, Yifeng has said it. They will definitely agree. This Yifeng is really amazing. That young boy at the beginning has now become our trump card. It's really a turn of events. The Lord of Xuanwu City laughed loudly. Isn't that right? When I asked him for help, I didn't expect this situation to happen. It seems that I still underestimated him. Yeah. I didn't expect this kid to have such a huge amount of power behind him. But these outsiders, with their large numbers, will dominate this continent sooner or later. Well, fortunately, my father left me important information. Otherwise our Xuanwu City will really fail this time. The old housekeeper said, the old city lord has taken great pains. After the Phoenix City Lord returned to his main city, he came to his secret base. This time, he found the Lord of Xuanwu City. But the Lord of Xuanwu City said that he could help him. But he has a condition, which is a contract. And you must obey him. The Lord of Phoenix City also saw the contract, which was actually just a loyalty contract. As long as you are loyal to her, you can do whatever else you want. There is no difference from before. What does the Xuanwu City Lord want to do? If all these city lords sign a contract with him, wouldn't the entire royal family become a bear commander? Then, the city lord has grown up. This Xuanwu City Lord seems to be very ambitious. The Lord of Phoenix City nodded and said, the ambition is indeed not small. I want to establish a new branch and establish a new royal family. But it is really possible to achieve it with Yifeng. Then do we need to agree to him? As long as we sign a contract with him, we will really belong to him. The Lord of Xuanwu City was silent for a long time. And finally, he couldn't help but sigh. What can we do? The family property of our Phoenix City has been accumulated by generations of Phoenix City Lords. If it is destroyed in my hands, I will really feel sorry for our ancestors. Zone. Does the City Lord mean to lose his own freedom in exchange for the peace of Phoenix City? We can only do this now. But before that step, I will definitely not agree to them unless the demons come to attack us now. I don't know if the Lord of the Phoenix City opened his mouth or what happened. But a confidant of the Lord of the Phoenix City hurried over. His expression changed drastically. Report to the Lord of the city. Something serious has happened. Hearing this tone, Phoenix City Lord's heart suddenly fell to the bottom and asked, What's going on? Don't panic. Speak slowly. Demons. The demons are going to attack our Phoenix City. And this time the Demon Emperor personally leads the team. It is said that after the failure of Xuanwu City, the Demon Emperor wanted to use one of our cities as a memorial. So he chose us to be close to Xuanwu City. Wait for the main city. Chapter 6:11 The first. The uneasy heart of Phoenix City Lord finally lost his composure after hearing the facts. He sat down on the chair and said, It seems we have no way out. Lord City Lord, is there any other way to go? Phoenix City Lord said, Are you asking for the Law Enforcement Hall? The Law Enforcement Hall will not pay attention to us. As for the royal family, since the great elder was seriously injured, the entire royal family has been panicked. They are the most capable and can only protect themselves. They are the only ones who have the ability now. It's the power of the Xuanwu City Lord. Times make heroes. I think Yifeng may be the hero in these troubled times. Lord City Lord, you might as well go find Yifeng yourself. After all, the Phoenix inner armor you gave me is a top quality treasure. The Lord of Phoenix City nodded and said, How long does it take for the demons to come? 1 day from now. The day after tomorrow. Okay, I'm going to go find Yifeng now and see if there is any improvement. The Lord of Phoenix City left Phoenix City without stopping to find Yifeng, but found that he had no idea where to look for Yifeng. As the saying goes, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. The Phoenix City Lord was so panicked that he forgot that he was not only an NPC, but also the City Lord. After the Lord of Phoenix City calmed down, he patted these heads and said regretfully, I only need to issue a mission to find Yifeng. That's it. Why do I need to let myself go? After releasing the mission, Phoenix City Lord quickly found Yifeng's traces. After learning about Yifeng's agency, Phoenix City Lord came to Yifeng without stopping. Yifeng and others were leveling up and fighting monsters. Suddenly Yifeng felt a powerful aura approaching him. It was the Phoenix City Lord, who was attacking at high speed. Yifeng whispered, Everyone, be careful. There seems to be something going on. Others looked confused and said, There is no boss here. How can these little monsters kill us? But soon they saw a woman running towards them. But she was an NPC. When they saw the name of the NPC, they couldn't help but be shocked. Why did the Lord of Phoenix City come here? Phoenix City Lord landed not far from Yifeng and said, Yifeng, can you come out and talk? It turned out that he was troubling himself. And he thought he was troubling himself. Besides, in his impression, the Lord of Phoenix City had always kept a low profile and did not participate in any incidents. So how could he come to trouble him? Yifeng said, You guys level up first. I'll talk to the City Lord about something. Yifeng turned around and came to the side with the Phoenix City Lord. What kind of deal can't be done between the boss and the NPC? You know nothing. The boss is also an NPC. You forgot. Arrogant brother said. That's right. How could I have forgotten this matter? NPC is looking for NPC. There is really nothing to say. The Lord of Phoenix City looked at no one around him, and then asked, I know your identity. You are the marshal awarded by His Majesty. Yifeng was not surprised at all. For such a low-key and unconcerned person, he would have more information. Yifeng said, Now that you know, let's get to the point. The Lord of Xuanwu City nodded and said, In 1 day, the demons will attack our Phoenix City. So I want to ask for your help. Yifeng said, My guess is good. You should have been to Xuanwu City. Yes, I have been. But I want to hear your opinion personally. Yifeng said, I was the one who raised the opinion of the Lord of Xuanwu City. But I really like the Phoenix inner armor you gave me. Phoenix City Lord showed a smile on his face and said, So you want to help? Before Phoenix City Lord finished speaking, Yifeng stretched out his hand to stop him and said, Phoenix City Lord, don't worry. I didn't agree and said I would help you. But you said you really like what I gave you. Yifeng said, I do like what you gave me. But City Master Xuanwu and I have another bigger goal. What goal? Is it the one who takes on another name and becomes emperor? Yifeng looked at the Lord of Phoenix City in surprise. But he didn't expect that the other party had guessed his final purpose. But Yifeng shook his head and said, The purpose of Xuanwu City Lord and I is very simple. That is to avenge his father. I have long heard that the old City Lord of Xuanwu City had some feud with the royal family. But what exactly was it? This story seems to have been deliberately obliterated. Yi Feng said, the father of the Lord of Xuanwu City was killed by members of the royal family. So our goal is very simple. To destroy the royal family. Can you stand on our side? In fact, this is similar to what the Lord of Phoenix City thinks. Since you have destroyed the royal family, then who is the royal family? It seems that Yi Feng and the Xuanwu City Lord not only want reward, but also want to rule the continent. Yi Feng said, I don't think anyone will help you except me. Yi Feng, the Lord of Phoenix City said in a low voice, you are right. Except that you really can't find a second person who can help us. Then why are you hesitating? Do you want to wait until the moment your Phoenix City is destroyed before you come to beg us? By then we will be unable to save you. The Lord of Phoenix City hesitated. But he didn't expect that the man behind all this was Yi Feng. After a while, the Lord of Phoenix City sighed and said, I can promise to sign a contract with you. I will help you fulfill your long-cherished wish. Avenge the old Lord of Xuanwu City. And help you ascend the throne. But you cannot harm anyone in my Phoenix City. Name the people. Yi Feng laughed and said, don't worry about this. As long as you don't betray us, we will never touch any of your people in Phoenix City. Okay. In that case, please Marshal Yi, and I go to Xuanwu City. Yi Feng nodded and said, wait for me for a while. Yi Feng came to Yin Yu and others and said, I'm going back to Xuanwu City. You guys are here. I'll be right back. The demons are attacking again? Yi Feng said with a smile, I have work to do again the day after tomorrow. Let me know. Clear. Who wouldn't want to do something like this that can increase the points for protecting the country? The most important thing is that players from the demon camp cannot participate. This is the most enjoyable thing for them. Soon, Yi Feng and Phoenix City Lord came to Xuanwu City. At this time, the Lord of Xuanwu City had already prepared the contract and was waiting for the arrival of the two of them. Phoenix City Lord, you are still here. But what I didn't expect is that you actually brought my brother here too. Yi Feng said, don't think I'm so dirty. Let's start signing the contract. The Lord of Xuanwu City handed the contract to the Lord of Phoenix City. After looking at the handwriting on the contract, the Lord of Phoenix City bit his finger and dropped a drop of blood on the contract. The contract emitted a magical light, and then a flash of light sank into the Phoenix Lord's forehead. Chapter 612 Emperor Chapter 612 Inquire about news. This time, the Phoenix City Lord has completely become Yi Feng's side. After the Lord of Phoenix City signed a contract with the Lord of Xuanwu City, he left Xuanwu City again. Hey, what's going on with the Lord of Phoenix City? This is the second time he's come here today. And he left expressionlessly. What on earth happened? Many of them want to know whether the Lord of Phoenix City has agreed to the request of the Lord of Xuanwu City. Look, that Yi Feng is out too. After Yi Feng left the City Lord's mansion, he went directly to the teleportation point and left Xuanwu City. What's going on here? There's no expression on Yi Feng's face. These City Lords, who were hiding in the dark, didn't know what was going on. Someone, go to Phoenix City and find out what happened. It's the Lord of the city. Several City Lords unanimously sent their men to Phoenix City to inquire about the news. But soon they received a very shocking news. That is, the demons were about to attack Phoenix City. The Lord of White Tiger City touched his chin and said thoughtfully, it seems that the Lord of Phoenix City must have reached some kind of agreement with the Lord of Xuanwu City. The first time he and the Lord of Xuanwu City probably didn't reach an agreement. The second time, he brought Yi Feng with him. And it seems that they should have reached an agreement. After all, Phoenix City has begun to prepare its forces to counterattack the Demon Clan's attack. Not long after, the remaining City Lords gathered together again. The three major City Lords, Suzaka City, White Tiger City, and Qilin City, gathered together. It is impossible for the Law Enforcement Palace and others to come to this meeting. As for the Imperial City, of course they will not come. Does the Emperor still want to discuss things with them? Excluding the already destroyed Qinglong City, only their three main cities are left. Baihu City Lord said, you have got the news about one or two City Lords. Right? As the only woman among the three City Lords. The Suzaka City Lord said, the demons are about to attack Phoenix City. Of course we know this. But we don't know much about the agreement reached between Phoenix City and Xuanwu City Lord. That's right. I just don't know what agreement they reached. How about the three of us join forces and ask Phoenix City Lord? Qilin City Lord said. The Lord of White Tiger City nodded and said, this seems to be the best thing. The three of us can't deceive anyone. Right? The three of them looked at each other and nodded. After all, it was a matter of life and death. So how could they be careless? Although the Lord of Phoenix City in Phoenix City has signed a loyalty contract with Lord Xuanwu City, it does not prevent him from doing what he wants to do. Now the Lord of Phoenix City is in the pond, offering incense to the ancestors of Phoenix City. The ancestors of Phoenix City. Today, in order to preserve the strength of the family, I have reached an agreement with Xuanwu City. I will be loyal to him for the rest of my life. Please don't blame me. Phoenix City Lord bowed a few times. And then a disciple from outside came in and said, Lord, the Lord of Suzaku City, the Lord of White Tiger City, and the Lord of Qilin City are here to ask for an audience. After the Lord of Phoenix City slowly lit the incense, he said, take them to the living room to wait. Yes. Just when the four city lords met, outside Suzaku City, a person was standing on a high place. Looking inside, this person is Yifeng, and beside him is the old housekeeper of the Lord of Xuanwu City. Yifeng said, thank you, old housekeeper, for your help. I can clearly observe everything inside here. How did Marshal Yi know that they would come here to discuss? Yifeng said with a smile, Phoenix City is about to be attacked by the demons, so the news will soon be known to other city lords. And if the Lord of Phoenix City goes to Xuanwu City twice a day, something will definitely happen. In order to save the city lords, how can I not take my own life? The old butler laughed and said, Marshal Yi is still more skilled. It seems that the young city lord's great revenge can finally be avenged this time. Take your time. They have gone to the hotel now. They are probably waiting for the Phoenix Lord. Every veteran should look at Marshal Yi to see if he has any other plans. Yifeng smiled but did not speak. In the main hall of the city lord's mansion, the three city lords, Suzaku, White Tiger and Qilin, were sitting one after another. Why hasn't Phoenix City Lord come yet? After waiting for a while, White Tiger City Lord said impatiently, reporting to the Lord of White Tiger City, my lord is currently worshipping in the cafeteria. It may take some time. Please be safe. Humph. This is not the first day of the lunar month, nor is it the 15th day of the lunar month. You really know how to choose the time to worship at this time. Oh, really? Isn't it the 1st and 15th day of the lunar month that we can't worship? A voice came from outside the door. It was the Phoenix City Lord who had returned from paying homage. The three city lords stood up one after another. City Lord Baihu raised his hands and said, Baihu didn't mean that. Lord Phoenix, don't take it seriously. The Lord of Phoenix City was not the kind of person who held grudges, but came to his seat and sat down. Tell me what you want from me. City Lord Baihu said, how was the discussion with City Lord Xuanwu? On the tall building outside the City Lord's mansion, Yifeng asked, can the old housekeeper hear what is being said inside? The old butler said, this is my unique skill. I'm afraid no one else in this continent knows it except me. If the old housekeeper didn't have this skill, I wouldn't have brought you here. Old housekeeper. Haha. Marshal Yi, please stop flattering me. They are talking about what the Lord of Phoenix City did in Xuanwu City today. Okay. Listen slowly and tell me after everything is over, and I will come up with countermeasures. Good. Inside the house, Phoenix City Lord did not answer his question immediately, but instead asked White Tiger City Lord, what do you think the negotiation between me and Xuanwu City Lord can be like? How do I know what your negotiation is like? We don't have clairvoyance and ears. The Lord of White Tiger City laughed. Phoenix City Lord still said calmly, aren't you always monitoring Xuanwu City? Well, we are just worried that the Lord of Xuanwu City will make any excessive demands. We can help you. After all, we are in the same group, said the Lord of Baihu City. I am not with you. Our Phoenix City has been a neutral main city since a long time ago. Unlike you, you have had contact with Qinglong City and Xuanwu City before. The City Lord Suzaku, who is also a female City Lord, said, give me a good time. What exactly did you do? Phoenix City Lord paused, and then said, it's actually very simple. Xuanwu City Lord and Yifeng agreed to help me. Phoenix fights back against the demons. Is it that simple? Qilin City Lord asked with some disbelief. But there's a condition. The three city lords asked curiously, what are the conditions? Chapter 6:13, do you want to be the new emperor? Everyone looked at the Lord of Phoenix City, wondering what the request was. Phoenix City Lord looked at the three city lords in front of him with a sneer and said, since you want to know so much, why not ask Xuanwu City Lord? Haha. The Lord of Phoenix City was joking. We just wanted to ask about it. Phoenix City Lord said, now that I am Xuanwu City Lord's servant. If you want to know the conditions I agreed to him, you can ask yourself. Phoenix City Lord. Just tell me, so we can be mentally prepared. Really want to know? The 3 city lords nodded. Of course they wanted to know that if the demons came to attack them, they would definitely ask Xuanwu to regroup. By then, they should be mentally prepared. Phoenix City Lord said, since you want to know so much, let me tell you that if you want to get the support and assistance of Xuanwu City Lord, you must sign a loyalty contract with him. What's the point of signing a loyalty contract? There is no such contract between us and the royal family, the Lord of White Tiger City said in surprise. On the contrary, the Lord of Suzaku City pondered for a while and said, it's not that we didn't sign a contract with the royal family, but our ancestors signed a contract with the royal family. But we didn't. The newly signed contract. I seem to have heard of this, but I don't know if it's true or not. Anyway, it didn't happen in our generation, said the Lord of Qilin City. Lord Baihu asked, besides loyalty, is there anything else? Phoenix City Lord shook his head and said, no. We only need loyalty to Xuanwu City Lord. His goal is to kill the royal family and avenge his father. The Lord of Zhuke City said in surprise, Old Lord of Xuanwu City? I've heard of it, but I don't know if it's true or not. I didn't expect it to be true. Of course it's true. The Lord of Qilin City said with an ugly face. No wonder the Lord of Xuanwu City has been entangled with the Lord of Qinglong City before. The two have always been in a state of hostility. It turns out that is the reason. Haven't you ever thought that the Lord of Xuanwu City really killed the royal family? Then the Lord of Xuanwu City has become the new emperor? He wants to proclaim himself emperor? Will we be his subordinates? Lord Baihu said in horror. They have never thought about overturning this rent, because the royal family is their leader. Furthermore, the royal family has terrifying figures like the Great Elder, so they don't have this idea at all. But now it is completely different. The appearance of Yifeng and others has put the status of the royal family in jeopardy. If Yifeng really wants to overthrow this royal family and make the Lord of Xuanwu City the new emperor, then it may be possible. The 3 city lords were silent. They had never thought of this. If they wanted to get help from the Xuanwu City Lord, they would have to confront the royal family. Phoenix City Lord finally felt much better when he saw the expressions on the faces of the 3 city lords. I have told you the information that the 3 city lords want to get. If you want to get help from the Xuanwu City Lord, you will definitely become his subordinates. That's it for now. Please go back. Phoenix City Master bids farewell. 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 You, the Suzaku City Lord, the Cavalry City Lord, and the White Tiger City Lord, all left the City Lord's mansion and returned to their own main cities. At the same time, Yifeng and the old housekeeper also returned to Xuanwu City. The Lord of Xuanwu City, Yifeng, the Lord of Xuanwu City, and the old housekeeper sat on the ground. The old housekeeper said, now that they all know our purpose, I'm afraid they will come to inquire soon. But even I didn't expect that Marshal Yi actually has this meaning. What does my brother mean? Isn't it just for me to take revenge? The old housekeeper said, let Marshal Yi tell you personally. The Lord of Xuanwu City looked at Yifeng, somewhat confused by what the old housekeeper said. Yifeng said, what if we wipe out the royal family? The Lord of Xuanwu City said, what else can I do? I will be in a good mood without the royal family, so I will practice slowly. Maybe one day I can go to the God's continent. Yifeng shook his head and said, that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is what will happen to the royal family if this continent disappears. Only with Yifeng's reminder did the Lord of Xuanwu City react. Yes, it seems impossible without the royal family. Then I will kill all the murderers of my father. Yifeng shook his head and said, have you never thought that you would be the next emperor? The Lord of Xuanwu City stood up with a roar and looked at Yifeng in surprise. He had never thought of this at all. Nor did he think in this direction. In his eyes, he only wanted to avenge his father. Yifeng calmly picked up the teacup in front of him and drank the tea. The old housekeeper looked at the Xuanwu City Lord with a smile, as if everything was under their control. The Lord of Xuanwu City grabbed Yifeng's hand excitedly, and even spoke a little tremblingly. This? I didn't think so much about it at all. Can I be the new emperor? Yifeng put down the teacup in his hand, patted the Lord Xuanwu on the shoulder, and said, I said you can do it. You can do it. Real? The old butler said excitedly, of course. The royal family owes you that position. The Lord of Xuanwu City calmed down the excitement in his heart. Looking at Yifeng, he had an unspoken impulse to believe in him. The Lord of Xuanwu City said, if I sit on the throne in the future, I will definitely not treat your brother badly. Yi Feng laughed and said, let's talk about the future later. What we have to face now is to completely eliminate the demon clan to avoid future troubles. Brother is right. He has the final say in everything. We fully support you, and will give you everything you can use. Yi Feng said, okay. What I want is what I said. The day after tomorrow, Phoenix City will face a confrontation from the demons. We Xuanwu City should not do nothing. If the demon emperor attacks Phoenix City in person, then our Xuanwu recognized soldiers reacted directly, and beat them in the demon imperial city. The lord of Xuanwu City slapped his thigh and cheered. Good. If the demon emperor does not appear, then we, Xuanwu City and Phoenix City, will join forces and directly annihilate this group of demon emperor soldiers. I understand. I'm a little excited now just thinking about it. Being able to attack the demon clan's lair is the most memorable thing in my life. Yi Feng said, the most memorable thing is the day you ascended the throne. The old housekeeper agreed, that's right. What Marshal Yi said is absolutely correct. Xuanwu City Lord said, now that I think about it, I'm a little excited. Do other city lords know your idea? Of course I know. But I don't know when the demons will attack them. The old housekeeper said with some worry. Yi Feng showed a mysterious smile and said, don't worry. Everything is under control. Chapter 6:14 Be my subordinate. The demons attacked the Phoenix City system. And the news spread quickly. There is no movement in Xuanwu City. But Phoenix City has begun recruiting troops. This time, I originally thought that Yi Feng and the others would not interfere with the demons' attack on Phoenix City. After all, everyone knows that Xuanwu City is Yi Feng's territory. So if the demons attack Xuanwu City, there will definitely be obstacles in every possible way. But this time, they can't get along with Yi Feng. Just when the players in the demon camp breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that this time the points for protecting the country were about to be obtained, Yi Feng's Iron-Blooded Alliance War once issued a statement, which stated that players from the demon camp are still not allowed to participate this time. Otherwise they will bear the consequences. Of course, the players reasonably made a fuss. But they were in trouble. But they couldn't compare with Yi Feng and the others. They are yelling at the world that the players of the Horse Iron Blood Alliance monopolize the points to protect the country. Are these the points needed for the players of the Ronin camp and their medals to protect the country? This Yi Feng is so inhumane. It doesn't matter if it was Xuanwu City the first time. That is his territory, and he has the final say. But this is also Phoenix City. Why is it his turn to speak again? This Yi Feng is so hateful. I originally thought he was a good person. But now it seems he is nothing more than that. It seems that after people become rich, they also become bad. This Yi Feng is no longer worthy of our trust. Even if people in the world say this about Yi Feng has no origin. His purpose is to kill the demons again. A large number of players from the Iron-Blooded Alliance came to Phoenix City. And at the same time, players from the human camp also came one after another. Of course, the players in the demon camp are drooling. They didn't have a share in the two battles. Who feels so good when you tell them? There is no way. Yi Feng's Iron-Blooded Alliance is too powerful. And they have no ability to fight back. On this day, the horns of demons once again attacking humans were sounded outside Phoenix City. And large numbers of demons appeared. Yi Feng looked at the king ring in his hand. The ring already contained the souls of 6 demon elders. As long as the demon elder dies around him, his soul will be automatically absorbed by the ring in his hand. Of course, Yi Feng still doesn't know what the purpose of the ring is to absorb the souls of the demon elders. This time, Yi Feng stood on the top of the city wall and looked down. Once again, 5 demon elders came. Yi Feng's heart was filled with laughter. Marshal Yi, your expression makes me a little confused. There are 5 demon elders on the other side. Their strength is the same as mine. Phoenix City Lord said with some worry. Yi Feng said, don't worry. Everything is under control. But why is the demon king missing? The Lord of Phoenix City looked around. But he really didn't see the demon emperor. Didn't it mean that the demon emperor would personally lead the team this time? Why is there no sign of him? I'm not sure. But the information I received is that the demon emperor will definitely come. Yi Feng nodded and said, if that's the case, then just wait. As long as the demon king doesn't show up, the demon army below will slowly play with them. The Lord of Phoenix City has never seen the abilities of Yi Feng and the others, so he must be a little worried about the 5 demon elders. But seeing Yi Feng's confident expression and being embarrassed to say it out loud, you can only worry secretly. The demon army quickly launched an attack on the Phoenix formation. Players from Yi Feng's Iron-Blooded Alliance and the human camp came out of the city to fight. At the same time, The Phoenix City Guards also launched a counterattack. Of course, with the members of Yi Feng's Iron Blood Alliance, he would definitely be invincible. After all, Yi Feng's Iron-Blooded Alliance has to change its situation completely. It is the top force in the Chinese region. What can even the demon soldiers do? Then we demon elders were not even qualified to appear. So we were stopped by Chu Tianai and others. Yi Feng and the Lord of Phoenix City stood on the city wall. Yi Feng whispered something to the Xuanwu City Guard beside him. And then the Xuanwu City Guard left Phoenix City directly. Do you want to tell Lord Xuanwu about the situation here? Lord Phoenix asked. Yes and no. I'm wondering when the Demon King will come out. We don't have much time. If we can't wipe out the demons, I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble by then. Aren't the demons our biggest trouble? Are there other troubles? Yi Feng said, have you ever heard of Fusong Country? Of course I've heard of it. That country's power is much smaller than ours. Yi Feng said, if we don't deal with the demons and Fusong Kingdom launches an attack on us, then we will have internal and external troubles. And I'm afraid we will suffer a lot. The Lord of Phoenix City was shocked. A small Fusong Kingdom actually wanted to attack them. This was completely impossible. You must know that Fusong Country is a subordinate country of theirs. And they paid tribute to them in previous years. Impossible. How can their country compare with us based on its strength? Yi Feng said, how can it be impossible? People's ambitions are more than just a day or two. Don't you know? Of course I know. But I never thought they would attack us. So this is why I want to eagerly destroy the demon clan. Before going outside, I must first pacify the inside. What a good person. Everything must be settled first. Why do you and I feel that Marshal Yi is different from other people? Yi Feng asked with a smile. Tell me what the difference is. The Lord of Phoenix City thought for a while, and finally said, it's an indescribable feeling. You are not an ordinary person. Thank you Lord Phoenix for the compliment. At the same time, Xuanwu City also launched an attack. And their target was the Demon Imperial City. Outside Demon Imperial City, they have been attacked by Xuanwu City soldiers on a large scale. Outside the Phoenix City, the Demon Clan has received news that the Demon Imperial City has been attacked. Several demon elders wanted to retreat, but they could not leave here without receiving the order. Yi Feng looked at the battlefield again. The entire battlefield was still under his control. Although the players suffered heavy losses, the losses on the demon side were even more serious. Several demon elders could hardly hold on any longer. Ah! Damn Yi Feng. You have to go against me. An angry voice came from behind the demon soldier, and a figure quickly flew in the direction of Yi Feng. Yi Feng whispered, Phoenix City Lord, please step back. I'm afraid I might accidentally hurt you later. Saying that, Yi Feng directly activated the demonization skill. Since you dare to come, I dare to fight you. Yi Feng rushed forward directly, and both the Demon Emperor and Yi Feng stood in the void. The Demon King said angrily, Yi Feng, you really want to go against my demon clan this time. Forget it that time in Xuanwu City. This time you are here to disrupt the situation. Yi Feng said, really? Unless you agree to be my subordinate, you can't even think about attacking any main city again. Chapter 615 Devouring Gods and Demons. What? You're saying it again? The Demon Emperor looked at Yi Feng with a grin, obviously wanting to eat Yi Feng. Of course, Yi Feng was not afraid at all. I said let you be my subordinate. By the way, my follower, go to H.L. The Demon King's attack was extremely terrifying. If it weren't for Yi Feng, the others would have been killed with one blow. Of course, the conversation between Yi Feng and the Demon King made all the players feel incredible. Your idea of letting the Demon King be your follower is a bit naive. That is one of the top bosses in China. If he is your follower, who can fight you? No. Even if I don't become your follower, no one can beat you now. Yi Feng's power has exceeded everyone's imagination. It's just that after not seeing Yi Feng for a month, Yi Feng has become so powerful. Many people are curious. Has Yi Feng's character attributes changed? Of course, Yi Feng's character attributes have changed. After Yi Feng's cultivation level was upgraded to the bigger realm, his basic attributes have changed. The strength value that was originally less than 100 points has now increased tenfold, directly turning into 800 strength points. This is higher than a warrior's strength, especially since Yi Feng's magic damage jumped from 1,000 to 2,000 to 10,000 to 20,000. With this kind of damage, Yi Feng can instantly kill any player. For Yi Feng, as long as he has his main artifact in hand, the rest is not important at all. Of course, this is for other players. If it is for NPCs and top bosses, Yi Feng's defensibility still needs to be improved. So the equipment still needs to be worn. The aftermath of the battle between Yi Feng and the Demon Emperor was enough to kill a human or demon soldier. Yi Feng's current strength is at best able to contain the Demon Emperor. If he wants to kill him, he may have to wait until Yi Feng reaches level 80. So this is what makes the Demon Emperor the most angry. He can't do anything to Yi Feng. But Yi Feng can't do anything to him. But Yi Feng hinders his actions, especially the group of people under him. Seeing that his demon elders were in danger, the Demon Emperor became even more angry. Yi Feng said, "People from our alliance, hurry up and kill the 5 demon elders, and unite to kill this Demon Emperor." Yes, this is Yi Feng's true order to attack the Demon Emperor. With this order from Yi Feng, the players who were still killing ordinary demon soldiers suddenly attacked the demon elders. The demon elders were unprepared and were attacked in large numbers. One of the demon elders, who was not in a good condition, was killed in an instant. The moment the demon elder died, a ray of white light slipped directly into the ring in Yi Feng's hand. Dang! Yi Feng was bounced away by the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor looked at the ring in Yi Feng's hand with great fear. "What is that thing of yours? Why did it absorb the souls of my demon elders?" I asked why the previous elders couldn't be resurrected. "It turns out it was your ring that was causing trouble." Yi Feng touched the ring in his hand and said, "You have discovered this. But if I tell you, I don't know if you will believe it. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Don't you know what's yours? Hand over the ring to me quickly. Otherwise, I will never end it with you today. You are not done with me. Isn't this just what I want? I just want to keep you here." Yi Feng stretched out his palm, waved it in front of the Demon King, and said, "If you want to come and get it yourself, whether you can take it or not depends on your ability." The Demon Emperor was furious. "I, the majestic emperor of the Demon Clan, actually have to rely on my ability in front of you." The Demon Emperor's face changed drastically, from the original normal color to black, and finally imitated the entire face. And Yi Feng couldn't see clearly. You and the Demon King's voice have also changed, from the original normal voice to the sinister appearance now. Be careful if the Demon King wants to use the Demon God skills. This voice was transmitted to Yi Feng by the Lord of Phoenix City. This was the first time Yi Feng saw the Demon King like this. Yi Feng asked, "Is there any way to solve it?" "Yes. That's escape." Yi Feng said, "What kind of cracking method is this? But I also want to try how terrifying the Demon King's skills are." "No." This time Yi Feng went up. Yi Feng still used his most powerful skill. But when Yi Feng's death side just touched the imitation, a missed number actually floated above the Demon Emperor's head. "What's the situation where you can't do any damage?" Not only that, Yi Feng attacked again, but the number of misses was still displayed. The eerie voice of the Demon King rang out. "The me now is the real me, and I will make you pay the price. Failure, sister. Get out." A golden figure fell from the sky and directly smashed the Demon King from the void into the ground. This person is Chu Tianai, who has just left the battle. Although the appearance and state of the Demon King have changed, Chu Tianai's tough posture is not a vegetarian. The Demon King, who was smashed into the ground, quickly flew up. But what was waiting for him were 2 cold arrows. The same words hit him, but they all missed. Yi Feng and others raised their eyebrows. It seemed that the Demon Emperor at this time could not be injured. Yi Feng didn't bother to pay attention to the Demon Emperor. He turned around and rushed towards the remaining demon elders. Darkness is coming. Death is harvesting. He instantly fell behind the Demon Elder and cut the Demon Elder into 2 pieces with a single move of Death Harvest. Since you, the Demon King, can't defeat him, then commit suicide to all your Demon Clan elders. When Yi Feng killed the elder of the Demon Emperor, of course the Demon Emperor rushed towards Yi Feng with sparks in his eyes. Boom! Yi Feng was directly shot to the ground, splashing a large amount of dust. -5,000. A line of -5,000 points of damage appeared above Yi Feng's head. If it had been anyone else, he would have been killed long ago. But Yi Feng only lost less than half of his health. At the same time, almost instantly, Yi Feng's health had returned to full. Behind Yi Feng, there were thousands of priests standing. Yi Feng's blood volume could be said to be full in the blink of an eye. Yi Feng flew up quickly. This guy's attack was too terrifying. I'm afraid even a Meat Queen warrior like Chu Tianai wouldn't be able to withstand his attack. But Yi Feng still ignored the Demon King and shouted, "Kill the Demon Elders for me." Yes. No one in the Iron-Blooded Alliance dared to disobey Yi Feng's order. In less than a minute, all the Demon Elders were killed, and their souls entered Yi Feng's ring. Yi Feng, don't even think about leaving here today. I will imprison the soul of my demon elder. Today I will imprison your soul. Swallow devour god demons. The demon emperor used a big move that Yi Feng and others had never seen before. A huge attraction made Yi Feng and others fly towards the black hole in front of the demon emperor. Some lower-level players were directly sucked in and killed instantly. Yi Feng's original advantage was instantly destroyed. The Lord of Phoenix City had a look of horror on his face, because he knew that it was all over now. And even Yi Feng might not be able to defend it. Chapter 6:16 Li Bai appears. Dang! Yi Feng was the first to bear the brunt. But Yi Feng hooked his death sickle onto the city wall. As a result, Yi Feng was not sucked in. But others were in dire straits. Everyone who had no obstructions on the ground was sucked in. Yi Feng remembered that Jue Feng seemed to have used this similar skill before. But the effect was not so good. Currently, Yi Feng doesn't have any way to crack it. He will be instantly killed after being sucked in. The human players had already annihilated many soldiers from the demon camp, launched a counterattack, and soon reached the city wall. This situation made the Phoenix City Lord and the players in the human camp a little worried about the main city after seeing it. It is very likely that this Phoenix City will become the main city of the demon clan. The Lord of Phoenix City shouted, Marshal Yi. What else can you do? Yi Feng said, there is a way. But it can't change the current situation for a while. We can only wait until his skill ends. Yi Feng didn't believe that this skill could last for a day. If that were the case, he would be truly invincible. Who could defend him? But in less than a minute, the human race has already suffered heavy losses. After coming out of the resurrection point, many players did not dare to leave Phoenix City and hid in the city to avoid being sucked in. But this allowed the soldiers from the demon camp to seize the opportunity and begin to attack the city gate. The city gate was also beaten loudly. It will not take long for the city gate to break into pieces. Then it will be miserable. But his skill lasted for 2 minutes, and was not over yet. Yi Feng was wondering if he was going to attack him and disrupt his skills. At this moment, Yi Feng just wanted to let go of the death sickle in his hand. You laughed loudly, which shocked Yi Feng. The voice sounded unusually familiar. Ha ha ha. The sword of the river is coming from the sky. The originally extremely powerful attraction suddenly stopped. A white figure descended from the sky, with a proud and upright sword aura, shocking everyone present. Yi Feng said in surprise, Brother Li Bai, why are you here? Li Bai put away his long sword and said elegantly, I just passed by here and felt a gust of evil wind sucking away the rabbit I worked so hard to pursue. Yi Feng was speechless. I dare you not to save me, but to catch your own rabbit. On the other side, the Demon King also gave his true form. The Demon King covered his chest and said, Li Bai, I must have a grudge against you. Why did you sneak attack on me? Li Bai said, Sneak attack? How can I catch my rabbit again without a sneak attack? Look! As he spoke, Li Bai raised a gray hair in his hand. This made the Demon King vomit blood. Even if you want to catch a hare, you can't hurt me. But the Demon King suffered a secret loss, which made him very unhappy. There was already Yi Feng, which made him a little unsure. But now that Li Bai came, it was impossible to fight. Li, I won't argue with you about the way you hit me just now. Please leave here immediately. Li Bai said nonchalantly. Who said I was leaving? I was planning to go to Phoenix City to find the Lord of Phoenix City and order some good wine. Moreover, the hare in my hand can only be cooked best by the chef in his house. The Demon King had a sullen face. It was obvious that Li Bai was trying to disrupt the situation. The one who was least able to do anything was himself. He couldn't beat him at all. At most, it was a tie. Even if he wants to fight, he will suffer a big loss if there is Yi Feng beside him. The Demon Emperor said, Well, you Li Bai are determined to go against my demon clan. Right? Kung! Li Bai's fairy sword fell directly in front of the Demon Emperor, making a metallic sound. So what if I go against you? When have I, Li Bai, ever been afraid of you? You? I presume you still have the title of Sword Immortal. But you are so shameless in what you do. At this moment, Li Bai's clothes started to float automatically without wind. And the ethereal feeling shocked everyone present, especially the terrifying momentum. Even the Demon Emperor took half a step back. You want to fight? Right? The Demon Emperor said with a gloomy face. Get out. The Demon King gave an order, and all the demon soldiers retreated. If you really want to fight Li Bai, now is the most unwise choice. After the demons left, the demon soldiers also disappeared one after another. Yi Feng stepped forward to Li Bai, raised his hands and said, Thank you, Brother Li Bai. for your help. Otherwise we would be in big trouble. Li Bai said with an indifferent expression, I'm not helping you. I'm really catching rabbits. It's been so long since I last saw you. I didn't expect you to grow up so fast. Brother Li Bai is joking. Compared to you, I am a frog in the well. Li Bai said, okay. I'm out of wine. Lord Phoenix, can you ask for some wine? The Lord of Phoenix City nodded repeatedly and said, of course. Please come with me. I will ask the chef to help you process this rabbit. And prepare good wine to thank Mr. Li Bai for helping us. Haha. You don't have to entertain me. I don't like others to entertain me. Just give me some wine, and make a meal of rabbit meat to kill me. Yifeng said, how can this be done? You saved our Phoenix City. At this time, Li Bai walked up to Yifeng, whispered into Yifeng's ear, I have conditions. Do you really think I'm here to hunt hares? Yifeng was stunned for a moment. Then relieved. How could a master like Li Bai come to help him under such an excuse? Yifeng asked in a low voice, please tell me. I'm afraid the door to China's mainland will open in half a year. Then I want you to go in with me. Yifeng was a little surprised. He originally thought that Li Bai would want him to go in first. But he didn't expect that he would accompany him into the God's continent. Yifeng frowned and asked, are there many dangers inside? Li Bai shook his head and said, I don't know for sure. But it is said that going to the mainland of China is very difficult. So you must have a good helper on the crossroads. And you and I think it's pretty good? Yifeng said with a smile, Brother Li Bai. Thank you for your praise. I can't even fight against the demon emperor. But you can repel him with one move. What kind of helper can I be? Oh, Yezi in my territory is very capable. Haha. He and the Pope are on the same page. And I am not on the same page. Of course, I have to find a helper. Yifeng nodded and said, okay. Even if I return Brother Li Bai's favor this time. See you later. I'm going to get some wine first. Li Bai jumped up. And the white figure had already flown to the city lord's palace in Phoenix City. Yifeng shook his head helplessly. A master like him was really unrestrained. The Lord of Phoenix City said, Marshal Yi. I'm going to have a look and see if Lord Li Bai needs anything else. Well, go ahead. Phoenix City Lord quickly returned to the city lord's mansion. And Yifeng also sent the news of the Demon King's departure to Xuanwu City Lord, asking him to withdraw his troops. The whole battle was finally over, taking more than 2 hours in total. Chapter 617 Conquer Them All. Phoenix City Lord's side of the city was guarded, and the news quickly spread to the ears of the other 3 city lords. And this time, they also received shocking news. That is, it turns out that Yifeng actually has Li Bai as his backing. It is incredible that a free master like Li Bai would help Yifeng. You know, the royal family spent a lot of effort on Li Bai. But the other party didn't pay attention to the royal family at all. As the city lord who had been closest to the Xuanwu City Lord before, the Suzaka City Lord finally couldn't help it anymore. The Lord of Suzaka City came to Xuanwu City and found the Lord of Xuanwu City. But at this time, the Lord of Xuanwu City had just returned from outside the city. Although he had not recovered from his serious injury, he still led the team on the expedition just to put some pressure on Demon Imperial City. And this time, they were able to break through the gates and walls of the Demon Imperial City directly with unprecedented smoothness. Although it took a little longer, at least they succeeded. If Yifeng hadn't told him to retreat, he might have been able to attack the palace. The Lord of Suzaka City asked in surprise when he saw the blood-stained armor of the city lord of Xuanwu. Where has the Lord of Xuanwu City gone? The Lord of Xuanwu City said with a smile, Demon Imperial City. The Lord of Suzaka City was shocked. The Lord of Xuanwu City dared to go to Demon Imperial City at this time. Is the Lord of Xuanwu City out of his mind? But looking at the excited expression on the face of Xuanwu City Lord, it was obvious that not only were they not hindered this time, but they actually won. The Lord of Xuanwu City asked, is it going well? Of course. With the support of Brother Yifeng, I finally let out a bad breath this time. If the Demon Emperor is gone, the Demon Emperor City will obviously become a decoration. The Lord of Suzaka City was thinking that it was Yifeng who was fighting against the Demon Emperor, and asked the Lord of Xuanwu City to attack the Demon Emperor City. It seemed that they not only wanted to become a new royal family, but also wanted to unify the continent. Seeing the motionless appearance of Lord Suzaku, Lord Xuanwu said, by the way, Lord Suzaku, why did you come to see me today? If nothing happens, I will have a celebration banquet for my soldiers and Brother Yifeng. The Lord of Suzaka City was stunned for a moment, and then said, of course there is something wrong. Haven't I always been with you before? Now I still want to stand on the same line with you. What do you think? Of course you can. You are welcome to join. The Lord of Xuanwu City said happily. That still needs. The Lord of Xuanwu City narrowed his eyes and said, of course we need to sign a contract. Even if we were allies before. It is different now. The only ones who can deal with the Demon Emperor are our people. Do you still expect the royal family to help you? Originally, the Lord of Xuanwu City planned to use his previous hypocrisy to save this contract. But it seems that it is not that simple. The Lord of Phoenix City said, can you show me the contract? Sure. The Lord of Xuanwu City has prepared 4 copies of this contract in total, and has already put it on his person. As long as anyone wants it, the Lord of Xuanwu City will give it to him immediately. This is what Yifeng told him. When the Lord of Xuanwu City took out the contract from his body, the Lord of Suzaka City understood that he might have been expected to come to him. After about half an hour passed, the Lord of Suzaka City left Xuanwu City and returned to his main city. At the same time, the Lord of White Tiger City and the Lord of Qilin City walked together and arrived at Xuanwu City. They also can't wait any longer. If they wait any longer, maybe the Demon King really attacks. And they really have nothing to do. The Lord of Xuanwu City looked at the Lord of Qilin City and the Lord of White Tiger City in front of him. And the smile on his face broadened. What Yifeng said was absolutely correct. They would definitely come. Of course. For tonight's celebration banquet, Yifeng brought some of his men to Xuanwu City. When Yifeng saw several major city lords there, he knew that they had signed a contract with the Xuanwu City Lord. Now Yifeng finally felt relieved. Lord Yifeng. It's really thanks to you that we saved Phoenix City from the fire. The Lord of White Tiger City, Lord of Qilin City, Lord of Phoenix City, and Lord of Suzaku City, came to Yifeng with their wine glasses. Yifeng stood up and said, don't be in a hurry. There are still a lot of things to do later. City Lord. Okay. Let's talk about it. Now we are all in the same boat. Besides, if you, Mr. Yifeng, are in charge, we will feel relieved, said the Lord of Baihu City. Yifeng said, since you all believe in me so much, I will rent a drink. I will have to bear more of it in the future. I have to. Come on. Do it. Done. Of course. Yifeng is still different from others. They have no problem drinking in the game. But Yifeng is different. In the game, drinking too much is the same as in real life. No. Yifeng is drunk again this time. It doesn't matter if Yifeng is drunk. There is someone waiting for him anyway. It's Yenyu and Zissou. Yifeng was feeling uncomfortably drunk when Mian Yu arrived with a cup of hangover soup and was about to feed Yifeng. Who would have thought that Yifeng knocked over the soup bowl with a wave of his hand? The soup spread all over Mian Yu's body, soaking Mian Yu's clothes and revealing the underwear underneath. This caused Yifeng, who was already addicted to the world of alcohol, to explode with hormones. After he vaguely saw Mian Yu's attractive figure, not knowing where he got the strength, he sat up directly and held Mian Yu under him. What are you doing? At this time, Yifeng actually said in an evil manner, girl, what do you think I want to do? Of course I want to eat you. As he spoke, Yifeng's mouth that smelled of alcohol directly kissed Yenyu. Zissou on the side was stunned and didn't realize that Yifeng was so bold after drinking. Zissou grabbed Yifeng and wanted to pull Yifeng away. But she didn't expect that the drunk Yifeng was so strong. Not only did he not pull Yifeng away, but he was directly pulled back by one of Yifeng's hands. With a plop, Zissou was also pinned down by Yifeng. Yifeng smiled evilly and smelled the fragrance of the two women at close range. Yifeng couldn't help but take a sip. Smells? It smells so good. Hey! Yifeng, you are having sex after drinking, Zissou said angrily. Yifeng was currently in a drunken state and ignored Zissou's words. Whoever opens his mouth to kiss whom? This time Yifeng kissed Zissou directly. Help me. The pungent alcohol made Zissou ask for help from Yenyu. As a result, before English could react, a big hand reached directly towards Yenyu's chest. Ah! Yenyu yelled. Her face flushed. And the next moment, another scream sounded. It was Zissou. And Yifeng saw one in each hand. Soon after, a low moan sounded from Yifeng's room. Fortunately, the room they chose this time was unusually soundproof. But Yenyu and Zissou didn't close the door recently, and everyone in the studio heard it. Boss, you are so powerful that you can torture a single person. Can you do it? One can deal with two of them, Xiao Hei said jokingly. As a result, he pinched Xiao Hei's ear with one hand and said, Go back to sleep. Ah. It hurts. Let go. I'm leaving now. Xiao He covered his ears and screamed in pain. Xiao Yu looked like a queen. It seemed that Xiao He was definitely eaten. Chapter 618 The Mysterious Mainlander of God. In the next few days, the other components of the demon clan's attack were all defended by Yi Feng and others' concerted efforts. Although at the critical moment, Yi Feng did not have anyone to help him this time. But with the previous experience of Yi Feng and others, I still have quite a bit of experience in dealing with the Demon Emperor's technique of devouring gods and demons. So although I suffered some losses from the Demon Emperor in the following period and suffered a heavy battle, at least the main city was defended. The Demon Emperor returned to Demon Emperor City. Although he already knew that the Lord of Xuanwu City had brought people to attack his city. But he is on the human side and cannot come back all the time. After all, he wants to win the second main demon city no matter what. But so far, they have continuously attacked multiple main cities. But they have been blocked by Yi Feng without exception. Damn Yi Feng. One day I will find a way to deal with you, the Demon Emperor said with an angry look on his face. The demon elders standing in front of him were speechless. They did not dare to touch the angry Demon Emperor at all. How do you think we can deal with that Yi Feng? He has a large number of people, and he is an outsider with the ability to resurrect. What should we do now? An elder came out and said, Your Majesty the Demon King. Yi Feng has the ability to swallow the souls of demon elders. I don't know what happened to the demon elders who were swallowed. The Demon King shouted coldly. Is it because it can devour souls that you are timid? Is this the style of our demon clan? Your Majesty the Demon Emperor. It's not because we are timid. It's because we can't deal with that Yi Feng. And we ended up like this in the end. We must find a way. I also know how to find a way. But currently, our numbers are small. And those outsiders from our demon camp have not even appeared in these battles. According to the reports from our spies hiding in the human race, it seems that someone has interfered with the warriors in the demon camp. This person seems to be Yi Feng. It's him again. No wonder I've been at a disadvantage these times. There are so many of them. But there are so few of us. It seems that this guy will always be a trouble unless we solve it. Your Majesty the Demon Emperor. He is also an outsider. Even if he is killed, he can be resurrected again. We don't seem to have any way to deal with it. The Demon King had a gloomy face. The main problem was that even if he killed him on the battlefield, he would appear in front of him alive and kicking within a few minutes. And his combat effectiveness would not be reduced. On the other hand, as long as one is injured, it is impossible to regenerate for the time being, or one has immediate fighting power. Do we really want to invite those people from God's continent? The elders below shouted, No. Your Majesty the Demon Emperor. We must not mess with those guys who eat people without spitting out their bones. But if we don't invite them, we demons will have no chance of development at all. But even if they are invited, what about them? Does His Majesty the Demon King know that they are people with the ability to resurrect? Different from us? And whether those people who claim to be from God's continent are really people from God's continent. We don't know how they came here because we haven't found the intersection of God's continent so far. The Demon King said coldly, So what? As long as they have that strength. It's okay. Even if they can't kill Yi Feng, they can still occupy a few main cities. The elders below couldn't stop the Demon King's thoughts at all. The guy who claimed to be from the continent of God demanded a very high price every time he made a move. And the price was always the price of the artifact and the main artifact. When their demon clan was first established, they used a main artifact left by their ancestors as a price to form a confrontation with the human race. Your Majesty, think twice, the Demon Emperor said with a gloomy face, but you have no choice. I can only find them. There will always be a way. So what if we don't invade the human race? If you dare not invade the human race, how can you save my master? So you must do this. His Majesty. Okay, don't say anything anymore. Just get off. The demon elders all left the demon palace, leaving the Demon Emperor sitting alone on the throne. In fact, the Demon King has been wondering whether he should go find the group of people, but at least if you look for them, the results will be different. If you don't look for them, you will definitely not be able to defeat Yi Feng and the others. The Demon King made up his mind to go talk to them. He didn't know what might turn around. Yi Feng's side has begun leveling up day after day. Their most important task now is to reach level 80 as soon as possible. At the same time, Chao Ci, who is still at the top of the level rankings, was also rapidly improving his level. It is strange to say that the demons that were frequently out in the past have become silent during this time. More than a month has passed. Yi Feng has reached level 78, and Chao Ci has reached the full level 80. However, even after he reached level 80, he still did not touch the plot mission. That is to say, the main mission. Of course, he is the only one who has reached level 80. I don't know what conditions are required to trigger the main mission. However, most players are currently at level 78. So in less than a month, the top players are likely to reach level 80. The main quest will definitely appear at that time. Or some clues will appear. But now Yi Feng and others are still focusing on upgrading. Warrior Yi Feng has not forgotten that his mission is to clean up the demons before level 80. So Yi Feng planned to wait until he reached level 80. Then immediately go to Dragon Valley and ask the Dragon King to see what he could do. But when Yi Feng and everyone were upgrading, the Lord of Xuanwu City found him again. Well, you suddenly found me at this time, and there is no news from the demon clan. What happened? However, Yi Feng instructed the Lord of Xuanwu City to find her. He must come to him only when something very important arises. Otherwise, it would be difficult to reach Yi Feng for ordinary matters. Yi Feng said, "The Lord of Xuanwu City is looking for me. Should you go with me? Or should you stay here and upgrade?" Chu Tianai and others said, "Forget it. You better go. If you have anything to do, just tell us later." Okay. Anyway, it won't be a big deal. It's better to stay here and get more experience. Upgrade? Okay. Then you stay here to upgrade. I'll leave first. Yi Feng returned to Xuanwu City. But when he came to Xuanwu City, he found that a large number of golden armored guards gathered here. Aren't these the guards of the palace? How did you come to Xuanwu City? Could it be that the royal family is going to cause trouble again? Chapter 6:19, The Royal Family's Forced Palace. Yi Feng's arrival made many NPC soldiers in Xuanwu City recognize him, because he is the commander-in-chief of Xuanwu City. What's going on? Yi Feng grabbed a guard from Xuanwu City and asked. After the guard from Xuanwu City saw Yi Feng, he nervously pulled Yi Feng aside and said, "Commander Yi, something bad happened. The royal family seems to want to take action on the lord of our Xuanwu City." What's the matter? It is said that our Xuanwu City lord wants to form a gang to fight against their royal family. Yi Feng patted the Xuanwu City soldier on the shoulder and said, "Okay, I understand. You go first." "Yes, Lord Commander. It seems that only a few city lords know about this matter of fighting against the royal family. Are there spies of the royal family among those city lords?" Yi Feng can be sure that there cannot be spies from the royal family in Xuanwu City, because the Lord of Xuanwu City is always careful in doing things. However, after such a long time, the demon clan has been silent for more than a month. This royal family jumped out again. Could it be that their great elder has recovered from his injury? With questions all over his body, Yi Feng came to the door of the city lord's mansion. But he was soon stopped. "Stop. The royal family is conducting a thorough investigation of Xuanwu City, and no one else is allowed to enter." Yi Feng is not a vegetarian either. Above his head is the commander-in-chief of Xuanwu City. Apart from the lord of Xuanwu City, he has the highest position. Yi Feng shouted coldly, "Get out of here. I dare you to stop me. This is Xuanwu City, not your imperial city." Yi Feng pushed the golden armored guard away. But the golden armored guard did not dare to do anything to Yi Feng. After all, Yi Feng's identity was there. He was just a guard. Yi Feng walked in, and there were golden armored guards everywhere. But there were also many Xuanwu City guards. But they seemed to be isolated. When Yi Feng came to the main hall, he saw a man wearing a dragon robe. Isn't this the emperor? At the same time, the lord of Xuanwu City also saw Yi Feng. After seeing Yi Feng coming, he obviously felt relieved. The lord of Xuanwu City said, "Commander Yi, you are finally here." Yi Feng said, "The lord of the city is in such a hurry. Why am I here? Why is our Xuanwu City surrounded by golden armored guards?" "Your Majesty, you have to give us an explanation." The emperor looked at Yi Feng and said, "You are the one who defeated the demon king of the demon clan?" Yi Feng said in a low voice, "Even if you are not talented, you can only repel it. But you cannot kill it? Okay. You are a little incompetent. Our royal family is lacking talents like you. If you are willing to join our royal family, I am willing to hand over the commander-in-chief of the empire to you." Yi Feng sneered at his NPC identity. Wasn't he the marshal of the empire? Is this to take away one's NPC identity and impose it on one's own players? Yi Feng said, "As a martial arts practitioner, I admire Marshal Yi very much. And Marshal Yi has never made any mistakes. And his achievements are not small. Haha. Marshal Yi is indeed good. But compared to you, he is still a little behind. As the so-called capable person occupies, I think you are more suitable for that position. Yi Feng sneered and said, it's a pity that I don't want to move away. It's great to stay at Xuanwu City, Lord. And I don't want to offend Marshal Yi and become the laughing stock of the world. I will kill anyone who dares to gossip while I am here. Yi Feng said, but I am still a member of the Xuanwu City, Lord. Not a member of your royal family. I am cultivated by the city, Lord. The emperor frowned. After saying so much and giving so many benefits to Yi Feng, he did not hesitate to offend Marshal Yi. But this guy still rejected him. The emperor said, if this is the case, then I have to arrest you and the lord of Xuanwu City for interrogation. Yi Feng said coldly, how dare you ask His Majesty the Emperor what happened and why he arrested me and the group leader? Humph. You are forming a clique for personal gain and want to imitate me. Can I see it? At this time, the lord of Xuanwu City stood up and said, Your Majesty, did you know that the demons have been harassing us and attacking us these days? If we city lords don't unite, we will be occupied by them like Qinglong City. But why don't you come and ask me? The emperor said angrily. The lord of Xuanwu City said, the only one who can fight against the demon emperor is the great elder of your royal family. But the great elder is seriously injured. Don't we know it clearly? What can your royal family use to fight against the demon emperor? Humph. We, the royal family, have our own methods. But you have several major divine clans united together. And you are the main one. This has to make me suspicious. The lord of Xuanwu City looked around. If his guess was correct, there should be shadow guards around the emperor. The so-called shadow guards are on the same level as the lord of Xuanwu City. They are dedicated to protecting the emperor. Otherwise, if the emperor dared to come to him so openly, he would not be afraid that he would kill him. It was precisely for this reason that the lord of Xuanwu City did not dare to take action. The lord of Xuanwu City looked at Yi Feng, and Yi Feng looked at the lord of Xuanwu City and nodded. Yi Feng said, Your Majesty, may I ask how the great elder is injured now? How is the great elder's injury? What does it have to do with you and others? Don't explain so much to me now. Since you are unwilling to surrender to me, then go die with your master. I want to see you learn from the witching lineage. How much more I have to dig out. Yi Feng waved his sleeves, revealing a long sword and said, Your Majesty, I think you can give it a try. This is Xuanwu City, not your imperial city. At the same time, the lord of Xuanwu City and the old housekeeper also showed their weapons and momentum, and suppressed all the golden armor guards around them. Looking at Yi Feng and others, it was obvious that they wanted to fight with themselves and refuse the fate of being arrested. The emperor was not anxious at all. Instead, he smiled and said, Do you really think I came to your Xuanwu City so easily without any precautions? The lord of Xuanwu City said, Of course I know that His Majesty has shadow guards by his side. But it is not that simple to catch us. Really? Then I want to see how strong a person who can defeat the demon emperor is. Yi Feng carefully guarded the surroundings. The shadow guard should have a name, and was hidden in the dark. The person who can protect the emperor is probably at least on the same level as the lord of Xuanwu City. At the same time, Yi Feng's clone also started to take action. Since the emperor wanted to take action, he was welcome. Yi Feng's clone, Marshal Yi, said directly in front of the soldiers of the empire what the emperor just said to Yi Feng. Listen, you all, I have been fighting for His Majesty. But His Majesty actually said these hurtful words, which chilled my heart. Master Marshal, the human royal family has been severely damaged since the last incident involving the Great Elder. And now they are targeting you. You are a meritorious marshal of the empire. That's right. I think we can either rescue the lord of Xuanwu City and rebel against their emperor. Yes, it's the other way around. Ah, if it weren't for the Lord Xuanwu and his demon clan, they would have captured several main cities. My family would have been killed by the demon clan. That's right. Their royal family didn't do anything. After the demons were defeated, they just acted as an afterthought and wanted to deprive the marshal of his position. I don't think this empire should be protected. Marshal, let's rebel. Yi Feng's clone waved his hand and shouted, It's the other way around. Go and rescue the lord of Xuanwu City and the others. Yes. Chapter 620, Try to Catch Me. In Xuanwu City, Yi Feng and the lord of Xuanwu City seemed to be at odds with the emperor, and both sides were ready to take action. As the emperor's shadow guard, after seeing someone trying to attack the emperor, he had already taken the initiative to show up. Two at a time, the lord of Xuanwu City said quietly, Be careful. I don't know exactly how many shadow guards there are, but there are definitely not 2 of them. Yi Feng nodded secretly. Looking at the appearance of the 2 shadow guards, he knew how powerful the shadow guards were. The emperor still looked like he was ruling the world. And he said arrogantly, Warrior Yi Feng, it is said that the reason why you have achieved your current achievements is because there are a large number of warriors supporting you. But now you are the only one. Do you think I will be afraid of you? Yi Feng said, You should know that even if you kill me now, I can still be resurrected. As long as you wait for me to gather people after my resurrection. I'm afraid your royal family won't be able to bear it. Uh-huh. Did I say I would kill you? I will imprison you, and see how you lead those people. Of course the emperor understood that for an outsider like Yi Feng, who had the ability to resurrect, no matter what, he could still be resurrected even if he was killed. The Lord of Xuanwu City said, I don't know where your majesty came to know that several of our city lords wanted to rebel. This is simply out of thin air. The emperor looked at the Lord of Xuanwu City with a proud look on his face and said, Do I know less than you about the matters between your Xuanwu City and my royal family? Of course the Lord of Xuanwu City knew that the emperor must know more than he did. But he didn't know how much he knew. Yi Feng said, Don't your majesty know where Marshal Yi is from? Uh-huh. I sent Marshal Yi to the Alliance battlefield just to break the connection between you. Now that so much time has passed, I think Marshal Yi is also a wise man. Yi Feng said, Since his majesty said so, I first want to see if Marshal Yi is on your side or on our side. Uh-huh. As long as you stay put and tell the truth about what you want to do, maybe I can spare your life. Yi Feng said, Spare our lives? I don't think so. At the same time, Yi Feng's clone had arrived outside Xuanwu City and led a large number of soldiers from the empire. These soldiers all obeyed Yi Feng's orders. Yi Feng's clone was stopped outside Xuanwu City, and it was the golden armored guards of the palace who stopped him. Marshal Yi, why are you here? You should be at the battlefield between humans and demons. Yi Feng was dressed in the glorious suit of the battlefield between humans and demons, and his aura was overwhelming. Especially the terrifying human army behind him made people feel scared. A deputy general behind Yi Feng's clone shouted coldly, You dare to see the marshal, and don't kneel down. However, the golden armored guard still stood there motionless, and said coldly, I obey your majesty's orders. Not you, the marshal. Your majesty has ordered me to wait for the golden armored guard. But I will not kneel to anyone. If you don't kneel, then you will die. It seems that the royal family really doesn't care about us. Kung! Kung! You are bold and handsome. Your majesty is in Xuanwu City at the moment. You led the soldiers to leave the battlefield between humans and demons without permission. What crime should you be guilty of? The deputy general next to Yi Fengfen shouted, The marshal must have physical objects on display and release them quickly. Otherwise you will be responsible for the consequences. The golden armored guard said angrily, Do you want to disobey his majesty's order? Yi Feng's clone said coldly, Kill! Yi Feng gave an order, and tens of thousands of bows and arrows fell from the sky, directly smashing the team of golden armored guards in front of them into a sieve. However, when the golden armored guards on the city wall saw this situation, they shouted loudly, It's not good. The marshal has rebelled. It's not good. The marshal has rebelled. This sound spread throughout Xuanwu City, and soon reached the emperor's ears, as well as Yi Feng and the others. Your majesty, something bad is going on. Marshal Yi has led a large number of soldiers, and has already invaded. They are now heading in this direction. Our golden armored guards suffered heavy casualties. The emperor never expected that the marshal would come so quickly, and not to seek refuge with him, but to rebel. The emperor said with an angry look, Damn it! All of you in Xuanwu City will die. Yi Feng and the Lord of Xuanwu City looked at each other. The current situation was not what they wanted to consider, but whether the emperor could leave Xuanwu City. The Lord of Xuanwu City said, Your Majesty, are you still planning to arrest us? You? Do you think I really don't dare? Even if the marshal comes? So what? Can he beat these shadow guards of mine? The emperor angrily accused the Lord of Xuanwu City. At the same time, 2 guards appeared behind him again, for a total of 4 shadow guards, enough to protect the emperor's safety. Even if the demon emperor attacks, it is impossible to kill the emperor from the hands of the 4 Yin guards. So the environment he is in is extremely safe. The current situation is not just like this. Yi Feng has notified the Iron-Blooded Alliance and asked them to gather and come to Xuanwu City to prepare for big things. Therefore, Xuanwu City continued to gather a large number of players from the Iron-Blooded Alliance. And the soldiers led by Marshal Yi also began to siege the city lord's palace in Xuanwu City. When the players saw this situation, without even thinking about it, they must have known that a huge change had occurred among the NPCs. The marshal actually killed the Golden Armored Guard. The Golden Armored Guard was a unique guard in the Imperial City, and he was a member of the Imperial Palace. So the marshal wanted to rebel, and the people with him should be the Lord of Xuanwu City. Moreover, Xuanwu City and Yifeng have a very good relationship. Now Yifeng and his Iron Blood Alliance are also gathering in the city. It seems that there are many connections now. This is going to change. What does Yifeng want to do? I saw the Emperor come to Xuanwu City before. He should be at the City Lord's mansion now. And Yifeng also went in. Doesn't he want to be the Emperor? Isn't this nonsense? His power is so great. What if he becomes the Emperor? Even the Demon Emperor can be repelled by him. I think he is serious this time. Yifeng looked at the Emperor in front of him coldly. Even if there were 4 shadow guards on the opposite side, it didn't matter. Now, all the masters around Yifeng had arrived at the gate of the Xuanwu City Lord's mansion. As long as Yifeng and Xuanwu City Lord gave the order, and they cooperated internally and externally, they could quickly surround and suppress the Emperor. Yifeng said, "Your Majesty, are you sure you can leave here?" "Humph. Don't be complacent. I am the Emperor of the human race, and you are plotting rebellion." Yifeng laughed and said, "So what if I imitate? Isn't the Emperor a capable person? Since your elder has been seriously injured, you no longer have the ability to stay in the position of the human royal family." The Emperor looked at Yifeng angrily, pointed at Yifeng, and said bitterly, "Don't be too proud. I will definitely make you look good after my great elder comes out of seclusion." "Ha ha ha. Let's wait until you can get out of this door." "Do it." Outside Xuanwu City, after hearing the order, Yifeng's clones and the presidents of the major guilds launched an attack on the Golden Armored Guards. Chapter 621. The war is about to break out. Xuanwu City, both outside and inside the City Lord's palace, was now filled with blood. A large number of Golden Armored Guards died and fell in a pool of blood. At this moment, the clones of Chu Tianai and Yifeng had arrived outside the hall. Now in the entire hall, apart from Yifeng, the Lord of Xuanwu City, and the old housekeeper, only the Emperor and the 4 shadow guards were left. But even under the current situation, the Emperor was still unhurried. Could it be that this Emperor still had some backup plans? Although he is the Emperor, his level is far behind that of Xuanwu City Lord and others. Even Yifeng is dozens of levels higher than him, while the Emperor is only level 50. What the Emperor cares about is not rank, but power, because there are enough capable people around him to protect him. Therefore, if you want to kill the Emperor, the most important thing is to kill the guards around him. With a bang, Yifeng became demonized, and the death sickle in his hand was already pointed at a shadow guard. At the same time, the Xuanwu City Lord and the old housekeeper also stared at a shadow guard. The war is about to break out. As long as the Emperor dares to say another word, I am afraid there is only one end, and that is poetry. And he will die early. Are you trying to compete with the younger members of my royal family in terms of dancing skills? A burst of laughter came from the void, and the face of Xuanwu City Lord changed drastically. No, the great elder didn't expect his injury to heal. Yifeng said, "Don't be afraid. Now that we have gathered so much power in Xuanwu City, are we still afraid of him as a great elder?" Yifeng said, "You are the great elder of the royal family. Why don't you come out and see me?" "Little sister, I know you. I heard that you have blocked several attacks from the demons and successfully defended the main city for my royal family." Yifeng said, "We are all humans, and it is our duty to resist the demons. But your descendants are a little unreasonable and unforgiving. This forces us to launch a counterattack." He is just being careful. How about giving this old man face and letting him leave first? Yifeng looked at Xuanwu City and still wanted to ask him about this matter. After all, he was the protagonist of this battle. The Lord of Xuanwu City nodded, obviously not wanting to fight with them in front of the Great Elder. After all, he had no idea what the Great Elder's current situation was. Yifeng said, "Since the Great Elder has come forward, I will give you a favor and let him leave this time. If His Majesty is still so reckless next time, you can't blame us for being rude." "Okay. I promise that I will teach him a lesson when I go back. The Lord of Xuanwu City will definitely reward us for protecting our human race. After we go back, I will let him issue some rewards to you." Yifeng said, "In that case, let's go. Don't let me regret it now." However, The emperor seemed a little reluctant to leave at this time, and shouted loudly, "The great elder and others are planning to rebel. How can we let them go so easily?" I saw an angry voice coming from the void. "You bastard. The Lord of Xuanwu City must have done his best to defend our human race. If you don't go back and reflect on it, I will punish you for a month, and you are not allowed to leave the palace. But your sister asked him to be taken away by me. Otherwise you will also be punished." Yes. The great elder is the most majestic being in the entire royal family, and his words are more important than the emperor. So several shadow guards directly led the emperor away from the city lord. Yi Feng shouted loudly, "Let them go." Everyone retreated to a road to let the emperor and others leave. After they left, Chu Tianai and others expressed their opinions one after another. Why let them go? Isn't this an excellent opportunity? Yi Feng shook his head and said, "The great elder's level is the same as that of the demon emperor. We are at least a tie with him. Then what do we do now? Disbanded? There is no problem for the time being. Clear." At the same time, Yi Feng's clone, Marshal, also returned to the battlefield of humans and demons. In the city lord's mansion, only Yi Feng, Xuanwu city lord, and the old housekeeper were left, as well as the dead golden armored guard. The lord of Xuanwu city said, "Clean up after yourself. We still have important things to discuss. No one can disturb us." Yes. At the same time, in the palace of the imperial city, above the Jinwan Hall, the seat that originally belonged to the emperor was taken by an old man. But the original emperor stood at the bottom with his head lowered and seemed unhappy. Why don't the great elders punish them? With your ability? Are you still afraid of them? Ahem. Of course I'm not afraid of them with my abilities. But with my current abilities, I can at most save you. But I've completely lost face with them. With the current strength of our royal family, there's no way we can fight with them. Contend. The emperor frowned and asked, "The great elder's injury is not healed yet. Didn't it say that it is already 70% to 80% healed?" The great elder sighed and said, "That sword of yours from the mainland of China is too terrifying. I still have his sword energy in my body. Now, I just rely on my strong strength to suppress that sword energy. If I forcefully fight someone, the sword energy will appear again, and I'm afraid I will be defeated. Is there no solution? Of course. It will take a lot of time for me to slowly refine those sword energies. But what you did today makes me very disappointed. The Lord of Xuanwu City recruited other city lords to rebel. I didn't do anything wrong today. Am I going to let them attack our imperial city?" The great elder said, "Yi Feng and others just fought to a draw with the demon emperor. At most, they forced the demon emperor back, but they were unable to injure or kill the demon emperor. Therefore, they did not dare to touch our royal family at all. You now that you are so impulsive to look for them. If it weren't for my appearance, I'm afraid you would have died there today." Great elder, you are serious. Only a few of them can really keep me. I have the protection of the shadow guard. Haha. Naive. They are people who have experienced life and death battles. They are not like the flowers in your greenhouse. They really think that everyone can obey your orders. Today you not only offended all the city lords, but also the marshal. You asked me the royal family suffered even greater losses. Humph. That marshal is from Xuanwu City. Even if I don't do this today, he will definitely resist my order by then. The great elder said angrily, "Stop. Don't make excuses for me if you do something wrong. From today on, stay in the palace for me, and don't go anywhere until I recover from my injury." Great elder. Okay. I still need to heal my wounds. Shadow guards. Listen carefully. If I find that the emperor still does such a childish thing, and you don't stop him, then your days are over. Clear. After saying that, the great elder dodged and left the Jinwan Hall, leaving behind an angry-looking emperor. He never thought that he, a high-ranking emperor, would now become a polished commander. No one could swallow this tone. Chapter 622 Situation. Since the arrival of the royal family, tremendous changes have taken place in the NPC world. For example, the civil and military officials of the royal family have undergone tremendous changes. First of all, the biggest change is on the military attaché side. Because Yi Feng is the biggest military attaché, almost all the military attaches who lean towards Yi Feng rarely go to the imperial city. As for the civil servants, since several major city lords have formed a faction, most of the civil servants are from the main city. Now when going to court every day, except for members of the royal family, very few people go to court. Moreover, the entire royal family is also nervous. The city lords and officials of other main cities have tried their best to avoid the royal family. On this day, the Lord of Xuanwu City and other major groups gathered together. I heard that the Emperor went to your place a few days ago. What happened? But last I heard that they were gone. Phoenix City Lord said. The Lord of Xuanwu City said with a smile, actually, it's not that big of a deal. He just watched a few of us block the Demon Emperor. He seems to have the ability to fight against them. So he wants to cause trouble for us. The Lord of White Tiger City said, there's something wrong with the royal family. We defeated the demons ourselves. But the royal family didn't put in any effort. And they actually came to trouble us. It's a bit unreasonable. It's really hard to explain. What exactly happened? Please tell me. Lord Xuanwu. Lord Qilin said. Xuanwu nodded maturely and told several city lords what happened before. After all, they were now his subordinates. So, there should be a traitor around us. The Lord of Suzaku City frowned and said, yes, this situation is likely to be caused by someone snitching. Especially since they actually know that we have been contacted. And this person's status should be high among us. And he knows something about it. The other city lords nodded one after another. What was certain now was that the spy beside them had a high status around them. The Lord of Xuanwu City said, everyone should go back and check to see if anyone around us has had contact with anyone from the royal family. Especially during this period. Okay. But the reason why we gathered together is because of Yifeng. The Lord of Xuanwu City can't turn us away. After all, we are grasshoppers in the same boat, said the Lord of Baihu City. The Lord of Xuanwu City laughed and said, since you have signed a contract with me, I must have considered your safety carefully. And the arrangements for all these matters were initiated by Yifeng. So you don't have to worry. Even the royal family, so what if the emperor was saved last time, when the great elder of the royal family showed up? Otherwise the emperor would have been dead. Others nodded. They knew that the golden armored guards suffered heavy casualties that day. If it hadn't been for the appearance of the great elder at the end, the emperor might not have been able to leave. I heard that it was Yifeng who let the emperor go, because he liked the great elder. Otherwise, the final result would be hard to say. City lords, please rest assured. The chief elder of the royal family is probably still injured. Otherwise, how could he be so humble and begging Yifeng to let the emperor go? Well, we still believe in Yifeng's ability. Today's incident is here. I have to go back and find out which guy around me betrayed us. Yes, I have to go back and check. This kind of spy cannot stay with us for a long time. Otherwise it will cause big trouble. After waiting for the presidents to go up, the Lord of Xuanwu City picked up the wine glass next to him and drank it all in one gulp. The current emperor is just the lord of a city. At most, the royal family can obey his orders. If it weren't for the existence of the great elder of the royal family, I think I would have wanted to kill them all. A voice came from behind the Xuanwu City Lord. It was the old housekeeper. City Lord, don't be impatient. It's not the time to take revenge yet. I know. Didn't Yifeng say? Get rid of that demon first. Why does the City Lord believe in that Yifeng so much? Can he really help us get revenge? The Lord of Xuanwu City paused and said, she and we belong to different worlds. Whether we choose to be similar or not depends entirely on luck. But I still choose to believe in him, because it has brought us too many miracles. Well, then let's wait for his arrangements. Maybe the time for our revenge is already in the not-too-distant future. That's right. There are more and more players on the player side. And their levels have reached level 80. Yifeng finally reached level 80 after a month. However, even after they reach level 80, they still cannot trigger the main quest. Boss, we are already level 80. Why haven't we started the main quest yet? Didn't you say that when you reach level 80, you will launch the national war system? Xiao He asked curiously. Yifeng said angrily, are you stupid? Just because we have reached level 80, it does not mean that others have reached level 80. He must be a player in all zones. The national war system will not be activated until the number of players at level 80 is reached. Otherwise, when you reach 80, won't others suffer if you don't? Then, there will definitely be objections. Oh, I've been so bored lately. I've been leveling up every day. Now that I've reached the max level, I don't know what to do. Yifeng touched his chin, opened the gang interface, and looked at the list of members in the gang interface. There are thousands of players who have reached level 80 in the Glory Guild, not to mention players from other guilds. I am afraid that there are tens of thousands of players who have reached level 80 in the entire China region. But compared to the overall number of players, this is just a drop in the bucket. Yifeng touched his chin and said, Magic Dragon City. Have you paid attention to him recently? Chu Tianai said. Are you talking about the former Qinglong City and the current Demonic Dragon City? Yes. That's it. It's been so long. And the Demon King and the others haven't made any movement. Should we find something to do? Otherwise many players' combat consciousness will decline after reaching the maximum level. Yi Feng said worriedly. It is true that the Demon King has been silent for a long time. But if you want to attack Demon Dragon City, it is not impossible. But we need to explore the situation before, Hao Tian said. Yi Feng nodded. Of course, he wanted to find out the situation. After all, Magic Dragon City is open to players. So everyone from Yi Feng can enter. But the NPCs there are not very friendly to human players. Yi Feng said, would any of you go find Jue Feng? Most of their guilds are players from the demon camp. There should be a lot of things we don't know. Hao Tian said, I'd better go find him. You don't have a good relationship with him either. Of course, I knew the day after tomorrow that the relationship between Yi Feng and Tracking was not very good. Even if they are now in alliance. What the two of them have said can probably be reversed with just a few fingers. Chapter 623. The whole army is preparing for war. While Hao Tian was looking for Jue Feng, Yi Feng contacted Wu Tian after going offline. At this moment, Wu Tian was a little worried. Although he was the general manager of the Huaxia region, some things were still very troublesome for him. For example, the military recently found a territory they seem to want to seize in the fantasy world. Wu Tianke is troubled. I didn't open this game. And I don't have the authority to ask this question from me. Originally, the military had been in contact with the Great Elder. But now that the Great Elder is away, and he has no right to make decisions, he is very worried. How are you doing yesterday? Bro? Wu Tian said with a dejected look on his face. What a ghost. I've been so busy and annoyed lately. Yi Feng asked, is there any news from the Great Elder? The news was sent back once. It is said that the demon battlefield over there is very unstable. We don't know how long it can last. Then Great Elder. Are you okay? The Great Elder is a person in the nascent soul realm. How can something happen? What do you want from me? If you have nothing to do, don't bother me. I'm busy now. Yi Feng said, let me ask you a question. When will the national war system be launched? Isn't it said that it will be soon? Wu Tian said, yes. It will open soon. What's wrong? Just ask if it's okay. Please confirm. Once you know it can be driven. It's okay. By the way, is there anything I can help you with? Wu Tian thought for a while. And if he wanted to help with the military affairs, Yi Feng might really be able to help. There's really something going on here. Maybe you can help. What's going on? Tell me. The military wants a piece of territory. See if you can give it some? Yi Feng said, what does this have to do with me? Our territory belongs to the country. Where can I go? No. It's the fantasy world. Aren't you the biggest in the fantasy world now? Of course, I have to ask what you mean. Yi Feng frowned. What does it mean for the military to enter the Magic Master? They should be well prepared for war. Right. And what do they want to do with the territory in the fantasy world? This seems inconsistent with the military's style. Do they have any purpose? There must be a purpose. Isn't the national war system going to be activated? Don't they want our country to lose? So they want to get involved. I am worried about this matter. Yi Feng's face suddenly darkened. Your military is going to intervene. So in terms of domestic systems, should you listen to your military or me? If you really come, will the iron-blooded alliance that I have worked so hard to build for so long be handed over to you? And you will be the one to parachute into the leadership? There are no doors. Yi Feng said firmly. There is no need to discuss with me. Tell them to get lost. Wu Tian shook his head helplessly. He had long known that Yi Feng would answer like this. Who would give up the rights in his hands easily? Especially one like Yi Feng. So what if it's the military? Yi Feng only needs to use his own strength to care who you are? Who can do anything to Yi Feng? Wu Tian said. Just let one of their commanders go in and act as a staff officer for you. Moreover, the level of their army is not low. They have been playing since the opening of the zone until now. Yi Feng said, since they are of a high level and have an army, they should have been systematically trained. What do they want to do? They don't need my consent. They can do whatever they want. But don't even think about ordering me. In this aspect, Yi Feng is very determined. But the military on the other side wants to join Yi Feng's iron-blooded alliance. So it wants Wu Tian to find a way. After all, Yi Feng's Knight Alliance. The military already knows how powerful he is. If they can control such a powerful alliance, they can better grasp the victory in the national war system. Okay. How about I just reply to them exactly as you said? Yifeng said, of course you can. But don't threaten me. I am not threatened. Isn't this nonsense? You are a master in the nascent soul realm. Apart from the Great Elder, you are the only one left on the entire earth. The military only acts based on the Great Elder's face. It's just that the Great Elder has been gone for so long, and they have begun to feel a little bit intimidated. It's just movement. Yifeng said, just don't interfere with me. I can do whatever I want. Don't use the national honor to kidnap me. I only believe in myself and no one else. Because Yifeng knows that in this world, the rich and powerful are always superior to the poor. And there is no fairness. Since there is no fairness, how can I contribute selflessly? Yifeng has experienced too much, so he only believes in himself in many things. Okay, I won't insist anymore. Yifeng hung up the phone and returned to the game. At this moment, Aotian has negotiated with Juefeng, and Juefeng has gone deep into Demon Dragon City to conduct an investigation. The final conclusion was that there were these 5 demon elders in Demon Dragon City, and there was a teleportation array leading to Demon Emperor City in Demon Dragon City. This is also why the Demon Emperor can quickly travel from Demon Emperor City to Demon Dragon City and enter human territory. It is because of this problem with the teleportation array. Moreover, there are a large number of demon soldiers gathered in Demon Dragon City today, and a large number of players from the demon camp are also gathered here. It may be very difficult to attack here. According to Juefeng, if you want to attack Demon Dragon City, you must launch a battle against the players. After all, this is the only territory for players in the demon camp. After hearing what Aotian said, Yifeng nodded and spent the last moment of silence. Yifeng is of course thinking of a way. Should he use the simplest and crudest method to directly attack Demon Dragon City? Or should he rely on his brain? However, Yifeng did not immediately issue an order to attack Demon Dragon City, but issued another order. All players in the Iron-Blooded Alliance are preparing for war. There are no players with full level. Please upgrade quickly. Yifeng's order was issued, and those players who were at full level but bored finally felt a sense of excitement. They were about to cause trouble. It was finally time for a big fight. But I didn't know where the destination would be this time. After all, Yifeng and others had not announced it. But it also caused discussion among many members. Where are we going to fight this time? Who knows? It may not be easy to mobilize our entire alliance to attack the place. Do you think it's the Demon Imperial City or the Imperial City? I think the possibility of the Demon Emperor succeeding is higher than that of the Imperial City. After all, our alliance leader Yifeng takes more than a day or 2 to kill the Demon Emperor. Why are you thinking so much? Prepare yourself quickly. Don't go to the battlefield when the time comes. If you panic, you will lose experience. That's right. I'm going to prepare some combat supplies. It's best to find a priest girl to have blood behind me. That will be a good guarantee. Haha. What a beautiful thought. It's now this time. You see that several nannies have no partners. It's your turn to be single. If you don't speak, no one will think you are mute. That's your uncle. Chapter 624 in Linmo Imperial City. After giving the order, Yifeng left Xuanwu City and came to another place. Yifeng did not come to Demon Dragon City, but to Demon Imperial City. The reason why Yifeng dared to come to Demon Imperial City alone was because even if he lost, he would only lose 1 level. If everyone came to attack Demon Imperial City, they would probably suffer heavy losses. The purpose of Yifeng coming to the Demon Emperor City was not to fight against the Demon Emperor alone, but to find another old man. The old man who had helped Yifeng reach his realm before. If it weren't for Yifeng's dark magician profession, he would never be able to defeat the 2nd level. Even in Yifeng's storage medium, there is still a lot of black water that he needs to advance. These things are enough for Yifeng to advance to the top level. And from the draws obtained by Yifeng after upgrading so many times, all he gets are 9-turn gourds. There are already 7 of these in Yifeng. But the last time, when Yifeng got the lottery number at level 80, Yifeng drew a lottery and only got a simple bottle of potion. Yifeng should know this. I am afraid that his future lottery will be in vain. There will no longer be good things for Yifeng if you want to collect all 9 gourds of the 9-turn gourd. Currently, the lottery system is no longer possible. So Yifeng is still too short. The reason why Yifeng came to Demon Imperial City was because Yifeng felt that there would be a 9-turn gourd in Demon Imperial City. The other 9 turned gourds should be in the law enforcement hall. Why does Yifeng think so? Because a long time ago, only the law enforcement hall and the Magicians Guild were the top forces on the continent. If Jiuchang Lake Road is the most likely to appear, the places should be these 2 places. After the Magicians Guild was eliminated, it became the current demon clan. So it is likely that it is with the Demon King. And it may also be with the old man. Of course, the Demon King himself must be killed. If the killing is really on him, it will explode. Therefore, Yifeng came to Demon Imperial City in advance just to see the old man. If it was really him, then Yifeng's guess was correct. After gathering 7 9-turn gourds, Yifeng got a very important piece of information. That is to collect 9 9-turn gourds and fuse the 9 9-turn gourds together. And you will get another super artifact. This thing is the item needed to open the door to God's continent. What is its specific name? Yifeng didn't know it. But Yifeng had to collect this kind of thing. Yifeng came outside the Demon Imperial City, where Yifeng saw many players from the demon camp coming in and out. Because the players in the demon camp have been accepted by the demons, their appearance does not affect the demons' restrictions on them. However, every player from the demon camp must be searched when entering and exiting the Demon Imperial City. Obviously, they do not trust these players from the demon camp very much. After all, when they attacked the human race before, players from the demon camp rarely showed up. Of course, Yifeng also saw some players from the human camp entering the Demon Imperial City. However, those players in the human camp are all operating under the supervision of demon soldiers. And even every time they enter the human camp, the number of players is not large. Yifeng came outside the Demon Emperor City, grabbed a player from the human camp and asked, "When you came out of it, did you feel anything was wrong inside?" At first glance, the man turned out to be Yifeng. He was his idol, a figure at the level of a great god. "Yifeng, you are the great master. Why did you come to Demon Imperial City? Are you going to attack Demon Imperial City?" Yifeng shook his head and said, "I don't have that ability yet. I just want to ask what kind of treatment we will receive if we can move in." "It's nothing. It's just that the things there are very expensive. Even players from the demon camp, let alone us players from the human camp, have to pay a lot for things." "Is that so? Does anyone think that the player was killed by an NPC inside?" "No. It's just that the human camp is quite hostile, and players can't receive any missions." "Okay. I understand. You go and do your work." "Okay, Master Yifeng. If you still don't know anything, just ask me. I've been here for a while, so I should know it quite well." "Okay. I'll come back to you if I have any questions. I want to go to the Demon Imperial City to find someone." "Have you seen an old man with disabled limbs there?" The man thought for a while, frowned, and shook his head as if he hadn't thought about it. "No. I have never seen such an NPC. Maybe it's because I'm a human. You can ask players from the demon camp. But players from the demon camp hate you." "Uh-huh. I can only say sorry for this." After getting rid of the player, Yifeng came to the gate of Demon Imperial City, and was soon stopped by demon soldiers. This is a problem that human camp players must face when entering the Demon Imperial City. That is, being asked, "Come here from the human race. What do you want to do in this city?" A demon soldier said to Yifeng fiercely, as if he wanted to scare Yifeng with this expression. But how could Yifeng be so easily frightened? Instead, he said extremely calmly, "Go in and buy some medicine." The demon soldier glanced at Yifeng, glanced up and down, and finally said, "Go in. Players from the human camp are only allowed to stay in for 20 minutes. If they don't come out for more than 20 minutes, they will be treated as spies. You can only stay there for 20 minutes. This Demon Imperial City is really disgusting. If the map were bigger, 20 minutes might not even be enough to find something." Fortunately, Yifeng is relatively familiar with the appearance of Demon Imperial City. After all, he has been here several times. Yifeng nodded and walked into the Demon Imperial City. However, when Yifeng entered the Demon Imperial City, he attracted the attention of many players. After all, most of them were players from the Demon Clan camp. Isn't that Yifeng? He is so courageous. He actually came to the Demon Emperor City. Isn't he afraid that the Demon Emperor will kill him? The Iron-Blooded Alliance hasn't come yet. This is not the time for war. There must be no problem. Humph. It's this guy who made me lose my points for protecting the country. Look at my brother. As a player in the human camp, he is already almost at the 4th level of the new chapter of the protection of the country. I'm only at the 1st level now. What can we do? He is the leader of the Iron-Blooded Alliance. He is the biggest in the entire Huaxia district. Do you dare to offend him? TCH. Isn't it because there are more people? If there were fewer people, I would still deal with him. Here. Aren't you alone now? Why don't you go ahead and vent your anger on us? Get out of here. You hacking want me to die. I'm carrying a magical weapon. My orange equipment doesn't look good enough in front of others. How about we go together? I have worked so hard to level up. But I am wasting 10% of my experience here. Do you think I am stupid? In fact, although many players in the demon camp hate Yifeng, they dare not move when faced with such a powerful Yifeng. Chapter 625 Searching for Someone. Of course, Yifeng ignored the noisy noises nearby, but looked around to see if he could find the disabled old man around. However, the Demon Imperial City is so big that Yifeng may not be able to find it easily in 20 minutes. So Yifeng must mobilize the power of the masses. Yifeng walked towards the group of players from the Inner Demon Clan camp who were just talking about him. Holy shit. Yifeng. He came over. Did you speak too loudly? Someone heard you. I'm kidding. Can I speak loudly? Don't you have such a loud voice too? The key point is that we didn't say we wanted to kill her. You did. Aren't you going to implicate us? Damn. What if we're all here? They won't really kill us. Demon Imperial City is not a safe zone. Players from the human camp and players from the demon camp can PK. They won't really come and kill us. A group of people looked at Yifeng in extreme fear, fearing that Yifeng would really come over and kill them all. Then they would be really unjust. When Yifeng was still 5 meters away from them, a player immediately stretched out his hand and said, Master Yifeng, we don't really want to kill you. If you really kill us, it's really unreasonable. We just complaining. Only now did Yifeng understand that they showed that expression because they were afraid that he would kill them. No wonder they were all so scared. Yifeng said with a wry smile, What are you afraid of? You hate me. I know it. How can I kill all the people who hate me? What's more, our camps are different, and the environment we are in is also different. So what happened before I can only say I'm sorry? Hearing Yifeng say that he wasn't going to kill them, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he wasn't here to kill them. But it's really worrying for you to come here like this. Then Master Yifeng, what do you want to do? I want to ask you something and let you help me a little bit. What's the benefit? A player said subconsciously, and then immediately shook his head. No, I didn't say I wanted benefits. Don't take it seriously. The other players in the demon camp stared at that player, wanting to eat him. This guy dared to ask Yifeng for benefits. You must be impatient. Yifeng said with a smile, if it really helps me, it will be really good. How could the benefits given by Yifeng be rubbish? This group of players from the demon camp suddenly became excited and asked quickly, Yifeng. Loudspeaker. What question are you asking? You said that I stayed in the Demon Imperial City for more than a month. Where? I know it all. Yifeng nodded. It seemed that he had asked the right person. Have you ever seen an old demon with disabled limbs in the Demon Imperial City? Several players from the demon camp thought for a while, but seemed not to have thought of such an NPC. They all looked at each other and shook their heads. Yifeng thought they knew it, but he was disappointed. But it didn't matter. They didn't search for it deliberately before. If they searched for it today, they might be able to find it. Yifeng didn't believe that the old man would stay in the palace all day long. He must have his own mansion. Then do me a favor. Search around in this Demon Imperial City, and tell me when you find it. I will wait for you outside the city. I only have a 20-minute time limit to enter the Demon Imperial City. No problem. You have limits. But we don't have limits. Let's go and find them. Well, then I'll wait for you outside the Demon Emperor City. If you have any news, tell me immediately. We'll meet in an hour. Clear. After saying that, Yifeng did not stay in the Demon Imperial City. After all, his time here was really limited. It had been almost 10 minutes since he entered the city, and he could not tolerate Yifeng staying here any longer. After Yifeng left, the players in the Memory Demon camp said extremely excitedly, I don't know what benefits Yifeng will give us. It shouldn't be easy for such a master to take action. It goes without saying, but we have to find the NPC he needs. But if the master takes action, how can he be sorry for his identity? So it must be a good thing. Let's go. Let's go. Look for it quickly. Maybe we will find it. And we can make more money than if we fight the boss. Yifeng came to the outside of the city and did not leave. Instead, He sat down cross-legged not far from the city gate and waited patiently. By the way, during the game, Yi Feng practiced the god-slaying technique. In the game, Yi Feng had a temporary urge to see if he could really practice the god-slaying technique. At the moment when Yi Feng was running the formula, the god of cooking technique and spiritual energy in Yi Feng's body started to rotate rapidly. And it turned out that he could really practice in it. Moreover, Yi Feng discovered an extremely serious problem. That is, practicing the god-slaying technique here was actually getting twice the result with half the effort. After Yi Feng tasted the sweetness, he went straight into cultivation. Yi Feng's current cultivation level was only in the middle stage of the bigger realm, and there was still a long way to go before he could reach the advanced bigger realm. However, Yi Feng discovered that the training time in the game is probably much shorter than the time in reality. While Yi Feng was practicing the god-slaying technique, several players from the demon camp were frantically looking around in the demon emperor city in order to find the old demon NPC with disabled limbs. They didn't miss any place, even those mansions they sneaked into. Of course, they didn't really sneak in, but rewarded them with gold coins, cleaned up the servants, and asked about the situation. Soon one of the players from the demon camp received reliable news that there was such an old NPC in a temple in the demon imperial city. It is said that this old NPC was brought back by the demon emperor after his 4 limbs were disabled, and was finally placed in a temple by the demon emperor. However, this temple gives players from the demon camp a headache. Of course they knew about this temple. It was a famous building in the demon imperial city, but it was very difficult to get in. They must make sure that the old man is really in the temple. Otherwise they just heard some things and know that he is there. If they can't find anyone after Yi Feng enters, they may be in big trouble. In order to ensure that they got their rewards, these players tried their best and finally broke into the temple. This temple is a royal temple, except for the dignitaries and elders of the demon clan. Few people can enter this temple. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. They entered and were kicked out within 10 minutes. A bunch of despicable servants. You are not allowed to come here. Get out of here. An elder from the demon camp kicked out these players from the demon camp. But even after they came out, they were extremely happy because they saw the NPC Yi Feng was looking for. One by one, they ran excitedly towards the outside of the city. They really wanted to know what kind of reward Yi Feng could give them. Chapter 626 Immortal Luck. Yi Feng was practicing the god-slaying technique at the moment, but was soon woken up by a player. Although he was a little unhappy, after learning that they had found the NPC, his unhappiness finally disappeared. Master Yi Feng, we found the NPC, but it's a little troublesome to get inside. There are many high-level members of the demon clan inside. Yi Feng nodded and said, it doesn't matter. You tell me where it is. You wait for me here, and I will reward you when I come out. Good. After Yi Feng got up, he went to the demon imperial city again. But this time Yi Feng stayed there for 20 minutes. Neither increased nor decreased. However, with the help of this group of players, Yi Feng has saved a lot of things. But it is not certain whether it is really the NPC he is looking for. When Yi Feng came to the temple they were talking about, he did see something different here from other places. In other places, there were ordinary demon soldiers. But here were the demon emperor guards. Yi Feng directly activated his cloak ability and invisibility skill. After entering the invisible state, Yi Feng directly wanted to enter through the gate. But Yi Feng only took one step and found an NPC staring at him. Yi Feng was sure that he couldn't see himself, but he could sense his existence. Yi Feng doesn't dare to take risks. If he is really expelled from the demon imperial city, he will be in trouble if he wants to come in again. After all, this is not a human race. Yi Feng did not go through the main entrance, but came to a city wall. Although the wall was quite high, it was not a problem for Yi Feng. After Yi Feng was directly transformed into a demon, he spread his wings and flew in, carefully avoiding any patrolling soldiers. Come to the main hall they were talking about. However, Yi Feng discovered that there was a demon elder in the main hall of the temple. It was obvious that the other party had discovered him. In front of bosses and NPCs of this level, Yi Feng's stealth skills can be said to be ineffective. After all, stealth skills are effective for players and normal monsters. Compared to bosses with platinum levels and above, stealth skills are almost non-existent because they can sense your energy. Come out. I've seen you. Yi Feng did not come out immediately, but stood in the entire main hall, trying to find the old man he needed to find. But what really surprised Yi Feng was that he was really here. Seeing that Yi Feng refused to come out, The demon elders directly attacked Yifeng's location. But it was obvious that Yifeng faced the demon elder. Yifeng could kill him back. But Yifeng did not do that. Instead, he avoided the demon elder, revealed his true form after the attack, and quickly came to the old man. Senior, do you still remember me? The brave human race dares to break into our demon imperial city and seek death. Why don't you leave quickly? The old man saw Yifeng and said with a smile, he is my friend. Don't be nervous. You go down first. I will say something to him. But he is from the human race. But he is the enemy of our demon race. The old man still said, go down. He was the one who rescued me in the first place. He won't do anything to me. The demon elder was a little confused. But he still retreated. After all, this old man was the demon emperor's senior brother. Yes. Then please be careful. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain to the demon emperor. Yeah. Get down. After the demon elder left, Yifeng could finally sit down with peace of mind. How come you haven't come to see me for so long, and you finally think of me? This old immortal? Yifeng said, you are the most important mentor on my growth path. How could I forget you? I heard that you caused a lot of trouble for my junior brother some time ago. Yifeng smiled awkwardly and said, everyone has his own master. After all, he is a demon and I am a human. Haha. I don't blame you for this. Just teach him a lesson. After all, his character has strayed far away from our original intention. And I can't persuade him. A proper blow should do some good to him. Yifeng didn't think so. A proper blow would probably make the demon king hate him even more. The setting of the demon emperor is like this, and cannot be changed by outsiders. Yifeng said, his enemy should be the law enforcement hall. Why is he always at odds with the human race? Hey, I can't persuade him. His idea is to occupy the entire human race, and then deal with the law enforcement hall. It's a pity that he shouldn't do this. Well, there is a pope in the law enforcement hall. Although it is a difficult nut to crack. It doesn't mean that we can't attack them. It is possible to attack. But the strength of the law enforcement palace has always been much higher than that of the demons. So junior brother has always dared not move. No wonder why the demons dare not touch the law enforcement hall directly. It turns out that there is still this meaning in it. It seems that I still underestimated the law enforcement hall. Yifeng said, that senior asked you something today. The old man laughed and said, if you don't go to the Three Treasures Hall for anything. I know that if you come to me, there must be something. Tell me. If I know, I will tell you. Senior, do you know about the nine-turn gourd? The old man looked at Yifeng in surprise. Obviously, he didn't know why Yifeng knew about such things as the nine-turn gourd. How do you know about the nine-turn gourd? This is a secret of the mainland. Something only a very few people know. Yifeng said, because I have a nine-turn gourd in my hand. So I want to collect it. It is said that collecting nine-turn gourds can create a magical thing. The old man said, it is indeed possible. The master divided that thing into 9 parts and turned it into the 9-turn gourd today. 1 part is here. 1 part is in the law enforcement hall. And the other 7 parts are scattered in various places on the mainland. Yifeng was overjoyed. His guess was indeed correct. This guy really knew about the 9-turn gourd. And more importantly, he didn't expect that this was something differentiated by their master. Then what is the name of this team leader's gourd when it is put together? The reason why they are named 9-turn gourds is because there are 9 of them. And each of them looks the same as a gourd. The combined name is Fairy Lock. Fairy Lock. This name sounds a bit earthy. Uh-huh. The master said so too. But what do you want to do? Yifeng took out the 7 9-turn gourds he had obtained and placed them in front of the old man. Yifeng will never forget the old man's shocked expression. Why? How did you do it? 7 of them have been collected. Yifeng said, I'm lucky. So I guess the last 2 should be on your side, and the law enforcement side. Yes. There is a 9-turn gourd at my place. And a 9-turn gourd at the Pope's place. These are the only 2 you need. Right. So come to me. That's right. Chapter 627 The 8th 9-turn gourd. Do you know the function of this 9-turn gourd? Yifeng nodded and said, of course I know that fusing the 9 9-turn gourds together can open the door to the God's continent. The old man was shocked and looked at Yifeng. This guy actually knew. But you are not from mainland China. Why do you know such extremely confidential things? Do you know where the gate of God's continent is? The old man asked excitedly. Yifeng still nodded and said, I know. What do you actually know? Even we don't know. But you actually know. Yifeng said, it's a coincidence that the gate of God's continent is in a place that I am very familiar with. If Li Bai hadn't told me, I probably wouldn't have known about it either. Sword Immortal Li Bai? It seems that you are not the only one who knows the gate to the Chinese continent. Right? Well, many people know about it. But only the more advanced people know about it. Can you tell me? Yi Feng said with a smile. You are my mentor. Of course I can tell you. But there is one condition. You must give me the 9-turn gourd in your hand. You have already collected 7 9-turn gourds. If you don't tell me, I will give this one to you. Moreover, this 9-turn gourd has been in my hands for many years. Even my junior brother doesn't know his existence. So, it seems that their master valued him more than his junior brother, the Demon Emperor. However, in terms of character, the Demon Emperor is indeed not as good as this old man. If the old man's cultivation had not been completely ruined and his limbs were disabled, his current level might be even higher than that of the Demon Emperor. Although the Demon Emperor wanted to avenge his master and rescue his master, his method was wrong and his mentality was good. Yi Feng said, then I'm being hypocritical. I'll tell you what the main road is, and where the gate is. Just when Yi Feng was about to say something, the old man patted Yi Feng's palm and wrote the word waiting on Yi Feng's palm. The old man said, I become like this. It doesn't make much difference whether I know it or not. It doesn't matter. Yi Feng knew what the old man was worried about. The walls had ears. The Demon Emperor must not have believed in him abnormally. Otherwise, why would he lock her in this place? Yi Feng pretended to pat the old man on the back and said, Senior, if you really don't want to know, then I can only thank you and ask you to take care of yourself. But Yi Feng wrote the word territory on the old man's back. The old man looked at Yi Feng and said mysteriously, Is it yours? Yes. It's mine. Okay. I understand. I will take care of myself. Maybe we will have a chance to meet again in the future. Yi Feng stood up, cupped his hands and said, In that case, I will thank the seniors here, and the juniors will say goodbye. Well, go ahead and remember to visit me. This old man? Often. Yi Feng laughed and said, As long as I don't get killed by those demon elders, I will definitely come. You little naughty boy. How can those elders be your opponents now? Go back. Ding. System prompt. Congratulations on getting a 9-turn gourd. Yi Feng opened his backpack and found that the number of his 9-turn gourds had become 8. Yi Feng did not stop, spread his wings and flew away. Of course, outside the door, the demon elders quickly came to the hall after seeing Yi Feng leave. Senior, what did this human boy say to you? The old man said, It's nothing. He just wants to invite me to his territory as a guest. I don't know if the Demon King is willing to let me leave. I'm a useless old man. Senior humans are not a good thing. At least this little guy saved me. When my junior brother comes, tell me and ask him to help me out. I want to go and let the little guy live there for a while. Yes. I will convey your words to His Majesty the Demon Emperor as you wish. Yi Feng left the Demon Imperial City without any obstruction. Of course, this was due to Yi Feng's movement and skills, so he could leave safely without being discovered by anyone. Yi Feng came outside the city and still looked at the players from the demon camp, still waiting for him. When they saw Yi Feng coming out, they asked with smiles on their faces, Can Master Yi Feng handle things well? Yi Feng said, Okay. That's right. Without you looking for him, I'm afraid it wouldn't be that simple to find him. Then the benefits promised to us before. Yi Feng said, Of course. This is a piece of platinum equipment. You should be able to sell it for a lot of money. This is the platinum gauntlet that Yi Feng exploded when he killed a boss a few days ago. And it is a very popular mage-type equipment. Now, the explosion damage output by the mage profession has made many players know that in the later stage, the world of long-range professions will basically dominate. A group of players looked at the shining platinum gauntlet in Yi Feng's hand and were extremely excited. If this thing were sold, it would be worth their monthly income. A month of hard work is not worth working for Yi Feng for 1 hour. Yi Feng, great master. If you still have such a good thing, you must come to us. We will definitely handle it for you, properly and beautifully. Yi Feng said, Okay. I will come to you to handle anything in the future. As Yi Feng traded the platinum equipment to them. Although it was not difficult to find platinum equipment at a later stage like level 80, it was not something that ordinary players could afford. Therefore, Yi Feng's move was considered very generous, which made them very excited. After Yi Feng had left Demon Imperial City, the Demon Elder, who had been guarding the old man, came to the palace and found the Demon Emperor. I'm reporting to the Demon Emperor that a human came to see my senior today. After chatting with him for a while, He let him go. Who? He actually asked a human being to see him. Does he know him? He said he saved him. What is that Yifeng? Many people have only seen Yifeng once, and have no idea what Yifeng looks like. I just heard Yifeng's name. If I didn't tell him that he was Yifeng, I'm afraid many people from the demon clan wouldn't know who he was. What? He is Yifeng. And I actually let him go. I am guilty underground. Please punish me or let me lead troops out. And I will catch him. The Demon King shook his head and said, forget it. It won't help even if you leave. And you don't know him. It's not your fault. Can you tell me what they were talking about? Senior said that the other party invited her to live in his territory for a while. Senior also wants to go. It depends on whether you let her go. The Demon King frowned. He wanted to ask my senior brother to pick him up and go to his territory for no reason. Moreover, Yifeng was also hostile to him. Could there be anything strange during this period? Didn't you hear anything else? Hey. They seem to be talking about something about a 9-turn gourd. I don't know what it is. 9-turn gourd? Why are they talking about this thing? Could it be? The Demon King was a little surprised. Of course he knew about the 9-turn gourd. And he also knew very well that it seemed a little unusual to talk about the 9-turn gourd at this time. So the Demon Emperor planned to ask his senior brother in person. Chapter 628 Bayonet. After Yifeng left Demon Imperial City, he returned to his territory. There is still a 9-turn gourd left. And it must be on the Pope's body. But how can I ask the Pope about the 9-turn gourd? After all, with the strength of the Pope, Yifeng would definitely not be able to defeat him. If the Pope knew that he had many 9-turn gourds, would he try to snatch them away? After all, the reason why they are willing to help them is because their territory is the gate to God's continent. And anyone who knows the existence of the 9-turn gourd knows that it is a must-have item to open the door to God's continent. So Yifeng is very sure that the Demon Emperor is also collecting the 9-turn gourd. But he doesn't know why the other party has not collected them all. Yifeng came to Oyezi's door. What was strange was that Oyezi did not play chess with Situ today. And even no one was there. It's strange. Where has this person gone? Yifeng found the Ice Phoenix Fairy. Now Yifeng's level is the same as the Ice Phoenix Fairy. Level 80. Bing Fengxian. Did you see where Oyezi went? I went out early this morning. I said I was going to visit a friend. I might not be able to come back today. Yifeng was a little disappointed. He didn't expect that he would only go out to visit old friends today. Why do you look like you have something important to do with him? Yifeng said, there's nothing important. I just want to ask you something. I'll leave it alone. I'll ask you tomorrow. Okay. If you have any difficulties, you can tell me. If I can't help you, you can let the Dragon King make the decision. Understood? Thank you, Dragon Clan. You're welcome. But that little guy has been resting here for a long time. Don't you plan to take him back? The little guy Bing Fengxian was talking about was Yifeng's pet pig's foot. But for a long time, Yifeng gave it to Bing Fushan for training. So he never let him come back to him. Yifeng asked, how has your training been recently? It's okay. He is already an adult. And he has basically learned all kinds of dragon spells. He just lacks some practical experience. Yifeng nodded. It was time to let the pig's feet go out. Let's let the pig's feet appear in the Magic Dragon City this time. Yifeng nodded and said, okay. Then give him to me. Good. Ding. System prompt. Your pet pig's feet has returned to your pet space. Yifeng opened the pet space and saw the pig's feet resting quietly inside. It seemed not much different from before. Yifeng asked doubtfully, there's not much difference. Well, I can't tell right now. In a few months, he might turn into a human form like me. Yifeng was a little curious. He didn't know whether the pig's foot turned into a human form. Whether it was a boy or a girl. Of course, I don't know if the attack power of the pig's feet after turning into human form is as powerful as the Ice Phoenix Fairy. But logically speaking, there shouldn't be. After all, how can a pet's attack power be as strong as that of a boss? After Yifeng took away the pig's feet, he came to Magic Dragon City in person. The appearance of this Demon Imperial City is just like the Demon Imperial City. Dark and dark. Compared with the previous blue color of Qinglong City, this black color is even more weird. And entering the range of Demonic Dragon City, the whole sky feels dark. Especially in Demonic Dragon City. It clearly feels incompatible with the human race. Of course, Demon Dragon City is different from Demon Imperial City. The guards here are not as strict. There was no interrogation. And Yifeng could walk into the Magic Dragon City unimpeded. However, Things that originally belonged to the human race have now become demons. And all human NPCs have been replaced by demon NPCs. Yi Feng came to the City Lord's mansion in Magic Dragon City. No players were allowed to approach this place. Yi Feng just watched from a distance, found a higher attic, and looked into the City Lord's mansion. However, it was pitch black inside my City Lord's palace, obviously blocked by a barrier, and outsiders could not observe the situation inside. Finally, Yi Feng found the teleportation array they were talking about. This was a special teleportation array with only 2 locations, Demonic Dragon City and Demonic Imperial City. Yi Feng also observed other locations. After identifying the so-called problems in various aspects of Magic Dragon City, Yi Feng withdrew from Magic Dragon City. Although during this period, the players from the Demon Camp in Demon Dragon City hated Yi Feng to the core. But like the previous players in Demon Emperor City, they did not dare to come forward to trouble Yi Feng. After Yi Feng left, the players in the Demon Camp were discussing. Yi Feng came to Demon Dragon City and walked around. He didn't know what he was planning. It was said that the Iron-Blooded Alliance was already gathering manpower. Yi Feng returned to Yenyu and others. "Where have you been? You've been gone for so long?" Yenyu asked softly. "Let's do some research around and get ready to attack Demon Dragon City." "Boss, how's the investigation going?" "That's it. If the Demon King doesn't show up, Demon Dragon City should be captured with great confidence." Chu Ti and I said, "With our Iron-Blooded Alliance, we should have no problem dealing with the mere Demon Dragon City. Our current level is the same as those of those NPCs, so it's not a big problem." "Well, when do you think it's appropriate to attack? After all, if we attack Demon Dragon this time, players from the Demon Camp will definitely resist." Alkian said, "Resistance is certain, but this cannot stop our confidence in taking back Demon Dragon City. So this time, the debt will definitely be difficult to settle." Yi Feng very much agreed with what Alkian said. This time it would hurt the interests of players in the Demon Camp, and would definitely be hindered. When is the best time to attack? Of course, choosing Demon Dragon is the time when there are the fewest players. This should be the most suitable time in the morning. If it is night, the time when the Demon Camp has the most players is obviously not possible. It may not work today. After hearing Altian's explanation, Yi Feng and others nodded. If they say so, they can only attack tomorrow morning. Yi Feng said, "Inform the presidents of all conferences that early tomorrow morning, the entire army will attack to recapture the Demon Dragon City." Yes. Although Yi Feng is the leader of the alliance, it is not Yi Feng's turn to arrange things for the guild players. So Yi Feng is still very free after giving orders. After all, everyone's level is already at full level at this time, and there is no point in upgrading anymore. As for the equipment on Yi Feng and others is good enough to cope with what is coming next. At the same time, players from all major regions have gathered one after another. As long as the national war system is activated, they will never let their territories be lost. Just when Yi Feng thought he could spend the last part of the day leisurely, a player found Yi Feng. "Your boss, a player named Bayonet, is looking for you." Yi Feng frowned. He didn't seem to know what a bayonet was. "Do I recognize him?" "I don't think I know him. I know almost everyone you know. But he said that someone talked to you today and received them." Yi Feng remembered. "Wasn't this the person from the military side that Wu Tian mentioned? Why did you come to find yourself in the game? Bring him here." "Yes." Chapter 629. How about you becoming my subordinate? Not long after, Xiao He led a player to Yi Feng. "This is the boss." "Well, you go down and I'll tell him something." "Good." After Xiao He left, only Yi Feng and the Bayonet were left here. Bayonet was the first to speak. "Is President Yi Feng so unwilling to give me face? Our superiors are a little unhappy." Yi Feng said, "Whether you are happy or not has nothing to do with me. You can do whatever you want. I can't hinder you. Just don't hinder me." Bayonet smiled and said, "So President Yi Feng has agreed to let us move into your Iron-Blooded Alliance." Yi Feng frowned. He had never said such a thing. "Of course not. I mean, you are you. We are you. Let's not do it. Just stay together. How can this work? Your Jagged Alliance has the largest group in China. Even though we are all well-trained, the numbers are not enough. So we still need your manpower." Yi Feng said, "This is the Iron-Blooded Alliance that I worked so hard to establish." "What do you mean by this? How do you call it a white wolf with empty gloves? This is an honor that no matter how many people want it, they can't get it." Yi Feng sneered. "Don't tell me these vain things. I don't need it. I still say the same thing. It's impossible to join our iron-blooded alliance, let alone control our iron-blooded alliance. President Yifeng, I'm going to be the first to say something ugly. It's your business to participate or not. But whether you want to hand over the power or not, it's up to us. Yifeng's angry opponent was obviously threatening him. Yifeng said, so you guys want to be strong? I want to see who among them can listen to you. Haha. Of course they won't listen to us. But you will. What do you mean? We want to find out your information. But it only takes a minute. You have a younger sister who is in college. And your parents are working at home. Right? Hearing this, Yifeng clenched his fists and dared to threaten himself with his family. Looking at Yifeng's expression, the ranking man continued, I'm not threatening you. But I want to tell you that there will be no good consequences if you go against the country. If you cooperate, you will still be the leader of the iron-blooded alliance. But it will be up to us to give the orders, and you will be able to convey them. Yifeng gritted his teeth and swallowed the anger. He said lightly, what if I say no? Of course, there are other people who can serve as the leader of this iron-blooded alliance, such as Yue Feng. I think it's very suitable. Yifeng said coldly, really? But I have a condition. I wonder if you are willing to agree to it. You said that as long as it is within the acceptable range, we will definitely accept your conditions. Yifeng said calmly, put your people into our iron-blooded alliance. I will train them. I will command them. Be bold. You can mobilize our people at will. Yifeng said coldly, I will also give you this sentence. Since you can't do it, why force him to do it? Humph. If the national war is lost, can you afford it? Yifeng said coldly, if you fill in Alpay and the alliance suffers heavy losses and still loses the national war, what will you do? We will never lose. Yifeng laughed. He had seen this kind of face many times. A group of people who knew nothing actually wanted to take over his own people. Could it be that the iron-blooded alliance used the iron-blooded alliance as cannon fodder? Yifeng said, victory and defeat are common things in military affairs. You dare to say that you will never lose. What a big joke. Bayonet said coldly, you don't believe in the strength of the country. Yifeng said, if you really have the strength, why bother begging me? We are not here to beg you. I am here to tell you. Iron Blood Alliance. We have taken over. Yifeng laughed loudly. This guy is really stupid when it comes to words. He is used to being strong. He really thinks that everyone in the world is afraid of you. Yifeng said, first ask Wu Tian what my identity is before you talk to me. My only requirement is that you integrate into my iron-blooded alliance and be commanded by me. Otherwise, there is no need to discuss anything else. See you off. Yifeng's two voices when seeing off the guests were extremely loud, making Bayonet's face look shameless. Bayonet looked at Yifeng. Although he knew some basic information about Yifeng, he didn't know it when he got deeper. Obviously, Yifeng's identity was directed by Wu Tian. But Wu Tian didn't tell them before, and they didn't ask in detail. Humph. I don't care what your status is. As a Chinese, you should think about China. Send off guests. Yifeng once again gave the eviction order. Xiao He and others ran over and said, brother, our boss asked you to leave, so please stop being so nagging. Humph. Wait and see. After Bayonet left, Chu Ti and I waited with unusual curiosity. What did Yifeng talk about with him? When Yifeng told these people what he said, everyone present was in a mood. What? Relying on my status? I actually want to take the fruits of other people's labor as my own. It's really eye-opening. Remember, I will kill you every time I see you. The difference is that Aotian does not know that Yifeng and others are already cultivators of immortality. Aotian said with some worry, whether we have offended some big shots will have a great impact on our future development. Yifeng shook his head and said, just watch. He will kneel down and beg me soon. Although Aotian didn't know where Yifeng's confidence came from, Yifeng had never let them down. Holding a knife, he found Wu Tian again and told Wu Tian the conversation between Jijia and Yifeng. Brother Wu Tian, what on earth did you tell him? This guy is so arrogant. Wu Tian is already happy in his heart. It is really difficult for you to suffer a little. However, Wu Tian said in an unusually calm manner, what's the matter? There's nothing wrong with what he said. Bayonet stood up angrily and said, that's right. He asked me to be his subordinate. I am a strong man in the early stage of the Enlightenment realm, and I want to be the subordinate of an ordinary person. He really thinks that he is nascent soul, a strong man in the realm. Wu Tian said coldly, he is really a strong man in the nascent soul realm. just as he picked up the bayonet of the water glass. The water glass in his hand fell down with a clang, and he looked at Wu Tian in disbelief. You? Say it again! Wu Tian said, isn't he a strong man in the nascent soul realm? Although sometimes it works. Sometimes it doesn't. He is a strong man in the nascent soul realm. What does it mean that sometimes it works, and sometimes it doesn't work? What's going on? It's a long story. Anyway, his cultivation level is higher than that of you and me. If you let him be your subordinate and your puppet, it's fine if they don't beat you. Well, why didn't you tell me earlier? My image was completely ruined. Wu Tian joked, you still have an image. Chapter 630. You are in the same group. Bayonet stamped his feet angrily. He even threatened someone's family. Now there was really nothing to talk about. Bayonet Q&A, are you familiar with him? Wu Tian touched his chin, looked out the window, and said with a leisurely look, it's not bad. It's a bit of a lifelong friendship. Hack. Then you have to go and plead with me. I don't need all the command rights. Just half. Just half. If you still want half of it, your brain is broken. It's all like this. It's fine if you don't go back and apologize, but you still want half of the command power. Wu Tian squinted at the bayonet and said, are you sure you don't want to die? But my orders from above are at least half. What can I do? Wu Tian said, who told you to go without investigating clearly? The current situation is that if you dare to say that half of the people dare to kill you, what should I do? I won't really kneel down and beg him. He said that? Then just kneel down and beg him. Do you want to save your life? Do you want to save your life? Do you want to save your life? Can't you help me? Wu Tian said, of course you can. The question is, what are the benefits of me helping you? We have nothing to do with each other anymore. And you still want to talk about benefits with me? Wu Tian said angrily, I'm going to beg for help on your behalf. I won't get any benefits. Why should I do this? But I don't have that authority. Wu Tian pointed to the top and said, you have the one above. I'll ask you what benefits you want, but I'm not sure I can get them. Take a few $100 million as funds for Yi Feng and his iron-blooded alliance. You're not going to be with Yi Feng, are you? Wu Tian said, do you realize it now? He and I are both members of the Immortal Cultivator Alliance. What do you think? You did this on purpose. Wu Tian said, it can't be said that it was intentional, but you are pushing too hard, and there is nothing I can do about it. Then I'll give it a try. By the way, what kind of cultivation is that Yi Feng? Middle stage of the bigger realm. But sometimes not. Bayonet is a little confused about what Wu Tian is talking about. One moment it talks about nascent soul. The other moment it talks about Bigu. However, the bayonet still left Wu Tian's office. After watching him eat and leave, Wu Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief and let out the bad breath in his heart. If I were a strong person in the bigger realm, if you dared to speak to me like this, I would have stopped talking to you. But then again, if they were a strong person in the bigger realm, they would not dare to speak like this. Qi soon had a conversation with him, and after learning that Yi Feng's identity and cultivation were unusual, he finally compromised a little. But they still want to enter the Iron-Blooded Alliance. But they don't need half of the control ability. Making room for him will give them a place. After confirming his mission, Bayonet entered the game again. This time he went directly past Wu Tian to find Yi Feng. However, Wu Tian had already greeted Yi Feng, so even if the bayonet did not remind Wu Tian, Yi Feng still knew some of the things. Boss, that bayonet is coming for you again. Do you want to blast this guy out? Xiao Hei said. Yi Feng said, bring him in. Let's see what tricks he has up his sleeve this time. Okay, let us listen and see. Bayonet and Yi Feng met again. But this time, there were more than 10 people standing beside Yi Feng, all from Yi Feng's side. Can President Yi Feng ask them to avoid it? Let's talk about it. Yi Feng said, this is not a shameful thing. If you have anything to do, just say it quickly. If nothing happens, we will still have something to do. As he spoke, Yi Feng pretended to leave, but was stopped by a bayonet. President Yi Feng, I apologize to you for my previous recklessness. Yi Feng said, it's okay to apologize, but don't talk about other things. President Yi Feng, don't be so hasty to reject me. We have already discussed it. You might as well listen to it. If it doesn't work, I will go to the higher-ups to request it. Yi Feng returned to his seat and said, tell me, I'd like to hear what your opinions are this time. Well, aren't you dominated by the 3 major guilds? If you had us, Can you be dominated by the 4 major guilds? Yifeng said. So you want to become the 4th union leader. Someone with an equal status as us. Right? Yes. At least our right to speak is valid. Yifeng said. Of course the right to speak is valid. But the 4th largest guild appears out of thin air like you. And you don't even know the other people's names. There are so many people in the Iron-Blooded Alliance. Wouldn't there be many people in the Alliance Guild who are dissatisfied? Yes. There are dozens of guilds in the Iron-Blooded Alliance. Large and small. All headed by the 3 major guilds. You suddenly have a guild here, and you want to call it the 4th largest guild. This will definitely make many people dissatisfied. Bayonet said, we have already thought about this. As long as you let us join in, we can solve this problem. Yifeng asked, do you still need me to give up my power? Bayonet said quickly, no. 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 You are still the leader of the alliance. And any major decisions are still based on your opinions. At most, we can only give you advice. Yifeng said, besides this, is there anything else you haven't told me? Originally Bayonet was still thinking that as long as Yifeng was happy and forgot about other things, there would be no need to pay Yifeng and the others. But now it seems that Yifeng and Wu Tian are definitely wearing the same pair of pants. And the 2 of them have long been in good spirits. Bayonet said, the superiors have decided to distribute 200 million to your alliance as funds. Yifeng was secretly happy. With 200 million in funds, his alliance might be more complete than before. Of course, when other people heard about 200 million in funds, their eyes widened. They just said a few words and got 200 million in funds. This was too easy. Yifeng said calmly, in this case, I reluctantly agree to let you join our Iron-Blooded Alliance. But I still have the final say in all command. That's it. That's it. From now on, it all depends on President Yifeng's care. Well, by the way, explain your affairs how you want to. Don't wait for me to come forward. Then you will not end well. There is no need for Yifeng to let you worry about this. We can still do this. Yifeng nodded and said, transfer the funds to my union account before tomorrow. I don't want any delays. Otherwise you will also encounter delays when you come in. Okay. I will speed up and make them go faster. Well, it's nothing. Just go and get ready. By the way, tomorrow, I'll let you see how powerful our Iron-Blooded Alliance is. Bayonet said, I'll wait and see. Chapter 631 Attack. Soon Yifeng received this sponsorship fund. With such a huge sponsorship fund, Yifeng's Iron-Blooded Alliance may become even more powerful. And this time, Yifeng must at least be worthy of the Iron-Blooded Alliance's brand name. The next morning, around 5 o'clock, the entire Iron-Blooded Alliance had gathered together. At this time, many people had not yet gotten up. Everyone gathered in Xuanwu City, excluding those players who may be working night shifts or unable to play the game. There were as many as 50,000 people in the entire Iron-Blooded Alliance. This is already a quite terrifying number. Everyone is waiting in Xuanwu City. Now Bayonet's team has not yet entered their Iron-Blooded Alliance. Because this is Yifeng's decision. And he will let Bayonet come over after taking the Magic Dragon City. It's not up to Yifeng to attack Demon Dragon City. No matter how many players you gather, you won't be able to attack Demon Dragon City normally. So Yifeng found the Xuanwu City Lord, who launched the attack, with Yifeng and others taking the lead. The Xuanwu City Lord was just the Xian who started the battle. The Lord of Xuanwu City, and Yifeng stood on a high building. Are you sure? Can you successfully capture the demonic Dragon City and give the demons a blow to their arrogance? Yifeng said, it's not a big problem. As long as the Demon King doesn't show up to stop us, there shouldn't be much of a problem in taking over the Demon Dragon City. So what if he comes out? Is there any way to deal with him? Asked the Lord of Xuanwu City. Yifeng shook his head and said, at present, we can only repel it. It may be a bit difficult to kill him. That's not a problem. As long as our human race's territory is taken over, these won't be a problem. Yifeng nodded and said, let's start the battle. It's time. Good. Ding. System prompt. The Lord of Xuanwu City has issued a combat mission to attack Demon Dragon City. Do you want to accept it? Yes. Accept. Ding. System prompt. Xuanwu City launches a battle against Demon Dragon City. The battle will begin in 10 minutes. Players, please be prepared. The sudden appearance of the system prompt made many players unable to react. Originally, their Iron-Blooded Alliance was going to gather to attack a certain place, but they did not know it. Suddenly Xuanwu City launched an attack on Demon Dragon City. It was obvious that the Iron-Blood Alliance gathered so many people to attack Demon Dragon City. At the same time, Many players online rushed to Demon Dragon City, especially the players from the Demon Camp. This was their only main city. What's going on? We motorcycle players have to fight against the only main city. What does Yifeng want to do? You know this is our main city. We must defend it. I won't care what Yifeng says. Besides, this time Yifeng didn't say that players from the Demon Camp are not allowed to participate. Yes, Yifeng is really very scheming to choose this time to attack our magic dragon. How many of us are there at this time? But Yifeng's iron-blooded alliance has rejected tens of thousands of people. Why are you afraid? Hurry back and guard. Besides, the soldiers from the Demon Clan will definitely come out to stop us. Players from the Demon Camp hurriedly returned to Demon Dragon City and began to gather a large number of players. But the gathering speed was far less than that of the iron-blooded alliance, who had arrived outside Demon Dragon City through the teleportation array. Yifeng said, "Our goal is to take back Magic Dragon City. You must remember that no matter who is standing in front of you, anyone who prevents us from taking Magic Dragon City is an enemy." Yes. Yifeng looked at the time. 5 minutes had passed since the 10-minute countdown. Looking at the crowds on the walls of Demon Dragon City, it seemed that many players from the Demon Camp had returned. At this time, the World Channel has exploded. Especially the players in the Demon Camp have jumped to scold Yifeng. Yifeng said, "Don't mind their business. Let them take over the Demon Dragon City, which is our main business." For a moment, the players in the Iron-Blooded Alliance stopped talking, and only the players in the Demon Race Camp were left shouting on the World Channel. Of course, there are many guilds from the Demon Camp, and this is their base camp, although they have not joined Yifeng's Iron-Blooded Alliance and are also neutral guilds. They don't want Yifeng to be so rampant and want to take away the Demon Dragon City. At the same time, demon soldiers and demon elders also came to the city wall. These demon elders had already notified the imitators, but they never expected that the Lord of Xuanwu City would actually initiate a fight with them. His Majesty the Demon Emperor reports an urgent battle. Demon Dragon City has been declared war by Xuanwu City. The Demon Emperor was sitting on the throne, looking at the returns from the Demon Clan elders below. He couldn't help but frown. The Lord of Xuanwu City actually took the initiative to declare war. Isn't this looking for death? Moreover, I haven't done anything to them for several months. Yet they dare to come and do something to me. The Demon King asked, "Have you seen anyone else?" Especially Yifeng. The Demon Elder nodded and said, "I saw it. But I didn't find the Lord of Xuanwu City. It seems that this battle was initiated by Yifeng." Humph. I just said that Xuanwu City would always have the courage to go against me. And it turns out it's this guy again. Your Majesty the Demon Emperor. What should we do now? Huh? What else can I do? He dared to come to our Demon Imperial City a few days ago. And today he declared war on me. This kid really thinks he's going to kill me. The Demon Elder asked, "Did His Majesty the Demon Emperor ask them to take action?" Of course not. They only have one chance to attack, and they can only use it on this Yifeng. I want to leave them for the Pope. That? You go and deal with it first. If you really can't handle it, I will rush over immediately to help you. Yes, His Majesty the Demon Emperor. They know that they can't beat people like Yifeng. If there are imitations to back them up, then they won't be afraid. The battle started soon. It was not that simple for my husband to polish the Dragon City. As a component of Magic Dragon City, its defense capabilities are extremely strong. So Yifeng and others used a large number of engineering equipment to temporarily be unable to get close to the gate of Magic Dragon City. But at the same time, Yifeng waved his hand, and a pet appeared in front of Yifeng. It was the pig's foot that he had not seen for a long time. The pig's foot appeared in front of Yifeng, still the same size as before, and had not transformed into its true form. Yifeng touched the pig's trotter's head and said, "After months of hard training, I don't know how much you have grown now. Let me see how much you are capable of. Transform into a dragon." Pigfoot roared, and a loud dragon roar came out from his small body. A huge monster soon appeared in front of many players. Chapter 632 The War Begins. The pig's feet, which had not been seen for a long time, turned into a dragon, and were up to 100 meters long this time. The real adult dragon appeared in front of Yifeng, which was much larger than the underage dragon body of Pig's Foot before. Pig's feet stood in front of Yifeng, blocking everyone's view. Every time he breathed, he felt like flames were coming out of his nostrils. Yifeng could clearly feel the fiery temperature emanating from Pig's Foot's body, which was the opposite of Ice Phoenix Fairy. The Ice Phoenix Fairy is an ice dragon and a pig's foot, but it is a fire dragon. Yifeng jumped on the pig's leg, landed directly on the back of the pig, and then quickly ran to the top of the pig's head. This pet is also a trouble when it gets big, and it is very troublesome. The length of 100 meters is not short. Yifeng finally came to the top of Pig's foot, patted Pig's foot on the head and said, "It's up to you, big guy. Break open the city gate." Pig's foot growled lowly in response to Yifeng's words. However, after the appearance of Yifeng's dragon pet, it aroused heated discussions among many players. Players on the side of the Iron-Blooded Alliance were very surprised because Yifeng did not take out his pet for a long time. You must know that Yifeng's combat effectiveness is extremely high without the help of any pets. But now that his pet has appeared, his combat power may have doubled. And even the Demon King may not be able to do it well. At the same time, players from the Demon Camp were a little scared. Such a big dragon was placed in front of them, enough to kill them in an instant. They were already suffering terribly. They were besieged by Yifeng and others in Demon Dragon City. Now that a giant dragon came, wouldn't their hopes be dashed? However, the elders of the Demon Clan are not afraid of the giant dragon, although they frowned after seeing it appear in the play. They will not be so afraid when they think about the Demon King as their backing. Damn it. Is this Yifeng a player? It's too perverted to have such a big dragon as a pet. That's right. Why are you fighting? You can just wait to die. The morale of the players on the Demon Elite side was suddenly low, because there was already a scattered mess on that side, and everyone was doing their own thing. Unlike Yifeng's Iron Blood Alliance, there is a unified management and unified system. The bombardment of siege equipment and defensive equipment did not prevent the appearance of Pig's feet. After receiving Yifeng's order, Pigfoot waved his wings and floated in the air. There is a large amount of flames gathering in the mouth, and the temperature of the flames is getting higher and higher, and the brightness is getting brighter and brighter. Boom! Finally, it sprayed out a strong flame bomb, directly attacking the Demon Camp's defensive barrier. The barrier was blown crookedly, but it did not break. Since it failed once, the pig's feet once again spit out a mouthful of flames. Cracks appeared in the originally twisted barrier, and soon the cracks spread faster and faster, until there was a final click sound. The barrier was broken. After the barrier was broken, the pig's feet were extremely fast, and flew directly to the main gate of Demon Dragon City. His huge wings waved towards the city wall, and a violent storm blew up on the city wall. Ordinary players were blown away without even being able to resist, and even some low-level players were instantly killed. Damn dragon. Do you really think no one can cure you? The demon elders moved out. They were not afraid of the dragon. But at the same time, Yifeng and others also moved. Yifeng wanted to let the giant dragon break through the city gate, but he didn't want him to be the main attack point to fight against the demon elders and others. The dragon raises its head. Yifeng's moves directly repelled the demon elders, who wanted to stop the pig's feet. Yifeng shouted, "Blow open the city gate for me." The pig's foot was extremely obedient and directly attacked the city gate. The heavy city gate was directly hit with a hole. At the same time, the dragon's big foot stepped directly on the city gate that had originally broken a hole. After crushing the city gate, the pig's feet let out a dragon roar, flew directly into the sky, entered the city, and started killing. The demon elder knew that he was completely out of control this time. They never thought that Yifeng had no help from the dragon before. But this time a dragon would appear, completely disrupting their plan. And they had to ask the demon emperor for help in advance, because the appearance of pig's feet completely changed the battlefield pattern. A large number of demon soldiers were attacking the protagonist, but ordinary demon soldiers could not kill such a giant pig's trotters. At the same time, a large number of human camp players rushed into Demon Dragon City. A large number of players from the demon camp and players from the human camp started a confrontation, and the national defense points of the demon camp and the human camp began to increase wildly. Every time you kill a player from the demon camp or the human camp, you will get 1 point to protect the country. Moreover, players in the human camp have already obtained many national protection point medals in many previous battles, and those with the highest level have already reached level 4. Players in the demon camp can only reach 2 levels of resurrection medal points at most. Most of them only have 1 level of medals, and the gap is huge. However, the players in the demon camp resisted extremely fiercely. After all, this is their only main city, and the city entrance is so big. There are still a large number of human players outside the city, and are not allowed to come in. However, the 5 demon elders in Demon Dragon City were all restrained, and could not free up their manpower to ask the demon emperor for help. The masters on Yifeng's side can be said to have entangled the demon elders to death. It is only a matter of time before they want to kill them. After all, the demon elders have a lot of health. Not only do they have high attack and defense and high health, but they can also dodge attacks. But even so, there are only 5 Demon King elders. No matter how powerful he is, he can't defeat the siege from Yifeng's side. Damn human race. You bully the minority with more. What kind of heroes are you? Chu Tianai said, what do I have to say to you demons? The cost of this demon dragon belongs to our human race. We just get back what belongs to us. Puff. Just as the demon elder and Chu Tian were talking, a shadow appeared behind the demon elder, and the dagger in his hand pierced the demon elder's back. Looking at the dagger passing through from behind, the demon elder roared and shook the figure behind him away. That person is none other than Ing. Your salary is already high, and your attack angle is also tricky. This attack directly put this demon elder into a weak state. Ing said, I'll deal with the others. You guys take care of them. No problem. It's really scary for you to show up so unexpectedly. Fortunately, we are teammates. Shadow glanced at Chu Tianai and said, it's good to know. If any of you dare to betray Yifeng, you will end up like him. Master, what are you talking about? How could I betray the boss? Do you agree? Yes. Absolutely not. Chapter 633 The Demon King arrives. The demon camp has been completely suppressed. If nothing happens, it will only be a matter of time to capture the demon dragon city. However, demon soldiers on the demon camp's side are appearing continuously, and Yifeng doesn't know how to capture the demon dragon city. Unlike their territory, which requires knocking down energy crystal towers, there are no energy crystal towers for them to knock down here. In the end, the victory over Demon Dragon City should be based on the casualty comparison. If Yifeng's casualties are smaller than those on Demon Dragon City's side, and the advantage is greater, he should be able to successfully win Demon Dragon City. Judging from the current situation, it will be a matter of time before the Demon Dragon City is captured. But we don't know when the Demon King will appear, because Yifeng is standing in front of the teleportation array at the moment. As long as the imitation appears in the teleportation, he will stop him immediately. Originally, Yifeng wanted to smash the teleportation array, but no matter what, Yifeng couldn't do it. Maybe this was also a system setting, and system items could not be destroyed. So Yifeng had to stand in front of the teleportation array, waiting for the Demon Emperor to arrive. Among the 5 Demon Elders, one of them, who was attacked by Ing just now, was almost dead. Even if he is about to die, this Demon Elder is still desperate to rush towards the teleportation array. It's a pity that Yifeng is standing in front of the teleportation formation and won't let him escape so easily. Yifeng still needs the souls of these Demon Elders, although he doesn't know what the use of these souls is. This ring will not harm him. The Demon Elder who was about to die finally pushed Chu Tianai and Zheng Kai beside him towards the teleportation array. But the golden sword in Yifeng's hand is not for nothing. If Yifeng uses the dark magician profession, it may not do much harm to the Demon Elders. But using the law enforcer profession will double the damage to the Demon Elders. Penalty! A golden lightsaber fell from the sky and hit the Demon Elder. The Demon Elder, who was still alive, was penetrated by the golden lightsaber falling from the sky. Ah! Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on killing the Demon Elder and gaining 100 points for protecting the country. In fact, the resurrection points for killing a Demon Elder are not worth 100 points. But because it was killed by Yifeng and others together, everyone shares a little. Xiao He and others also rushed to Yifeng. Xiao He kicked the dead Demon Elder and said, you still want to escape without looking at who is in front of you. That's my boss. Yifeng said, pick up the things and go help others. Yes. Except for Xiao He, who went to pick up things. Everyone else rushed to the other 4 elders' place to help them. Yifeng looked at the ring in his hand, which contained the souls of 15 Demon Elders. I don't know what the use of the souls of these Demon Elders is. But no matter what, these Demon Elders will be killed anyway. And then I will know what their use is. While Yifeng was looking at the ring, a figure flashed past him and disappeared into the teleportation array. What is this? Yifeng raised his head and looked at his place. The 4 elders were still entangled. Who was the person who just entered? It was obvious that someone had escaped. Could it be the 6th Demon Elder? But isn't the Demon Defense City always guarded by 5 Demon Elders? If you run away, run away. The appearance of the Demon Emperor is just a matter of time. Even if no one escapes, Yifeng believes that the Demon Emperor will definitely appear in the end. This is a game routine. A demon general knelt in front of the demon emperor in the demon emperor city and said, His Majesty the demon emperor is in trouble. Demon Dragon City has been attacked by Yifeng and others. And one of the elders has been killed by Yifeng. What? The demon king never expected that Yifeng and others would move so fast. The demon king was still thinking about waiting for his side to consume almost all of Yifeng's power before he went over. But he never expected that not long after the war started, his side would suffer heavy losses. Has the Demon Dragon City been captured? Yes. His Majesty the Demon King didn't know where Night Breeze got a giant dragon from. And he directly smashed our city gate into pieces. The giant dragon didn't see where Yifeng came from before. Are the guys from Dragon Valley also coming out to help Yifeng? Thinking about the power of the Demon Emperor in Dragon Valley, I shudder. On this continent, the Dragon Clan, as a very mysterious race, has almost no contact with the outside world. And their Dragon King can be said to be the one who stands at the highest point on the entire continent. Even if he joins forces with the Pope, he may not be a match for the Dragon King. If the Dragon Clan also participated in this battle, then the Demon King felt that he did not want this Demon Dragon City. It's not that the dragons are involved, but that the dragon is Yifeng's pet. Pet? This Yifeng is so bold and dares to take a giant dragon as a pet. Are you not afraid of being known by the Dragon King? Although I am not afraid of the Dragon King, it would indeed be a bit of a headache if the Dragon King really gets into trouble. But I didn't expect that Yifeng would dare to take a giant dragon as a pet. This man is really brave. How is the current situation in our Demon Dragon City? The situation is not optimistic. The reason why I was able to come here through the teleportation array is because Yifeng just killed my demon elder, and was distracted when I broke into the teleportation array, and came to you. That means Yifeng is waiting for me at the entrance of the teleportation array? It can be said that I should be waiting for you. Humph. You don't know your capabilities. You really think you can fight against me? Rubik's Cube stood up, and walked towards the teleportation array. Your Majesty the Demon Emperor. Do we need to go with you? Said an elder of the Demon Clan. It doesn't matter. If the Demon Dragon City is lost, it will be lost. But you can't suffer any more losses. I will try my best to save the other elders. Thank you so much for your kindness. His Majesty the Demon King. The Demon Emperor stood in front of the teleportation array in Demon Longcheng Demon Emperor City, and stepped into the teleportation array. Yifeng, who was standing in the Demon Dragon City, saw the abnormal fluctuations caused by the teleportation array, and knew that someone was coming. Yifeng stared at the teleportation closely, knowing that the person coming this time was probably the Demon Emperor. The moment a figure appeared at the entrance of the teleportation array, Yifeng launched an attack directly. Boom! A figure was blown away by the night wind, and hit the wall of the city. Instant kill? Yifeng took a closer look and saw that this was actually a demon soldier, not the Demon Emperor. And the Demon Emperor has already appeared at the entrance of the teleportation array. It seems that he has been prepared for a long time. Otherwise the sword in January would have been cut on him. Not the demon soldier. The Demon King stared at Yifeng and said, You are so courageous. You dare to sneak attack on me. Yifeng raised the long sword in his hand and said, I can't talk about a sneak attack. I just want to surprise you. Humph. Now that I'm here, don't think about causing trouble in my Demon Dragon City. Chapter 634, Ancient Artifact Demon Refining Pot. The appearance of the Demon King brought some changes to the battlefield. As far as those demon soldiers are concerned, their entire combat attributes have increased after seeing the imitation. Not to mention those demon elders. The strength of the Demon Clan elders increased greatly after seeing the appearance of the Demon Emperor. But this was only a short-term matter. If the long-term imitation did not overwhelmingly defeat Yifeng, I am afraid that the Demon Clan's Demon Dragon City would still have to be attacked by Yifeng. Down. The Demon Emperor didn't talk nonsense to Yifeng, and the two soon stood fighting together. The Demon King's attack power has not changed at all compared to before. But Yifeng's attack power is completely different. The previous Yifeng was not even level 75. But now Yifeng is a full level 80. Yifeng's level and the Demon Emperor's level are shortening. So Yifeng's combat effectiveness is stronger. Even though the Demon King has level 91 and Yifeng is only level 80. Which is 11 levels different. It doesn't matter to Yifeng. Because Yifeng is a strong person in the bigger realm. And there seems to be some connection between the outside world and here. Yifeng's ability will be greatly increased. It is precisely because of this increase in abilities that level 80 masters, like Yifeng, have become more powerful, making it difficult for the Demon King to fight. Yifeng's movements were erratic, but Mimic took advantage of his higher level, and used his body to withstand Yifeng's attacks. He is not afraid of Yifeng's attack at all. But if this continues for a long time, the Demon Emperor's body will definitely be unable to bear it. So it is impossible for the Demon Emperor to let Yifeng treat him like this for a long time. The Demon King's positioning is also very smart. And Yifeng's attacks don't mean that he can hit his body every time. But the Demon King found that his intention to attack Yifeng and before was completely different. When fighting Yifeng before, Mimic discovered that he could hit Yifeng no matter what, and even seriously injure him. But now it's different. I haven't touched the corner of the opponent's clothes for a long time. I am the Demon King. I haven't even touched the corner of the opponent's clothes. Isn't it too nonsense? You are growing up so fast. I really regret not locking you up until death. Yifeng said, I have no regrets. It's a pity that you are nothing more than this in my eyes now. Uh-huh. Do you really think this is all my demon's ability is? Yifeng laughed and said, Are you going to use that trick to devour gods and demons again? Do you know that this trick of yours has shortcomings? The Demon King still remembered that he had a huge advantage when he used it for the first time. But every time he used this skill after that, he would be attacked from behind. Therefore, the Demon King will not use that skill again without ensuring the safety of his back. The Demon King smiled sinisterly and said, Swallowed gods and demons is one of my more powerful skills. Since you have broken it, of course I have other things I can show you. Yifeng is also very curious. What other trump cards does the current Demon King have? Can he limit himself? But at this moment, when Yifeng and the Demon King were entangled, another Demon Elder screamed and fell from the air. He fell heavily at the Demon Emperor's feet and died tragically without a sound. Things exploded all over the place. But in the eyes of the Demon King, it was an angry rage. Yifeng could clearly feel the Demon Emperor's anger. Yifeng shouted, Everyone, quickly step back. The Demon Emperor is about to use his ultimate move. It was precisely because of the death of this Demon Elder that the Demon Emperor was completely angry. In front of the Demon Emperor, an object appeared in the void, making Yifeng and others dare not approach it. This is something like an alchemy furnace. But the appearance of this thing actually caused the world to change color, and the sky throughout the game turned blood red. Such a scene change makes many players find it very strange. Although the players in the human camp currently have a large advantage, they are extremely uneasy watching the Demon Emperor's movements. After all, the Demon King is not someone to be trifled with. Especially after something like that appears. The whole world changes color. It is obviously a terrifying murder weapon. When the Demon King touched that thing, his whole person became extremely bloodthirsty. The ancient artifact. The Demon Refining Pot. I want to see how long Yifeng can bear it. Take it. Yifeng has never heard of the ancient artifact. Is this an existence more terrifying than the main artifact? Yifeng looked at the Demon Refining Pot in the hands of the Demon Emperor with great fear. But before Yifeng could react, he was directly sucked into the so-called Demon Refining Pot. When Yifeng was taken in, the Demon Emperor's laughter resounded throughout the battlefield. If you enter my Demon Refining Pot, even if I don't refine you to death, you will be locked up for the rest of your life. Damn it. The boss was sucked in. He won't die. Chu Tianai said, the president is not dead at all, but was sucked into it. He is probably locked up. You see, his level has not dropped, and his blood volume has not dropped, because they were teamed up with Yifeng. He knew Yifeng's current situation, but soon Yin Yu discovered that he was unable to contact Yifeng. What should I do if he is in a special situation and cannot make contact at the moment? Chu Tianai rubbed his fists and said, What else can we do? The president has been imprisoned by him. How can we not rescue him? Come on! Chu Tianai took the lead in attacking the Demon Emperor. Unfortunately, they were not Yifeng, and they did not have the same abilities as Yifeng. Therefore, if more than a dozen people besieged the Demon Emperor, it would be a draw at best, and they could not kill each other. Yifeng's current location is in the Demon Refining Pot. Yifeng looked around, and saw that the place was very closed, and there was no way to get out. Yifeng tried to open the space in front of him with a golden sword in his hand. But at most it made a sound of metal collision, and could not be opened at all. What's going on? Am I really going to be locked up? The design of this game is a bit perverted. But no one came to answer Yifeng. Currently, Yifeng can only get out on his own. This place looked empty with the naked eye. But there was an unpleasant smell of blood in the air. This Demon Refining Pot is not really for refining demonic beasts. Right? But I'm a human being. So what's the use of training me? Ahem. Yinon Lake can not only practice calligraphy with monsters, but can also be used as a begging for mercy to seal the enemy. A voice sounded in Yifeng's mind. Yifeng knew that the guy had spoken again. But now, he could only ask this guy to see if he could do anything. You know this stuff? Isn't this nonsense? I created this ring. Do I not know about it? Yifeng rolled his eyes and said. Then explained quickly. If you can't let me out, I won't believe you did this even to death. You are a liar. Okay. Even this piece of shit can control you. I'm really convinced. Chapter 6 3569 Methods. This demon refining pot. I spent a lot of time on it. Yifeng said with a long face. Seriously? Okay. This demon refining pot is not a real demon refining pot, but a fake demon refining pot that I made based on the real demon refining pot. It is not fake either. Fake? What does this mean? It means if it's fake, there must be some flaws. If it's really being controlled by the real demon refining pot, there's nothing I can do about it. Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was a lie. If it were true, he would definitely be doomed. Even this guy wouldn't be able to find a solution on his own. Since it's a lie, then tell me how to get out. Actually, this demon refining pot was originally used by me to refine the heavenly demons. Of course, the heavenly demons at that time were just minor characters. At my mercy. Yifeng rolled his eyes and said secretly, you guys are also good at telling lies. If I were really at your mercy, how could the demon be so arrogant now? Don't believe it. Don't you smell the smell of blood in this demon refining pot? A little bit indeed. That's right. I have trained millions of demons with this thing. It's a pity that the imitation demon refining talisman is an imitation after all. And the demons I have refined are defective products at best. What do you mean? The refining of the heavenly demon is a defective product. And you created the heavenly demon? That's not true. The defective products of the heavenly demon I mentioned were refined into my own subordinates. It's a pity that most of them were disabled by me, or were trained to death by me. There are not many who can really succeed in training. But after success, the demon is extremely terrifying. And he only listens to me. Yifeng asked, this is not what I want to ask. What I am asking you now is how do I get out? It's easy to get out. Just smash this demon refining pot. Damn it. I'm in the demon refining pot now. How can I break it? Can't you contact other people? Just ask them to smash it. Yifeng really wanted to beat him to death with a stick. He couldn't contact the outside world. Where do you want me to find them? Is there any other way? This method definitely won't work. Of course there is. The second way is to make this demon refining pot yours. However, this thing has already been claimed by the Demon King. I guess you don't have that ability. Yifeng said, isn't it just force recognition of the master? I've heard of this stuff. It's difficult, but it's doable. Tell me how to do it. It's very simple. Draw a circle and write Shemale inside. I am your master. Yifeng almost fell down. Is this recognition a bit hasty? Isn't it a bit perfunctory? After all, it is a replica of an ancient artifact. Your method of identifying the owner is a bit too perfunctory. Are you sure this is okay? I don't read much. So don't lie to me. Believe it or not, you will be locked in there for the rest of your life. Yifeng had no choice but to accept the reality. What did this guy think at the beginning? This method is simply ridiculous. But Yifeng still did what the guy said. First he drew a circle, and then wrote demon refining pot. I am your master inside. Then Yifeng saw the circle he drew and the word radiating a light. And then nothing happened. Yifeng looked at it for a long time. Then stamped his foot and cursed. I drew a circle and cursed you. Your uncle. You lied to me, and you didn't react at all. I remember that I was not wrong. Is your method wrong? Yifeng said with hatred. I'm sure the method you mentioned is the only fool to admit his mistake in such a perfunctory way. The guy continued. What I'm saying is that the way you draw circles and write is wrong. Dear me. Is there something wrong with my circle? Is there something wrong with my handwriting? Why is there a problem? I didn't say there was something wrong with your circles. Nor did I say there was something wrong with your handwriting. I said there was something wrong with your posture when you drew. Yifeng frowned and said, posture? You just drew while squatting. Why don't you try standing on your head? Yifeng rolled his eyes, suppressed the anger in his heart, and said, I promise I won't beat you when you come out. You think I'm stupid. I won't go out. Whether you like to draw or not. I can't be bothered to care about you. Yifeng's face was dark. Is this guy trying to trick himself? Does he really have to stand on his head to draw this circle and write that word? After waiting for a long time, Yifeng finally gave in. He drew a circle while standing on his head and wrote, "I am your master" on the demon refining pot. This time it was the same as before. The circles and words emitted a light. And then nothing happened. Dang! Yi Feng struck the inner wall of the demon refining pot with his sword, making a metallic sound. "You come out!" Oops. Mistake. Mistake. Maybe not handstand, but doggy style. Yi Feng shouted, "Come out!" "Don't worry. How will you know if you don't try?" Yi Feng felt that this guy must be doing the whole chicken. There was nothing wrong with his posture. It's obvious that the way of identifying the owner is wrong. How can you draw a circle and write a few words to identify the owner? This is too perfunctory. I'll draw a circle and curse your uncle. If you lie to me again, don't let me see you next time. Among the king ring. Another Yi Feng said with a playful look on his face, "Oh, you should try it first. If the dog crawling style is not right, then fish for the moon in the sea. If it still doesn't feel right, then change to the Lotzi donkey rolling style." Yi Feng's face became darker and darker. This guy was definitely trying to trick him. But Yi Feng endured it in order to get out. What if it was really right? It is impossible for him to be trapped in this for the rest of his life. People outside are still waiting for him. Next, Yi Feng started to draw circles in various postures. The guy hiding in the king's ring realm laughed so hard. "Uh-huh. It's so funny. So funny. Uh-huh. I can't do it anymore. Ha-ha." However, Yi Feng did not hear his heartbreaking laughter. If Yi Feng knew about it, he would definitely fight him to the death. But Yi Feng used a total of 69 postures, and none of them was correct. Yi Feng had already realized that this guy was definitely playing tricks on himself. Yi Feng said coldly, "Isn't it funny?" I only heard a suppressed laughter voice coming from inside. "What's funny? Did you succeed? Is my pose funny?" "It's not funny." "It's no wonder it's not funny. My abdominal muscles hurt from laughing." "Uh-huh. It's okay. I can't hold it in anymore. Let me laugh." Yi Feng listened to this guy's laughter indifferently. After the guy finished laughing, Yi Feng asked again, how to recognize the master. "Okay. Don't laugh. Who asked you to use 69 kinds of knowledge to confirm? This is because the other party has recognized you first, and needs to decipher its recognition status. So the previous ones are all foreshadowing. And what follows is real." Yi Feng suppressed the anger in his heart and said, "If you don't succeed this time, the next time I go to the king's ring, I will roast you like a codfish." Chapter 636, Conquering the Demon Refining Pot. "Don't worry. I didn't lie to you." Yi Feng thought about the actions he had taken before, and one day he would bring this guy back. Yi Feng said, "Then tell me what it is. Just draw a circle and write inside. It says Demon Refining Pot. I am your master. Right? Right. That is it." Yi Feng couldn't bear it any longer and said angrily, "Get out of here right now. If I don't beat you to death, I will take your last name." "Okay. My surname is Yi anyway. If you beat me to death, my surname will be Yi. If you don't beat me to death, my surname will be Yi. What's the difference?" Yi Feng gritted his teeth and said, "What if it still doesn't work this time?" I only heard a very gentle voice saying, "Cold salad. Damn it. You're trying to trick me again. Don't think that because you taught me those things, I don't dare to do anything to you." The man in the king's ring said, "I can guarantee that this time it will be successful." Yi Feng held back his breath, stretched out his hand, drew a circle, and then wrote in the circle, "Demon Refining Pot. I am your master." At this moment, the voice came to Yi Feng's ears again, saying, "Write one later." Yi Feng frowned and said, "What are you doing again?" "No. Just add the word "ah" after that." Yi Feng directly added the word "ah" after "I am your master," and it became "I am your master." Wait for the moment of competition in the night wind. Wait for the aperture and font to emit a flowing light. Compared with the previous flash, this time the flash was actually fluid. And in the next moment, the words written by Yi Feng had disappeared into the demon refining pot. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on successfully becoming the owner of the ancient artifact demon refining pot. After seeing this system prompt, Yi Feng knew that this guy really didn't lie to him. But why did he add the word "ah" instead of adding it before? This guy must be deceiving himself. "Look, I didn't lie to you. Right? Then why didn't you tell me to write one more word before? Didn't I tell you? In order to destroy the opponent's master recognition system." Yi Feng didn't believe his lies. It was obvious that the other party didn't tell him. After getting the ancient artifact, the demon refining pot, Yi Feng directly opened the attributes of the artifact. A series of functions that can torture the demon fox in front of Yifeng appear in front of Yifeng. In addition to the word receive used by the demon emperor before, there are also the word refining, the word attack, and the word defense. A total of 4 words. 4 characters represent 4 functions. First of all, Yifeng has realized the horror of closing characters. If the demon king used Lianzi, I'm afraid he would have died long ago. I can't wait until now. The demon king was just trying to control himself instead of killing himself. After controlling himself, he would be more advantageous in fighting in Demon Dragon City. If he killed himself, Yifeng could quickly resurrect and join the battle again. This was of no benefit to the Rubik's Cube. So he had to install Yifeng. Yifeng looked at the attributes of the 4 characters. In fact, the interval between each attack is 5 minutes, which means the cooling time is 5 minutes. Collection. Targets whose level is lower than your own will be automatically sucked into it as soon as your name is called. Except for bosses. Refining. You can kill players who have been sucked into the demon refining pot, or refine the wild beasts into your own to provide yourself with more powerful combat power. Attack. An attack launched by the demon refining pot. The demon refining pot is 100 times larger and directly hits the target, ignoring any target defense and causing real damage. Defense provides defense for the user, able to withstand all damage for 10 seconds. Except for how powerful that attack was, Yifeng didn't know. But the other 3 were all extremely powerful beings. Yifeng couldn't wait to go out and use this demon refining pot. And he didn't know what the battlefield was like outside. If he wants to go out, Yifeng can leave just by silently reciting the word get out in his heart. Go out. Today's demon refining pot is already Yifeng's ancient artifact. After Yifeng silently left the demon refining pot, he directly left the demon refining pot and came to the outside world. At the same time, the moment Yifeng appeared, the demon emperor was fighting with others. Boom! Everyone didn't know what happened, but they saw the demon refining pot in Mimic's hand slamming into the demon emperor and then bounced away. The next moment, Yifeng appeared in front of everyone, holding the demon refining pot in his hand. After Yifeng came out and saw everyone taking a look at the angry demon king, Yifeng couldn't help but laugh. Thank you so much for the ancient artifact presented by the demon emperor. The demon king was extremely angry. This ancient artifact, the demon refining pot, was his own. Why did he completely disobey his orders and fall into Yifeng's hands? Return the demon refining pot to me quickly. Yifeng said, you should come and get it. How could the demon emperor who owned the demon refining pot not know how powerful the demon refining pot was? This demon refining pot is one of his trump cards. Losing the demon refining pot simply weakens the strength of the demon clan. The demon king said angrily, Yifeng, please return the demon refining pot to me quickly. Our previous grudges will be wiped out. If you want Demon Dragon City, I will give it to you too. Yifeng held the demon refining pot in his hand and said with a playful expression, I didn't expect this thing to be so important to you. It's a pity that it is mine now. The ancient artifact, the demon refining pot, has clearly recognized me as its master. Why did it suddenly become yours? What did you do in it? What did you do? Thinking about what he had done in the demon refining pot before, Yifeng couldn't help but feel embarrassed. It was better not to remember such things. You don't care what I did. Anyway, this demon refining pot belongs to me now. Come and grab it if you have the ability. How could the demon emperor, who knew the demon refining pot was so powerful, give it to Yifeng so easily? Give it back, damn it. Speaking of the demon emperor, he rushed towards Yifeng desperately. For Yifeng, the Lianzi and collection characters in the demon fox had no effect on the current demon emperor. But Yifeng wanted to see how powerful the demon refining pot's attack characters were. Powerful. Seeing the demon emperor strike with all his strength, Yifeng knew that the demon emperor was bound to win this demon refining pot. The demon refining pot. Attack! After Yifeng issued the order, the demon refining pot suspended in Yifeng's hand rotated at a very fast speed and then quickly enlarged. When it reached the size larger than Yifeng, it flew out violently. At this time, when the demon emperor saw the demon refining pot flying over, he obviously did not dare to fight head-on. He wanted to move to avoid it. But he ignored the demon refining pot as an ancient artifact. How could it be so easy to dodge? Boom! After imitating and dodging one after another, he was still hit by the demon refining pot and was pinned to the ground by the demon refining pot. Minus 500,000. The blood volume of 1 to minus 500,000 floated out from the demon emperor's head, directly reducing the demon emperor's health volume by January 3rd. Damn. This thing is so scary. It can cause 500,000 damage. Even other players present felt their scalps go numb when they saw it. After hitting the Demon King, the demon refining pot quickly returned to Yifeng's hands and quickly shrank. Chapter 637 Conquering the Demonic Dragon City. What is it that I have in Yifeng's hand that can deal such high damage? Isn't this thing in the hands of the Demon Emperor just now? Now it has become Yifeng's. This is too scary. Yifeng has taken all of the Demon Emperor's things away. What a fart at such a late hour. Now the ancient artifact demon refining pot in the hands of the Demon King has fallen into Yifeng's hands. And Yifeng used this demon refining pot to deal 500,000 damage. Which shows how terrifying this thing is. Although the Demon Emperor lost 500,000 damage, it did not affect him. Although he was a little injured, he could still stand in front of Yifeng alive and well. The Demon Emperor glared at Yifeng and said, I don't know how you bind the user to become yours. But don't think that just because you have the demon refining pot, you have the capital to go against me. Yifeng looked at the demon refining pot in his hand. This thing was really beyond his imagination. Such a terrifying thing. Even if Chu Tianai and others attack from the outside, they probably won't be able to break it. Fortunately, they are not stupid enough to let them break this demon refining pot. Thinking of this, Yifeng once again despised that person in Wang Jie. This guy always wanted to cheat him. Yifeng said, now that I have this demon refining pot in my hand, let's see what other things you can come up with to fight me. So what if you own the demon refining pot? I, the Demon King, have so many divine weapons in my hands. Yifeng knew that the Demon King could actually come up with this terrifying demon refining pot. So there should be other things. But it is not clear yet whether other things can be used to deal with Yifeng. Yifeng said to Chu Tianai and others, you go deal with the others. Leave the Demon Emperor to me. Okay. Boss. Be careful. Yesterday, they also waited for a group of masters to attack the other demons. The two Demon Kings were very anxious. Originally, he came here just to rescue those demon elders. But now it seems impossible. After all, his demon refining pot has become Yifeng's possession inexplicably. Yifeng stared at the Demon Emperor. As long as this guy made any movement, Yifeng would definitely attack him with the demon refining pot. However, the Demon Emperor has not moved. But the entire battlefield has been observed. And Yifeng has not made any movement. Because it is definitely not that simple to kill the Demon Emperor. The attack of the demon refining pot can only be used once every 5 minutes. But the demon refining pot belonged to the Demon Emperor before. So he must know its function. The reason why I used the demon refining pot to attack the Demon Emperor just now was because I was caught by surprise. It's hard to say the second time. After all, the Demon King is the top boss. Some of the remaining demon elders are already in danger. The Demon King wants to save them. But there is nothing he can do now. Yifeng just stopped the Demon Emperor from taking action. The Demon Emperor stared at Yifeng coldly and said, Yifeng, remember this? I will definitely make you pay the price in the future. Yifeng said coldly, why bother others? Let's settle it today. Snort. The Demon King gave a cold shout, turned around and walked into the teleportation array, leaving Demon Dragon City. The moment after the Demon King left, the morale of the Demon Clan completely dropped. And even the Demon Clan elders knew their fate. I don't know if it was the Demon Emperor's order, but these demon elders actually self-destructed when they were last dying. The players on Yifeng's side suffered heavy losses. But even so, the Iron-Blooded Alliance on Yifeng's side, and players from the human camp have already occupied most of the demonic Dragon City. Players from the demon camp saw that Demon Dragon City was helpless. And they also put down their weapons and left Demon Dragon City. If they continue to fight like this, they can only give points to the players in the human camp. About half an hour later, all the demon soldiers had been cleared away. After Xiaohei killed the last demon soldier from the demon camp, a system prompt resounded throughout the server. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the players in the human camp for successfully retaking Qinglong City and gaining full firepower for 7 days. It's full firepower again, with a 10% increase in attack and 1,000 points of physical defense. The most important thing is that it lasts for 7 days, which is quite a long-term state. And after this battle, many players, especially the masters, have reached level 5 in protecting their country points. And Yifeng is one of them, because he took this task. At the moment when Magic Dragon City was conquered, Yifeng's national defense medal had reached the full level. It was also at this time that all the major city lords had arrived at Qinglong City. At the same time, the royal family's envoys also came. Because the emperor was previously restricted, only the royal family's envoys could come. All the major city lords came to congratulate Yi Feng. Congratulations to Yi Feng. And congratulations to the Lord of Xuanwu City for finally successfully taking over Qinglong City and returning peace to our human race. Brother Yi Feng is still brave enough to recapture Qinglong City so quickly. Yi Feng responded politely. Standing among these groups, Yi Feng did not seem to be inferior. He even vaguely felt that the city lords were dominated by him. Although those players didn't know what happened, it was enough that they won the battle and gained benefits. Yi Feng arranged for Chu Tianai and others to disband all the members and act independently, while Yi Feng waited here for the arrival of the royal envoy. If such a big thing happened, the system would definitely make arrangements. And Yi Feng also received such a reminder. Yi Feng and the major city lords stood on the city wall. Today's Qinglong City has lost its black color, and the appearance of Demon Dragon City has completely changed, returning to the original appearance of Qinglong City. Not long after, the royal envoy arrived with the imperial edict in hand. Congratulations to all the city lords for successfully retaking Qinglong City and bringing glory to our royal family. The Lord of Xuanwu City laughed and said, "This is all Yi Feng's ability. I'm just here to join in the fun and take advantage of it." That's right. The underground can't treat him badly. Lords of the city lords, don't worry. I'm here just to reward the Yi Feng warrior. Oh no. I'm going to call him the Yi City Lord soon. By God's blessing, the Emperor decreed that today, Warrior Yi Feng will recapture Qinglong City for our human race and promote our human race's national prestige. There is still a lack of a city lord of Qinglong City, so the position of city lord will be taken by Warrior Yi Feng, and a reward of 10,000 taels of gold will be given. I admire this. Thank you, Your Majesty the Emperor. Brother Yi Feng, I'm going to call you City Lord Yi this time. Yi Feng said, luck is really luck. City Lord Yi is extremely courageous and powerful. It is natural for him to take the position of City Lord. Yes. You should have been the City Lord for a long time. Thank you very much for your support. Qinglong City will hold a grand banquet tonight. I hope that all the city lords and father-in-laws will come to visit me. Definitely. I have to go back to resume my life, so I'll say goodbye. Go well, father-in-law. City Lord Yi, I will definitely come in the evening. Lord Yi has just taken office, and there should be a lot of things to do, so we won't disturb you. I'll take my leave first. Chapter 638 settled in Qinglong City. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on becoming the Lord of Qinglong City. Please go to the Lord's Mansion of Qinglong City immediately. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations on obtaining the Qinglong City City Lord nameplate. This nameplate cannot be hidden, and will always be displayed above your head. Soon the word City Lord of Qinglong City were displayed above Yi Feng's head. At the same time, Yi Feng also gained a status, which belonged to the status of City Lord. For Yi Feng, this state is equivalent to improving Yi Feng's combat ability. Permanently increases Yi Feng's attack damage by 20. Permanently increases Yi Feng's defense by 2,000 points. And permanently increases blood volume by 5,000 points. As a result, Yi Feng's blood volume has reached more than 20,000, which is twice as much as other warriors' human shields. Looking at the handsome City Lord sign above Yi Feng, Xiaohei said with envy, "Boss, your avatar and brand name are so handsome. Lord of Qinglong City, can you be an official for me?" Yi Feng looked through his permissions and found that he could indeed appoint players or NPCs as officials, but only in Qinglong City. Yi Feng said, "Let's go. Follow me to the City Lord's mansion to see how my mansion is doing now." Okay. Where is the City Lord's mansion? Am I the City Lord's wife now? Yi Feng looked at Zissou dotingly and said with a smile, "Of course from now on you will be the wife of the City Lord of Qinglong City. And so will you Yinyu." Saying that, Yi Feng directly sent an invitation to Qinglong City to Zissou and Yinyu. After the moment they accepted it, the same name tag as Yi Feng appeared on their heads, but behind it was written the wife of the Lord of Qinglong City. After this sign appears, who dares to take advantage of Yi Feng? There are already 2 of them. Boss, I want it too. Xiaohei looked at the name tags on Yinyu and Zissou's heads and wanted one very much. Yi Feng rolled his eyes and said, "I don't like men. Get out of here. Just give me a brother, the City Lord of Qinglong City, and that'll be it." Yi Feng vetoed it and said, "There is no such thing. Go to the city lord's mansion first and take a look. And then I will arrange something for you." Alright. When everyone arrived at the city lord's mansion, there were already housekeepers and servants arranged by the system for Yi Feng. "Welcome back the city lord and his wife," said an old housekeeper standing in front of the gate of the city lord's mansion in Qinglong City. The other NPC servants also echoed, and the formation seemed to be welcoming high-status officials. Yi Feng nodded and said, "Well, take me in for a visit." "Yes, Lord City Lord. Please come this way. I will take you to the living room first." Following the footsteps of the old housekeeper, Yi Feng and others came to the living room, the study, the back garden, the martial arts field, or the backyard. Anyway, the entire city lord's mansion is extremely huge, and Yi Feng's residence is also extremely huge. After the visit, Yi Feng and others came to the main hall again. Yi Feng said, "Old housekeeper, please go down first. I will call you if anything happens." Okay. Yi Feng opened his city lord's authority interface version, which contains all the military power of Qinglong City, and also records how many players and NPCs there are in Qinglong City. However, since Qinglong City is the newly recaptured main city, there are currently not many players here, but there are all NPCs. And the most important thing is that Yi Feng can actually sell his own defensive equipment and siege equipment openly, without having to go to the Lord of Xuanwu City to get them. Of course, there are also patrol guards and bodyguards guarding Qinglong City. The number of these NPCs is also around 1,000. Of course, there are also the leaders of these guard patrols. Anyway, Yi Feng is everything that other components should have. But there is one thing that Yi Feng is very happy about. That is, the taxes received by all players and NPCs in Qinglong City will be attributed to Yi Feng's account. Just after Yi Feng took office, his account, which was originally 0, has been slowly adding gold coins. This is still the beginning. Although for Yi Feng, the gold coins in the game are no longer that important. But who would think that he doesn't have enough money? Without the sponsorship of 200 million yuan, it would still be difficult for Yi Feng to support his iron-blooded alliance with just the profits from the game. Now a Qinglong City has been added, which is the main city, and has more funds than all of Yi Feng's territories combined. At the same time, in the palace, the emperor was being summoned by the royal elder in his training room. "I heard that Yi Feng has taken back Qinglong City?" "Yes, great elder. Not only that, I also gave Qinglong City to him." "Well, you did a good job. He took back this Qinglong City. There is no reason not to give it to him. If you change it, he will feel that our royal family is more courageous." "Great elder. What should we do next? This Yi Feng's ability is getting stronger and stronger. I'm afraid we won't be able to control him by then." The chief elder of the royal family looked at the emperor helplessly and said, "Do you think a main city can convince him? If he wants to be an enemy of our royal family, are you sure he lacks such a main city?" The emperor shook his head. Of course he knew that Yi Feng didn't care about this main city at all, and could seize the demon dragon city from the demon emperor. Even he didn't have the confidence. But Yi Feng actually did it. "Then great elder, how should we deal with what happens next? What else can you do? Keep waiting for me until I recover from my injury. Do you understand?" "Understood. But I have a question for the great elder. How are you studying the sword?" "You don't have to worry about it. Since I can get out of seclusion, it means that I can control him. As long as we meet each other, our royal family will still be the same royal family." "Understood. I won't disturb the great elder's healing. Get down." After the emperor left, he was extremely excited. The great elder was so confident. He must not be afraid of Yi Feng anymore. But now, he was suffering a little bit, and he had to endure Yi Feng. As the great elder of the royal family, he was seriously injured after studying the sword. He has been practicing in seclusion, and his injuries have not healed yet. But he has been able to temporarily control the sword. The sword looks like an ordinary sword, but if you study it in depth, the great elder discovers an extremely shocking thing. That is this sword, the ancient artifact Xianyuan sword. As long as he recovers from his injuries, with his strength, he should be able to bring out the power of this Xianyuan sword. By then, who in the entire continent will still be the opponent of their royal family? Like the demon refining pot in Yi Feng's hand, Xianyuan sword is an extremely powerful attack weapon. Even more powerful than the demon refining pot. You must know that the number 1 ancient artifact is the Xianyuan sword. And the demon refining pot in Yi Feng's hand is only the 9th among the top 10 ancient artifacts. Of course, Yi Feng didn't know much about these things. He just knew that the demon refining pot in his hand was not ordinary. Chapter 639 The military spirit enters the team. As a player, Yi Feng became one of the city lords in the fantasy world, which can be described as a shock wave in the player world. At the same time, after Yi Feng became the lord of Qilong City, another team joined Yi Feng's iron-blooded alliance. To me, this is the guild led by Bayonet, whom I discussed with Yi Feng before. The name of the guild led by Bayonet is Military Soul. The name of this guild sounds extremely passionate, but joining the iron-blooded alliance so suddenly made many players unhappy. If you join the iron-blooded alliance as an ordinary person, everyone will welcome you. But as soon as you join, you will become the fourth largest iron-blooded alliance union. Is this a bit too much? As the president of the Military Soul Guild, Bayonet certainly needs to explain these things. After all, Yi Feng said that whether it can stand is your problem. I am just bringing you in. If it doesn't work, you can get out. This is too much. They want to ride on our heads as soon as they come. Our union wants to be the fourth largest union, and they will never forget Min. They want to ride on our heads as soon as they come. Even our guild is a famous guild. When the top 10 guilds were ranked in the past, our guild ranked 15th. Although it is not as good as the top 10 guilds, it is not far behind. But even we cannot become the iron-blooded alliance, the fourth largest trade union. Why can their military spirit be so powerful? The leader doesn't know what happened, but he actually made such a guild become the fourth largest guild. For a time, the entire Iron Blood Alliance was talking about it. It was obvious that the Military Soul Guild had settled in, causing a lot of dissatisfaction. It was at this time that Bayonet stood up and spoke on the entire Alliance channel. Hello all allies. I am Bayonet, the guild leader of Military Soul. I know that our Military Soul has entered the Iron-Blooded Alliance and has become the fourth largest guild. You are very dissatisfied. Aren't you talking nonsense? Of course we are not satisfied. Why do you sit on our heads and stand side by side with the three major guilds as soon as you come here? Brother, please listen to what I have to say. Although our military spirit has joined your iron-blooded alliance, our alliance leader has said that if my military spirit cannot stand in the iron-blooded alliance, I will be kicked out immediately. No wonder Yi Feng didn't say anything. It seems that Yi Feng doesn't think much of them and just wants them to give it a try. Dear friends and brothers, the reason why our military soul wants to become the fourth largest guild is not because of how capable we are or how good our skills are, but because we have discipline, rules, and systems. A member of the alliance said, "Look what you said. You describe yourself like a soldier, and there are disciplinary rules and regulations." Bayonet said, "On this day of great joy when our iron-blooded alliance captured the city of Qilong City, it should be considered even more joyful for our military spirit to move into the iron-blooded alliance. Why are you so happy? Don't put gold on your face. Please." That's right. It sounds like the iron-blooded alliance. It's even better because of you. Bayonet knew that if he wanted to join the big family of the iron-blooded alliance, he would definitely be rejected. But he didn't expect that everyone's opinions would be so strong. Bayonet did not indicate that he was from the military, and he did not want to use this status to scare others. But judging from the current situation, they have not achieved any results. At this time, Yi Feng finally spoke, because when he saw Bayonet talking, it seemed that no one was giving him face, and it was all about your words and my words. Brothers, how about you give me Yi Feng some face and let the president finish his words? After Yi Feng spoke, no one interrupted. Bayonet smiled bitterly. If he really forced himself into the iron-blooded alliance, it might really be counterproductive. Bayonet said, "Thank you, President Yi Feng. Everyone knows that the national war system is about to begin. In the national war system, we in China have a task that we must complete. That is, we must not fall. Any territory in our China region must not fall." Although I was surprised when I received this order, but this is a task given by above, and I must complete it. As a soldier, I should obey orders. The reason why President Yi Feng agreed to let me become the fourth largest union in the iron-blooded alliance is precisely because we are a group of soldiers. And soldiers should have the qualities of soldiers. If you still don't accept our military spirit, then we will have no choice but to break away from the iron-blooded alliance. When the time comes for a national war, we can only ask you not to embarrass our country. Okay, I have finished what I want to say. And our military soul is not a very weak guild. We have been involved in this game since the beginning, and we have been waiting silently until now. I also want to thank President Yi Feng for the guild. My reputation gives me the opportunity to say something like this in the Iron-Blooded Alliance. After Bayonet finished speaking, after a long time, no one in the Alliance spoke. At this time, it was Yi Feng who still started to say, "Okay, presidents of the guilds, please express your opinion that you agree that the military spirit should stay in the Iron-Blooded Alliance. Please deduct 1. If you don't agree, deduct 2. After Yi Feng finished speaking, he was the first to type out a word, followed closely by the presidents of Junlin Tianxia, who all typed out a word. Although Zhe Feng, I don't know why Yi Feng bowed to the army, because their status is not ordinary. Even the soldiers are just a group of ordinary people in their eyes. But since Yi Feng did this, he must have a reason. So he also dumped 1. The 3 major super guilds are all fine, and other guilds will also have 1 deduction after taking into account their military background. Although he agreed on the surface, he was somewhat unhappy in his heart. After all, he appeared so suddenly and climbed on their heads, and he did not make any contribution to the union. Seeing that so many people agreed and no one objected, I felt comfortable and relieved. Ji Dao knew that the reason why he had such results was because he had the title of soldier and because Yi Feng agreed with him. If Yi Feng takes the lead in voting against, I am afraid that their guild, Military Soul, will be kicked out of the Iron-Blooded Alliance immediately. Bayonet, once again, thank you in the Guild Alliance channel. Thank you for your support. Presidents and Leader Yi Feng, our military spirit will definitely not let you down. Of course, privately many guild members are chewing their heads off. Isn't it because he has a military background? I think Yi Feng was forced to do so. Otherwise, why would such a guild come to our alliance? That is, although the national war is more important and losing territory is like losing our face. We are not happy. But a game has nothing to do with your military. Many people don't understand what happened. But after the military became involved in the game, it seemed to have changed a bit. Could it be that other countries also have military involvement? One player's words caused many people to think. If this is really the case, there is nothing wrong with dispatching the military to the Huaxia region. Chapter 640. The people in that place. At night, Yi Feng took up the position of Lord of Qilong City for the first time and of course entertained a large number of guests. As long as players come to Qilong City, they can receive a status that lasts for 1 hour from one of the NPCs. This state can be used to go to the dungeon and clear the jungle after picking it up. This is a buff that increases all attribute damage by 10, although it only lasts for an hour. It allows players to do a lot of things. A large number of NPCs came to Yi Feng's City Lord, including city lords, officials, and of course some members of the royal family. They all gave generous gifts. Everyone knew that Yi Feng was very capable, and he was probably another elder besides the elder of the royal family. Therefore, many people came to establish connections with Yi Feng. Of course, there were also an unusually large number of people who came to drink with Yi Feng. However, those people around Yi Feng had been assigned some official positions by Yi Feng, so they were all around Yi Feng to protect Yi Feng from drinking. Because these people all know that when Yi Feng is drunk, he will also be drunk in real life, although they don't know the principle of this. It is like this. Yi Feng is quite kind. Whether you are a player from the human camp or a player from the demon camp, you can come here to receive this status. But as the city lord of a human race main city, this guy probably won't be able to spend all his money in his lifetime. TSK. The leader of the Iron-Blooded Alliance already has money that he can't spend all his money. I heard that their Iron-Blooded Alliance has troops stationed there. I don't know if it's true or not. It must be true. My brother is in the Iron-Blooded Alliance. It is said that everyone disagreed at first, but only later did they agree when they found out that he is from the army. There is also this matter. Are they real or are they pretending? I really don't understand how the state will control the game. Hey, who knows? The game feels a little different now. It feels like it has something to do with the country. You don't care about him so much. It's also a high-level relationship. Do you think it will have an impact when we play games? Several players shook their heads, as if it had no effect on them. Isn't this over? If it doesn't affect you, why are you worrying about these things? While Qilong City was enjoying the carnival, Demon Emperor Chung fell into an unusual silence. After imitating the defeat a few days ago, they lost the Demon Refining Pot and the Demon Dragon City. Moreover, 5 Demon Clan elders were lost, which was a heavy damage to the entire Demon Clan. Report to His Majesty the Demon Emperor that people from that place are here. Well, tell them to come in. Yes. No need. We are already here. I heard that your magic dragon city has been abandoned. Is it true? The Demon King frowned. These guys were really ungrateful. They came in without even announcing them. The Demon King said, "This has nothing to do with you. You have already accepted my things. When it is time to take action, I will let you take action. The things have been collected. But considering the current situation, our salary has been increased now." Snapped. The Demon Emperor patted the dragon shadow beside him hard, stood up, and said, "What do you mean? Your opponent is not an ordinary person. If you want us to deal with him, the previous reward will definitely not be enough." The Demon Emperor said with a sullen face, "Isn't one main artifact not enough to deal with such an ignorant person?" The guy said disapprovingly, "What are we going to do with a major artifact? Without an ancient artifact, how can we invite more advanced people? You guys still want ancient artifacts? Do you really think that ancient artifacts are just picked up and are garbage? We don't know whether it's garbage or not. But I know that your demon refining pot is already in Yifeng's hands. Since you even have the demon refining pot, do you have other ancient artifacts? No. If you want, I will give you another main artifact. Ancient artifacts can be found anywhere. Haha. You can sit here so calmly despite losing an ancient artifact. All I can say is that you have a good temper." Demon King. The Demon King said, "I'm asking you to do something. And it's not to deal with that Yifeng. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let you go a few days ago. Your Majesty the Demon Emperor, there is no problem in letting us deal with the Law Enforcement Hall. But how can we be sure that Yifeng has nothing to do with the Law Enforcement Hall?" The Demon King clenched his fists and said angrily, "You accepted the mission. Can't you check it out? There is a huge gap between you now and you before. And you have become so greedy for life and afraid of death. It's true that we are greedy for life and afraid of death. After all, life is more important than money. Besides, now that there is such an uncertain factor, we must be more careful." The Demon King said, "He has nothing to do with the Law Enforcement Hall. Now it's okay. That's good. Then add another main artifact. And I will agree to this." The Demon King gritted his teeth in hatred. These guys were really able to take advantage of the situation. "Okay. I will give you another main artifact when the time comes. I hope you will not regret it again. Don't worry. We in God's continent are all very trustworthy people. It's settled." After watching that guy go away, the Demon King had the desire to kill someone. "You God continent people are trustworthy. You have already accepted a major artifact from me. And you have come to ask me for advice on another major artifact. Is this also called talking about credit? If he didn't still want to take advantage of the power behind this guy, the Demon Emperor would have killed this guy long ago. And it wouldn't be his turn to be arrogant here." However, Yifeng, the Demon King, decided to slow down. Since all the major cities were covered by Yifeng, he might as well attack the Law Enforcement Hall directly. The next day, Yifeng returned to his own territory, the territory of the Glory Guild. Although Yifeng is the city lord of Qinglong City, because Yifeng belongs to the player attribute, the system does not require Yifeng to stay in Qinglong City for a long time. Many affairs are led by NBC in Qinglong City, so Yifeng is like a hands-off shopkeeper. Yifeng came to Oyezi's door. After these days, Ouya finally came back. This guy had been gone for half a month as soon as he left. "Senior Oyezi has been looking for you for a long time. And you are finally back." Oyezi looked at Yifeng and said with a surprised look on his face, "I heard that you took back Qinglong City, and are now the lord of Qinglong City. But looking at your posture, why hasn't it changed?" Yifeng rolled his eyes and said, "What else do you need me to do? In front of you, senior, I am still a junior. Stop flattering me. I know you have something to do with me. A person who can even repel the Demon Emperor shouldn't be humble to me. I think it won't take long for you to surpass this old man like me. Go ahead and find me." "What's up?" "The Pope of the Law Enforcement Hall. Can you find him?" Oyezi frowned and asked, "What are you doing with him? You don't seem to have anything to do with him."